Hey guys, welcome to a new video. Like, comment and subscribe if you enjoy. Without any further interruptions, enjoy the What If. Chapter 1. The Winter War, Part 1, Demise of the God. What in the world? Ichigo stood still as he looked at the slightly changed form of Ulquiorra cipher, the Quattro Espada. The battle between the two of them wasn't going well for Ichigo. He was getting trashed, even his triumph card, his hollow mask wasn't helping at all. He didn't think it could get worse. How wrong he was. Seeing that Ichigo was stubbornly refusing to give up, Ulquiorra decided that it was time to end things. Behold, Kurosaki Ichigo. This is the form of true despair. Ulquiorra stated and dramatically raised his reiatsu, holding his sword in front of him. Resurrección, segunda etapa. The world around the Quattro Espada exploded in a heavy black reiatsu, and from within emerged Ulquiorra in his final release, shocking Ichigo. Shit, Ichigo thought. He was aware that with this, his chances to win dropped even lower. Nevertheless, he got up once again, mildly confusing the Espada. After witnessing this form, do you still have the will to fight? There was no response coming from Ichigo's mouth. He only stared at his foe, unblinking and unwavering. Very well, in that case I shall make you understand, even if I have to grind your body into dust. In a flash, before he could even realize what was happening, Ichigo was flying through the air and crashed into the stone pillars. He shook himself from the impact and quickly donned his hollow mask. You are a fool, Kurosaki Ichigo. You challenge an opponent whose strength terrifies you and think that you can win. It is beyond my comprehension. To prove his point, the Espada used the sonido and without losing the momentum, smashed Ichigo through other pillars, showing him just how great the difference in their power was. After a few more minutes, he finally understood that no matter what he would do, Ichigo would never give up. It forced Ulquiorra to finally lose his patience and grab him around his neck. If it is due to what you humans call a heart, it is because of that here that you suffer injuries, and it is because of that heart that you will lose your life. When Ichigo shakily raised his head, a thin stream of blood was flowing out of his mouth, but he still gritted his teeth. You think that just because you are stronger than me, I'm just going to stop fighting and accept my fate? I knew how strong you were even before we started this. I can see that you don't understand, so I'll make it clear to you. I'm not fighting you because I think I can win. I'm fighting you because I have to win. After a brief struggle, he managed to break loose from Ulquiorra's grip. It only aggravated the Espada further. What nonsense. Ishida and Orihime, I hope that Kurosaki is all right, but that reiatsu from just now. I have never felt something like that before. It's not just the strength of it, its very nature is so overwhelming and terrifying. I'll just have to believe he can win. If not, I don't think that Inoue-san could recover from that. That's why I beg of you, Kurosaki, don't die. Ishida thought with grim expression. He glanced at his side, at the girl who was barely able to withstand the pressure of the reiatsu around them. Slowly, he was regretting that he agreed to take her above the dome with him. They rode the reishi platform in silence, and after a few minutes they finally reached the top of the dome. I don't feel Kurosaki-kun's reiatsu, where is he? Orihime was frantically looking around when her eyes fell on the silhouette on top of one of the pillars. So you came, woman. Ulquiorra impassively stated, staring down at her. He was strangling the beaten body of the substitute with his tail, keeping him slightly above the ground. Orihime stared at it horrified. Kurosaki-kun. Damn it, Kurosaki. I didn't think it would be this bad. We need to help him. Ishida wanted to move, but the bizarre scene happening in front of him was keeping his limbs numb from fear and despair. Perfect. Pay attention to the moment when the man you've entrusted your hopes to seals off his life. Ulquiorra said and aimed his finger at Ichigo's chest. He charged a black energy at the tip of his black fingernail. No, stop, Orihime yelled. But there was nothing she could do in the black energy. The Sero Escurs pierced Ichigo, ripping through his body, leaving a gaping hole in the middle of his chest. Ulquiorra spared him one more stare and then proceeded to throw his limp body from the top of the pillar. No, Orihime screamed in agony with tears in her eyes. She raced to Ichigo's falling body, stopping him with her shield a second before it hit the ground. Ulquiorra went to intercept her, However, Ishida finally managed to move his body and prevented him from doing so. Ichigo was tired. Very tired. He was so tired, he couldn't even lift his fingers. In the corner of his consciousness, in that small piece that still resided in his body, he realized that he was dying. He helplessly watched as his friends tried to stall the moment, but got overpowered almost instantly. It was painful just to watch. But what saddened him more was the look in Orihime's eyes when she kneeled before him and stared at his body. She looked helpless, hopeless. It was as if her eyes died right at that moment. There was a snapping sound and she jerked her head towards it. She saw Ishida's arm being broken and cut off. Eventually, it became too much for her and she broke down, crying her eyes out. In between her sobs, she was desperately repeating Ichigo's name, hoping to get saved. Kurosaki-kun, 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 Kuro. Her voice gave out. But he heard her. She's calling. He could still hear her. She's calling me. The sound of her voice touched his soul. I can hear her, he thought and focused on his remaining strength, trying to feel his body again. Stand up, and with his very soul he screamed into the darkness. I will protect her. Ishida was feeling hopeless. He knew that Ulquiorra was strong, but this was ridiculous. How in the hell has been Kurosaki able to fight him for this long? His Reiatsu alone is suffocating me. Not to mention it took him only a few seconds before he made a bleeding pulp of me. In that moment, his respect for Ichigo rose a little. He had to admit, if he had been in Ichigo's feet, he would have given up long ago. It was truly admirable from him. Or stupid. That would be more precise in his case. He thought sadly. Just when he was deciding to spare a glance at Ichigo, he was hit with the biggest amount of Reiatsu he has ever felt in his life. It topped even the Reiatsu of the Quattro Espada. Every person in the vicinity turned his head around to see something absurd to happen. They watched together as Ichigo's supposedly dead body suddenly glowed in crimson red and slowly, bizarrely got up. When they took his appearance in, the sight startled even the stoic Espada. Before them stood a grotesque creature in the tattered Shihakusho, with white skin, long and sharp black claws, hole in its chest and the chest itself covered in a tribal tattoo. On its wrist and around its neck was orange fur. Its hair was long, going at his waist. But the most frightening thing was its head. It was covered with a skull-like mask with a pair of horns protruding from it at its temple. They were curved, pointing straight ahead. Its eyes were glowing crimson red. It was a scene straight out of the Book of Hell with the creature posing as the Hell Knight. Impossible, stated the Espada in disbelief. You were dead just a moment ago. You cannot be alive. Who are you? Is that Kurosaki? What is going on here? Ishida barely suppressed the urge to scream. This situation was becoming too much even for the stoic Quincy. Kurosaki-kun, Orihime whispered in shock. The creature stood still, looking at those in front of it without blinking. I asked, who are you? Do you not understand me? Answer me, Ulquiorra demanded. It was evident that he was slowly losing his cool. The bizarre being turned its head and pointed its sight firmly at the Espada. It moved its hand backwards and Tensei-Zangetsu flew from the ground right in its hand. It slashed the air around him while pointing the sword down. The results were devastating. The pressure from the slash alone shattered the ground around it, turning the solid stone into tiny particles of dust. It roared and released even bigger amount of Reiatsu, forcing Ishida and Orihime on their knees, leaving them breathing heavily while even Ulquiorra had to fight to remain standing straight. It seems that words are lost on you, Ulquiorra stated with narrowed eyes, a little bit surprised at the creature's Reiatsu. He pointed his finger and formed the Sero Ascuras, opting to finish the creature in one attack. But what truly surprised him was what the creature standing in front of him did after that. It bent itself, pointing its horns at him, and quickly formed a bright red orb of energy that flew right at him soon after that. Ulquiorra quickly released his Sero, deciding that he didn't want to test his Hiero against that attack. There was a huge explosion when the two energies met, the red easily overpowering the black. Impossible. That was undeniably a Sero. And one capable of scattering a Sero Ascuras at that. This cannot be, no matter how similar he may be to a hollow. A human firing off a Sero is. He didn't have the time to complete his thoughts when with a buzzing sound the creature appeared behind him. He turned around, but the creature grabbed his arm and with a quick slash cut it off, kicking him to the ground in the process. Ishida and Orihime just stared at the scene happening before them dumbfounded. The Espada got up from the ground grimacing at his lump of an arm. "TCH," he muttered in a slightly irritated tone, and a new arm formed before everybody's eyes. High-speed regeneration, Ishida thought. My greatest capability isn't offensive strength, it's regeneration. I can regenerate almost anything, besides my internal organs and brain. I don't know how you acquired that form, but even with your power up, you cannot hope to defeat me if you stop and stare after tearing off a single limb. He explained. An almost invisible smirk appeared on his face. Come, creature, I shall show you how insignificant you truly are. Ichigo. Ichigo was floating through the darkness. He was nowhere and yet everywhere. After a few moments, without warning he fell on the ground, swirling dust around him. Where am I? He blinked, trying to clear his sight, when he suddenly felt a presence and an imminent danger behind him. He jumped and narrowly dodged a thin white sword that threatened to cut his head off. Oh ho Kingy, so you managed to avoid it. Oh well, I have plenty of time. But I think I'll stop calling you king, for now, you pathetic loser. What started as a laughter ended as an angry sneer. Ichigo turned around and for the second time in a short amount of time he was shocked. In front of him stood something akin to a Hell Knight in a white shihakusho with a long, white zanpakuto. Who are you? The one in white just tilted his head. I'm hurt Ichigo, you don't even remember your stronger and more handsome partner. Boo-hoo, I think I'm gonna cry. But he didn't and jumped at Ichigo, trying to cut his head off again. Hollow, what happened? Why are you here and why do you look like this? Ichigo parried the slash but his arms were pushed back almost instantly. Fuck, what's with him? This felt even stronger than Ulquiorra. He jumped a fair distance to the back. What happened? You were lame, that's what happened. You got yourself killed Ichigo. Surely you remember what I said the last time we met. If you'll give me an opportunity I'll seize this body for myself. Does this ring any bells? Hollow said while slowly walking around Ichigo. I'm dead. Well, I'd be more than happy to fully confirm that, trust me, I really do. But not exactly. Your spiritual body is dead, it's just your freaking mind that doesn't wanna go away. You were way too stubborn for your own good. Hollow deadpanned. So it's just like the last time we met. I beat you and I'll go back. Ichigo smirked. Oh, that confidence doesn't suit you Ichigo. No, it's not like last time. Because this time you won't beat me. You are outmatched. Hollow sped to him and slashed at him again. Ichigo barely had time to raise his sword and was blown away to a building behind him. He walked from the rubble soon enough, but winced with every step he took. His whole body hurt like hell. This is impossible. It's like he's even stronger than Ulquiorra. He shook his head. Why is even he so much stronger than me? Am I really that weak? He stopped his thinking when he had to dodge a jab. He sidestepped it and struck at the Hollow, who only laughed and caught the blade in his right hand. He slapped him with the remaining hand and Ichigo was blown into the building again. You are weak Ichigo. Look around. Do you see any skyscraper in this place? It used to be full of them. But your inability to do what was needed to be done made you pathetic. Look at yourself. With 2 strikes you look dead on your feet. Do you know why? I'll answer your unasked question. I'm stronger than you because I know who and what I am. I know my strength, I know my weakness. You are just a loser with a great zanpakuto. You should have been equally strong as me, if not more. You have Zangetsu, the best zanpakuto, but you never try to unleash its full power. You cower in fear and can't even hollowify for fuck's sake. Ichigo looked at the ground, ashamed. The Hollow stared at him hard. You know what? I'll give you your last chance. If you'll give me answers, good answers, I'll release your body. But if you won't, I'll really erase your existence. Ichigo looked at him confused. Why are you being nice? Last time we met, you were trying to kill me without giving me any room to breathe, but now you're talking to me, even trying to help me. I don't get it. What changed? His hollow frowned. You may think of me anything, and in most cases you were right. But I'm not stupid, Ichigo. I'm confident, but I'm no fool. I can't kill Aizen alone. I could just forget about the war and go somewhere else. But if that damn Shinigami of yours are dead and Aizen would win, there would be nowhere where I could run away from him. So I need you, but I refuse to be a partner to someone lame. Now, think hard. Ichigo opened his mouth but stopped himself from speaking. The look on his hollow face told him everything. There would be no second chance if he'd screw this up. He had to think, he had to speculate, to analyze so that he could figure out the right answer. And so he did. It took him a while, forcing his hollow to walk around in boredom, but then the right answer hit him like a truck. It has always been in front of his face, he just wasn't able to admit it. I was a fool, I should have known better. He chuckled sadly, confusing his hollow. What's so funny? Ichigo sighed. I think I know what you wanna hear, and I laughed because I realized that you were right. His hollow frowned. Ichigo has never admitted he was wrong before. I remembered the time when the old man talked to me. He told me to look forward, to abandon my fears, but ever since I found out about you, I was afraid. I was trying to suppress you because I feared you. Thought I'd turn out like Kenpachi, that I'd turn to be a psychopath. I was thrown into despair when I couldn't protect my friends, and that despair dulled my blade. My resolve was broken, my instincts suppressed, my will was wavering. His hollow just stared at him. Now I realize what I did wrong. You once told me that you and Zangetsu are both my powers. But till now I only used Zangetsu without fear. Even that was done wrong. I only talked to him when I needed help. I never tried to actually get to know him. I thought that I was the one who was in control. But I know what you're trying to tell me, and I understand. Without Zangetsu I would be nothing. Zangetsu is a part of me, and he's the one I should listen to. With his help I can be strong. Just using him as a tool is wrong. Same thing with you. You were a crazy maniac and still are, but you're also a part of me. If I can't accept this fact, I'll never be able to defeat strong opponents. As you said few times, you are my instinct and I refuse to use it. But I shouldn't be afraid of myself. I have to accept who I am. After all, what being doesn't use its instinct? Ichigo stopped his monologue and looked at his hollow, who was now grinning. You're too close for me to disagree. So, the point is fought. Ichigo grinned too. Point is, you are a part of me. Zangetsu is my strength. You are my instinct, and with the two of you, I am complete. Ichigo had to cover his eyes when a small explosion engulfed the hollow. When the air cleared, next to him was a young man in black, smiling slightly. Hello Ichigo. I'm proud of you. Zangetsu. Ichigo asked, confused. The man in black sighed and shook his head. What is the name of your bankai, Ichigo? Tensa Zangetsu. Said person nodded. Su what now ga? Ichigo was interrupted when a white sword pierced him through his stomach. What the hell? Ichigo panted. He looked down and saw his hollow grinning at him. Now we'll see if. He was cut off when he started to disappear slowly. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. Huh, guess he really did it. What? Ichigo looked at him confused. It means that you truly accepted your hollow as a part of you. Tensa Zangetsu explained with a smile. So long, sucker. Hollow smirked and disappeared. Ichigo wanted to ask more, but he felt a burning sensation growing within. It slowly turned into a sharp pain. He fell on the ground, clutching his stomach. The pain was great, but it only lasted a few moments before an explosion engulfed him. Ichigo watched in disbelief as all of his wounds were being healed at a rapid speed, his muscles getting more profound. Not on the level of Kenpachi, but it was still an improvement. He felt his hair growing and falling on his shoulders with a mixture of red and black on its ends. Next, he felt something on his chest. He looked down and he saw black markings spreading on his chest and reaching to his neck. An amazing surge of Reiatsu surrounded him. His eyes widened when he felt it being absorbed into his body. He could feel his own Reiatsu raising to an unimaginable levels. When it was over, he shakily stood up. Damn, this feels good. What happened? Ichigo asked the only person standing in front of him. You merged with your hollow. Tensa Zangetsu simply said. It feels good, Ichigo admitted. Of course it feels good. We are now what we should have been long time ago. We're badass. Hollow voice echoed around them, making Ichigo jump in surprise. Whoa, what the hell? Don't worry, it's just my beautiful voice. My handsome body isn't here anymore. His hollow laughed. Ichigo facepalmed. He was glad that they weren't fighting anymore, but it seemed that his hollow was still crazy. I think I should give you a name. It's strange always referring to you as a hollow. What do you think about Shirosaki? He could almost picture the surprised face of his hollow. Hey, you surprised me there, Kingy. I think I can live with Shirosaki, being white and everything. So, anything I should be wary of, now that we are merged? Tensa Zangetsu answered for Shirosaki. Well, you can already feel that your reserves of Raryoku increased greatly, and along with that the rest of your basic abilities. Since you have all the memories of Shirosaki, you probably understand that you can use your hollow powers too, but in a different matter. Just don't use it yet and reserve it for Aizen as a triumph card. As with your Bankai, you'll have to train to gain all of the abilities it offers, but that's a given. Ichigo smiled apologetically at his Zanpakuto. Yeah, about that. I promise that after we deal with all of this, I'll train hard, so that I could use your powers to the full capability too. I hope you can forgive me for my ignorance, Tensa. His Zanpakuto smiled at him. Yes, I'm happy that you realized it. And it only took a little bit of ass-kicking from Shirosaki. Ichigo looked at him incredulously. Did his Zanpakuto just make a joke? You should go, Kingy. But don't forget, with great power comes great responsibility. Shirosaki said, trying to sound serious. But the sound of his laughter destroyed his hopes. Biwahaha. Sorry, I always wanted to say that, but it's really a cheesy line. Screw it, just kick ass, Kingy. He laughed again as his voice slowly faded away as well as Ichigo's sight did. He may be alright after all, but he certainly is crazy. Ishida and Orihime. Ishida was scared. He hated to admit it, but he was scared as hell. The creature before him has mercilessly beaten the Espada, who thought that he still had the upper hand in the situation. He beat him, Ishida said in disbelief. From the ground Ulquiorra glanced at the creature. To think that I would be defeated by a human who had transformed into a hollow. He stopped talking as he felt a leg with claws pushing his head into the cold stone and saw a red orb of energy forming above him. I see, no mercy, huh? How very hollow-like. I don't mind. I have lost to you. I no longer have any meaning. Do it. Orihime and Ishida closed their eyes as a huge red explosion from the creature Sero tore through Ulquiorra and even through the dome itself, blowing stone debris everywhere. Ishida stood behind Orihime's shield, that protected them from being hurt. He watched terrified as the creature threw the remains of Ulquiorra on the ground. Kurosaki. But the creature didn't stop there. It walked towards the Ulquiorra's body, raising its sword and pointing it at his head. That's enough, Kurosaki, Ishida said as he quickly ran to him and caught the creature's hand. It's finished. He's an enemy, but there's no need to carve up his corpse. So that's enough, Kurosaki. The creature tried to move its hand. Can't you hear me, Kurosaki? I'm telling you to stop. If you do that, you truly won't be human anymore. The tip of the blade moved closer to Ulquiorra's throat. Kurosaki, Ishida yelled, but he found himself blown away as there was another explosion. Area around the creature exploded in red and Ishida and Orihime were hit by a monstrous Reiatsu so large it knocked them unconscious. Last thing Ishida saw before he fainted was a black dust being blown away from the space where Ulquiorra's body laid. When he came to, he saw a pair of concerned eyes looking at him. He jumped in surprise. Whoa, calm down, Ishida, it's me. He heard the unchanged voice of Ichigo. Kurosaki. What happened? Where's Ulquiorra? Where's Inoue-san? Is that a tattoo? Ishida asked rapidly. Ichigo just raised his eyebrows. Just breath and wait a minute and I'll explain everything. You don't have to worry about Ulquiorra, by the way. He won't come back, Ichigo said and moved to Orihime. She was looking at him with tears in her eyes. Is that really you, Kurosaki-kun? She asked, her voice trembling in fear. He looked at her in concern. He seemed to ponder about something and then he surprised both of them. He hugged her. Orihime immediately blushed deeply and begun to stutter. KKK Kurosaki-kun. What are you doing? He rubbed her back. It's all right Orihime. I'm sorry for everything that I put you through. But all is fine now. You don't have to be scared anymore. And you can call me Ichigo, like all my friends do, aside from the weirdo here. He smiled at her encouragingly and ignored the Quincy's protests. She took a deep breath and nodded shyly. He stood up and looked at them. I assume you have many questions but the time is short so I'll give you a shortened version. Okay. Ishida looked at Orihime and they both nodded. He sighed and rubbed his temples. As you could probably see, my fight with Ulquiorra was hardly a fight. He started trashing me just after he released. Even with my hollow mask I was no match for him. I still thought, however, that I could win somehow. But then he released for the second time. I don't know how is that possible but, well, afterwards it felt like I was back at the Sokyoku Hill fighting Aizen. Like an ant fighting an elephant. You saw the ending. He caught me and killed me. He heard a gasp from Orihime. Don't worry, as you can see I'm very much alive. It seems that I'm more stubborn than even you thought, Ishida. Even after my spiritual body died, my mind didn't want to leave. I heard Orihime crying for help so I pushed myself to fight. But I wasn't in control. Well, I woke up in my mindscape and from my hollow I found out that I'm dead. He was going to take over my body so we fought. But the fight was over even faster than with Ulquiorra. He overpowered me with 2 strikes. Ishida raised his eyebrows. Yeah, I couldn't believe it too. But surprisingly, he didn't kill me. He told me something and I realized that I was weak. Kurosaki-kun. I mean Ichigo is not weak. Orihime objected quickly. He smiled at her. Thank you Orihime, but he was right. I was weak. He made me realize why. I won't go into details but, well, we came to a mutual agreement and Ishida, please refrain from shooting me, and we merged. There was a silence and Ichigo nervously glanced at his friends. Orihime was confused and Ishida narrowed his eyes. Basically, I'm still me, but I finally accepted who I am. I accepted that my hollow is a part of me. I am now complete and I can finally fight with my full strength. Ishida was staring at him with a dangerous glint in his eyes. What do you mean, accepted him? He asked sharply. Ichigo sighed and ran his hand through his hair. Look, I know it's hard to accept but it's the truth. When I regained my powers I somehow managed to get a hollow inside me. I didn't do it on purpose. I don't even understand how it's possible. So, ever since I found out I tried to fight him, suppress him, simply block him. But how can you be complete while trying to suppress part of your own soul? It was hard for me to accept that I was a part hollow, but he's part of me. I just hope that you'll someday understand it. Ishida grimaced and sighed. I won't lie to you. I don't like it. That thing that fought Ulquiorra was terrifying but if you say it's under control, just give me time, okay? Ichigo nodded. He was expecting it. Is that why you have longer hair? Ichigo. Orihime asked shyly. Yeah, with me accepting my hollow. Sorry, Shirosaki, that's his name, came some changes. Nothing major, it's just that I'm stronger and I have this cool tattoo, look. He opened his repaired shihakusho and showed them his chest. Orihime's eyes looked as if they wanted to bulge out and she quickly turned away. Ishida raised both his eyebrows and his lips twitched. Enjoy explaining that to your father, Kurosaki. Crap. Goat Chin will kill me. Ichigo groaned. Orihime giggled and wiped the rest of her tears while Ichigo looked away. I'm really glad that both of you aren't scared of me. To be honest, I'm still a little bit freaked out about you decimating Ulquiorra, but well. Speaking of whom, I don't see his body. Ishida looked around confused. Ichigo's smile lessened a bit. Yeah, I'm not proud of how the fight ended. I never wanted to kill him. But I can't forgive him for what he had done so I'll try not to mope about it much. It was me or him. About his body, well, after I merged with my hollow or Reiatsu combined and the pressure was probably too much for his weakened body and he turned into dust. By the way, when you prevented that, well my hollow form from cutting Ulquiorra's head off, you weren't doing very logical thing. What? I didn't want you to do unnecessary thing. Ishida exclaimed. Remember one thing. Ulquiorra said he had amazing regenerative abilities. My hollow form reacted on pure instinct and it just wanted to prevent him from regenerating. It wasn't doing it for fun. Oh, right, Ishida remembered. It looked horrible. Never mind. You said that when you merged, your Reiatsu and your hollow Reiatsu combined. So that monstrous Reiatsu was yours. If yes, why I can't feel it anymore? Well, at least not that strongly at least. He continued. Ichigo grinned. Yep, mine. You can't feel my Reiatsu that much because I have better control of my Reiatsu. Before my control was extremely poor because my hollow side and my Shinigami side were in conflict. Now that they are combined I leak only a little bit of my Reiatsu. Ishida looked at him in disbelief. He calls this a little bit. It's not that monstrous, but it still feels like a Reiatsu of a captain of Gote 13. And he's saying he's preventing from leaking more. I don't even want to know how much Reiatsu he now really has. What? Something on my face. Ichigo smirked when he realized what Ishida was thinking. Well, it looks like merging with your hollow increased your sense of humor. Ishida deadpanned. Nah, it's because I trust myself more and I feel relaxed. What do you say, Orihime? Isn't that an improvement? Orihime looked at him and averted his gaze. I think that Kurosaki Ichigo is improved in more ways than just sense of humor. She said quietly and averted his gaze. Ichigo just opened his mouth to say something but he quickly closed them. He looked at Ishida who was staring at her in shock. He quickly regained his senses. So does your better control mean that you conceal your Zanpakuto too? Ishida asked. Ichigo glanced at his cleaver-like sword. Nope. Zangetsu doesn't like to be sealed and truthfully it doesn't really matter if I have better control. I have too much Reiatsu to be able to seal my Zanpakuto too. Nonsense. Even Captain Commander keeps his sword sealed. Well, maybe I have more Reiatsu than Jii-san. Ichigo joked. Ishida just raised both of his eyebrows. Could it really be true? He mused. For now I think I should go down and help the others. I felt a strong Reiatsu from below. You two take care of your injuries first and then come down. You can rest for a while too. It's been a long day. They both nodded and with that Ichigo stood up and went to the hole in the roof. See y'all later. And he jumped. Do you really think we should stay here, Ishida-kun? Asked Orihime nervously. Ha, I really wish she'd call me by my first name too. He caught himself thinking and immediately turned away, embarrassed about his own thoughts. Yeah, I think we should rest. Kurosaki will be just fine. If not, I'll kick his ass and then I'll bring his father to help me. Orihime giggled again. Okay Ishida-kun, now show me your arm. ... Rukia and Renji and Chad. Damn it, what's going on up there? Reggie yelled. Just a few moments ago they were all pushed to the ground when an extremely heavy Reiatsu hit them. Whatever that was, we must trust Ichigo to take care of it. Rukia said with a slightly shaky voice. I agree, Chad replied. Suddenly there was a loud crash and a huge figure emerged from the debris. What the? Renji yelled again. It's him, Yami, Chad exclaimed. Hua, Yami. Well, he certainly doesn't look yummy. He is the one Captain Hitsugaya mentioned, right? Renji said. Yeah, but something is wrong here. I remember him. He was big back when I first met him, but he certainly wasn't this huge. Chad pointed at the figure that menacingly stood before them. TCH, that damn 4 eyes. I'll never forgive him, Yami roared. All three were hit with the pressure of his roar and skidded a few inches. Just then Yami spotted them. Huh, what is this? Some worms are at my feet. Bah, you won't be enough to even warm me up. He tore off his shirt and let them see his number. It was 10. Guys, did you fight in Espada before? Renji asked. Yeah, but not for long. Yes, well, it's not like I won either, but his number is 10. He should be the weakest one. If we concentrate together, we should be able to get him down and then we'll go get Ichigo. Renji stood into a stance, firmly grasping Zabumaru. Hua, what are you flapping about, you piece of shit? Get me down. You're just pissing me off very nicely. Get pissed, Ira. With an explosion Yami released his sword. Before their very eyes his number began to change. The 1 from 10 erased itself and only 0 remained. What the flying fuck is going on? Renji yelled. Yami grinned. Who said that the numbers of the 10 Espada went from 1 to 10? They go from 0 to 9. After I store my power I can fully release. Say hi to your death. I am 0 Espada Yami Ryalgo. He smashed his fist into the ground and sent all 3 of them flying into different directions, painfully hitting the ground in the process. He looked around and saw Rukia slowly getting up. He flashed to her and grabbed her. Well, that was pathetic. You didn't last nothing. And you especially are so tiny, I can hardly hold you without squashing you. Bah, fly like the bug you are. And he threw her against the ground. Gah, what insane strength. I can't even move, the pressure of the air alone is too much. Rukia thought and was mentally preparing for a crash. Yami looked down when a little boom was heard after Rukia hit the ground. What the? I'm not dead. Rukia looked up and her heart almost stopped. Before her stood Ichigo in his intact Shihakusho, leisurely holding Zangetsu on his shoulders. It was almost like a deja vu from the time he saved her at the Sokyoku Hill. Snap out of it, Rukia. But is this really Ichigo? He didn't have such long hair, and he looks bulkier. Without turning to her, Ichigo greeted her. Yo Rukia, I thought that a Shinigami of your caliber can at least land on the ground without help, huh? He said cheekily. Rukia attempted to kick him in the shin and fumed. Why you fool, I was all right, you didn't have to save me you know. HMPH. Ichigo smiled a little under his nose. Reet. You, Kurosaki Ichigo, Yami roared. Oh, you've gotten bigger since the last time we met. And a lot more uglier I must say. Ichigo smirked. I'm gonna kill you, you piece of shit. Yami charged and released a Sero at Ichigo. Look out. Rukia screamed at him. Ichigo turned his head to Rukia a moment before the Sero hit him. With a cheeky grin, he gripped his Zanpakuto tightly and stopped the attack, barely breaking a sweat. Ah, don't tell me you are afraid for me. I'm touched midget. Don't worry though, I got this. You just go and help Chad and Renji. Get them somewhere safe and wait. Orihime and Ishida will get here soon. He deflected the Sero and jumped to greet Yami with his sword. Rukia stared at him dumbfounded. Did he just casually stop a Sero from the strongest Espada like it was nothing? She watched him flash towards Yami and sighed. I should get those too. Meanwhile Ichigo jumped up to meet Yami's gaze. When he was sure he got his attention he sped away. Stop running away you worm. Yami yelled at him. Ichigo turned his head and stared at him in mid-flight. Running away, you wish ugly. I'm just getting away from where my friends are. Now I can beat you down with raw power. He flashed around the huge body of Yami. Getsuga, Tensho. He sent a huge blast of crescent energy at him, giving him no time to react and hit him with full force. Huh, I remember putting the same amount of Raryoku into that attack as the last time, but it seemed to be a lot more bigger. Interesting, Ichigo noted. Guard, I'll kill you, Yami roared. When the air cleared, they all could see that Yami got his right arm cut off at the shoulder. Arg, you piss me off greatly Kurosaki Ichigo. An explosion of Reiatsu later and Yami stood before him even bigger than just a few seconds ago. Ichigo raised his eyebrows, he didn't expect this. What the hell just happened? Renji asked after he was helped to his feet. I don't know, Rukia said worried. Ah, this is good, I guess you are surprised, huh Kurosaki Ichigo. Yami laughed at him. Ichigo just stared at him quietly. My resurrection is Ira, the anger itself is my strength. The more I get pissed, the stronger I become. You are done. He tried to punch him, but Ichigo flashed behind him. Now that's an irritating release. The more you cut him the bigger he gets. Just cut his head off and be done with it. He's not worthy of our attention. Shirosaki said. Yeah, I know. I didn't want to be that brutal but it seems I have no other option. Don't move around you worm. Yami boomed at him. Sure, Ichigo replied and flashed even faster behind his neck. He gathered a little more of his Reiatsu and poured it into Zangetsu. I'm sorry but I have no time for you. Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo yelled and released a huge Getsuga at his neck. The force of the impact blew even Ichigo himself back a little. That should have done it. He muttered. The trio was silently watching him. Do you think he won? Renji asked tentatively. I doubt it. Ichigo is strong, but this is the strongest Espada. It would probably take at least 2 captains to defeat. Whatever Rukia wanted to say was interrupted when they saw as Yami's huge head crashed into the ground with his body still standing. No way. That's impossible. She turned her head to Renji and she found him gaping at the head too. Chad looked indifferent, but his eyes looked surprised. She squawked when Ichigo flash stepped next to her. Well, you seem to be wide awake. With that ugly thing down you can finally take your time to rest and wait for Orihime to heal you. He said nonchalantly. What in the fucking hell just happened, Ichigo? How could you have beaten a Zero Espada like that, and what of Ulquiorra? Rukia rapidly fired questions. Oi, calm down midget. I could beat him because I'm simply stronger and he was quite stupid and Ulquiorra is done for. He missed their shocked faces and turned to Chad. You okay, Chad? Said Giant nodded lightly. Wait. Ichigo, I know that you're strong, but there's no way you were this strong before. Rukia looked at him suspiciously. I know, but we don't have the time to. He suddenly sidestepped and narrowly missed a sword that seemingly came from nowhere. Yo Kenpachi, I didn't think you'd come here. And you even brought Byakuya. Ichigo grinned as he turned to face equally grinning Zaraki Kenpachi and scowling Kuchiki Byakuya. What's this, Ichigo? You already beat him. Come on, leave some for the rest of us too. Kenpachi whined, looking at the body of Zero Espada. When will he stop calling me by my first name? Byakuya muttered under his nose. Ni-sama, Rukia exclaimed. Byakuya glanced at her. Calm down, Rukia, you have injuries that need to be treated. He replied stoically and turned to Ichigo. Kurosaki, Ichigo, you have no other business here. Depart to the world of the living. You are a protector of the Karakura town. Go there. We will take over from here. Ichigo snorted. Yeah, it's not like I took down 3 members of Espada in a few hours for you myself, huh? Would it kill you to at least acknowledge me a little? But, that's just you, so I guess no harm done. Did I hear him say 3 Espada? That can't be right. Byakuya looked at him with surprise in his eyes. And I know I need to get to Karakura town, but Aizen sealed off every Garganta and without Urahara-san's hell. Enough with Urahara Kazuki already. A new voice interrupted him. Ichigo jerked his head around. Kuritsuchi Mayuri. HMPH, a lowly class Shinigami addressing me without honorifics. But since you call these 2 clowns with their first names, I should consider myself lucky for that. He waved his hand. Oh, such leniency. Would it be related to that wagon? Byakuya nodded towards the small vehicle pushed by Nemu, the vice captain of the 12th Division. Mayuri grinned wickedly. Ah yes, I'm in a very good mood. I acquired many samples and other things during my stay. Also I had the time to study the structure of the Garganta, and without failures, I must add. I'm in such a good mood I'll let this orange-haired monkey to even be my first experimental victim. Nemu. Ichigo nervously watched Nemu preparing the equipment. Experimental victim. What do you? He was interrupted for the second time. No need to worry, Kurosaki-san. I shall go with you. From behind him came a voice of Unohana Retsu, captain of the 4th Division. She flash-stepped next to him and looked at him with speculative eyes. You look quite differently, Kurosaki-san. Others raised their eyebrows in question too, as they took in his new appearance. Right, well, I guess I had a sudden growth spurt. Don't worry, I'm fine, he assured them. More than fine, mumbled Unohana quietly with a glint in her eyes. Others looked at her in shock, while Rukia was scandalized. Ichigo looked at her in shock and swallowed nervously. Azane, Unohana called. Hi. Her vice-captain came from behind her with pink cheeks, avoiding everybody's eyes. Stay here with Captains Kuritsuchi, Zaraki and Kuchiki. Me and Kurosaki-san will go to the Karakura town. Wait, I'm not sure I trust him to open a safe Garganta. Ichigo protested quietly. Oh, don't worry, I'm sure it will be fine. After all, if he came to Hueco Mundo and used an Arrancar scientist's research material to analyze a Garganta, only to have it fail, Urahara Kazuki would surely have a laugh at his expense, isn't that right, Captain Kuritsuchi? She asked sweetly. Mayuri's eyebrows twitched. Think carefully before you speak. The fact that I've analyzed it means that I can also close it midway. He threatened. As I would expect from you. Off we go, Kurosaki-san. Oh, okay. See you guys. Nemu and Mayuri meanwhile opened a garganta. From the pillar he stood on, Mayuri said, I won't explain to you the small things, just beware of your footing. It takes only one bad step and you will fall into a void between the human world and Hueco Mundo, unable to get out. Well, that would make a good research material though. What? He asked, irritated when he saw Ichigo chuckling. No, nothing. I just remembered that Urahara-san, when he sent us off to the Soul Society the first time, also stood somewhere high and talked to us. What? In fact, you are a second director of the Technology Development Bureau, so that means that some time ago you must have been his student. That's why you guys have some similarities. He grinned cheekily. You swine, Mayuri growled. Ichigo just saluted and jumped in the garganta with Unohana after him. I see. Fufufufu, you're an interesting man, Kurosaki Ichigo. I will find a way to install a fear so great in you, that you'll think of today as a pleasant memory, just you wait. He grimaced evilly. Understand, Mayuri-sama, I'll think of a plan. Nemu said with a plan already forming in her head. Byakuya glanced at the weird duo. I almost pity the fool. Ichigo and Unohana. Ichigo was sliding through the darkness with Unohana behind him. He glanced back at her when he heard her speaking. Kurosaki-san, there was something I wanted to ask. You confronted Aizen Sosuke on the Tsukyoku Hill, right? Ichigo frowned. Yeah, but it wasn't too much of a battle. He decimated me without an effort. I couldn't do a thing to him. He muttered darkly, but Unohana smiled. Well, I'm glad to hear that. The fact that there was such a big difference in power between you and him, that's most fortunate. I'll tell you one thing, Kurosaki-san. Right now you are probably the only one in whole Soul Society who can defeat Aizen. Ichigo looked at her confused. What are you? Kurosaki-san, do you know what the power of Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu is? Unohana politely interrupted him. Not a clue. His main ability is an illusion, or should I say in his words, a perfect illusion. Just by seeing him release his sword once, he is able to completely control all of your senses, making you see or hear only what he wants you to. That means me, other captains and vice captains, saw him release his sword a long time ago when he became a captain. Since that time, we cannot fight him effectively. Ichigo's eyes widened. Well, damn, that really is a hack's power. So I just have to keep him from releasing by quickly overpowering him, right? Overpower him. Now Kurosaki-san. You're far too lucid to be saying this kind of nonsense you'd mumble in your sleep. I know that your Reiatsu is that of a captain, since I can feel it even now, but overpowering Aizen. Now Kurosaki-san, get real. She smiled at him sweetly. Hey, don't you think you've been a little too harsh lately? Besides, I'm not joking or talking nonsense. What you feel right now is only a fraction of my full Reiatsu. I'm keeping it as low as I can. Besides, I'm in my Shikai. My full Reiatsu is a lot more than this. He closed his eyes for a second and raised his Reiatsu. See, this is still only about a quarter of my full Reiatsu. He saw Unohana's eyes widen and jaw dropping. It cannot be. This is not even a quarter of his Reiatsu. And I misjudged his total Reiatsu to be on a par with that of a captain. Impossible. If that's really true, then he can not only become our triumph card against Aizen. Unohana couldn't believe what she heard. In her eyes, Ichigo was still a kid, a newborn. If he could gain so much power only after a few months and without proper training, there was no way of telling what he could become after hundreds of years, or even a millennia. She herself was several hundreds years old, but she never saw someone with this much potential. It was ridiculous, preposterous, improbable, and it was also making her heart beat faster. Her cheeks gained a pink color when she thought about it. During her long life there were only a few men that could gain her attention. She was strong, even by captain standards. She only joined 4th Division after a certain incident. In a match she was certain she could take down most of the current captains. But this boy, only 16 years old and still living, was already showing a potential to beat her. If only he would enjoy his battles a little more. She shook her head. This was not the time for this. Kurosaki-san, as I remember, you said that you fought 3 members of Espada today. Are you sure you were at 100%? She asked Ichigo, making him ponder about it. He was watching her face earlier, since he told her about her Reiatsu. He was sure she wouldn't believe him. It made him almost wish he could read her thoughts. But when her cheeks got pink he threw that idea away quickly. His father taught him only one clever thing about women. Never try to understand a woman's mind. Your head would just explode. Yep, true that, Goat-chin. Well, after I got my growth spurt, my wound healed, but I guess you're right. I'm not at full power. Alright then, Kurosaki-san, you go ahead and I'll restore your Reiatsu to your maximum while we are running. He looked at her in genuine surprise. You can do that, amazing. He was thankful. There was no time for stopping. Thank you. But, Kurosaki-san, you do realize what you have to do, once we reach the end, don't you? She looked at him with a sad smile. She would never want for someone this young having to kill. Ichigo nodded. Yeah, I know. I realize that many lives depend on me and I won't let anyone die because of him. I don't think I can kill him with one attack, but I hope it can weaken him at least. And with that, they continued to run. Fake Karakura town. So, this is supposed to be the might of the great Gote 13. I'm disappointed, Aizen stated while looking down at the broken bodies of captains and vice-captains of Gote 13. He defeated them shortly after he decided it was time to move to the real Karakura town instead of the fake. It was really boring, watching some of the captains struggle against his top 3 Espada first. There were, however, bright moments. He was fascinated when Captain Sui Feng cut off her arm to prevent herself from being killed by Barragan's Respira. He was almost certain that the cold female captain would sacrifice her fat lieutenant, but surprisingly, she didn't let him. Haribel against Captain Hitsugaya was a main disappointment for him. He expected more from the young prodigy. Even with his Bankai he was useless against her. Maybe it was because of the elemental matchup, where she just had to use his frozen water and turn it into her attacks. Aizen thought that maybe the captain was holding back and that he would use Kido at least, but after the small prodigy tried to freeze Haribel, what left him breathing heavily from exhaustion, Aizen knew that it was all he could get from him. The final battle, Stark against Captain Kiraku, was as he expected. Both of the fighters were strong but quite lazy. They took turns to attack each other in between their small talk. Even after Captain Yukitaki joined the fight, Stark was able to hold his own while being lazy, which didn't surprise Aizen. He knew that Stark was his strongest Espada, even if he made him Primera and not Zero. It was when the group of people he thought long dead but suspected them to be alive, the Vizards, came, the fun begun. They all tried to help and interfere in other fights. For Aizen, it was the perfect chance to taunt them a little, to make them do rash decisions. Little Hiyori came right after him after a few taunts, getting herself caught by Jin. That was the signal for the real battle to begin. Hirako Shinji, his previous captain, tried to catch him off guard by using special ability of his Sakanade. Of course, that was a mistake. Aizen was a master of illusions and the little trick with confusing directions was nothing for him. It was only after he took him down, that the old captain commander finally joined the fray. Aizen actually laughed when he saw the look in Yamamoto's eyes after he let Wunderweiss seal off his Ryujin Jaka. It was true that the old man was a force to be reckoned with, even without his Zapanktu. However, after learning that Wunderweiss held all the fire of Ryujin Jaka in himself, old man trying to contain his own fire was an amusing sight. Although, he impressed Aizen. To live after an explosion like that, Yamamoto truly was fit to lead the Gote 13. Even Aizen wouldn't want to face him one-on-one without some backup plan. Commander then tried to use the sacrificing Kido on him, but with a luck, he managed to got away only with light injuries. In that moment Aizen decided to end this charade. He quickly dispatched his Espada, who were starting to get overwhelmed. Vizards joining their fights were proving too much for them, well, not for Stark though. He smirked when he told them that he alone was stronger than the 3 of them combined. He proved that by defeating all the remaining forces of Gote 13. Disappointing indeed. Well, I'd like to stay and chat but I nay. His speech was interrupted by an explosion. Ichigo. This is it. The end of Garganta. I'm now strong, stronger than ever. I have to strike Aizen as soon as I can. I must not think about it. Ichigo was muttering to himself. When he got to the end, through the small hole he made, he heard and saw Aizen making some kind of speech. A perfect timing, and he tore through the barrier and silently sent out a huge Getsuga at Aizen's back. Fake Karakura town. Everyone looked up as they saw the orange-haired boy jump from the Garganta and send his attack at the back of Aizen's head, striking from behind as soon as he could. Hey, so he's not hopeless. Sui Feng thought. She never warmed up to the boy, he was after all hindering her, Yoruichi-sama. But when she saw him attacking a clueless Aizen, she noticed that something was different about him. Well, I guess I could try to be nicer to him. Suzumaki only laughed in her head. The others just watched as his Getsuga hit some kind of a barrier that Aizen put at the back of his neck. When Aizen felt Ichigo's presence behind him, he smirked, expecting his barrier to repel the boy's attack. But he quickly raised his sword to defend himself, when he noticed the barrier shattering against the force of the strike. He was engulfed in an explosion and sent flying to the building across the street. Huh, what do you know, it actually worked. Whoa, damn it, what happened here? Ichigo looked around dumbstruck. Captains and lieutenants were all lying in rubble, some injured more lightly than others. When he saw Hiyori, he quickly turned to the Garganta. Hana-san, screw the plan, you need to come out. Quickly, we have some serious wounds here. He flash-stepped to Hiyori and Haki that was trying to stabilize her. Ichigo grimaced at her injury and turned to Haki. Shit, what happened here? Haki only shook his head, desperately trying to keep Hiyori alive. Kurosaki-san, go, you'd be only a hindrance here. I promise I'll put her back together. Hana was already kneeling next to Hiyori with green light of healing Kido glowing on her hands. Others were just looking at Ichigo in surprise. He was able to struck Aizen. Ichigo, you're late you dumbass. Shinji breathed from the ground. But you brought Hana, I may forgive you. He twitched a little from the pain and clutched his shoulder. Shinji, shit, I'll talk to you later. I think Aizen is getting up. He waved the visor and jumped away. Yeah, kick his ass. Shinji thought with concern. Ichigo was their last hope to defeat Aizen. I'm impressed, Kurosaki Ichigo. You were able to do something that a whole Gotei 13 could not. You managed to strike me. And your Reiatsu is simply thrilling. Aizen said, while coming up from the rubble. He was bleeding from the deep cut on his back. It seemed that in the last second he managed to deflect Ichigo's Getsuga from his neck. Oi, Aizen, that sounded so wrong. You know I don't swing that way. Ichigo grimaced in disgust. Aizen's mouth twitched in annoyance. Your personality seems to have changed during your stay in Hueco Mundo. Tell me, Kurosaki, what happened? Since you are here, I assume you somehow defeated Ulquiorra. It seems that your Reiatsu has changed. Even your hair seems longer, not to mention your body gained some weight. Interesting. I won't repeat myself. I don't swing that way and it almost sounds like you were trying to flirt with me. Should I be scared, Aizen? I heard that you never once looked at any woman with interest. So straight to the point, are you gay? Ichigo backed a little and laughed in his mind when he noticed flash of anger that went through Aizen's eyes. No, women are nothing but just a hindrance for a god. Reet. Aizen frowned. But really now, Kurosaki, you truly behave differently from before. It was a question and Ichigo struggled with an answer. Well, you can say my other partner's behavior finally rubbed on me. He didn't want to admit before the whole Gotei 13 that he had his inner hollow yet. But he also wasn't sure if they didn't already know. Ah, I see. So what happens now, Kurosaki? Surely you don't want to fight me. You are here, which means you have saved the girl and your friends are fine. What other reasons to fight me do you have? Tell me. Ichigo raised his eyebrows. What happens now? I'll kick your ass, that's what's going to happen. That my friends are fine is great, but that's not relevant right now. You have done things to them, you made them see things that no 16-year-old kid should have seen. You are threatening my family, you want to destabilize Soul Society. Even if I didn't care for Soul Society now, it's still the place when all of us would go after our deaths. Besides, I consider most of the members of Gotei 13 as my friends. I may be naive, but for now I believe them. Should they turn on me? Well, that's not the time for that, is it, huh? So what I'm saying is, get ready for the beating of your life, Aizen. And he flashed to him swinging his sword at him. The members of Gote 13 were listening to them through the whole time, trying to find out why was he fighting too. Some of them were surprised that he considered them to be friends. Few of them however frowned when he didn't finish his sentence. What would happen if they would turn on him? Aizen was surprised, not by his speech, but the speed of his attack. He barely had the time to raise his sword to block him and he almost buckled against the force of the strike. It was just wrong. Few hours ago, the kid could barely handle Grimjaw, his sexta espada. Sure, he expected him to grow quite rapidly, the boy had an amazing growth rate, but this was almost impossible. What infuriated him was the fact that Ichigo was openly mocking him with his smirk. He gritted his teeth. What gives, Aizen? That's all you got? You don't seem that strong now. He suddenly bent himself and kicked Aizen in the stomach, sending him flying through the stone wall. He sent a wordless Getsuga after that. Aizen managed to get up, but he was holding his stomach. He wiped the blood from his mouth. His kick felt like getting shot with a sword. He touched his shoulder, where Ichigo's Getsuga hit him and felt residual Reiatsu from the attack. I will repeat myself, your Reiatsu is well developed, even beyond my expectations, but still, just as planned. What are you talking about? Ichigo had a dreadful feeling that Aizen was going to drop something heavy on him. You encountered Kuchiki Rukia, and through your fight with Ishida Ryu, you became aware of your power as a Shinigami. Then, in your fight with Aburai Renji, you learned the power of your own Zanpakuto. You gained a foothold towards the Bankai in your battle with Zaraki Kenpachi and you advanced down the path to hollowification during your confrontation with Kuchiki Byakuya. In your battle with Grimjaw, you mastered hollowification and it seems that, during your battle with Ulquiorra you have gained a power even greater than that. Kurosaki Ichigo, all your battles thus far have played out in the palm of my hand. Aizen watched as Ichigo has gone silent. Didn't you find it strange? The fact that, in all your life, you had never so much as seen a hollow and then you encounter Kuchiki Rukia and are immediately attacked by one. Or the fact that the bait the Quincy use in the extermination of rank-and-file hollows caused a Manos Grande to appear. Or the fact that, around the time you started to become accustomed to fighting as a Shinigami, Kuchihiki Rukia, whose Reiatsu wasn't even locatable, was conveniently discovered and deported to the Soul Society. Aburai Renji, Zaraki Kenpachi, Kuchiki Byakuya. The fact that you fought with each of them when your power was only slightly rivaling theirs moments before the actual clash. Did you not once find any of it to be strange? Did you think that your encounters were fate? Did you think those attacks were mere coincidences? Did you think that your victories were a result of your efforts? Who do you think that sent Kuchiki Rukia on a tour of duty to the human world? Who was it that added the ability to detect Reiatsu to Aburai Renji's equipment? Who was it that added information concerning the directions of your progress to the report the vice captains received? And do you think that I was really unable to ascertain the location of the Haugyoku in the more than 100 years since its completion? Ichigo was starting to sweat. He was right, what he was hearing wasn't pleasant. Don't let him mess with your head, Kingy. He's just afraid we are kicking his ass so he's trying to mind fuck you. Shirosaki said to him. I have to agree with Shirosaki. It doesn't matter how you got where you were right now. The only thing that matters is the fact that thanks to all of your encounters you got stronger. Aizen may have been the one to bend the fate, but even he didn't think we would get so far in such a short time. Do not listen to him. It will only confuse you. Zangetsu added in his deep voice. You don't believe me, do you? I was watching you for a long time. Since the time you were born actually. You were special from the moment you were born. After all, you were the offspring of MMPH. Ichigo didn't let him finish and flashed to him and kicked him into the ground. Enough. All you do is spurt nonsense. Do you really think that your mind tricks will work on me? It doesn't matter if what you're saying is true. I don't need to hear that you were playing a pedophile on me, watching me since I was born. I'm not stupid. I know that I'm not normal. Never once have I heard about someone who was still alive but was able to be a Shinigami. Not to mention having a naturally born hollow inside of him. Of course I knew it was strange. From what I heard, the moment I started to hollowify during Urahara-san's training, I shouldn't have been able to stop it. So you can save yourself the trouble and stop talking. Nothing you'll say will make me change my mind. Ichigo stared at him and completely forgot about keeping the information about his inner hollow a secret, but he didn't care anymore. It was bound to get revealed and he had to stop Aizen from trying to mind-fuck him. Aizen was getting up from the ground, profusely bleeding from his wounds. He gritted his teeth when he suddenly felt a warm feeling within him and he smirked. Very well. Oh, it would seem that my limit has finally come, as a Shinigami, that is. Behold Kurosaki Ichigo, my soul will undergo a metamorphosis. It seems as though the Hogyoku's will has finally begun to understand my mind. You're talking nonsense again, Aizen, and I'm getting tired of your shit. Oh, but you really should listen. Do you know what Hogyoku's true power is? Why I sent Kuchiki Rukia to you so that its power could awaken? I'll tell you one thing. Urahara Kazuki thought that Hogyoku was a tool to erase the boundary between Shinigami and Hollow. He was wrong, otherwise Hirako Shinji and others should not have become complete wizards. Their hollowification was merely my experiment to determine its power. Then I, armed with a hypothesis about the Hogyoku's abilities, sent Kuchiki Rukia in your direction. Hogyoku can manifest what's in the minds of those around it, but it's not without limit. It will not happen unless the subject possesses the power to fulfill their desire. Blah blah blah, all I hear is nonsense after nonsense. Why don't you talk about it with someone who actually cares? Ichigo replied but was mentally taking notes. What Aizen said could actually prove useful. Don't worry, I was just finishing up. Aizen smirked as his injuries rapidly healed and from his chest, where Ichigo suddenly saw a purple orb, erupted a weird white substance that covered Aizen's whole body. After a few moments Aizen emerged looking like he was in a cocoon. Ichigo frowned as he felt Aizen's Reiatsu becoming heavier. Well, shit just got serious. What has he done to himself? Yukatake gasped loudly in shock when he saw Aizen in his new form. Well, he definitely got ugly. Hiraku replied smugly. Shunsui, this is not the time for being laid back. Yukatake scolded him. This is not the time for you to even move. Came a threatening voice of Unohana. Both men looked at each other and gulped. Right. Do you think you can get us up so we can help Ichigo, Retsu? Hiraku asked nervously. Unohana gave him her sweetest and most creepy smile. I don't think that Kurosaki-san requires any help, Shunsui. But we're talking about Aizen. Yukatake protested, making Unohana turn to him. Yes, but I assume that you are in the same position as me in this moment. Since his transformation I can no longer feel Aizen's Reiatsu and I must admit, it makes me nervous. Or can you feel it? Both men shook their heads. No, and it's creepy. I can see him, I can hear him, but I cannot sense him, it's weird. I wonder what happened to him. Hiraku said. Yes, it is weird. But did you notice Kurosaki-san? He doesn't seem to look troubled. I suspect that he is still able to feel Aizen. I don't know how is that possible. Maybe it's because he has more Raryoku than any of us, but I'm not so sure. Unohana pondered aloud. Yukatake looked at her in disbelief. What are you saying? I know that Kurosaki-san always had more Raryoku and emitted more Reiatsu than an average Shinigami. It felt more like a Reiatsu of a captain, but what you're saying is impossible. I would understand if he had more Reiatsu than me, but you too. No, he shook his head again. That was true when he first invaded Soul Society, Jashiro. His Reiatsu was still developing, but he still managed to defeat Lieutenant Aburai and day after that even Captain Zaraki. Remember, during his invasion he unlocked his Bankai, and that was only after 2 days worth of training. He stopped Sokyoku with his Zanpaku too. The boy seems to have done the impossible many times already. And while he was fighting in Hueco Mundo something happened to him. I don't know what, but as you probably saw, his appearance changed, and during our travel here I was trying to find out just how much Reiatsu he has. It seems indeed impossible, but I think he may possess the Raryoku levels and Reiatsu capable of equaling Captain Commander. Unohana finished in one breath. Yukatake and Kiraku looked at her with wide eyes. But that's impossible, he is not even 17. No one can have the amount of Reiatsu as the old man has. And surely not one so young. You must be mistaken, Retsu. Hiraku stuttered and Yukatake just silently nodded in approval. A flash went through Unohana's eyes, making them flinch. Oh, I must be mistaken. Just wait long enough and I think you'll see that I am indeed right. So Aizen, care to explain what the hell happened to you? You're creeping me out with that outfit, Ichigo asked, swearing silently. He berated himself for allowing something like this to happen. I should have beaten him to the ground quickly. I'm not sure what just happened, but my gut is telling me he just became a bigger pain in the ass. Ah Kurosaki, but I already told you. Hogyoku understood my will, or should I say it differently? Well, since it possesses a will of his own, you can say I subjugated it. Now I'm on a road to be the greatest. I will transcend both the Shinigami and the Hollows. Let me show you Kurosaki, just what I mean. He flash-stepped to Ichigo trying to cut him. Shit, he's fast. He managed to block him with Zangetsu but was pushed a little. Damn, he's even stronger. Aizen frowned. I see, so you are still able to fight me. How interesting. It seems I underestimated you a bit, Kurosaki Ichigo. No matter, it's only a slight dent in my perfect plan. He suddenly stopped pushing and instead kicked with his leg, forcing Ichigo to jump away. He came at him again trying to catch him off guard. No wonder he was able to beat the whole Gote 13 practically alone. This guy may be a freaking genius at tactics, but he's also good with his Zanpakuto too. I have to thank heavens that his style is quite predictable. If he wasn't, with his speed he probably could have caught me. Ichigo blocked, parried or dodged an attack after an attack. When Aizen brought his sword at him especially harshly, Ichigo swiftly avoided him by stepping back a few steps and quickly raising Zangetsu. Getsuga Tensho. He muttered as a bright blue light emerged from Zangetsu, surprising Aizen and striking him almost at point-blank range. As Aizen became clouded in dust, Ichigo quickly wiped a little sweat that formed on his forehead. He wasn't exactly tired, but he became nervous as Aizen came a little too close to hitting him. Not even 5 seconds passed when Aizen emerged from the cloud of dust. He had a small hole on his head and a weird blood-like substance came out of it. What the hell is this? What's going on with him? Ichigo said in shock when he gazed inside the hole and saw nothing but black darkness. That was a good slash. I understood that attack, but I feel that this isn't suff. He was walking towards Ichigo when his mask started to break. Ichigo stepped back. It felt like Aizen's Reiatsu was getting even heavier. Shit, it seems I can no longer fight him like this. Zangetsu, what is going on here? It seems that the Hogyoku is forcing him to undergo some sort of transformations. It's somehow making him stronger. Probably step by step he's coming close to something greater. I fear that if this can go on, there will be a time when even your greatest power won't be enough to stop him. Or, his soul will come across its limit. It can go both ways, Ichigo. Zangetsu replied. He was glad that Ichigo was taking his promise of talking to him more a little bit serious. Yeah, I may feel confident, but I am not really sure his limit will come sooner than mine. We'll see, won't we, smartass? Just as he finished his talk, Aizen's mask shattered and revealed Aizen with long hair and dark purple eyes with a smirk on his face. Ah, it would seem that the chrysalis period has ended. Fabulous, now I can watch with my own eyes your demise. Kurosaki Ichigo, I think this is your end. Ichigo tilted his head. End? I think not. Bankai, he yelled and a great surge of Reiatsu engulfed him. Now, where were we? Oh my god. Unohana almost squealed when the force of Ichigo's Reiatsu hit her. She was forced to bend a little under the pressure and she was breathing faster, with her cheeks colored in pink. Hiraku and Yukitake, still injured, were too feeling the pressure that reminded them of their short fight with Captain Commander shortly before Aizen betrayal. Their jaws dropped in realization that Unohana maybe wasn't as wrong in her estimation as they thought she was. When they noticed her pink cheeks and rapid breathing, they realized what it meant and could think of only one thing. Poor Kurosaki-san, Ichigo, now he'll be her prey. Not so far. Captain Sui Feng was having troubles under the pressure of Ichigo's Reiatsu. Unohana gave her first medical attention, but it was only enough to stop the bleedings. She couldn't fight at the moment anymore. She was pissed at first, but when Aizen emerged in a cocoon and she realized she couldn't feel his Reiatsu anymore, she felt a little apprehensive. But now, when his cocoon shattered and Ichigo released his Bankai, she felt she would be useless. This isn't a fight where I could be of any use anymore. This boy, how could he have gained so much power? It seems that Yoruichi-sama may have been right at becoming his teacher. Maybe if we survive this I should make up with him. She heard Suzumaki, her Zanpakuto spirit, giggle, and after that her short comment. Her cheeks burned. I didn't mean making up like that, you stupid bug. Yamamoto Genryu Sai, the captain commander of Gote 13, couldn't believe what he was feeling. When Aizen came out in that white mask, he got worried. Aizen's Reiatsu became thicker and almost unreadable. He didn't think that there was anyone who could face him other than himself. But Kurosaki Ichigo wasn't even slightly fazed. When Aizen emerged for the second time, even he couldn't feel his Reiatsu anymore, and he desperately looked at the boy. He became more worried when he noticed the boy frown. But the boy released his Bankai and Commander's eyes got wide. The amount of boy's Reiatsu was bigger than even he ordinarily released in his Shikai. This feat alone was something only his students, the senior captains Kiraku and Yukitake or Unohana, came close to. Maybe even Zaraki Kenpachi, but one couldn't be sure of that man's actual Reiatsu. But this boy already surpassed them, and he has been a Shinigami for only a few months. Yamamoto saw a big potential for Gote 13 but also a threat. He often boasted that no Shinigami stronger than him was born in 1,000 years. Now, this fact was starting to crumble. He was however skeptical about the boy. Kurosaki Ichigo was still a rash and naive boy. But, with a proper guidance he could be molded into a proper part of the Gote 13. He was still desperate to join the fight, but Unohana firmly told him that he would be out of a combat state for at least a few days. Bollocks. I am too old for this shit. Aizen just stared at the person in front of him. Kurosaki Ichigo in his Bankai didn't look that different than before, maybe aside from the red lines that went along his Bankai clothes and a faint red glow that surrounded his Zanpakuto. He was expecting anything. But he certainly didn't predict the amount of Reiatsu the boy would possess. He was aware that he still wasn't a transcendent being, but still, to be able to surprise him with Reiatsu was ridiculous. Something really big must have happened in Hueco Mundo. I'll find out later, when I'm done with him and my business. What's the matter? Aizen-sama. Can't keep up. Ichigo jabbed at him cheekily. Aizen frowned once again. The boy's new attitude was getting on his nerves. Not at all, Kurosaki Ichigo. I think I can manage. Can you? He flashed to him and swung his blade at Ichigo, expecting him to buckle under the pressure of his strike. Once again he was surprised when Ichigo blocked his sword. He pushed him a little, but his sword never wavered. I can too, thanks for asking. He released his own barrage of strikes and thrusts. He jabbed, slashed, stabbed. He even attempted to punch Aizen, but the former captain of 5th Division held his ground, albeit with drops of sweat forming above his eyebrows. Ichigo started to sweat again himself. They parted after Aizen blocked another one of Ichigo's vicious attacks. It seems we are almost equal, Kurosaki Ichigo. Aizen commented nonchalantly. True, if you can do better we'd be equal. Ichigo smirked. Amusing. Aizen said, but Ichigo could see frustration in man's eyes. He prepared to block another attack when he noticed someone coming at him from behind. He sidestepped the sword that would otherwise probably cut off his hand. Ah, Jin, I wondered where you went, was the greeting Ichigo heard. Sorry Cap'n, I was taking care of Matsumoto, she wanted to talk about something. Jin Ichimaru, the former captain of 3rd Division, replied. He's the last thing I need right now. This guy gives me creeps. Be wary of that man, Ichigo. I can't read his intentions. Don't let your guard down. Ichigo heard Tensa Zangetsu's young voice. Yeah, thanks. And what did you do with her, Jin? Jin shrugged. Killed her, he said, making Aizen to look at him suspiciously and then to concentrate for a second. Indeed, her Reiatsu vanished. I am surprised, Jin. I thought you held some feelings for her. Aren't you the cruel one? I ain't nothing like that. I already told you. My skin is cold, I ain't got no feelings. I'm a snake. I slither around, looking for prey. And when I find one, I swallow it whole. That's the creature I am. He replied without hesitation. Aizen nodded. Just then Jin moved in front of Aizen. Here, let me take care of him for you. You just stand there and do nothing. Jin slowly said while lightly touching Aizen's blade. Ichigo readied himself, prepared for anything. Jin then gave him almost non-existent wink and raised his left arm. Ichigo was expecting the same attack when they first met. But then, the unthinkable happened. Instead of pointing his blade at Ichigo, he pointed it backwards and shot his sword, piercing a shocked Aizen. Ichigo just stared at him in surprise. You once told me, after a few long decades, that the only way to escape the effects of your Kyoka Suigetsu is to touch it. No one knew that, so when they thought that they can defeat you, I got nervous, because I knew I was the only one who can do that. Jin stated and retracted his sword from Aizen, who staggered a little. I knew your objective when I brought you along. I wanted to see how you'll do it, but I'm disappointed, Jin. Do you really think that this is enough to kill me? Aizen smirked, despite the bleeding injury. No, but I lied to you when I explained the abilities of my Bankai to you. Look at my blade. He pointed to his Zanpakuto, which now held a small hole. He pointed at the wound he gave Aizen. I left that piece in you. What? Aizen asked in shock. The true abilities of my Bankai. All it does is to turn into dust for a second when it expands and contracts, and there's a deadly poison inside the blade that dissolves and breaks down the cells. Looks like you figured it out. Yes, that poison is inside you and you will die with a hole in you. So if you want to say something, do it now, you fucking bastard. Jin said with hatred. Aizen just stared at him in disbelief. Jin raised his hand and pointed at him. Kill, Kamishini no Yari. Jin, you, bastard. Ichigo watched in shock as a huge hole slowly formed in Aizen's chest, slowly disintegrating his flesh. Jin looked at Aizen with satisfaction. This is as I always wanted you to end, Aizen. Now I'll take what I want. He reached inside the hole and took out the Hogyoku. He turned around to the still shocked Ichigo. Now I can finally make it so you'll never cry again, Rangaku. He said softly. Ichigo's brain froze from the information overload. Not only Jin, Aizen's most trusted subordinate, turned on Aizen, he just displayed an emotion towards Rangaku-san. He then noticed that as Aizen was falling down, he swung his blade and he reacted on instinct. Look out, he yelled at Jin, who turned his head and instantly flashed away, escaping with only a slight gash on his arm. Thanks. He nodded at Ichigo gratefully. But I thought you just said you killed Rangaku-san. Ichigo managed to blurt out. Jin grinned at him wickedly. I only told him what he wanted to hear. Don't worry, I've put her in a special sleep where her Reiatsu becomes untraceable. I could never hurt her. Ichigo tilted his head. You love her? He asked simply. Yeah, she's the big ol' sis I never had. But don't tell her that, she would just beat me for saying old. Ichigo chuckled. He could see her doing that. But just then they both heard Aizen screaming and they turned to him with dread. Both of Yamamoto's eyes were bulging out of their sockets when he saw actions of his former subordinate Ichimaru Jin. Foolish boy, for a simple revenge sacrificing almost whole soul society. What was he thinking? Commander was a wise old man. He knew that if the circumstances were grave enough he could maybe justify his actions. He was sure, however, that the Central 46 will probably call for his execution. He frowned. After Aizen's betrayal, his belief in Central 46 was shaken. He made up his mind. If he could, he would try to save Ichimaru Jin. Maybe he was being foolish, but the boy had a great potential, and if he truly was against Aizen, maybe he would lose only 2 captains this day. His thoughts were interrupted by Aizen's screams. Ichigo was feeling rather nervous. He saw as Aizen transformed again. It wasn't his look that made him nervous, as a matter of fact it almost made him laugh. What got him swearing was the Reiatsu he felt from Aizen. It was so heavy, it was almost suffocating him and making him sweat a lot. If this goes on for any longer, I'll be in big trouble. His Reiatsu is becoming hard to read. Aizen finally stood up and looked at himself, then smirked. I must thank you, Jin. Thanks to you I finally became a being that transcends both Shinigami and Hollows. Damn it, he should be dead. I already took the Hogyoku from him. Jin swore loudly. That was an unnecessary action, Jin. I already subjugated it and it belongs to me, even when it's not in me. Aizen replied smugly and pointed at the orb in Jin's hand. It started to glow and slowly disappeared. Ichigo was watching the scene carefully, when suddenly Aizen somehow dissolved. He felt him just a millisecond before he tried to slash Jin. He flashed as fast as he could to him and tried to block his sword. What the? It caught Jin by surprise. He wasn't fast enough and didn't notice Aizen's sword in front of his face. He was startled when Ichigo appeared in front of him, trying to block Aizen from cutting him in half. He parried Kyoka Suigetsu, but the force behind the strike sent him flying through the nearby building. Oof, was the only sound Ichigo made just before he was blown away. Aizen smirked and looked at Jin. You should thank Kurosaki, Jin. If it weren't for him, you would be now in 2 pieces. Now, it's just the 2 of us. I think we can take our time. Jin's mind was in overdrive. Firstly, he never thought the boy would try to save him. It was now the 2nd time he did it. Secondly, he couldn't even blink before Aizen's and Ichigo's swords met. They were too fast. I'm sorry Rangaku, it seems I can't do it after all. He readied himself for the inevitable, when he and Aizen both jerked their heads towards someone laughing. Oh, that was funny Aizen. It almost sounded like you thought I was dead. Ichigo came from the rubble, supporting himself on the wall. He was bleeding and winded, but he certainly wasn't dead. Aizen squinted his eyes. You are quite resilient Kurosaki Ichigo, but I won't correct myself, as you'll be dead soon enough. You helped me to achieve transcendence too, so your death will be quick, however not totally painless. Ichigo tilted his head again. We'll see about that. Damn him, he almost broke my arms with the last attack. Use the force Ichigo, he heard Tensa Zangetsu speaking. Huh, what? Tensa Zangetsu sent him image of him facepalming. Ichigo, after this you should relax and enjoy life. Every kid would understood that reference. But no time for that. It seems we don't have any other choice. You must use it. Ichigo frowned. Do you think it's a good idea? What will the old man say? Don't be a wuss kingy. You really have no other choice. Or do you want to get your ass kicked again? Shirosaki jabbed at him cheekily. Bastard. Fine. Ichigo closed his mind link and gathered his Raryoku. Aizen was watching him with mild amusement. I'm sorry Aizen, but you are forgetting one simple fact. You said it yourself, I'm not a normal Shinigami. This will be your end. Doom them, Lucifer, he whispered menacingly. There was a great explosion of smoke that surrounded him. What in the hell is this? Everyone still conscious screamed. A great crimson-red gleam was radiating from the smoke. After a moment, a massive surge of Reiatsu exploded in every direction, catching everybody in the area with its overwhelming pressure. Who wasn't forced down before, now was. Most were laying on the ground. They were weakened from the battle and the pressure was so great it made them almost unable to move. Even Unohana was supporting herself, trying to control her breathing. Captain Commander was shocked. This Reiatsu was maybe even stronger than what he could produce at maximal output. It was unheard of. Sui Feng felt it only for a few moments before promptly fainting. Her injuries mixed with the extreme spiritual pressure proved too much for her. Jin had to sit down and tried to calm himself. The Reiatsu felt almost like something I don't want to get close to, he thought. Aizen was looking at Ichigo in shock. Even he felt the pressure. It wasn't restricting his movements, but it was still incredible. Just then the smoke cleared and most of the people present gasped in shock. Before them stood Kurosaki Ichigo, but he was transformed. And he was terrifying. His shihakusho was torn, leaving him topless, showing his torso covered with a tattoo. On his wrists was orange fur, the same thing around his neck. But what was installing fear was his head. There was a mask on it. It was so terrifying that even Aizen moved back a little. It looked like a sneering skull. 2 eyes glowing red were staring at him from the 2 holes in it. The whole demonic visage was completed with 2 horns protruding from the top. They were bended in the middle and pointing straight forward. His orange hair was longer, ending almost at his waist. A long and strong black tail was visible from his behind. Even his Zanpakuto changed. It had now red outline on its edge and from its end was hanging about a half-meter long chain. No smart comment Aizen. Even his voice was different and sounded demonic. Aizen made another step back. What is this Kurosaki Ichigo? Are you really Kurosaki Ichigo? For the first time in their exchange Aizen didn't sound so confident. Aizen, do I see fear in your eyes? Ichigo asked. Aizen stopped moving and managed to regain his senses after a minute. Then he shook in rage. "Don't be so full of yourself, you damn human," he yelled, but then his eyes widened as a huge red beam of energy struck him. "Sero, do not yell," was the only thing Ichigo said after he released his Sero. Coughing, Aizen stood up, covered in burns. "How can you produce a Sero? What is this Kurosaki Ichigo?" Aizen spat angrily. Ichigo lifted his finger. "If you are so smart, figure it out yourself," he sneered, and that only enlarged Aizen's anger and made him attack again. This time, however, Ichigo held his own. Their clash produced a massive air pressure, blowing everything, including Jin, away. The former captain of the 3rd Division struggled to stabilize himself, but he was buckling under the overwhelming pressure of Ichigo's Reiatsu. "Snake face, you should go back. This will become rather messy. Go to Unohana-san. She is probably the only one who won't immediately try to kill you for your actions," Ichigo said with his head slightly turned to Jin. Said person nodded and flashed away. He landed next to Unohana. "Suppose you wanna hear about why I did it right?" he asked them as he noticed silent faces of Kiraku and Yukitaki that were lying next to her. "I'll explain, but later. This air is making it hard to even speak." They nodded. "Very impressive, Kurosaki Ichigo, but you can't win. I am a transcendent being. You are nothing but a mere human and a bad product of nature. I'll show you the difference between us." He jumped back and started to chant. "Seeping crest of turbidity, arrogant vessel of lunacy, boil forth and deny, grow numb and flick oomph." He was interrupted by a huge energy blast in form of black and red crescent strike. "Getsuga Tensho," Ichigo muttered quietly. "You talk too much, Aizen." The air cleaned up and it was clear that Aizen didn't escape unharmed. He was deeply cut from his shoulder to his waist and bleeding profusely. He was holding his head in his hands and was gritting his teeth in pain. "What do you think now, Aizen?" Aizen removed his hand from his face. His arm in which he held his Zanpakuto trembled. "I see. Are you happy that you stopped my sword? Are you happy that you wounded my body?" Aizen lifted his head. "Don't get so full of yourself, you damn human," he roared. In that moment the small cut on his head opened and a small black eye showed itself. Blood poured from it and Ichigo watched as it trashed and tore the skin on Aizen's face. Aizen screamed. He erupted in a splash of blood. In front of them stood a creature with long hair, deformed face and several artificial heads protruding from its back. Ichigo looked at him in disgust. What Aizen became was too much for him. Then he realized in horror that Aizen's Reiatsu was flickering, practically unreadable. "Shit, I need to end this. This is probably the last time I can do anything. I just hope it'll be enough." "I see, so you won't allow it, Hogyoku. For me to lag behind a mere human." Aizen spoke to himself, but loudly enough for Ichigo to hear him. Ichigo noticed that one of the heads at Aizen's back moved and he saw a small purple orb flying at him. Shit. In an act of desperation he quickly charged and shot his Sero, trying to deflect the blow. It worked only partially. He managed to shield the others from the harm, but he got caught in the blast. The smoke revealed Ichigo kneeling with deep gashes and angry burns covering his whole body. "I see, so you are still alive, Kurosaki Ichigo. But this is the end, you can no longer move with that damaged body," Aizen commented in a weird voice. Ichigo gasped and pushed himself up, shaking all over the place. "The end. Some shit like this will end me." He grinned a little when he noticed his wounds rapidly healing. Ho noticed however that his Raryoku reserves were being depleted. He really needed to end this. High-speed regeneration. In the past I would be intrigued, but now you are just not worth understanding anymore, Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo wasn't listening to him as he quickly tried to formulate some plan. "Ichigo, I don't have time to teach you any new technique, but you can use what you already know and fuse it together." Tensa Zangetsu proposed a plan to him. "What do you have in mind?" "Pour the Sero into my blade together with Getsuga. But be careful, one is the attack of a Shinigami while the other one a hollow." "I'm not sure it'll work." Ichigo frowned. It was probably his best shot. "Well, here goes nothing." When Aizen turned his head to look at the other survivors, Ichigo quickly formed his Sero, carefully controlling the flow of his Raryoku, pumping as much of it as he could. After he got to the point of risking it blowing up in his face, he grabbed his Zanpakuto and poured his Reiatsu into it, while keeping the Sero formed. Now redirect the energy of the Sero onto the blade. Easier said than done. He did it slowly. The red energy of Sero slowly traveling through his body into blade, lighting up his Zanpakuto like a lamp and making it heavy. Here I come. He noticed that Aizen wasn't paying him any attention. He flashed in the air with great speed and moved in front of Aizen. This is the end, Aizen. And slashed his sword down. Getsuga Sero. The force of the explosion that followed blew him back quite the distance. He stumbled but managed to stay standing. His eyes traveled to the place where his attack struck. It was a mess. There was a huge crater, tens of meters wide, and inside was a crawling creature, almost cleaved in half and bleeding profusely. But then a white substance quickly formed around the wound, sealing it with great precision. Damn it! He can still regenerate. Ichigo's legs shook with exhaustion and he stumbled on his knees after he flash-stepped next to Aizen, who was slowly standing up. Kurosaki Ichigo, I underestimated you greatly. You surpassed my every expectations, he said with a slight tint of anger in his voice. He turned his sight at his crumbling Zanpakuto. Do you see this? Do you know what it means? It means that the Hogyoku realized that I no longer need a Zanpakuto. Watch as I'll go even high. His speech was interrupted when not only his Zanpakuto, but everything on him started to crumble, his appearance returning back to what he looked before his transformations. What is this? He asked, scared. Just then a red flash pierced through him. Both he and Ichigo turned their heads. Urahara Kazuki, is this your doing? Aizen spat at the new person on the battlefield. Hello Aizen-san, Kurosaki-san. Yes, I just sent a sealing Kido in you. Urahara Kazuki replied slowly, landing near them. This is nothing, your Kido is useless against. No, what's happening? Aizen tried to move but he was being engulfed in a sealing energy. Urahara looked at him sadly. The only reason I am able to seal you is because of young Kurosaki-san here. He pushed you to your absolute limits and now the Hogyoku is telling you that it no longer recognizes you as its master. Aizen looked at him in disbelief. No. That can't be, that can't be. That can't be. Urahara Kazuki, I despise you. You possess such a great intellect. Why do you not act? Why do you let yourself be ruled by that thing? He screamed at Urahara. I see, so you've seen it, the Soul King. He is the linchpin that holds everything together. If that linchpin is lost, that everything would crumble away. That's just the way the world is. Urahara replied quietly. That is the theory of losers. The victors should always speak of the way the world should be, not the way it is. Aizen's screams were stopped as the seal finally did what it was meant to do. Aizen was sealed. Ichigo turned away from the scene and glanced at the shopkeeper, feeling older and more tired than he ever was. The Winter War was finally over. Chapter 2. Winter War, Part 2, Affection of Masks. Ichigo sighed and looked around. The whole battlefield was just a big mess of rubble. It was a good thing he had overheard Kenpachi and Byakuya mentioning that this was just a copy of Karakura town created by the 12th Division. He didn't want to think just how many lives would have been lost if it wasn't the truth. He slowly walked to the area where the survivors were. As he got closer, he noticed that they unconsciously moved back a little bit. Hey, it's really me, no need to be scared. Foolish boy, it's not the fear. It's hard to be next to you when you're emitting so much Reiatsu. Yamamoto grunted from the ground. Oh, sorry about that. The substitute hastily withdrew some of the pressure to allow them to move freely. He wanted to drop his resurrection too, but a small movement caught his eyes and he went there to inspect it first. His cheeks reddened a little when he got close. Inside a small hole was lying a beautiful Arrancar, whom he recognized as the Tercera Espada. She was trying to get up, and that was what caused Ichigo's cheeks to become red. Her resurrection made her clothes almost non-existent, showing her smooth brown skin. She's an Arrancar, but she's beautiful, Ichigo admitted. Who are you and what have you done with King? Shirosaki asked him. Huh, what do you mean? I mean, you have never thought about girls in this way before. I was beginning to worry that you are gay. Thank God for that, Shirosaki sighed in relief. What? Of course I'm not gay. I'm just a gentleman and I don't ogle every woman I see. Ichigo protested, scandalized, and rubbed his temples. What now? I can't just kill her. She's injured and she's not a threat to anyone. Oh, I know. Can we keep her? I could show her my sword. With pleasure. Shirosaki said quickly, making Ichigo's cheeks to redden even more. Horny bastard. He kneeled next to her. Can you stand? He tried to ask softly, but his demonic voice made her flinch. Go on, kill me. I wouldn't expect anything else. She said quietly. Ichigo frowned. I'm not going to kill you. You were injured and not a threat to me. The war is over, and if you don't plan on taking revenge, then I have no reason to harm you. Or are you going to avenge other Espada, or Aizen? She looked up at him confused. No, I only served Aizen because I owed him for saving my life and the lives of my fraction. However, if they are dead, I don't know if I wouldn't try something stupid. Ichigo thought about it when he heard Shirosaki whispering to him. How about I'll open a garganta for you and take you to Hueco Mundo? Some place where you can tend to your injuries. He asked her after a moment of silence. Her eyes widened, but then she nodded in the direction of the captains of the Gote 13. Ichigo instantly understood. Give me a second. Meanwhile, don't try to run away. I am perfectly capable of catching you. Okay, she nodded. Ichigo turned around and flashed to the captain commander, who was lying with his eyes closed. Old man, I found a surviving member of the Espada. Everyone else is probably dead. I'm planning on moving her to Hueco Mundo, where she's going to stay. Yamamoto's eyes immediately snapped open. Why didn't you finish her off, boy? She's an enemy of the Soul Society, and giving her time to recuperate is only giving her a chance to attack Soul Society. Ichigo looked him in the eyes and shook his head. She won't. She wasn't fighting because she was loyal to Aizen. She only wanted to repay him for saving her. Now she has no ill will towards Soul Society. Not to mention that she seems quite intelligent and understands that attacking Soul Society would be a suicide. So I should just take your word for it. I may be old, but I'm not senile, Kurosaki Ichigo. I should just go and kill her myself. Yamamoto replied. Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Why are you so intent on killing her? Is it just because she was your enemy, or is it because she's a hollow? Do you want me to kill a defenseless woman just because she was unfortunate and ended up a hollow? I can assure you, she's just like you or me or anyone else here. Maybe she's even better than some of us, because she actually cares for her companions. Are you going to be that kind of coward that wants to kill his enemies when they are at their lowest? Or are you that kind of coward that would kill a defenseless woman? He hissed at him. A small drop of sweat formed on Commander's brow from the Reiatsu Ichigo was unconsciously releasing at him in anger. Truthfully, he was feeling rather generous and didn't really want to kill her, but he wanted to test the boy if he would stand for his opinion or if he would crumble under his pressure as many did before. Well, I should have known what he would do. Kiraku, Yukitaki and Unohana were watching Ichigo with sad, and in Unohana's case a little dreamy, eyes. They had known the commander for several hundreds of years and knew about his stubbornness. So they were extremely surprised when they heard his reply. Do as you like, but she will be your responsibility. If she decides she wants to take revenge, it will be on your head. Yamamoto sighed and Ichigo looked at him incredulously. He didn't expect him to agree. Yamamoto waved with his remaining hand. Go boy, before I'll change my mind. Ichigo instantly rushed away. He quickly noticed that Haribel wasn't at the same place. She was crawling to a small crater. He took pity on her and latched her onto his shoulder for support. You know, I told you not to move. Even if you have hollow powers, it's not like your high-speed regeneration can work without enough Raryoku. She looked at him in surprise. She didn't expect him to help her. My fraction, I felt. They're Reiatsu. They are just a little ahead, won't leave without them. She gasped through gritted teeth as she tried to walk. Stubborn woman, Ichigo muttered while he supported her. Inside he was struggling with her answer. It looked like she cared for her fraction a great deal, which wasn't very common for hollows. I guess I was right telling Yama-jii that she cared for her companions. They slowly made it to the crater where they found 3 Arankars. Ichigo quickly noticed that they were breathing and he sensed some Reiatsu coming from them, but they were barely alive. He turned to Haribel. I assume you, what is your name? Haribel. Cheer Haribel. Right, Harabel-san, I assume you want to take them with us, but they won't make it in their state. They are barely alive as it is. Is there some way we can stabilize them? She frowned as he put her on the ground, next to them. If I could just pour some of my Raryoku into them. Maybe I could jumpstart their high-speed regeneration. She tried to touch the hand of the first member of her fraction, but Ichigo caught her arm. Does it have to be you, or can any hollow do it? Harabel quickly shook her head. No, it doesn't have to be me, but there is no one else. Besides, nobody in Hueco Mundo would sacrifice his Reiatsu to save someone else. Ichigo frowned and chose his words carefully. As you can surely sense, I possess a hollow Raryoku in me. Do you think I could do it instead of you? I mean, just like them, you two have almost no Raryoku left. She looked at him in shock. You would do that for them? She asked him, astonished. Ichigo tilted his head. Sure, no problem. I have enough Raryoku. Can't you feel the level of my Reiatsu? She shook her head. It's unthinkable that two hollows would share their energy in Hueco Mundo, as they are always hungry. It's not the same for us Arankars, but still. It's not something one would do just like that. You are a weird Shinigami. You clearly have hollow powers, but you have Zanpakuto and a Shinigami attire. What exactly are you, Kurosaki Ichigo? Ichigo just scratched his head. Beats me. Wait, how do you know my name? I saw you when you were fighting with Grimmjow, and Aizen had mentioned your name quite often. She admitted. Freaking stalker. Ichigo muttered darkly. Well, with your permission, I think I should get to it. They need the help badly. He got up and kneeled next to the first one. She had a long green hair and 3 red dots on her cheek. Here goes nothing. He put his hand on her head and concentrated on his hollow Raryoku. He carefully let the energy flow, reducing the output in the process, as he was sure he could accidentally kill her if he let too much of it flow into her. Ichigo glowed red for a moment, and then the glow seemed to travel along his body to his hand, and after that it was absorbed by the Arankar. He heard a gasp, and so he moved back a little. Sung Sun opened her eyes with her whole body hurting like hell. She noticed, however, that she was slowly healing and that somehow her Reiatsu reserves were being increased. She raised herself to a sitting position when she noticed Harabel. Harabel-sama, what happened? What? Kya? She yelped when she saw Ichigo sitting next to her. Her hand instantly traveled to her non-existent sword. Calm down, Sung Sun. He's not an enemy. In fact, he's the one that supplied you with Raryoku, therefore healed you. Aizen had been beaten. Everyone else is dead. Harabel stopped her. Ah, what do you mean? Who beat him? He healed me. She looked at Ichigo, who just sat there looking amused, in disbelief. Yes, I did. His demonic voice must have scared her as she jerked herself in fear. Ichigo chuckled. Don't worry, I may look like this, but I'm completely harmless. As to who beat Aizen, that would also be me. After he said that, Harabel looked at him with wide eyes. She didn't know that. Sung Sun just shrank a little bit. If the one in front of her was strong enough to beat Aizen, she really didn't want to anger him. I'm sorry about my appearance, but really, you don't have to fear me. I'm just keeping this visage, because it allows me to access some of my abilities more easily. He tried to soothe her and watched as she calmed down a little bit. Now that I said that, why don't I heal you a little bit too, Harabel? She turned to him with narrowed eyes. Fine, do it. He shifted himself so that he was in front of her and put his hand at her head. Sung Sun looked like she wanted to protest, but Harabel stopped her with a raised hand. Don't worry, he did the same thing with you. Sung Sun's cheek colored a little as she looked at Ichigo and covered her mouth with her hand. Hold steady, it should only take a few moments. Again he slowly poured his Raryoku, this time allowing a little bit more to flow since Harabel was an Espada and he was aware that she needed a little bit more. When he finished, he took his hand down and noticed that Harabel's breathing was heavier. You okay? She replied with closed eyes. Wow, I'm glad that my skin is so dark. His Raryoku feels so strong it made my cheeks burn. It felt quite nice, but why? She shook her head in surprise. Ichigo just sighed and went to the remaining two. To make things faster, he put his right hand on the taller one with dark skin, long but curly black hair, and his left hand on the smaller one, who had short blue hair and red outline around her left eye. He concentrated on his Raryoku, while Sung-sun told him the first one was called Mila Rose and the second one was Emilo Apache. Once again, he poured his energy into them. After a few seconds he finished and moved back. They woke up with a start and both groaned. When they noticed Ichigo they widened their eyes in alarm and quickly jumped at him. "Oi, calm down you two, I'm not here to harm you." He raised his hands as they tried to pound on him. Unfortunately for them, after he merged with Shirosaki, Ichigo gained his own hierro strong enough to make them cradle their fists in pain and glare at him. "Girls, calm down. You are not completely healed yet. And it's not nice to try to kill the one who saved your lives," Harabelle commented. They jumped in surprise at the sound of her voice as they didn't notice her. They looked at her while glancing back at Ichigo. "What the fuck is going on here?" they yelled simultaneously. "He is Kurosaki Ichigo, the one we saw fighting Grimmjow. He is also the one who beat Aizen and healed you, Sung-sun and me. On top of that he's going to take us to the Hueco Mundo so that we won't get killed by the Gote 13. Mila Rose and Apache looked at each other and started to laugh. "I don't quite understand what is so funny," Sung-sun said in wonder. "He beat Aizen and healed us. He barely defeated Grimmjow earlier today. That's what's funny," Apache said between her laughs. Ichigo's smile dropped a little bit in irritation. "Well then I guess I could show you how wrong you are, huh?" he said with slight irritation in his voice and released his Reiatsu for a moment. They all, including Harabelle, gasped. They were crushed by the force of his Reiatsu. He withdrew it after a few seconds and watched as they scrambled back from the ground. Incredible, Harabelle thought. The sheer raw power of the Reiatsu managed to scare her. By the looks on the faces of her freshen, they didn't handle it better. They were completely terrified and backed from him a little. Ichigo sighed and rubbed his temples. Since he merged with Shirosaki, his emotions were controlling him more easily. "Look, I'm not trying to scare you. I think Dixon did it enough times, but I need you to understand the situation. I managed to convince the commander that I would take to Hueco Mundo Harabelle only. If he'd see I'm taking you too, things will get ugly." Despite the situation, Apache and Mila Rose choked a little when they heard his nickname for Aizen. "So you'll really take us to Hueco Mundo?" "It wasn't a lie," Sung-sun hesitantly asked from the ground. "Yeah, give me a sec, wait, what's that?" Ichigo raised his eyebrows when he noticed a small glow from a nearby crater. "That's the Reiatsu of..." Mila Rose frowned. "Lilinet." Apache finished for her. Ichigo looked at them clueless. Sung-sun explained it to him. "It's a little bit hard to explain, but she's a partner of the Primera, Stark. But I can't feel his Reiatsu anywhere. Aizen killed him after he tried to dispose of me," Harabelle said sadly and saw her freshen gasp and swear loudly. "Be right back." Ichigo flash-stepped to the crater and widened his eyes in surprise. In the crater was a small girly figure with a helmet-like mask on her head, short green hair and a white clothing, which covered only her back and her breasts. She wasn't moving, but Ichigo saw no injuries. He slowly walked to her, trying to feel if there was anything wrong with her Reiatsu. Finding out that she was only low on Raryoku, he kneeled and picked her up bridal style and flashed to Harabelle and her freshen. "What's wrong with her?" Apache asked. "I'm not sure. She's low on Raryoku, but that's the only thing I could determine. For now I'll give her some of mine, and if she won't wake up I'll carry her with us." The freshen raised their eyebrows in wonder. Ichigo closed his eyes and concentrated again. He poured a little bit of his hollow Raryoku, enough to fill half of her reserves, and waited for a moment. Lilinet's skin only colored a little, but other than that, she remained asleep. "Did anyone tell you that you are a really weird Shinigami? You should have been trying to kill us, and here you are doing the exact opposite." Apache stared at him in confusion. Ichigo raised his head and chuckled. "Yeah, I get that a lot." He moved Lilinet a little so that he was able to have one of his hands free. He raised it and listened to Shirosaki. "Concentrate a small amount of your hollow Raryoku into your fingers and try to feel the very fabric of air with it. Move a little with your hand, and when you feel a tiny crack in the air pressure, sharpen the Raryoku in your fingers and rip open that crack." Ichigo closed his eyes and did as instructed. When he was sure he felt a tiny rift, he ripped it apart, and before him a garganta, big enough for few people, suddenly formed. He turned around to the group. Are we good to go? He asked them, shifting Lilynette so that she was safely in his grip. They nodded, and when he turned and walked into Garganta, he missed the strange looks in their eyes when they looked at Lilynette in his arms. Strange looks, which resembled something akin to a longing. Well, that was unexpected. Hieraku commented slyly. He had been watching Ichigo's interaction with female Arrancars since the teen approached them. Who knew that he would be such a player? He heard Yukitake coughing lightly, so he turned his head. His friend was nodding his head in the direction of Unohana, who was looking at the place where the Garganta just closed with a gleam in her eyes. Hieraku gulped. Once again, he pitied Ichigo. I should warn him once he gets back. Are you fine with this, Genryusai Dono? Yukitake asked his former sensei. I mean, with taking all of them to Hawako Mundo. Old Captain just rolled his eyes in irritation. It seems it would be pointless to tell him otherwise. He's a foolish and naive boy, but he does have a genuinely good heart. I can't argue with that. I'd say it will be his downfall, but after witnessing his fight, I think he can handle himself. He scratched his beard. I'm still unsure about this, but I'd like to keep him here in Soul Society, train him, teach him, and in time, offer him a position in the Gote 13. He said, surprising them while silently asking the trio for their opinions. They were his most senior captains and he valued their input. Yukitake was the one most surprised. Are you serious, Genryusai sensei? I understand he is very strong, but he is also very young, not to mention, still a living human. He has a family and friends in the world of the living. Unohana sadly shook her head. As much as it pains me to say this, Kurosaki-san may not have a say in this. While his spiritual body and his Reiatsu is incredible, I fear that his human body will not be able to cope with it. On top of that, it would be unwise to let him stay in the human world. His spiritual energy would only influence other souls, just like it did with Inoue Orihime and Sato Yasutura. There are probably others that have been influenced by him and can at least see ghost. Now that he is even stronger and his Reiatsu more potent, I don't think he could stay there permanently. Yukitake and Hieraku sadly nodded. It's sad, he's still so young. It seems, however, that he is maturing quickly. Hieraku said and sighed with the others. I think we should contact Soul Society, it's finally over after all. Unohana said while getting up. Yamamoto sighed and took out his transmitter. My only hope is that Central 46 won't do something stupid. The journey through the Garganta was uneventful, aside from the constant bickering between Mila Rose and Apache, all the while Sung Sun's jabs only worsened the situation. After a while they emerged in a deserted place, somewhere in Hawako Mundo. Where are we? Harabel asked. I'm not really sure, but I picked a place, which should be near my friends. The voices I hear from the nearby are probably them. I left them with 2 captains of the Gote 13, so I think it would be wise to tell them about you beforehand so they wouldn't accidentally try to kill you. Ichigo said, scratching his head. Harabel raised her eyebrow. TCH. Like a weak captain could take on Lady Harabel. Apache snorted derisively. Well, I don't know about Byakuya, but Kenpachi is someone you should not provoke. He did defeat Neutra practically in one strike, you know. Harabel raised her second eyebrow but said nothing. We should go, but first I think I should drop my resurrection. Just a second, Ichigo said, and he let his mask crumble and regressed back to his bankai. He noticed in dismay that his hair stayed at waist length and almost wanted to whine. And how the hell can you even have a resurrection? You're a Shinigami, are you not? Apache asked. It's a long story. Let me just say that I'm not a simple Shinigami. Oh, and by the way, I'm still a living human. He smirked when he saw their jaws drop to the floor. Harabel shook her head in amusement. He's quite the enigma. Follow me, Ichigo said, and Flash stepped in the direction of the voices. Small group of the remaining people in Hawako Mundo was nervously waiting for some news when they noticed someone with a long orange hair rapidly approaching them. Rukia and Orihime were instantly on their feet when they noticed that he was apparently being followed. The 2 captains drew their blades while the third one was busy making some calculations. Ichigo arrived just in time to stop them from attacking the ones behind him. Easy there, Byakuya, Kenpachi. They are not an enemy. Explain, boy, what are you doing with these Arrancars and what of Aizen? Byakuya asked suspiciously while Kenpachi just grinned like always. Ichigo was just opening his mouth when a green blur almost tackled him on the ground, but he managed to sidestep at the last second. Ichigo, came a happy girlish voice. Nell, he said and sidestepped her another attempt at tackling him. She dusted herself from the ground and pouted at him. Why did you dodge? Only then they noticed that he was carrying someone in his arms. Who's that? Rukia asked in mild confusion. Ah, I think her name is Lilith. She's just unconscious so I carried her here. He only said and turned back to Nell, not noticing a dangerous flash in Rukia's eyes. What happened to you, Nell? Last I saw you, you were in your child form again. Ichigo asked Nell. Orihime healed me. She smiled at the embarrassed girl. It was nothing really. She waved her hands but Nell caught her in a hug. Reeked. Ichigo tore his eyes from the image of two busty girls hugging, desperately trying not to let his nose bleed. He noticed that Renji was gaping openly with a huge stream of nosebleed on his face while Rukia was smacking him on the head and he grinned. About Aizen. Well, I managed to defeat him after. He then proceeded to tell them about the fight, mentioning Jin too. They were listening to him with wide eyes, a slight flash of fear in them when he told them about Aizen's transformations. I see, was Byakuya's only answer. What happened to the Hogyoku? Mayuri's voice came from afar. I'm not sure, but I think it's still in Aizen's body. Ichigo shrugged, not caring. Curious. I should investigate. Mayuri muttered under his breath. About your second question. This is Tyr Haribel, former Tercera Espada with her Frashin, and I mentioned Lilith. She was a partner of the Primera Espada. I got Yama-Jii permission to escort them to Hueco Mundo and leave them here, unharmed. He added when he noticed an insane grin on Mayuri's face, who snorted and got back to his work. Old fart actually allowed that. Kenpachi grinned, making Byakuya look at him with a disapproval. Yeah, I was surprised myself. But he made them my responsibility. If they try to attack Soul Society, I'll be the one who'll deal with them. So shortly, don't do that, he said while looking at the group of Arankars with serious eyes. I'll probably visit to make sure everything is under control, alright? He added. Sure thing, Ikki. Nell flashed to him and gave him a kiss on a cheek, leaving him sputtering with pink cheeks. Renji gave him catcalls. Got yourself a girlfriend, Strawberry. He smirked at him while a dark look went through Rukia's and Orihime's faces. Ichigo coughed and turned to Renji. Jealous much, Pineapple? Leaving Renji gaping at him and Rukia and Orihime looking irritated. He heard a cough from behind and turned to see Byakuya's mouth twitching with mild amusement, what in turn almost left him gaping. When the hell did Byakuya's poker face melt? What now? Azane asked shyly from behind Captain's. She avoided their eyes in embarrassment when they looked at her. Well, my job here is done, so I suppose we should head back to the Soul Society. We all deserve a nice rest. Ichigo turned to Haribel and her Frashin and Nell. This place is probably yours from now on. I'd recommend you to go to Las Noches. I don't think that anyone here would want to attack you, but if something happens, you can contact me and I'll see if I can help, okay? He was mainly addressing Haribel since she was the most mature of them all. You're going already, Ichigo? Nell asked, pouting at him. He couldn't resist and smiled. Yeah, don't worry, Nell, and take care of Pesci and Dondonchaka. In fact, take care of Lilith too. She was the partner of Primera, who is dead, I think, so she'll need someone to be with her, okay? He said while handing her the small Arankar. She nodded and carefully took her in her arms. He watched as they all flashed away, with some of them waving at him and sighed. Kurosaki, you said return to Soul Society. Didn't you mean Karakura Town? Ishida asked, pushing his glasses up the nose, making Ichigo jump in surprise. Whoa, Ishida, didn't see you here. Ishida's brow twitched in annoyance and he waited for an answer. I planned to, but I was told to go to the 4th Division barracks after the fight. Trust me, you don't want to disagree with Unohana-san. He shuddered and he saw other captains do the same. Even Kenpachi looked uncomfortable. I see. Okay then, Kurosaki, see you later. Ishida nodded along with Sato, who seemed to appear from nowhere. Ichigo turned to Orihime and lightly hugged her. Once again, I'm really sorry, Orihime, for everything I put you through. I hope you'll forgive me someday. He looked at her with serious eyes, making her nod with a light pink tint on her cheeks. Rukia was watching the scene with slight jealousy. I wonder how it would feel to be hugged by him. Arg, stop that, she berated herself. It was already evening when Ichigo stood in front of the 4th Division barracks. Until now, he had been helping others with the cleaning after the fight, checking on the injured and trying to avoid his newly formed fan club that was calling him the hero of the Winter War. He was glad to find out that Hiyori managed to get past her injury and was now in the intensive care, recovering. Other wizards had decided to stay with her, since they believed that Soul Society would try to throw her in the jail while she was weak. Ichigo hoped something like that wouldn't happen. He noticed that women were giving him a lot more looks than before. They were now whispering when he went past them, smiling too brightly at him. It made him a little nervous. No time to think about that. It's time to descend into hell, he thought bitterly and opened the doors into the 4th Division barracks. He instantly noticed that the ruckus, which had been apparent when they first arrived back to the Soul Society after Aizen's defeat, had quieted down a little. He walked through the corridors and almost bumped into Aizen, the 4th Division lieutenant. "Oh, I'm sorry, Aizen-san, right," he quickly apologized. "Hi, Kurosaki-san. I'm sorry too. I was thinking about something and wasn't even looking where I was going," she muttered. "It's all right," he assured her. "Do you know where I can find Unohana-san? She told me to visit her for some checkup or something, and I think not going is not an option, at least if I want to live another day." She chuckled slightly. "She's in the medical room number 4. He thanked her and walked away. "He's such a nice guy," Aizen mused, with a small smile. She shook her head and went to her room to take a long shower. Ichigo knocked on the door with the number 4 on them. "Unohana-san, Kurosaki-san, good timing. I actually wanted to send someone for you." She turned to face him with a sweet smile. He nervously waved his hand. "Nah, I had a feeling I had to go here as soon as I could." She pointed at the free bed and patted it. "Sit, Kurosaki-san. I want to make a full checkup on you. But before that, do you think you could drop your bankai already? You must be very tired after keeping it for this long." Ichigo widened his eyes and glanced down at his attire. "Well, I'm tired, but not because of that. It actually isn't that draining. I only forgot I was in it that I didn't drop it." He sat on the bed and reversed back to the shikai. Unohana meanwhile sweat dropped. He forgot he was in bankai. "Now lie down." He did as she asked. She concentrated while her glowing hand scanned for any abnormalities. Ichigo closed his eyes so he didn't notice the appreciative gaze that Unohana was giving him. So young and already so refined. My, Ichigo, you are definitely going to be mine someday. Never think otherwise, even if I'll have to share you with others. Then again, that would be maybe even a better idea." She traced his abdominals, slightly touching him. He didn't seem to care, so she advanced and caressed his whole upper body. She didn't dare to do the same thing lower, as she was certain that he would freak out. She then felt something wet on her chin. "Oh, I'm so bad, I'm actually drooling." She wiped her face with a sleeve. "Do you feel anything wrong? Does anything hurt, Kurosaki-san?" she asked. Ichigo, who was holding his breath ever since he felt her touch, shook his head. "No, I just feel tired." "Well, it's no surprise. You have been constantly fighting for more than a day against 3 members of the Espada, and after that, even against Aizen. You should have collapsed long before now. I must admit that your stamina is monstrous even for a Shinigami, Kurosaki-san," she said while licking her lips discreetly. "I wonder how his stamina in bed is," she thought, and flushed a little when she imagined the scene. "Why, yeah, thanks to the fact that I used to train a little in the world of the living, I guess." He smiled nervously. Unohana, being so near to him, screamed, "Danger! Danger!" to him. "Do you think I could stay in some vacant bed? If you're full, I can always drop at some other place. I don't want to impose on you." Unohana's smile widened. "Of course not, Kurosaki-san. You can stay here. I wouldn't want to throw our hero on the streets." She threw another angelic smile on him. "Now, if you don't need anything else, I have some paperwork to do. You can go to sleep now. Tomorrow will be a long day." She chuckled and left the room. He rolled his eyes at his new title and tucked himself in bed. He didn't have the slightest idea what the time was, when he awoke to a movement next to him. He wanted to sit and find out what was going on, but when he felt a female arm on his chest he froze and didn't dare to move. Ichigo wanted to jump and run anyway, but by the feel of the Reiatsu he found out that it was Unohana, who came into the room and moved herself next to him on the bed. She settled on his right side, with his right hand pushed between her breast and her right hand resting on his chest. What freaked him out was the fact that she wasn't wearing any bra. He discovered that under her heavy clothing she usually wore, she had quite the volume in the breast area. He was hoping she couldn't see his blush and was actually glad that Shirosaki and Zangetsu were fast asleep. Just when he thought it couldn't get worse, he felt her move a little. Since he didn't want her to notice that he was awake, he kept his eyes closed. So naturally, he wasn't aware that she supported herself on him, with her face hovering above his. Then he heard her whisper, "Good night, Ichigo," she said softly and planted her lips lightly on his. Then she lowered herself on him again and went to the sleep with her head on his shoulder. The hell is going on? Unohana-san, the captain of 4th Division just kissed me. Oh crap, I'm doomed. Ichigo was in complete shock. He had never expected something this bold from the usually calm and strict captain. Then he licked his lips and a small grin appeared on his face. The taste of her lips still lingered on his. She tasted wild, like an exotic fruit. Guess she isn't as quiet as she appears to be. And he went to the sleep with a goofy grin plastered across his face. When he awoke for the second time, it was already morning and the sun was shining, the bright light flowing through the windows into the room. He yawned and flexed his muscles. He was feeling rested and ready for another day. He instantly noticed that the warm body of Unohana, which had been present during the night, was gone. Relief flew through him. It wouldn't be good to be found out sleeping in a bed with a captain of 4th Division. He stood up and went to the bathroom to get a nice hot shower. He was in the bathroom when he noticed in surprise that his hair somehow regressed back and now it was almost touching his shoulders. Another good point of this morning. After he finished showering, he wrapped a towel around his waist. He was just reaching for his clothes when he heard doors being open. He turned around and found extremely red Azane, Rukia and a gaping Matsumoto. Hello, he greeted them nervously. Eek. Azane yelped and turned around, hiding her face in her palms. Isn't she a medic? She must have seen a naked man already, right? Dress yourself for God's sake, Strawberry. Rukia exclaimed, avoiding his gaze with red cheeks. No, let him be the way he is. Matsumoto said, swallowing him with her eyes. Rukia looked at her in embarrassment. Hey, it's not my fault you decided to show up just after my shower, midget. Ichigo retorted cheekily, trying to hide his embarrassment. Rukia immediately moved to kick him but he held up his hands. Midget, do you want to see my towel fall that much? After that, she stopped and gaped at him, blushing profusely. I do. Matsumoto immediately responded without shame and Ichigo almost backed up a little from her. Alright, so, do you mind letting me put my clothes on or will you stay here and stare at me? He saw Matsumoto open her mouth so he quickly interrupted her. That was a rhetorical question. Out. He ushered them away. After that he dressed, took Zangetsu from the wall and walked out of the room. So, I suppose you wanted to talk to me? He asked the trio. Hi. Captain Unohana says you are to do what you want, but there is a captain's meeting at 11 o'clock am, which is only 20 minutes from now and your presence is requested. Ichigo nodded and his cheeks got slightly pink at the mentioning of Unohana, what Rukia noticed right away. What is it, Strawberry? Nothing. Not a damn thing. He quickly replied, too quickly as Rukia looked at him suspiciously. Thank you, Azane-san. She smiled a little and bowed. After that she left to tend to other patients. What about you, Rangaku-san? I assume you wanted something from me too. He turned his head to her. Oh, I do, but that's for another time. She giggled shamelessly as Ichigo's mouth twitched in irritation. But for now, I'm inviting you to a party later this evening. Before you reject this idea, I must inform you that this party is dedicated to you, the hero of the Winter War, so you can't really refuse to go. She said firmly. Ichigo sighed. Well, I kind of suspected it was something like this, so I mentally prepared for the inevitable. Just to remind you though, I'm still a minor, so I won't be drinking, and it doesn't matter that I'm a Shinigami. Ah, phew, she pouted at him. His mouth twitched again. Fine, fine, I'll have a little beer if you have something like that, but nothing stronger, is that clear? He looked her in the eyes, looking for confirmation. Okay, spoil sport. She pouted again and walked away to look for her captain. So, I guess you are here to escort me to the captain's meeting. He shifted his feet to face Rukia. Yes, and we should be going. She replied, and Flash stepped away. He quickly caught on. Sue, you have a question for me too. Don't look at me like that, I can feel you are almost at the end of your patience. What the hell happened to you, Ichigo? How in the god's name did you defeat Aizen? I mean, I know how you did it, but I don't understand it. Before you went to Hueco Mundo, and even before fighting Ulquiorra, you had a hard time beating Grimmjow, and he was only the Espada number 6. But then, somehow, you defeated Ulquiorra, the Espada number 4, almost one-shot Yami, the Espada number 0, and from what I heard so far, you defeated Aizen, even after he transformed 4 times. There is no way you could have done that with the strength you had before. She snapped. I guess I was holding back, he said nonchalantly, and then dodged a kick from Rukia. Fine, fine, but I don't understand, why are you so angry? It mostly really is the fact that I was holding back. I mean it. I found out that because I was afraid of my own power I couldn't use it to the full extent. I had to change my thinking and my resolve before unlocking it, and I had to accept who I am. Ichigo explained shortly. You mean you're hollow. Light bubbles seemed to turn on above Rukia's head. Then she tried to kick him again. Whoa, what the, you dumbass, using your hollow powers is dangerous, it could have turned out badly. She yelled at him. He turned and looked at her sternly. And what do you know about my hollow, smartass? He snapped. She looked at him in surprise, making him inhale deeply to calm down. I never tried to understand him, I just rejected him because he's a hollow, and I thought that hollows were mindless beasts. But now I know better. I know who and what he is. I know what my strength is, I know that I can trust him. Before that I wouldn't probably try so hard to save Harabelle and her fraction. I still wouldn't kill them, but I would only try to change old man's mind, not actually change it. You'll know exactly what happened later. I think Captain Commander will ask me the same question today. He finished and hurried up, leaving her slightly behind. Chapter 3. Rise of the Protector, Black and White. And Gray. Ichigo stood in front of a huge doors that marked the entrance to the 1st Division barracks, and he was feeling very nervous. Something from the back of his mind was warning him that this meeting won't be as easy as the Gote 13 thanking him for defeating Aizen. He sighed, and when the doors opened, he hesitantly walked inside, where captains were standing in 2 rows, with the Captain Commander in the center. Gulping slightly, he walked forward and stopped in front of the old commander. Yamamoto brought his cane down with a boom. Kurosaki Ichigo, you are standing here because we feel that for all the help you have given us, you deserve a formal thank you. Therefore, in the name of the Gote 13, I thank you, Kurosaki Ichigo. He said with a booming voice and slightly nodded in the direction of Ichigo, who nervously laughed. Ah, don't mention it. But I think you already know that this is not the only thing we wanted to discuss with you. Yamamoto added. Yes, what is it? Ichigo asked nervously, making the commander open his squinting eyes and look at him directly. We would want to hear the full story of how you came to possess the hollow powers and what exactly happened in Hueco Mundo. Ichigo was nervous, but he still managed to frown. I don't mean to be rude, but why should I tell you? I have no problem with explaining as to how I came into possession of my hollow powers, but why do you want to know about Hueco Mundo so much? Yamamoto narrowed his eyes a little. He was expecting such a question. Kurosaki Ichigo, the answer is simple. To determine if you are indeed in control of yourself and to find out just how did you increase your power, we need to hear the full story. I think you understand that punishment for acquiring the hollow powers of your own will is severe. The Central 46 still haven't been formed, and therefore I'm in the control of decisions, so for now I simply want to know if we can trust you with controlling your hollow powers. However, after the Central 46 is formed, what will happen to you will be their decision. With me having information about you and your story, I can somewhat defend you, otherwise, well, you get the idea. Ichigo was still calm, but he didn't like what he was hearing. So you are telling me that even after everything I've done, your government can still do to me whatever they want to? He asked, slightly angered. Yamamoto sighed. I understand your distrust, but what do you think would happen if your hollow powers would get out of control? You claim that something like that can't happen, but you have no proof since there is almost no evidence of this phenomenon. You yourself are aware just how much power you possess. With that much power being out of control, many lives can be lost. Ichigo clenched his fists. Damn, I want to be angry, I want to yell at him, but what he says is true. I lost control once and the results were disastrous. Damn. I understand what you're talking about. But you have to understand something too. If your government think that they can execute me just because I want to protect the people I care about, and because of that I gained power, they don't understand. I will not just stand here and let them kill me. Ichigo replied, carefully choosing words, so they would understand he wasn't threatening them directly, that he was only giving a warning. Yamamoto frowned and rubbed his temples. He understood him exactly as Ichigo intended to, but it wasn't very calming. You dare to threaten the Gote 13. Know your place, brat. The voice of Sui Feng interrupted their thoughts. Ah, I really am getting too old for this shit. Yamamoto sighed and looked at the captain of the second squad. She really needs to learn to read between the lines. Ichigo's eyebrows twitched in annoyance and he turned to her. Oh, I know my place very well. It's between stupid people and the people I care about. I don't care who you are. If you threaten my family and friends, you are unlucky. Moreover, you misunderstood. I'm not threatening anyone, I'm just warning you that you shouldn't cross me. I've been through a lot and I know what I can expect from you. I'm not naive anymore. Not everything is black and white. Between that are many shades of gray that can determine what is wrong and what's not. But your government sees everything only in black and white. I just want you and your whole system to learn to see other colors. Not everything is simple and you need to learn that not everything you thought was the truth in the past is the truth nowadays. I've met hollows, Arankars, that are more human than most humans. I've met Quincy, who befriended a Shinigami. I've met a Shinigami, who respects humans. I've met humans, who would fight and try to hurt you just because the color of your freaking hair is different. There are many examples that not everything that's written in the stone is true. Do you know that after the final battle I found a surviving member of Espada? He stopped to take a breath and looked Sui Feng in the eyes. Other captains were listening to him while holding their breaths. Yes, I heard about that. I disagree with your decision but continue. Sui Feng said. I was expecting you to disagree. Do you know what the said Espada wanted to do after she woke up? Mind you, she was in such a bad shape she could hardly move. No, you would never guess it. She wanted to check on her fraction, her companions, and she refused to leave without them. How many people, humans or Shinigami, would show that much devotion to others at the battlefield, in which you have badly lost and you could be executed on sight? I'll tell you, almost none. Nobody would risk their necks for others in such a situation. Do you still believe that every hollow is bad? I've met a child Arankar, her name is Nell, who is such an innocent person, that you would want to take care of her almost immediately. She's now an adult, but she's still the same sweet person and would never try to hurt you without a good reason. Of course, most of the hollows are not like them. I know that, but as I said, there are not only black and white, but also shades of gray. Your government exiled your own captains and lieutenants without any hard evidence and condemned them to almost sure death. What would you do if, for example, your mentor, Shihoin Yoruichi, would turn to a Shinigami with hollow powers? Would you mercilessly kill her or would you try to save her? Sui Feng looked at him but averted his gaze after a moment. I would do anything in my power to try and save her. She muttered quietly. Ichigo nodded. Yes, exactly. You see, you may be a military organization but even you have feelings, you are not machines. I have learned something from Byakuya, I admit that. If you, the captains, wouldn't uphold the law, then who would? There would be probably anarchy. So yes, You must listen to your government, but that government should be made from the ones who are open-minded, not bigoted nobles, which are so stuck up in their traditions they don't even know what it's like trying to survive every day. Look at the Rukongai. Every soul which is sent to the Soul Society is told that this place is heaven. Who are you trying to kid? I saw what it looks like. It's a dump and I don't even want to know what happens there, or I would probably vomit. You can live hundreds of years and yet you do nothing, because the damn nobles won't allow you to spend their money on the poor. Is that any different from the humans in the world of the living? No, it's even worse. We, humans, learned from our mistakes. Not completely, but we are trying, but you, however, are not. He paused again, trying to catch his breath. Nobody spoke a word. As I was saying, I'm not expecting you to break the law on daily basis. I just want you to make this place a better place for every soul. I want you to take into account circumstances of every situation and not just do everything mindlessly. If you disagree with your government, let them know and they should rethink it again. I think that's everything I wanted to say. Ichigo finally stopped his monologue and looked around at the others. Some captains were looking at the ground slightly ashamed, some of them were thinking hard, even Kenpachi wasn't grinning anymore. But most of them gave almost no reaction to his speech, if only slightly closed their eyes, trying to look indifferent. Oh yeah, and do you have a problem with me? Ever since you've known about me, you were trying really hard to get rid of me. Ichigo added a question for Sui Feng, who looked at him in surprise, not expecting this question. Yes, well I had, but most of them were slightly erased by what you just said. But I still think of you as a rash individual with too much power that could turn on us. She managed to reply. Ichigo raised his eyebrows. I see, so the effect of Yoruichi-san leaving her behind is still there. She's paranoid and afraid that she'll be betrayed again. Ichigo sighed and thought about some sort of a solution that could change her opinion of him. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him and he grinned, which confused the female captain. So, how about we spar sometime? I could take it as a training, we could get to know each other and you may even change your opinion of me. He asked her. She narrowed her eyes on him. That is a stupid idea, as your huge Zanpakuto against my Suzumaki is the worst matchup I can think of. Ichigo chuckled. Oh no, I'm not talking about using Zanpakuto. I'm talking about Hakuda, it's your specialty in the second division, right? Sui Feng and the others raised their eyebrows in surprise. He willingly wanted to spar in Hakuda against Master Assassin. Do you have a death wish? If I agree I won't go easy on you. Challenge accepted. Bring it on. Ichigo grinned cheekily, making Sui Feng grin too, albeit a little bit evilly. If I may, Captain Commander. Yukatake spoke up. Yamamoto nodded to him. Kurosaki-san, we actually wanted to talk to you about that. We think that it would be best if you stayed here in the Soul Society for some time so that you could learn something about being a Shinigami. Yukatake said slowly. Why? Ichigo asked. Yukatake turned his head and looked at Unohana, who nodded and came forward. Ichigo's cheeks colored a little when his gaze met hers, but he endured it and didn't avert his eyes. Kurosaki-san, I believe that you will be forced to stay in the Soul Society simply because of the changes that your soul went through. You may not feel any different from before, but your sudden growth in power will be probably too much for your human body, which is too fragile. I'm not saying it's permanent, but you'll probably have to give your body some time to slowly adjust to your new Raryoku. I'm sure that Urahara Kazuki will know more, but I want you to be prepared for a possibly bad news. She said sadly. Ichigo looked at her in disbelief. What are you talking about? You mean if I tried to return to my body I could die? Unohana smiled sadly. No, not exactly, but if you tried to force your soul into your old body, it would probably result in a great amount of pain, as your body needs to adjust itself. It would be best to simply pour your Raryoku in extremely small doses into the body and let it take care of it itself. As I said, it may take some time, but eventually the body would be able to take your soul back. So, this is the price I have to pay in the exchange for the power to protect. I'll have to talk with Dad and girls. Damn, how can I explain it? I really need to talk to Urahara-san. Ichigo clenched his fist and shook his head. It's okay. It makes sense. I'll talk to Urahara-san as soon as I can. Unohana nodded and stepped back. Now, Kurosaki Ichigo, I believe it's time for your story. Yamamoto spoke up. Ichigo sighed and shifted his weight on his other leg. Right, I'll start from the beginning. Ever since I was little I could see ghosts. Of course, back then I didn't know that they were ghosts, I only realized it later. It became a routine for me to help some of them, if they were unfortunate, but mostly I helped kids who recently died and couldn't find their parents. One evening, while I was in my room, a weird person in black clothing came from nowhere. I found out that she, Kuchiki Rukia, was a Shinigami, and from her I learned the basics of the hollow Shinigami equivalency. That same evening, almost at the same moment, my house was attacked by a hollow. I naively thought, after Rukia told me that the hollow was after me because of my unusually high Reiatsu, that if he was to kill me, he would leave my sisters and my father alone. Hey, naive indeed. Rukia saved me, but it cost her most of her strength. She was unable to fight anymore, but she offered me a chance to save my family. I had to become a Shinigami myself by plunging her sword through my heart. I did it, and thus I became a Shinigami. Never once I thought that giving power to a human was an offense. The days went by, I was purifying hollows with Rukia's help, and I think I was doing a good job. But then a huge hollow appeared, the Manos Grande. I managed to drive it back by pure instinct, and from there it all went downhill. Not long after that, Rukia tried to leave, and that's when Renji and Byakuya came for her. I tried to stop them, as I owed her my life and the life of my family. Byakuya injured me, believing that he left me powerless. Urahara-san found me lying in the pool of my own blood and nursed me back to health. He offered me a chance to regain my powers, which I accepted too hastily. I didn't even ask what the procedure of getting my powers back included, and few minutes later I was already trying to survive. When I was in my soul form, he cut off my chain of life and told me to change into Shinigami, otherwise I would end up as a hollow and he would have to kill me. Few captains shook their head in disbelief. How could have Urahara Kazuki, a well-known genius, do that to just a kid? Well, I had no idea how to turn back into a Shinigami, so my chain of life corroded completely and threatened to turn me into a hollow. I later found out that I was supposed to turn into one immediately. But strangely, I was able to resist and found myself in my inner world, where thanks to Zangetsu, my Zanpakuto, I discovered that I owned my own Shinigami powers. I turned into a Shinigami, but I wasn't quick enough, and from what I understood, the traces of my hollow partly managed to infect my soul. At that time I wasn't aware of this fact. I was happy that I managed to take out Zangetsu from inside my soul. At this point captains were whispering in shock, but Ichigo hadn't noticed. What followed is probably known to you. I trained for 10 days, and after that me and my friends invaded the Soul Society, trying to save Rukia from the execution. During that time I fought Akaku-san, Renji and Kenpachi. First time I tried to face Byakuya, Yoruichi-san knocked me down and told me that at that moment I couldn't defeat him. So then I trained for my Bankai. After more than 2 days I managed to do that, and the rest happened at the Sokyoku Hill. During my fight with Byakuya, I admit, my Bankai was proving too much for my body to handle and I started to lose. When Byakuya threatened to kill me, my hollow managed to usurp the control from me and fought Byakuya instead. I managed to drive him back and we finished our fight. After Aizen went to Hawako Mundo I returned to the world of the living, but the hollow's voice became more profound and louder and I was becoming afraid to turn into a Shinigami. I was struggling and trying to hold him back with my will, but it was greatly lowering my fighting ability. Thankfully, I was contacted by your ex-captains and ex-lieutenants, the Vizards, and they taught me how to defeat my hollow. After that I was able to use my hollow powers freely, but it had a time limit, which I slowly increased in each fight. He stopped and took a breath. In Hawako Mundo it was simple, fight everyone and win. First time I ran into Ulquiorra in Hawako Mundo, he left me dying, and only thanks to Grimmjow, the Sexta Espada, who wanted me to fight him at full health, I survived. To clear it up, he brought Orihime and forced her to heal me. We fought and eventually I won. But then the Quinto Espada, Neutra, showed up, and since I gave all to my fight with Grimmjow, he trashed me badly. Kenpachi showed up and took Neutra on while Orihime healed me again. He won, but as we were going to escape, a man, who I now know was the Primera Espada, took Orihime away, what left me with no other choice than going after her. I ran into Ulquiorra again. We fought. I managed to force him to release his resurrection and then everything went into hell. Ichigo interrupted his speech and sighed. There goes the bad part. In his resurrection he was overpowering me easily. He was load stronger than Grimmjow or even Neutra. I refused to back down and he released for the second time. He called it Resurrection Segunda Etapa and that he was the only one from the Espada who could do that and that even Aizen didn't know about it. What rank should he have been, Kurosaki-san? Yukitake asked with interest. Ichigo thought a little. Honestly, I'm not sure since I never fought the Primera, Segunda or Tercera. I briefly fought Zero however. I felt the Reiatsu of the Tercera, so going by the Reiatsu I'd say he was only slightly below Zero. Combat ability he was fast, faster than almost anyone I've ever seen. His Sero and other attacks had devastating effects. You can say that he was on equal grounds with Primera. Ichigo replied, shocking the captains. How were you able to defeat him, then? Sui Feng asked. I wasn't able to defeat him. Ichigo admitted. What do you mean? Sui Feng asked confused. He killed me, he said simply, shocking them even further. Let me explain. He blew a Sero through me, creating a gaping hole inside my chest. I woke up in my inner world, where I met my hollow. He heard a slight gasping. We fought, but I was once again overpowered. But my hollow is not stupid and offered me a last chance to redeem myself. In his own words, he could have just take over my body and leave everyone. However, Aizen would find him and even he couldn't fight Aizen alone. Thanks to him I realized something I should have realized a long time before. What was it? Hiraku asked quietly. That to be able to fight at my full power I needed to fully accept who I am. I needed to accept that myself is only a one part of me, and only one part of my power. I needed to accept that at my very core my power was divided into three separate beings. Myself, my Zanpakuto, Zangetsu and my hollow, Shirosaki. It sounds crazy I know. How could I trust a hollow? But he made some good points. Ever since my hollow powers have awoken, they were hindering the other part, Zangetsu, therefore I was able to fight with only one part of me. Trust me, it wasn't easy for me to accept that part of my soul is a hollow. But I did it and I accepted him and we merged. Yamamoto's eyebrows shot so high they couldn't even be seen after that statement. His hand almost twitched and he had to stop himself from doing something rash. Others were faring the same. Ichigo raised his hands. Yeah, however, I'm still me. Merging with my hollow increased my Reiatsu exponentially. Since it's no longer hindering me, my body underwent a small growth and I now possess Resurrection. Don't be fooled though, I can almost see what you think. The hollow was always a part of me. It's part of my power. Even if I wouldn't have gained a hollow in the training with Urahara-san I'd still be around this strong. Only addition is that I can use some of the hollow powers. Of course I'll have to train now even more than a normal Shinigami, since I have to balance my Raryoku into my attacks accordingly. If I would wish to learn Aikido, I would have to be careful not to use hollow part of my Raryoku, as I assume it would only result in blowing my face up. Ichigo stopped talking and looked at the commander who was thinking. Old Captain stroked his beard and opened his eyes. I understand. I hope what you say is true. But that still doesn't answer the question to who defeated Ulquiorra. Ichigo scratched his head nervously. Yeah, it seems that when I was in my inner world fighting my hollow, my body heard my friends screaming for help. My body was mostly dead, but it couldn't turn into another hollow, since I already was a part hollow. Therefore that part of me was the one that reacted and it fought using my body with pure instinct. From what I know, it was that form that defeated Ulquiorra. Quite easily by the way. Yamamoto shook his head. Once again, I'm too old for this. This boy, it can't be a simple coincidence that he can do all of that, it's almost as if he's a. He shook his head again. What he was thinking was impossible. And you think that you shouldn't have mentioned something as grave as that? Yamamoto asked in an irritated tone. Ichigo shook his head. No, because it was one-time thing only. Now that I'm merged with my hollow, something like that is mostly unlikely to happen. Mostly unlikely isn't good enough, boy. Yamamoto sighed and rubbed his temples. He paused and thought about this whole situation. It is true that we have never had any experiences with this kind of phenomenon. I really want to trust him. I can see clearly that all he wants is to protect, but what if once fails to do so? Will he be strong enough to endure the pain? Or will he seek revenge? I'm the captain commander of the Gote 13 and lives of every Shinigami are my responsibility. Can I gamble that on my belief in him? Ichigo was looking at him with a small bead of sweat forming on his forehead. He is young and has a big heart and endured quite a lot. But still, Yamamoto stopped the train of his thoughts and reached a conclusion. Fine boy, I am putting my trust in you and your ability to make the right decision. You gave us a lot to think about. Indeed, nothing is black and white. I'm more than 1 millennia old and I have lived through tough times, so I understand where you're coming from. Maybe our decisions aren't the best, but if you have thousands or even millions of lives under your responsibility, you'll see that it's hard to find what's right and what's wrong and what's evil. However, I respect your opinion. I don't think I've met someone so young but already with such strong will. You are no longer that naive in my eyes, but what you want from the afterlife will be extremely hard to accomplish. Now, you are free to go. If you don't have a place to sleep, ask some of the captains, I'm sure they'll take you in for the time being. Dismissed. Ichigo sighed in relief. He was glad that at least some of his thoughts reached them. When he was on his way out he remembered something and turned around. Yeah, I almost forgot, what about the wizards? Are they still exiled or? Quote. Yamamoto squinted his eyes. No, since it was all due to Aizen's machinations, they are no longer exiled. Now it's their choice if they want to come back or not. We would be glad to have them back in our ranks, but we'll understand if they don't want to. And Jin, there were few seconds of silence. His actions are inexcusable. Planning on taking revenge by sacrificing lives of many isn't something that a respected Shinigami like himself should have done. We will hear him out later today. I personally don't want to see someone as talented as he is to go to waste, so the punishment will be less than death. Ichigo sighed in relief for the second time. I really can't find the snake face a pleasurable man, but I can understand his reasoning a little. He turned around and walked out of the meeting. So, what do you think, sensei? Hiraku asked Yamamoto when he was sure that Ichigo was out of the ear's distance. I don't know. I really don't know. I caught it just like you did. It is not normal for a Shinigami to create his own Zanpakuto without the use of the Asachi. I don't think even I remember someone who did it before. Commander stroked his beard thinking hard. Wait, when did he say he didn't use an Asachi? Hitsugaya interrupted them. Well, from the reports we heard from Captain Kuchiki, his Zanpakuto was broken when he was using power obtained from Kuchiki Rukia. It was probably an empty sword, as he didn't know its name and it was broken very easily. But in his story, he mentioned that he met his Zanpakuto spirit in his inner world and that he pulled it out from his soul. We also know that his Zanpakuto is a rare constant release type. It's safe to assume that he created his Zanpakuto from nothing. Yukatake answered instead of the commander. But that's impossible, isn't it? Komamura joined the conversation. Yamamoto nodded shortly. Yes, at least for a normal and traditional Shinigami, but we all know that Kurosaki Ichigo is hardly normal. He said that his Zanpakuto informed him about his own Shinigami powers that he always had. That raises another question. No living human can possess Shinigami powers unless... He didn't finish when a knowing look flashed across Kiraku's face. Unless one of his parents is a Shinigami. He completed the sentence, creating a complete silence. Even if one of his parents is a Shinigami, it can't be someone of a low rank, otherwise he would never be this strong. It must have been someone on at least lieutenant level or even higher. Captain Kuchiki, did Kuchiki Rukia mention something about his parents? Commander turned his head to the noble captain. Only thing I know is that Kurosaki's family is very generous and kind and that. Byakuya went silent for a moment and closed his eyes. I'm sorry Rukia, I promised you not to say this to anyone else, but I can't hide things from the commander. Quote. And that his mother was killed before his very eyes when he was little. It was done by a hollow. Even the commander looked surprised by this and a little bit confused. But how can he not hate hollows then? Yunohana asked in shock. I don't know. It's like he's not blaming the hollows for that, but I can only speculate. Rukia said that he never talked much about this topic. Byakuya finished and stepped back. That's why it was so hard for him to accept his hollow part, Probably. Yukatake mused while others nodded their heads in agreement. That's why he acts as he does. His life wasn't as innocent as I thought before. Yamamoto sighed again. It seemed like he did that a lot when talking about Kurosaki Ichigo. We diverted a little from the original topic. It seems that his parents are not some no-names after all. We need to find out something about them, but do it slowly and discreetly. If he finds out about this, his trust in us could be lost. Yamamoto curtly nodded in Sui Feng's direction, who nodded back in acknowledgement. Now, this meeting is adjourned. Dismissed. Meanwhile, Ichigo was thinking about the meeting, not knowing where his steps were taking him. Will the Gote 13 really take him seriously like the commander told him, or would they just brush it under the tables? After all, they were an organization that held for more than a millennium. What could an opinion of a 17-year-old teenager change? When he shook off these thoughts, he realized he was standing in front of the special unit at the back of the 4th Division barracks, where the Wizards were staying, recuperating from their injuries taken in the fight with Aizen. He remembered that he hadn't visited them yet and sighed in a little shame. They helped him quite a lot and he almost forgot about them. When he got inside, he was welcomed with a rare sight, where most of the group was scattered around the Hiyori's bed, sleeping. He noticed that the ones who were still awake were Haki and Love. "Hey guys, how are you holding up?" He greeted them quietly, so that he wouldn't woke up the others. He Ichigo, were mostly fine. Me and Rose weren't that much injured. Same with Shinji and Lisa. Kensai and Mashiro were beaten quite badly, but they are out of the worst. Haki got his arm back, thanks to your friend Orihime. The only one who's keeping us worried is Hiyori. The little punk still hasn't woken up. Love nodded in the direction of the small figure with blonde pigtails under the blankets. Ichigo smirked when he noticed that Shinji was lightly holding Hiyori's hand. "Sue, when did this happen?" He pointed at their hands. Love started chuckling madly. "Oh, ha, you don't know the half of it. It is quite sad actually, because when Hiyori will wake up and notice that, she'll kick him into unconsciousness. We think this is just a brief moment of Shinji being afraid of losing his childhood friend. No love between them, at least not that kind you are thinking of. Speaking of that, I think Mashiro is the one who was the most surprised." Kensai managed to form some nice words to her when she woke up. Love snickered again with Haki smiling widely. Ichigo was gaping at him like a fish. Kensai, no way. Yeah, no one would guess that he would break. But then again, Mashiro has been teasing him for more than a century, so it's not that surprising if you think about it. Love chuckled again. "How about you, Kurosaki-san? You look quite fine after fighting Aizen practically alone." Haki asked him. It was when the name of Aizen was mentioned that the others woke up with a start and looked at Ichigo in surprise. "Whoa Ichigo, what are you doing here?" Shinji asked while trying to discreetly let go of Hiyori's hand. Ichigo noticed but decided that he could make fun of him later. "Sup guys, I came to see how you were. Sorry that I didn't come sooner, but I had little time. Just now I came out of the captain's meeting." He saw that they tensed a little. "We'll talk about that later. Sue, how did you do it?" Shinji asked interestedly. Ichigo sighed and sat down on the vacant chair. "I assume you're talking about Aizen. Well, some of you saw it with your own eyes and who didn't, the others surely filled them in, so I won't go into detailed story. Only thing I can say is that, it was close. If the Hogyoku didn't reject him at the end and he wasn't sealed, I wouldn't be able to fight much longer." "What about your hollow thingy? We heard that you managed to do a resurrection. How? The Reiatsu you released with it was unreal." Lisa butted in. Ichigo turned to her and immediately blushed and looked somewhere else. "Geez Lisa-san, at least cover yourself with the blanket." Ichigo half yelled wildly. Lisa frowned in confusion and then looked down at herself. Only then she noticed that the only thing that she was wearing on her top were few bandages, and even they were little bit loose. "Oh, interesting." Lisa mumbled and covered herself with a blanket. Ichigo's sweat dropped. "That's interesting. She's even worse than Rangaku-san, both of them have no shame." "My resurrection, huh, I only acquired it few hours before my fight with Aizen," he said. "Yeah, but how did you acquire it? We've been wizards for a little more than a century, yet you, who had hollow powers for only few months, are already further than us." Shinji asked in irritation. Ichigo scratched his head and sighed. He had a theory for some time, but it was the first time he was going to say it out loud. Honestly, I don't know. I have a theory that it has to do something with the fact that your hollow powers were given to you artificially and with force, while my hollow was born naturally. I'd ask him, but even he doesn't. No. Rose suddenly stopped him. Wait, ask him. You mean you can communicate with him? He asked in shock. Ichigo looked at him confused. Yeah, can't you? Shirosaki has been in contact with me for some time. The wizards choked at the mention of the name of his hollow. You even gave him a name? Love asked incredulously. Sure, he didn't have any and I saw that he would want one. He's a little bit crazy but sometimes he has good ideas. He looked at them even more confused when he saw them gaping at him. Yo, you know, your theory might be true. You don't understand, Ichigo. We have been living with our hollows for a century, yet we never heard anything coherent from them. They are only mindless beasts who were trying to destroy us. Nothing more. But from what you're saying it almost seems like your hollow is a civilized person. That's why it's a shock to us. Shinji told him with wide eyes. Ichigo only stared at him. I had no idea. In the beginning he was trying to take over but he was always, I'd say, a complete opposite of me. It was like we were two variables in an equation. Since we were always fighting, the equation had always the wrong answer. Now that I accepted him as a part of me, the equation is solved and I no longer need to fight him and he's no longer hindering my abilities. Quite the scholar he is. Love mumbled, shaking his head. So that's how you acquired the Resurrection? By accepting him? Shinji asked after a moment of silence. Yes and no. I accepted him, but it was only a first step. The second one was merging with him. He held up his hand in defense when he noticed that they were looking at him in alarm. No need to panic. I'm still me. We only merged our powers, that's why my Reiatsu increased. And since our powers are combined I can do releases of both Shinigami and Hollows, therefore Bankai and Resurrection. My personality is unchanged, except for the fact that my emotions are a little bit harder to control, but I'd say it's to be expected, since the Hollow represented my instincts. That means you're no longer gay? Lisa asked with poker face, making Ichigo drop to the floor in shock while others started to laugh. Hey, I'm not, never was, never will be gay. I'm only considerate to women and I'm not shameless, unlike you, Lisa. Love was wiping a tear that was trying to escape from his eyes from the hard laughing, but then he heard Lisa's reply and he started to laugh even harder. So, basically you turned away from me when I wasn't covered in blankets because you were trying to be nice and not because you like hairy chest. Ichigo's eyebrows twitched with annoyance and he sat on the chair, fuming while he did so. Back to the topic. You accepted your hollow and merged with it, him, and that's how you got the Resurrection. Shinji sighed deeply and shook his head. What are you thinking, Shinji-san? Haki asked him. I'm thinking that something like that won't be possible for us. Our hollows are not normal. They are completely separate entities and they are not part of us. Even if we accepted them, there is no way in hell I'm ever going to trust that crazy bastard and merge with him. He looked at the others and saw that they shared similar thoughts. Ichigo opened his mouth to somehow console them, but in that moment they heard a loud groan coming from Hiyori's bed. Ow! The fuck is going on? The wizards looked at each other and immediately jumped and circled her bed. She opened her eyes and looked at them in confusion. They saw a flash running through her eyes and she tried to sit down, hissing in the process when a pain shot through her. Easy there, Saber-tooth. You're not completely alright yet. Ichigo tried to calm her down. She looked in surprise at him and then grimaced. Fuck you, Carrot Top. Where am I? What the fucking fuck happened? Answer me, Baldy. She grabbed Shinji's head and head-butted him. The hell are you doing, Hiyori? It's over. You're in 4th Division Barracks. Aizen was defeated, thanks to the strawberry here. Shinji pointed at the irritated Ichigo. Hiyori looked at him in surprise. Then a relief washed around her face, but a second after that Ichigo had to dodge a headbutt. Fuck it, I wanted to do it myself. But, since it's not some other stinking Shinigami but one of us, I guess I can live with it. So where is Aizen? Wait, did you just say we're in the Soul Society? She asked with a disgusted grimace. Yes, Hiyori-san, you were injured quite badly. If it weren't for Unohana-san you could have. Haki paused and looked at her with pained expression which seemed to calm her down and caused her to drop her head a little. I don't know what happened to Aizen after he was done, myself. Shinji looked at Ichigo who nodded. He got sealed thanks to Urahara and from what I heard, he's been kept in the lowest levels of some kind of underground prison. Ichigo replied. So, want to fill me in on what happened after, after I passed out? Hiyori asked with a little shame in her voice. Ichigo sighed and told the story about his fight with Aizen one more time. After he finished, Hiyori looked at him expectantly. Can you teach us how to do the resurrection thing? Ichigo glanced at Shinji and shook his head. No, probably no. We actually talked about it just before you woke up. It seems that I can do it because my hollow was born naturally and was a part of my soul unlike yours, who were made artificially and forced into you. You'd have to accept your hollow like a part of you and merge with him. I think that's out of the question, Hiyori jerked with herself when he mentioned merging with her hollow and shook her head quickly. Not a chance, that bitch is not a part of me. After that statement they just sat there and relaxed for a while but soon the silence was interrupted by Rose. When you first came you mentioned something about a captain's meeting. Can you enlighten us a little? Ichigo nodded. Yeah, sure. They wanted to officially thank me for my help in the Winter War, and of course they wanted to know how I got enough power to defeat Aizen and from that, how I got my hollow. If it was unintentionally or not. I explained all of it to them and I have criticized how they run things here in the Soul Society. Ichigo looked at them nervously. Wow, you actually told them that they were wrong about something. And you told it to Yamamoto. Brave man. Love whistled in respect. What did you criticize? Rose asked interestedly. Oh, that they shouldn't judge someone just because of who he is and that their government is rotten and that the Rukongai stinks. Ichigo mumbled sheepishly. Love whistled for the second time. You've got some balls after all. Lisa said in surprise. She's surprised too much. Ichigo noted in irritation. Basically, you defended us. Haki asked quietly making Ichigo nod curtly. Since the Central 46 doesn't exist right now, Yama-jii is in control of the decisions and he told me to pass a message to you. Ichigo continued and noticed that they tensed a little again. Let's hear it then, Shinji replied. It's nothing bad, he's just saying that they are acknowledging the fact that they exiled you wrongly and they are offering you free stay in the Soul Society but only if you wish it. No pressure. Well, they can go fuck themselves. Hiyori stated instantly. Ichigo wanted to protest but he understood their thoughts. It's your choice. As I said, no pressure. But since I'm forced to stay here for some time, it would be nice if you'd be here too. You were forced to stay. Shinji raised his eyebrows in question. They think that I now possess too much Raryoku and my human body probably won't be able to deal with it. I'll have to talk with Urahara-san about it but the theory is, that my Raryoku should be given to my body in very small doses periodically and let it adjust to it. Till then, I have practically nowhere to go. Ichigo replied. Can't they just put a seal on you? Like they do with the captains and lieutenants? Love asked and Ichigo shrugged. They didn't mention it so I guess it's probably my hybrid nature that makes them think it won't work. I'll talk to Urahara-san just to be sure later and I'll know more. Shinji nodded and sighed. Thank you Ichigo, for the news. I think we have to talk about that offer more. I can't do the decision for everyone. Shinji thanked him and Ichigo was on his way when he remembered something. He braced himself and turned to Hiyori. I don't know how you'll react but Ichimaru-jin is alive and his actions will be judged by Yama-jii later this day. He saw Hiyori's face redden with rage, same as Shinji so he continued quickly. But before you'll go and cut him down, you should know that he was never Aizen's pawn. He was actually planning to kill Aizen ever since they have met. It has to do with Aizen doing something to Rangaku-san whom he considers to be his big sister. I know that it doesn't justify his actions but just consider it. It was most likely something very grave if he held his hate for a century, just like you did. He almost succeeded in killing Aizen but as I said in my story, the Hogyoku made Aizen almost immortal. Hiyori's face deflated a tiny little bit, but she still looked angry. I think I'll leave out the part that I saved the Espada who fought her. Oh, and don't think I defended him. I can sympathize with him, but I too think that it was too much. I never fought him, so I hold practically no ill will towards him. However you do, so, give it time and don't do anything stupid, Hiyori. It wasn't a happy sight, seeing you like you looked. Ichigo smiled sadly at her, which seemed to deflate her anger more, and she nodded to him with a small smile. Bye now guys. Chapter 4 Protectors, Hardships, Solutions, Revelations, Goodbyes. So, what do you think, Urahara-san? Ichigo asked the eccentric shopkeeper, who wore his white bucket hat at all times. Right after he left the Wizards in the 4th Division, Ichigo hurried through the official Senkaimon to Urahara's shop, where he met with the said shopkeeper, his assistant Tessai, and the goddess of Flash, Yoruichi. He asked them about what he heard at the captain's meeting to find out, if it was true, that he couldn't stay in his body for a while. Urahara for once turned serious. I'm afraid I have to agree with their assumptions, Kurosaki-san. It would be best, however, if you actually tried to get back to your body, and we'll see how will that go. Ichigo grunted in response and turned to Tessai, who was holding his human body. Ichigo inhaled nervously and did the exact same thing he always did when returning to his body. For a few seconds it worked and he was in his human body grinning at Urahara, when an excruciating pain hit him. He gasped and fell on the cold floor, trashing from the pain. Urahara and the others exchanged worried looks, and when he saw a little blood trickling from Ichigo's mouth, he immediately took out his cane. Ichigo was forcefully ejected from his body and was left on the floor, gasping and spitting blood. He opened his eyes and came face to face with worried Yoruichi. Shit, that hurt, he muttered and slowly sat up with Yoruichi supporting him slightly. Ah, should have seen that coming, Urahara said while scratching his head. Ichigo shot him a dirty look. Urahara held up his hands in defense. I expected only a slight pain, but this was little beyond that. From my experiences with you, Kurosaki-san, I should have known it would be worse. It seems that your spiritual energy indeed puts your human body under incredible stress, to the point of creating internal bleeding. I think. Ichigo turned to his body alarmed and noticed that Tessai was already healing it with Kido. I really need to learn how to do that. Kazuki, what now? Yoruichi asked him with sad expression. She too never wanted something like this for Ichigo. Before Urahara attempted to say anything, Ichigo spoke up. When I was talking with wizards, they mentioned some seal, put on captains and lieutenants when they travel to the world of the living. It prevents them from leaking too much Reiatsu. Can't it be applied on me? He asked Urahara. Said scientist opened his mouth and then closed them. He pondered about the idea for a while. The wizards did, huh? That means that the captains think that it wouldn't work. Let's see. Come here, Kurosaki-san. He motioned Ichigo to come with him. They walked a little from the group, and when they stopped, Urahara concentrated and put his glowing hand on Ichigo's chest. He started some chant that Ichigo never heard before. Ichigo saw him frown a little, but then he felt a pulse of Reiatsu burning him on skin and felt his senses become somewhat dull and his Reiatsu being forcefully suppressed. He looked at Urahara in surprise and saw him smile with a relief. For a second there I thought it wouldn't work, Urahara said. Ichigo looked at his chest and saw a little tattoo mark right below his left collarbone. Great, another tattoo. So that's the seal, huh? It feels weird. It's as if my powers were under a heavy blanket. Now what? Since it's a success, I can now return to my body and I don't have to stay in Soul Society after all, right? He asked with a grin, but it faded when he saw Urahara frowning. No, I don't think this is a permanent solution. I have a suspicion that the seal will hold for only some time. Maybe even less than an hour. When I was trying to form a seal, I could almost feel your Reiatsu responding. If I'm right, it seems that since you merged with your hollow, your instincts are actively fighting the seal, rapidly weakening him even as we speak. Curious, Urahara replied, slowly and carefully forming his words. Ichigo's shoulders dropped in defeat. He finally received a proof that no great power was without any risks and that every action has its consequences. Ever since his merging with Sarosaki, he was afraid that it would cost him something, that it won't be without sacrifices. He clenched his fists but felt a small hand rubbing his back. He turned to see Yoruichi smiling sadly. I'm sorry that you have to go through this, Ichigo. It's our fault that we weren't strong enough to fight Aizen ourselves. She put a hand on his lips when he tried to protest. Yes, it is our fault. But that isn't what I wanted to say. I know that it's hard and that you'll have to stay away from your family and friends for a while, but you can use that time to train, so that you could do what you want to even better. You are a protector, are you not? She finished encouragingly and managed to create a little smile on his face. She's right. I can't dwell too much on this. I promised myself and Zangetsu that I'll train so that I could be strong enough to protect everyone. It's not like I won't ever see them. Thank you, Yoruichi-san. He thanked her and briefly hugged her, not noticing her surprise at the contact. Urahara coughed lightly with a knowing grin. For now, let's wait for a few minutes and see how well the seal hold. After we determine the duration, during which the seal is holding, we can restore it and add some extra so that you'd be able to return to your body for at least this evening. Yoruichi will stay with you, so that she could restore seals while you're saying goodbyes to your family and friends. Ichigo turned to him. Are you sure it'll be okay? You know Hana-san said that my body should be getting my Reiatsu in extra small doses. Urahara pulled out his fan and waved with it, pretending to be hurt. Ah, Kurosaki-san, you don't believe my genius. Ichigo looked at him in disbelief and didn't even bother with an answer. Urahara placed a hand on his heart and cried a little. That hurts, Kurosaki-san. Don't worry. The extra seals will convert your Reiatsu and let it flow out of your body, not into it. It can be done only for a limited amount of time, however, that's why I said it's not a permanent solution. Urahara said, and they sat on the ground, waiting for the seal to break. After almost a full hour, they felt Ichigo's Reiatsu increase to where it was before applying the seal. Tessai looked at the watch. 52 minutes, boss, he informed Urahara, who wrote it down into his notepad. Good. Now, Kurosaki-san, before we reapply the seals, I need you to raise your Reiatsu to your maximum output and put it into this small and completely harmless crystal cube. Urahara turned to Ichigo with an innocent-looking crystal who looked at it with skepticism. He took it to his hands and looked at Urahara. And what is it for? Ah, it will store an example of your Reiatsu so that I could analyze it and then recreate it and pour it to your body periodically, so that you don't have to visit me every day. Urahara explained happily. Ichigo raised his eyebrows at the scientist and turned away. Where are you going, Ichigo? Yoruichi asked, curious. If I'll have to raise my Reiatsu as high as possible, I must go into Bankai and after that my Resurrection. Not that I don't consider you strong enough, but you shouldn't stand close to me. He briefly informed them and walked away for about 50 meters. Yoruichi raised her own eyebrows and looked at Tessai and Urahara, who just shrugged. Here goes, Ichigo thought and raised his Reiatsu. Bankai. He exploded in black and red Reiatsu and formed a crater around him, from the sheer force of the Reiatsu. The trio looking from nearby widened their eyes at that. They knew that his Reiatsu was raised after his merging, but feeling it in person was something else. Ichigo meanwhile concentrated on his hollow Reiatsu and raised it. Doom them, Lucifer, he said in a slightly distorted voice, and he was engulfed in even bigger explosion of Reiatsu, now completely red in color. Sheer raw power of his Reiatsu that was swirling around him began to form cracks in nearby boulders. The crater expanded and the air itself began crackling with red sparks, and as he pushed himself to the limits of his Reiatsu, the small stones began floating and slowly disintegrating. Urahara, Yoruichi and Tessai were watching with wide eyes when he said his release command, and suddenly they found themselves being crushed and forced on their knees, breathing heavily. Jesus fucking Christ, he wasn't kidding. Yoruichi thought, trying to move. Meanwhile Urahara started to feel the terrifying nature of Ichigo's hollow Reiatsu. This really feels scary. Kid's a monster. Look at that, his Reiatsu is even destroying matter around him. He watched the scene in disbelief. Tessai was trying to remember if he ever felt something as heavy as this Reiatsu. Ichigo felt that he was at his maximum and carefully poured small amount of his Reiatsu in the crystal, not knowing if it could contain more. When he was finished, he dropped the pressure, Resurrection, Bankai, and returned to his Shikai. He turned to others and saw them slowly getting up. He flashed to them. You guys okay? He asked in concern. Urahara wiped sweat from his forehead and yelled gleefully. Of course, Kurosaki-san. That was amazing. Your power level is over 9,000. Quote. Ichigo just sweat dropped, along with Tessai and Yoruichi, who smacked the crazy shopkeeper and caused him to drop his hat, making him pout. That was mean, Yoruichi. Don't pout, you look stupid. She smacked him again. If you want to make it till night, we should get you those seals and be on our way, Ichigo. She turned to Ichigo, who nodded and walked to Urahara, who began to form multiple seals on him. How long do you think it will take for my body to adjust, hat and clogs? Ichigo asked him seriously. Urahara frowned and made some math in his head. I'd say at least 2 or 3 moths, Kurosaki-san, in the best case scenario. While you'll be in Soul Society, I'll have Khan to attend the school for you, and don't worry. I'll make him understand that he should not play around. Urahara replied. Great, how will I explain it to Yuzu and Karen? Ichigo sighed and ignored the unspoken warning. If 3 months is the best case scenario and he didn't mention the worst, it must mean. Oh, just tell them the truth. If you don't know how, ask Isshin, he'll help you explain it. Urahara grinned and then cursed. Shit, I forgot that he doesn't know about Isshin, sorry old friend. Ichigo, who was listening with half ear, froze and gasped at him. Why, you mean Goat-chin knows about this? But, no words seemed to come out of his mouth anymore as he froze in shock. Yoruichi glared at Urahara, who seemed to shrink a little under her gaze, and she turned to Ichigo. I'm terribly sorry that you found out about it this way, Ichigo. Isshin was planning to interrupt your fight with Aizen and reveal himself to you, but you held your own and therefore he didn't do it. But he still planned to tell you some things when you were going to come back, however it seems that Mr. Big Mouth here forgot about it. She glared at Urahara again, who smiled apologetically. The fuck was Ichigo's only thought. We are here, Ichigo, Yoruichi said, but when she didn't hear any response she turned to Ichigo and sighed. Ever since they left the Urahara's shop and went to Kurosaki's clinic, Ichigo had been in deep thoughts. She wondered how was he coping with that new piece of information, but now it was time to confront his family. She poked him slightly in the ribs and saw as he finally looked at his surroundings in surprise. Huh, we're already here. Yoruichi sighed and nudged him to go on. Just before he opened the doors he stopped and turned to her. Just in case, don't stand in front of the doors. He was hoping that his dad won't try his usual surprise kick. He slowly opened the doors and surprisingly, no one was in the hallway. Hello, is anybody home? He yelled and heard a few thuds as his sister came down running through the stairs. Ichi-ni. They both jumped at him and hugged him. He smiled a little and patted their heads. Oi oi, what got you so worked up? Where's Dad? I'm here, Ichigo. Isshin showed himself with unusually serious face, looking at Yoruichi, who nodded at him. Ichigo entangled himself from the hug and looked at his sisters. Karen, Yuzu, can you see my guest? He asked hesitantly and saw Karen nod in surprise. I think I see something. It's a little bit blurred, but it looks like somebody with purple hair. Who is it? Yuzu said while squinting her eyes. Ichigo pointed at Yoruichi. This is Shihoin, Yoruichi. She's a friend, but she's not from this world. Listen, we need to sit down and talk about something. He ushered his sisters to the kitchen table, noticing the worried look in Karen's eyes as she glanced at Yoruichi. They seated themselves around the table and Ichigo sighed. There is something I was keeping from you. Karen already suspects, but I never gave her an honest answer. You see, it all started in the evening when our home was attacked and... Quote. Ichigo steeled himself and told them everything from the beginning till the end. He told them about how he met Rukia and who she really was. He explained to them the basics of souls, hollows and shinigami. How he and Rukia worked together at cleaning the Karakura town from hollows. How she got kidnapped and how he went to save her. He skipped through the details of his fights as he was sure that they were too young to hear something like that. They were good listeners and soon they were gasping when he revealed that Aizen was the one who orchestrated the whole thing. He fast-forwarded to the kidnapping of Inoue and how he decided to save her too. They were so into the story that they didn't even notice Yoruichi restoring the seals on him when it was time. After almost an hour and a half of telling his story he got to his final fight with Aizen. And then Urahara-san came and sealed him away. He's alive but he's being punished. Ichigo looked at his sisters and saw that Yuzu was openly crying and surprisingly, Karen was too. They stood up and hugged him again. That was too dangerous, Oni-chan. What if something happened to you? Yuzu was scolding him, trying to wipe away her tears. Karen was silent, but she was too wiping her tears. Nah, I'm too cool for that. I'm actually called Hero of the Winter War now. He tried to joke and boast but instead got kicked by Karen, while Yuzu giggled a little at their antics. He looked at them again and saw the worry in their eyes. This is breaking my heart. He thought sadly, but he knew he had to tell them everything. You're right, and I did get hurt. He flinched when they jerked themselves and looked at him with fear. Something happened to me when I was fighting. You remember when we were little and I was always trying to protect you? Well, now I have more people that I want to protect, and for that I needed more power. I got it, but it had cost me something. He swallowed and continued. I can't stay here, at home for some time, because that power would hurt me badly and it could hurt you too. I have to stay in Soul Society, where I can learn how to use my power properly and I can let my body adjust to the power. He hated himself for telling them this as he saw that they started to cry again. He hugged them both. However, because I can't leave school, there will be someone who will use my body to attend school. He will live here, he'll look like me but won't be me. I trust him and he's a good person. His name is Khan, so be good to him. It's not like I won't ever come back, or I won't stop by sometimes, okay? Just don't cry please. He whispered as he felt his own tears to build up. But I don't want another Oni-chan. I want my Ichi-ni. Karen cried, clenching his shirt tightly. Ichigo looked at Isshin desperately. He couldn't take any more of this. For once, Isshin understood him instantly and put a goofy smile on his face. Bah, forget about your stupid and delinquent brother and come to daddy's chest. He exclaimed and tore his shirt apart, showing them his torso. Karen looked at him in disgust while Yuzu scolded him for badmouthing their brother. But it worked and they at least stopped crying. Ichigo sent him a silent thank you. Don't worry about me girls. I'll be okay and we'll be getting even stronger. You just make sure to keep Goat-chin here in line while I'm gone, and if you ever need help with something, ask Urahara-san. Dad knows him a little, so he'll show you where his shop is located. Just be good, okay? You won't even notice it and I'll be back. He smiled at his sisters encouragingly. They smiled a little too, and after he briefly hugged them again and ruffled their heads, Isshin took them to their beds. Emotional stress was showing on them and they were getting asleep. Ichigo meanwhile sat on the chair in the kitchen, holding his head in his palms, massaging his temples. Are you okay? Yoruichi asked him. While he was telling the story, she kept herself back, to give them privacy, briefly standing behind him only when restoring seals. She too had some tears build up in her eyes while looking at the heartbreaking goodbye, and again, she felt terrible guilt. I'm okay, Ichigo. Isshin had returned and was staring at his son with something akin to concern. Yeah, Ichigo replied without raising his head. I take it that Kazuki managed to spill out that I know him from somewhere and you want to hear the truth. I get it, but Ichigo, I can't tell you everything. Not now. Ichigo's head shot up and glared at his father, but Isshin held his gaze. I'm sorry Ichigo, but you'll understand later that information can be a dangerous tool. The less you know, the better you are. Don't worry, someday soon I'll tell you everything, but right now. He sighed and sat on the chair next to Ichigo. He looked a lot older at that moment. I was a Shinigami, Ichigo. Long time ago I was born in the afterlife. I was quite a gifted kid and I began training to be a Shinigami very soon. Not long after that, I managed to get a position as a Shinigami. I was being assigned to dangerous missions a lot of time. One time, when I was in the world of the living, I got attacked by an incredibly strong hollow. As I found out later, it was one of the first experiments of Aizen. Ichigo froze at hearing the name of his foe. Dad even knows Aizen. Damn that man, how far did his machinations go? Yes, it was Aizen. I somehow managed to drove him back with a little help, but I got injured quite badly. Your mother happened to be on the scene and she saved my life, but she too got injured. Nothing major, at least at first glance. I returned to Soul Society but I couldn't forget her face. So, I snuck out to the world of the living again to see her, but I found her in bad shape. She got injured by the same hollow that injured me. However, she was a living human and her body got infected with something that was later identified as a hollow pathogen. Isshin grimaced when he noticed a flash of realization on Ichigo's face. With Kazuki's help, we managed to save her, but I had to give up my Shinigami powers and live in this Gigai for the rest of my life. My soul got connected with Masaki's soul and my Shinigami powers that I gave up were keeping the hollow infection on the bay. It was supposed to be like that till her death. Only then would I regain my Shinigami powers. Till that day I was as powerless as human and couldn't even see ghosts. I could, however, feel Reiatsu. I won't bother you with details, but we fell in love and soon after that, you were born. He paused and rubbed his chin. We were extremely happy, but something happened. Thanks to Kazuki, we found out that the infection transferred itself onto our little baby. He grimaced again, memories within him were flooding again. Fortunately, my link to the hollow in Masaki's soul was also somehow duplicated and therefore, my soul was keeping even your hollow asleep too. We fast forward to the day that Masaki died and my link to her was destroyed and my soul was now only suppressing the hollow infection in you. However, after your mother's death, you fell into depression and that's what was feeding your hollow. Because my powers were now focusing solely on you, they were enough to still suppress it. But, you met Kuchiki Rukia and you awoke the Shinigami potential passed on you from me. After your training with Urahara you manifested your Zanpakuto. Even then I was able to suppress the hollow inside you that started to get his own appearance in your inner world. He was still asleep, but during your battles in Soul Society you were getting stronger and stronger every minute. In your fight with Kenpachi, your hollow finally manifested itself and in your fight with Byakuya he was awakened and gained a separate entity from your Zangetsu and your own soul. Ever since then, you were in constant struggle with it. It was that moment when he awoke, that my connection to you was completely destroyed. In that moment, I regained my powers. He looked at the stunned Ichigo. Do you see now, Ichigo? Why was Aizen so interested in you? You are something that defies a nature, you are a living human. Yet you inherited your Shinigami powers along with hollow powers. You are a perfect hybrid being, capable of transcending every boundary that exists. Along with that, but I can't tell you that now. Ichigo's brain rebooted and he blinked twice. You're telling me. Shit, what about Yuzu and Karen? Ichigo asked in concern. Isshin shook his head. The infection was passed only onto you. Urahara hypothesized that it latched onto First Soul that began forming during Masaki's pregnancy. Even after you were born, the hollow was present in Masaki, but it was only a presence, it could no longer transfer to anyone else. Bottom line, we were lucky and Yuzu and Karen inherited only latent ability to manipulate reishi and see ghosts. Ichigo let out the breath he was holding. At least his sisters were safe. All of this, I need a moment. He shook his head and dived into his mind. He appeared in the world full of skyscrapers. So, you came Ichigo. Zangetsu said when he noticed him. Ichigo spun around and faced him. Is it true? Shirosaki was always there. Zangetsu sighed and jumped from this pole. As I told you many times. I was always with you and Shirosaki was always a part of me. He wasn't a separate being until the shattered shaft. Since then, he was getting stronger and, well, you already know. He blinked behind his sunglasses and walked to Ichigo and put his hand on his wielder's shoulder. But Ichigo, you already accepted him. That's not what's bothering you, is it? It's the unspoken things that your father haven't told you. He left out much information, however I agree with him. It's not the time for you to know everything. Only recently you began to accept who you are. Only recently you restored your resolve. Don't haste for new information that you wouldn't be able to take in. Be satisfied with knowing that while you'll be gone, your sisters and your friends will be in good care. You didn't notice, but your father's Reiatsu is strong. Very strong. He's hiding its true nature very well, but he's stronger than most of the people you've met so far. Zangetsu told him with a serious face, making Ichigo raise his head in surprise. He stared at his Zanpakuto but then smiled. You really know me the best, Zangetsu. Yeah, it's still bugging me, but I guess you are both right. If he doesn't want to tell me, he must have his reasons and I should trust him. I'm surprised to hear that he's that strong, but I guess it's kind of ironic that my moron dad is strong. He chuckled and thanked his Zanpakuto. As he was leaving his inner world, Zangetsu looked up in the sky. Be strong for your sisters. Don't bring the rain again, Ichigo. I hate the rain. Ichigo opened his eyes and came face to face with concerned Isshin. He weakly smiled at him. Don't worry, Dad, I'm not a kid anymore. I have already accepted that the hollow inside me is a part of me, so this kind of revelation is not that groundbreaking to me. However, the fact that I really don't know about your past is, well, you have your reasons and I won't press you. When you're ready and want to talk, I'll listen. Isshin's concerned look morphed into a proud one and he smiled widely at him. I don't know how you got so mature, but I'm proud of you, son. I know I haven't been a really good dad, but it seems that you turned out better than I could have ever imagined. He gripped Ichigo's shoulder and wiped away a small tear from his eye. Ichigo chuckled with embarrassment. Stop it, Dad. We both know that you had 3 children to raise after Mum died. I think you did good. Karen and Yuzu are as happy as they can be. Ichigo reassured him, but then he had to dodge a surprise punch. Nice reflex, son. You're right. Enough with the soap opera. I'll look after Yuzu and Karen and Kon. You just concentrate on yourself for once. They will wait for you. Now go. You have one more stop to make. Isshin nodded at Yoruichi and let her take his son away. Go, Ichigo. You need to get stronger. There are only few people who can match you with Reiatsu, but Reiatsu itself doesn't matter if you can't control it. There is a storm brewing and you'll be a center of it, and you have to come out of it as a winner or else. Don't let me tell your sisters that they lost another important person, never again. They should be around here. Ichigo walked through the park with Yoruichi behind him. He told his friends beforehand that they were going to meet at the edge of the Karakura's park. This was the second conversation he was not looking forward to. Yoruichi watched him as he sighed and ran his hand through his hair. It seemed that every time he used resurrection, his hair got longer, almost till his waist, but after that he was able to shorten them with Reiatsu. They were still longer than before, but she told him to let them be. And I was right. He looks loads better. No, bad Yoruichi. You can't think that. You are his mentor. You can't let your thoughts get the better of you. She slapped her cheeks lightly to get her annoying thoughts out of her head. She hated to admit it, but her student was creating a place for himself in her heart. She thanked God, however, that what was she feeling was not love in a romantic sense. It was more of a bond of big sister. But then again, forbidden love. Goddamn it, Yoruichi, you're a bad kitty. She mentally slapped herself. What is wrong with me? She came out of her stupor when she almost bumped into Ichigo, who was, as she realized, not moving and looking firmly in front of himself. She peeked from behind him. In front of him were sitting on the grass Orihime, Sato, Ishida, some girl she recognized as his childhood friend Tatsuki, and 2 boys, whom she didn't know. Ichigo frowned. Tatsuki, Keigo, Mizuhiro, what are you guys doing here? You were not supposed to be here. Keigo and Mizuhiro looked at each other and smiled apologetically at him while Tatsuki jumped and tried to punch him in the face, missing him by inches. Hey, what are you doing, Tatsuki? He yelled at her and had to dodge another punch. Yoruichi, however, wasn't as lucky, as she wasn't looking at her and felt the full force of the punch. She was forced to turn her head a little and looked at the girl in surprise. Ichigo meanwhile restrained his friend. The hell is your problem, Tatsuki? You okay, Yoruichi-san? Wait. Did you just accidentally hit something, or can you see that person, Tatsuki? He looked down at her and stepped back from her glare. You come here after last time with some purple-haired bimbo and you even say we are not supposed to be here. What the fuck happened to you, Ichigo? You no longer consider us friends. What the fuck am I to you? She wiped a single tear angrily and kicked him in the knee. Ichigo flinched a little, both from the pain and her accusations. He glanced at Yoruichi and noticed that she was unharmed, although little bit angered after being called bimbo. He released Tatsuki from his grip and sighed. Sit down. She looked at him stubbornly and he snapped. I said, sit down. He yelled and released a little bit of Reiatsu at her. She widened her eyes and quickly sat down. Damn it, the seal is weakening again. I don't remember him being so quick to anger before. Yoruichi thought and quickly walked to him and put a hand on his chest. Ichigo and the others raised their eyebrows. You sit down too, Ichigo, and calm down. You are releasing your Reiatsu and it's weakening the seal significantly. He widened his eyes in surprise and quickly did as she told him to. I didn't even realize I was using Reiatsu. Damn, I really have to learn how to keep my emotions under better control. Sorry about that. He turned to others who were watching him with surprised eyes. Since you two doesn't seem to be surprised by me talking to somebody else, I assume you can see Yoruichi too. He asked Keigo and Mizuhiro, who nodded. When did this happen? I see. I'll tell you the short story of what happened. But be warned, some of the things are hard to believe. He saw them nod, along with Tatsuki. So he told them the same story he told his sisters. He got the part when Orihime was kidnapped without interruptions, but after he explained to them how he decided to go and save her, Tatsuki couldn't stay quiet anymore. Why didn't you say that to me earlier? I could have gone too. I could have helped you. I am not someone who can't protect herself. I'm better in karate than you, damn it. She yelled at Ichigo, who was trying to calm himself, as his emotions were again threatening to overwhelm him. Fuck, Tatsuki. You didn't understand any of this. He then took off his shirt, getting a full-blown blush from Orihime and a slightly pink cheeks from Tatsuki. There he goes again with that great body, and that tribal tattoo is making him look even cooler. Yoruichi couldn't help it and nodded appreciatively. What are you doing, idiot? Tatsuki turned her head away. Look at me, Ichigo simply said and waited for her to look at him again. She was trying to avert his eyes, but then she noticed that he was pointing at his chest. Tell me, what do you think this is? He asked her. What do the fuck happened to you? She gasped. Ichigo was pointing at the center of his chest where a huge scar was present. It was the remnant of his fight with Ulquiorra. Even after his injuries were healed, the scar stubbornly stayed as a remainder of what happened to him. After he got back to his human body, the scar itself transferred to it, along with some other minor scars. Others gasped too. Keigo was trying to look brave. Mizuhiro was uncomfortable, but Tatsuki was positively horrified. The rest of the group was handling it somewhat better, but they were too shocked. He never showed them that scar before. You want to know what happened to me? I got blasted with an energy beam through my chest. It destroyed my heart, part of my lungs and part of my spine. I died. Only with sheer luck I was able to come back alive. While he explained, Keigo couldn't take it and quickly ran to empty his stomach into the trash bin. Tatsuki was just staring at him with fear, and after a moment, she slid to the ground, holding her head in her hands, shaking all over her body. Ichigo took a pity on her and kneeled in front of her. He softly put a hand on her shoulder. Do you see now, Tatsuki? Do you see what kind of opponents we had to face? I know that you are strong. Exceptionally so. If I were to go against other humans, I'd let you take care of my back, but that. They weren't human. Orihime was priceless to them thanks to her powers. Ishida is a Quincy, as I explained, and Chad has his own set of powers too. Even then I didn't want them to get involved. They shouldn't have gone through that. I care about you, Tatsuki, I do very much. That's why I couldn't take you with me. I am strong. Even in that fight I had enough power to obliterate a set of houses in almost one strike, yet I was helpless against that enemy. I'm really sorry for that, Tatsuki. I really am. He finished and gripped her shoulder. She raised her head and he was surprised to even more tears. She jumped at him and hugged him, silently crying. He looked at others who were watching them uncomfortably and awkwardly patted her back. But that's only half of it. He let her go and finished his story with his final fight with Aizen while putting his shirt back on. I'd be happy to say that this is all, but there is one more thing. Even Orihime, Ishida and Chad don't know this. He added, surprising them. Remember how I told you about the fight where I got that scar? Something happened to me. Ishida looked at him with stern look, while Orihime looked concerned. Go on, what can be worse than that scar? Tatsuki said hesitantly. Ichigo clenched his fists and inhaled deeply. To be able to defeat Aizen, I had to get strong. I did it. I got strong, but maybe too much. Only recently I found out that it brought with itself some side effect. He sighed. For some time I have to stay away from the world of the living. I have to remain in Soul Society. It may be for 2 months or in the worst case scenario, forever. There is no real date. It's because I gained too much power. My human body can't cope with it, and the moment I try to get back to it, it starts to break down. Even right now, I am only able to be here with help of Urahara-san and Yoruichi-san, who applied many seals on me, which have to be restored every hour. If the seals would break down without anyone who could restore them, being here with me, I'd probably be laying here trashing in pain. He said and waited for them to understand it. It didn't take long and they gasped in shock. What are you saying, Ichigo? Orihime asked with worry. Too much power in my soul would cause my human body to die. He replied honestly and saw tears forming in her eyes. But we found a solution. Urahara-san will get my body adjusted to my power, but it will take at least those 2 months. During that time I will be unable to get back into my body, and that's why I'll be staying in Soul Society. However, I can't stay that long out of school, so Khan will be getting my body and will use it to attend school. I can only hope that you'll make sure he stays out of problems. My dad and my sisters already know that, and we said our goodbyes. I'll come here for a few times to say hello, but I'll be in my spiritual body only. Ichigo tried to reassure his friends, who were looking at the ground in sadness. Damn it, Kurosaki. Ishida cursed mentally and glanced at Orihime, who were looking defeated. Hey Tatsuki, you okay? Ichigo tried to ask her but got interrupted when she grabbed his collar and looked at him fiercely. I'm okay, and I think I understood it perfectly. Tell me. Where is that bitch? She surprised him with rage that was evident in her eyes. Who are you talking about? He asked her, confused. Oh boy, I think I know where this is heading. Yorusi, he thought. Rukia, of course. If that bitch never showed her face here, none of this would happen. You'd still be Ichigo, who's a punk and a normal student of Karakura High School. You wouldn't have to fight death gods, monsters, and I don't know what else. Screw that. That is not your problem, nor your concern. You are human. Why can't you see that? Why? She began pounding on him. If it weren't for Rukia, I'd be dead along with my family. He yelled back. If it weren't for her, you'd be here, with us, with me. She said quietly, and then she looked him in the eyes with determination and then absolutely shocked them. She took his head in her hands and smashed her lips against his. Okay. Didn't see that one coming. Yoruichi thought uncomfortably. Ichigo was so shocked he didn't dare to even move. Only after a moment he felt her tongue in his mouth, and to his surprise he was automatically responding. It took him full 10 seconds to realize what was happening, and when he did he blushed furiously and pulled her slightly away from him. Tatsuki. What are you doing? He stammered in alarm. She too was blushing furiously. I'm sorry, but I needed a closure. I know that you think of me as a friend, but for some time I thought that I was beginning to see you as something more. If this was the last time I'd see you in a long while, I needed to find out. She told him, fidgeting with her clothes while the rest of the group moved back a little, since they were getting a little bit too uncomfortable. Ichigo's brain finally comprehended the situation and he blinked. And she smiled at him a little. I do like you, but only as a friend. Very close friend, but nothing more. Oh, okay. He was unsure what to say to that. He was still trying to get rid of the feeling of being kissed. So, guys. Anything you want to talk about while we're here? He asked the rest that came back after a moment. Oh, I want to ask, where is that lady that was in our school for a few days? You know, that with those huge. Keigo started to rant about some girl whom Ichigo recognized as Rangaku, and thus creating a little conversation in the group. They talked for next hour about unimportant stuff, trying to forget about the reality for a moment. It was almost an evening when their talk ended and they said their goodbyes. Ichigo walked with them for a while and made his last goodbyes with them at the crossroads, while Tatsuki was warning Keigo and Mizuhiro not to tell anyone what they heard and saw that day. See you later, guys. I'm sure of it, Kurosaki. Ishida pushed his glasses up his nose. Don't worry, I'll be training, and when I'll come back, I'll be able to kick your ass into oblivion, Ishida. Ichigo grinned at him cheekily, making Ishida roll his eyes dramatically. Chad waved at him. Ichigo turned to others and noticed that Orihime was glancing at him a little. He sighed. After what Tatsuki told him, he finally realized what Orihime wanted from him. He really didn't want to have this kind of conversation. He quickly bid farewell to Keigo and Mizuhiro and walked to her. Listen, Orihime. Come with me for a bit. He took her a few steps away from Tatsuki, who was waiting to walk Orihime home. Yes. What is it, Ichigo? She asked shyly. He ran a hand through his hair and looked directly in her eyes. Orihime, I'm sorry if what I think is not true, but, do you like me, like, a lot? He asked awkwardly. She blushed deeply and looked panicked for a moment, but after a while, she nodded, hiding her face behind her hands. I'm sorry, Orihime, I never noticed it. This is my first time finding out something like that, so I don't know if I'm responding correctly, but I'll be honest with you. I like you a lot. However, you are like a sister to me. I care about you, but there is no romantic feeling, and I think that you like me as a brother too. He smiled at her sadly when he saw her shoulders drop in defeat. When he mentioned that she liked him as a brother, she raised her head in surprise. That's not true. He stopped her with shaking head. Orihime, you lost your big brother early. Around the same time as I lost my mother. We became friends and you probably looked up to me, because we've been through similar hurtful moments in our lives. Back then, you didn't know about my mother, but you probably felt it. When you met your brother again as a hollow, it triggered some memories, and it was me who was there with you, and your affection towards your brother passed on to me. I know I'm trying to rationalize it, but it's how I see it. She looked at the ground. I do like you a lot, Kurosaki-kun. Maybe you're right, maybe I like you as my brother, but I just simply don't know. When I see Kurosaki-kun sad, I'm sad too. When you smile, I'm happy too. I'm confused about it, but I'm glad that you at least told me what you feel. Orihime said with small smile and quickly rubbed her eyes. I won't cry anymore. Ichigo looked at her and sighed. He knew that she was trying to be strong. Hell, if somebody who I thought I was in love with told me that she loves me like a brother, I'd be probably a mess too. He briefly hugged her and rubbed her back a little, same as he did with Tatsuki. Just remember, I'm here for you. I won't be for some time, but if you ever need anything, contact me and I'll stop by, okay? She smiled and let go of him. He watched as she joined Tatsuki and they both started to walk towards their homes. I hope she'll be okay. So, what did he want to talk about? Tatsuki asked Orihime as soon as they were out of Ichigo's hearing distance. He told me how he feels about me. Orihime replied, shocking Tatsuki. So he finally got his balls back. Well, what did he tell you? She asked in anticipation. Well, he likes me, but like a sister. He told me that I like him too as a sibling, in exchange for Sora. Orihime said with small smile. I'm sorry, Orihime. Tatsuki gave her a short hug. It's okay. Maybe he's right, I don't know for sure. Screw that. Feelings are such a drag. Who need them? I just want to see the poor gal who'll end up as Ichigo's girlfriend. Tatsuki laughed jovially. Orihime looked at her sadly. I'm sorry too, Tatsuki-chan. I know that you were lying to him. Single quote. Chapter 5 Party for Hero Revelations. 2. Melancholy of God's Believer. Say, Kurosaki, could we talk for a moment? In my office. Toshiro Hitsugaya asked Ichigo, who only recently came back from the world of the living. Said person raised one of his eyebrows in surprise and shortly nodded. He followed the young captain into 10th Division barracks. White-haired prodigy sat down on his chair and motioned Ichigo to do the same. What is it, Toshiro? Ichigo asked curiously and smirked when he noticed a tick mark on Toshiro's head. It's Captain Hitsugaya, damn it. Listen, Kurosaki, does the name Hinamori Momo ring any bells for you? Ichigo squinted a little, trying to remember. I swear I heard it some. Oh. He suddenly remembered. Yeah, she was Aizen's lieutenant in his division, right? He asked Toshiro with a frown. The captain nodded and rubbed his temples. You see, Kurosaki, she was very loyal to him and believed to the final moment that Aizen wasn't a traitor. He hurt her, Kurosaki. He hurt her cruelly. Physically and emotionally. Because of Aizen, I myself. He gripped the table in front of him tightly. In the fight against Aizen, I was under Aizen's illusion and I stabbed her, Kurosaki. She's still in fourth trying to recover, but I just know that she's a wreck. I want to help her, to shield her from the pain she's in, but ever since that incident, I couldn't even look at her without feeling guilty." He went silent, giving Ichigo a moment to digest this information. Ichigo was listening to him in a little shock, and he felt bad for the young Shinigami in front of him. "You really did fuck things up, Aizen. Poor Toshiro, I can't even begin to understand what he must have felt." "Kuro, Ichigo," Toshiro continued, and Ichigo looked at him in surprise. Toshiro never used his first name before. "You were the last person who fought Aizen. Somehow I think that you understood him better than any of us ever did. Most importantly, you are a good person, and I want to ask you a personal favor." He inhaled deeply and looked Ichigo in the eyes. "I need you to help Momo, Ichigo. She's the most important person to me in whole soul society. I can't bear to watch her suffering, but I can't help her either. Help her get better. Help her to get over Aizen. When she'll wake up, she'll be depressed. Talk to her, be there for her. I will do anything in return, just name it." He stared at Ichigo with pleading eyes, who couldn't help but feel a small tear forming in his eye. Single quote. Ichigo smiled at him a little. "I can try. I only wish one thing in return." Toshiro raised his eyebrow and prepared himself for anything. "Just be my friend, Toshiro." Ichigo replied, and truly shocked Toshiro, who couldn't help it and felt a small tear too. "I was never more right than now. He truly is a great person." "Of course, Ichigo, but I'd still like to ask you to call me captain, at least in front of my peers. It helps me maintain the respect people have for me." Ichigo shortly nodded and shook his hand. "I have one question though. I hope you don't mind. You don't even have to answer." Toshiro looked at him puzzled. "Do you love her?" Ichigo asked simply, and watched as Icy Captain became red as a tomato and started to stutter. "Wah, what are you talking about?" Ichigo waited for a moment and gave him time to cool off. Toshiro dropped his shoulder in defeat and looked at the ground. I'm not sure, but yeah, I probably do. At least I think it's love. It's just complicated. Just please don't mention it to anyone else. Especially Matsumoto." He gulped at the thought of his lieutenant in possession of this information. Ichigo mentally agreed with him. If there was anyone in Sarate who was bad with secrets, it was the lieutenant of 10th Division. "You got it. So, when do you think that Hinamori-san will wake up?" Toshiro frowned. "Well, I hope as soon as possible. You can try to visit her tomorrow. I will be training, since right now, I'm not strong enough to protect her." He replied, and Ichigo only nodded. He knew that feeling very well. "But now is the time that I should pass a message from Matsumoto, who says that the party for the hero of the Winter War will be in 8th Division barracks," Toshiro said, smirking slightly at Ichigo's new title. Ichigo grimaced a little. "You're not going?" Toshiro nodded. "I'll go, but I need to finish my paperwork first. I should be there in an hour." Ichigo sighed and slowly left. When Ichigo went outside of the office, Toshiro sighed and held his head in his hands. "Momo, please let him help you." Quote. Ichigo was walking down the streets of Sarate when he realized something. Isn't the 8th Division led by Kiraku-san? He mentally slapped himself. Of course it is. Who'd be a better host for a party if not someone like him? He shook his head. Loud music was a beacon for him, as he was trying to find his way to the party. Ichigo thought of himself as quite the courageous person, but right then, he wasn't feeling very brave. If the voices were any indication, there was already a huge group of people completely wasted. He hoped that he would end up differently. He would remember that thought next morning. The fuck was his only thought when he entered the barracks, which were redesigned to host a party. There was such a mass of bodies present, that he was almost certain that the whole Soul Society came that night. Most of them were unknown to him, since they were only non-seated or seated officers. From the few short glances around him, he noticed that from the captains and lieutenants he knew, most of them were already here. It was after somebody noticed Ichigo standing in front of the doors, that the shouting began. It's him. It's the hero of the Winter War. Aw man, look at that Zanpakuto. No wonder he kicks ass. He's cute, kya. It was the last statement that startled Ichigo and woke him up from his stupor. But it was already late, as he was surrounded by his many fans, who were trying to get his attention. He came face to face with women with stars in their eyes, who managed to fight their way through the crowd and were now screaming with joy at being so close to him. Men were pushed back a little, but they were too trying to get his attention and they wanted him to tell them the story about his victory. Ichigo was at a loss of words. Back in the world of the living, he went few times at the concerts and watched from afar as the singers were jumped by their fans. He always laughed at them. Now he was taking his actions back. Really? What the actual fuck? He jumped a little when he felt someone pinching his butt cheeks and flushed a little. Trying to turn around, he came face to face with another woman, who jumped at him and hugged him. "Take me, hero of the Winter War. Take me and ravish me." Ichigo gaped at the woman and shuddered. This was getting out of hands. Is this really happening? When he felt his butt being not pinched but even slapped, he decided that it was really enough and he tried to flash step away. He partially succeeded as he heard sad voices calling him back, but he bumped into another person in the process. "Ow. Sorry, Rukia." He looked down and saw the petite Shinigami getting up, glaring at him a little. "Damn it, Ichigo, what are you made from? You're late." Rukia accused him. Yeah, Tosh. I mean, Captain Hitsugaya wanted to talk. Come quickly, we need to get to the others or I'll get jumped on again. I swear these women are crazy. Ichigo muttered and led her to the bar, where he caught a glimpse of Renji and some other people. Rukia looked at him in surprise. She never heard him calling the young captain in a formal way. She, however, soon forgot about that when she heard the rest of his sentence. More women. I think I need a drink. Maybe it'll make my mouth looser. Ichigo saw her quiet down but said nothing as they walked towards the bar. Ichigo, there you are. Come, drink. Renji welcomed him and gave him a glass full of some liquid. Ichigo frowned and protested. Hey Renji, I'm sorry but I already told Rangaku-san that you'll drink only beer, nothing stronger, right? Ichigo shuddered when he felt hot breath of Rangaku on his ear. He quickly turned his head and nodded. She pointed at his glass. Well, Abarai-kun gave you exactly that. She winked at him. Ichigo facepalmed when he realized that Renji was already a little bit drunk and trying to get a view of Rangaku's cleavage. Ichigo-kun, my boy. How are you this glorious day? Jovial voice of Kiraku greeted him from behind. Is everyone already drunk? Hello, Kiraku-san. Well, screw it, I had better days. I had to say goodbyes to my family and my friends, so you know. His words sobered those around him a little. You know what helps. Drink. Akaku yelled and raised his own glass. Ichigo looked at the liquid in his glass with suspicion. Seeing nothing fishy he shrugged and gulped the contents down. He coughed a little, but he haven't felt a burn in his throat. Huh, I guess they really did gave me only a beer. Since you're drinking a beer, you'll need more of that stuff to drown this crappy day. Rangaku winked at him again and turned to the bar so that she could order him another. Ichigo sighed. I should have known that it wouldn't end just with one beer. And it's a good thing that there will be more of it. He jumped in surprise. Zangetsu. Oh man, don't do that. What do you mean, it's a good thing? Zangetsu sent him an image of him amused. Ichigo, it's over for now. There is peace and you don't have to fight for your survival. You should relax a little. I know that it must sound weird, coming from me, but trust me. Your mind needs something to numb it. Drink. You'll probably feel bad in the morning, but I somehow think that it'll be worth it. Ichigo raised his eyebrow. It was indeed weird for his Zanpakuto to say something like that. I guess I could relax, but I still won't drink anything stronger than beer. As I would expect from you. We'll talk again soon, Ichigo. Zangetsu said and withdrew to Ichigo's inner world. Ichigo shook his head to clear his thoughts. He looked up and noticed that Rangaku was watching him intently, and when she caught his eyes, she gave him a thumbs up and climbed on top of one of the tables. She whistled loud enough for everyone to notice her and raised her glass. Everyone, it's finally time to raise your glass for the hero of the Winter War, Kurosaki Ichigo, without whom we probably wouldn't be standing here right now. She turned her head to Ichigo and grinned at his embarrassment. Kanpai, she yelled and poured the drink into her mouth. Kanpai, everyone else yelled and they drank their drinks too. At that moment a loud music started to play with a new vigor and even louder than before. "Come on Ichigo, you should meet and get to know others too," Rangaku exclaimed and took Ichigo's arm, dragging him across the barracks, to meet every lieutenant present at the party. "And after she kissed me, get it? That frigging tomboy actually kissed me, and she said that she wanted to, what was it? She wanted to find out if she was into me." Ichigo was feeling little bit dizzy as he was telling the group the incident with Tatsuki that happened when he was saying goodbyes to his friends. The group now consisted mainly of other lieutenants. After Rangaku dragged him along with her, he met Hisagi Shuhei, Kiraizuru, Nanao Eyes, who followed her captain everywhere, keeping an eye on him, Kyon Katetsu and everyone from before. Wow, poor girl, she must have been confused for a long time to do something like that. Nanao commented with pink cheeks from the alcohol. "I'm just surprised that the strawberry didn't take his legs and run away as fast as he could." Renji snickered from Ichigo's right, sipping from his glass. Ichigo glared at him and once again, missed the dark look that crossed Rukia's face. "And what did she find out?" Kira asked curiously. He found Ichigo's story quite interesting and he almost shed a tear when Ichigo talked about his sisters. "What did she find out? Of course she's into him and tried to shag him," Rangaku exclaimed and giggled at her own shamelessness. "No, of course not," Ichigo yelled scandalized as Nanao vigorously nodded and glared at Rangaku, who only giggled more. If the way he's telling the story any indication, she probably found out something different. Hisagi commented and swayed a little on his feet when he tried to stand up. "Yeah, like Hisagi-san said. She told me that I'm like her best friend. Maybe even closer, but not like boyfriend or whatever," Ichigo confirmed. "Most beautiful way of finding out where your heart stands." Yumashika sighed next to Akaku, who only rolled his eyes and drank another shot of sake. "Yeah well, she almost gave me a heart attack. I mean, what is wrong with women? I don't remember them being so very friendly with me before." Ichigo shook his head and missed how the others dropped on the ground comically. "It's because you're now a hero of the Winter War, defeated Aizen and his Espada, not to mention you look damn good for a brat." A slightly amused voice surprised them. Ichigo quickly turned around and found himself tightly gripped around his neck, with his face in something warm and soft. He instantly recognized the voice. "KKK Kukaku-san," he asked in surprise. "Yo brat, how cheeky of you to not visit me in such a long time, don't you think?" she asked and grinned evilly at him. "Ah, I'm sorry, After a few long seconds he realized just where his face was and he blushed. He pushed himself from her breasts. What are you doing, damn it?" he asked, trying to regain some of his dignity. "Well, from the looks of it, I'm giving your friends a show," she replied with her arms at her hips, making him turn his head to see that most of his male companions were holding their noses so that they wouldn't bleed. "I think you should introduce her, Ichigo." Ichigo jerked himself at another voice. "Yoruichi-san, you're here too." Said person came from behind Kukaku and waved at him. "Yo, yes, I dragged Kukaku along, since she whined that she wanted to see you." She smirked when a tick mark appeared on Kukaku's head. "I didn't whine, damn it." Ichigo shook his head and coughed a little. He turned to the group and pointed at Kukaku. "Guys, this is Kukaku Shiba, EHM, a master of fireworks." He glanced nervously at her. The fierce woman gave him thumbs up and sat on the free chair. He glanced at his friends and noticed that they were almost drooling while staring at her. "Bunch of horny bastards. I should probably warn them about her personality, but I guess that they should learn that the hard way." Ichigo mentally grinned and pointed at Yoruichi. "Well, I think that most of you should already know this one. This is Yoruichi Shihoin, the cat of the devil." He ducked under her swipe, but he couldn't evade her jump. "And don't forget to add, the first woman, whom you saw naked, Ichigo-kun, don't forget that." She grinned evilly and licked his ear, which earned him a few shocked gasps and few nosebleeds. Ichigo spit his beer around himself. "Yoruichi-san," he yelled nervously. "That's indecent." Nanao scolded her. Yoruichi just grinned and looked at her. "Oh come on. Don't try and tell me that you never wanted to play with this orange-haired sex idol." Ichigo's face became beet red and he wanted to shut her up, but no words came out of his mouth, so he just sat there gaping like a fish. He wasn't alone however, as Nanao did the same thing. My Nanao-chan has grown up. I'm so proud, Hiraku exclaimed and raised his glass in celebration, only to get bumped on his head, courtesy of his lieutenant. Shut up, I never confirmed that ridiculously indecent thought. She stuck her nose upwards and crossed her arms, which only got her chuckles. Meanwhile, Ichigo finally found his voice, but was interrupted by polite voice. How is everyone this lovely evening? Hana appeared next to their table, surprising them with her stealth approach. Ichigo glanced at her and immediately flushed when he remembered that incident in 4th Division Barracks, almost 2 days ago. Oh, Retsu, never thought I'd see you here, Hiraku said in surprise, but gulped when she turned to him with her smile still present on her face. Oh, Shunsui, didn't see you there. I couldn't refuse to drink to our hero, could I now? But I'm afraid that that's all. I still have some patients that need to be taken care of. She turned to Ichigo and he noticed that her cheeks were little pink. Oh God, she remembered it too, or worse, she's drunk. Speaking of our hero and he's here. I hope that you won't be drinking heavily tonight, Kurosaki-san. If you had to stay another night in 4th Division, it would be such a shame. She whispered the last word to Ichigo's ear, getting raised eyebrows from few people. Hana, it almost looks like something happened between you and Ichigo. Yoruichi laughed at her own joke, but even she gulped when Hana turned to her. Shihoin-san, what a pleasure. I'm sorry, but it almost sounded like you were trying to accuse me of something. I'm sure I must have misheard you, right? When Yoruichi remained silent, she approached her and from a smaller distance she asked her again. Right, Yoruichi just quickly nodded and they all watched as Hana slowly walked away, smiling all the way. Hana stopped after few steps and tilted her head a little. By the way, even if something happened, I don't think it would be your business, wouldn't it, Shihoin-san? She said and left Yoruichi with slightly widened eyes. All faces turned to Ichigo, who shook his head. You don't wanna know, trust me, he said with a hint of fear in his voice. Ichigo, don't tell me you lost your virginity to her, Yoruichi asked terrified. Yoruichi-san, I get it that you like to tease, but I'm warning you, you will pay for that. Ichigo grinned evilly and started to get up, only for her to push Kukaku on his lap and flash step away, laughing maniacally. What the damn cat? Kukaku cursed, but made no attempt to move herself from Ichigo's lap. Instead she made herself comfortable and grabbed another drink. Oi, that's no fair Ichigo, you're taking all the hot ones. Renji yelled in irritation and Akaku only nodded in agreement. Ah, youth, Hiraku thought and poured himself another shot. 2 bad brats. You don't look bad, but I'm sorry to inform you, that there's no way in hell you'd get this. Kukaku laughed, pointing at herself. Kukaku-san, do you think you could move? Ichigo asked cautiously. He still remembered her temperament from their first meeting. It wasn't like he didn't think he could handle her, but given circumstances. She turned to him so that he had to raise his head, or else his face would end in her breasts again. No, she simply said and turned to the table, leaving him sputtering and blushing. It was this scene that Rangaku returned to with another round of drinks. When she noticed Kukaku and Ichigo in their position, she squealed happily and jumped to them. Ooh, someone is already teaching Ichigo-kun how to be a man. Apu and I wanted to be the one. She pouted and gave the still blushing Ichigo his next beer. Rangaku-san. Ah, what is it with women? He sighed in defeat. You mean, I'm not good enough to be sitting on you? Kukaku asked with lightning in her eyes. Ichigo widened his eyes and shook his head vehemently. No, oi, you're just screwing with me, aren't you? He asked her irritated. She just grinned and tilted her head to his ear. We're not doing that, yet, she whispered to him and overloaded his brain. Seriously, what is it with women these days? They are treating me completely different. Ichigo. Zangetsu made himself known again. Yeah. I still forget how young you are. You clearly don't understand the fact that most women are drawn to strong and confident men, who radiate a special aura of security and kindness around them. Don't forget that you are a savior to them. That helps too. Judging objectively, you are good looking too. Zangetsu replied, further shocking Ichigo. What? Where do you get these thoughts from? Zangetsu only shook his head. Don't worry Ichigo and just go with the flow. His voice faded and Ichigo found himself face to face with slightly angry Rukia, who was staring at him for the past hour, without him noticing. Her glare only intensified itself when Kukaku landed on his lap. What is it Rukia? He asked quietly, trying not to draw attention. We need to talk, she replied and stood up. He watched her pointing to the dark corner, so he excused himself from the table and followed her. Kukaku watched them leave and sighed. Up in the trees, Yoruichi grinned. Finally, this will be fun. So, are you going to tell me what is it? Ichigo asked Rukia, who was shuffling her feet nervously. She looked up at him and gulped. Ichigo, He watched her go silent for a few seconds, then start again. Are you aware of the fact that Tatsuki-san isn't the only girl around you that has some feelings towards you? She asked quietly. Ichigo scratched his head. Yeah, her head jerked upwards instantly. I realized that Orihime feels something. Actually, after that incident with Tatsuki, I talked to her. She admitted that she loves me, however, I explained to her that I love her too, but like my third sister. Nothing more. I tried to tell her that she loves me as a big brother, but I don't know if I was tactful. It's just, after Tatsuki told me about her feelings, I just knew that since Orihime feels something, it would be best if we talked about it before my departure. He sighed and waited for her reply. I honestly didn't think you'd notice. So, is that the reason why you decided to save her from Hueco Mundo? Well, partly yeah, he frowned. Where is she going with this? If I may ask, why did you try to save me from execution? I know that you said it was because you were in my debt, for giving you an opportunity to save your family, but is that all? She asked nervously. Pretty much. I mean, during those few months we were hunting hollows together I kinda got used to you, and when you were taken by Byakuya, I already considered you as one of my friends, and I can't just leave my friend to die. Even if it would be the last thing I'd do. What about your family? If you died during my rescue? She pressed. Ichigo frowned again. I'm missing something. But I didn't. Look, Rukia, I'm not going to apologize for that. I'd gladly put my life on line for you, but I was confident I'd be able to save you with my life intact. Rukia sighed. This conversation wasn't going the way she wanted to. Do you even realize what does that mean to me? He shook his head. Damn it, he's forcing me to say it directly. Rukia thought angrily. She took out a small bottle with a pure liquid inside it and gulped it down in one turn. Ichigo raised his eyebrows at that but remained silent. That you would sacrifice yourself for me. Ichigo, She inhaled deeply and looked him in the eyes, suddenly swaying a little. I think I'm in love with you. Quote. Was the only noise Ichigo made. Up in the trees, Yoruichi didn't dare to move. Rukia clenched her fists. I'm saying I'm in love with you, say something damn it. Quote. I'm just, Quote. No fucking way, Rukia, he thought and tried to say something but he couldn't form any words. Said person was blushing profusely, but since Ichigo wasn't moving, she decided to repeat after Tatsuki and grabbed him around his collar and rammed her tongue into his mouth. Really? What is it with women these days? Was Ichigo's only thought, as he was too shocked to even move. Well, it was fun but it's unpleasant now. Yoruichi thought in irritation and jumped from the tree. It was a beautiful morning in Sarate. In 4th Division the patients were getting final treatments for the injuries they received in Winter War. In 2nd Division Captain Sui Feng was already whipping her recruits to do more training, and in 10th Division Captain Hitsugaya Toshiro was finishing his paperwork. He left some of it unfinished, as he went to look to the party that happened the night before. In 8th Division Barracks, many previously unconscious people were getting up with terrible hangover. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed location, Kurosaki Ichigo, the subject of the last night party, was waking up, discovering that he hated alcohol. Damn, my head hurts. He opened his eyes, but quickly closed them. There was too much sunlight in the room and his eyes were too sensitive. What the hell happened last night? I can only remember the beginning. He clutched his head with his both hands. Wheel, you got pretty drunk, Ichigo-kun. He jerked his head up and flinched when a sharp pain shot through his skull. He blinked and noticed a black cat sitting on his chest. Yoruichi-san. What the hell? What happened? He took notice of his surroundings and widened his eyes. Where the fuck are we? He tried to stand up but small explosion halted his attempt. Suddenly, he felt more weight on his chest. As the smoke cleared, he blushed and closed his eyes. Damn it, Yoruichi-san. At least don't do that in the morning, he exclaimed when a completely naked Yoruichi lied on him. She grinned deviously and closed on him, letting her breasts fall on his chest. Don't be mean now. You don't like it, she asked huskily and rubbed herself on him a little. His eyes widened. Jesus woman, have you no shame? He blushed and tried to break free from her grip. Yoruichi shifted herself and suddenly grinned even more. Oh, is it just regular morning or are you so happy to see me? She whispered and let her thighs to get entangled with his. Ichigo quickly realized what she meant by that, and when their legs touched he flinched and tried to push her away. He propped himself on the bed, but then he felt something soft and squishy under his right palm. He gave it a light grip and when he heard a small moan he froze with a feeling of dread. Oh boy. Don't tell me. Single quote. You're so loud in the morning. Came a tired voice of Kukaku from his right. Ichigo turned his head slightly and blushed more. Kukaku-san. What is going on for fuck's sake? He exclaimed, finally waking Kukaku up. She propped herself on the bed and yawned. Shut up. You're too loud. When she realized the situation she was in at last, she blinked and looked down. Her face flushed and she grabbed the blanket and quickly covered herself. She glared at Ichigo who held his hands up. I'm sorry, he sputtered and averted his eyes. Kukaku wildly looked away from his eyes and noticed Yoruichi, who, unlike her, made no attempt to cover herself and remained lying on Ichigo. Yoruichi, you better start explaining what is going on. How in the hell did we end up in my bed? She yelled, making Ichigo finally find out just where he was. We're in Shiba's house. Thank God Ganju isn't here. Wait, I should be more worried about why am I here. Yoruichi wanted to tease them more, but decided to spare them. Well, after Rukia confessed to Ichigo here. Ichigo's eyes shot up and he looked at her in surprise. Wait, I remember. He said and then sighed. He was going to have unpleasant conversation with yet another woman. Continue. Kukaku said with narrowed eyes. Well, I don't know what Rukia drank just a moment before confessing, but it quickly overwhelmed her, and after few seconds of kissing the hot shot, she fainted. Some of it must have been in her mouth and since she stuck her tongue in Ichigo's throat he drank some of it himself and it left him a bit drunk. Ichigo raised his eyebrow along with Kukaku. I don't remember that. I took Rukia to her barracks and left her to sleep it off and then me and Ichigo returned to others and we drank more. It's a bit hazy to me too, but you started to get too drunk, so Kukaku and I took you here and well, maybe someone mentioned that we should sleep together just in case. Yoruichi smirked with no embarrassment on her face whatsoever. Ichigo reacted in surprise. Kukaku was breathing heavily, trying to calm herself. Yoruichi rolled her eyes. Oh come on, nobody lost their virginity, we just snogged a little that's all. She snickered when Ichigo and Kukaku both jerked their heads towards her in shock. We did what? You mean, with both of you? Ichigo managed to say. Kukaku's mouth twitched in anger with a blush on her cheeks, as she glared at Yoruichi, who shook her head in amusement. You're such prudes. You're only cousins, so it does not count as ink. She didn't finish as Kukaku grabbed her. We are what? Kukaku yelled at her. Yoruichi looked at Ichigo in surprise. Why are you so surprised? Didn't Isshin told you? She widened her eyes when she realized her mistake. Shit, he only said he was a Shinigami. He never mentioned Shiba's. Damn, I'm as bad as Kazuki. Wait, you are telling me that we're family. Ichigo gasped and pointed his shaking finger at Kukaku, who was at loss of words. Yeah, Yoruichi admitted nervously. Uncle Isshin is alive, Kukaku asked with tears in her eyes, surprising Ichigo. Goat-chin is really your uncle? He asked, and he was suddenly crushed by a bone-breaking hug, courtesy of Kukaku, who was crying and hugging the life out of him. I'm so happy. I thought I lost almost my whole family. Ichigo's eyes softened and he hugged her back. But he quickly had to dodge a swipe at his chin. That damn bastard. How could he not say anything? If I knew you were a family, I could have helped you more, when we first met. Kukaku raised her shaking fist and growled. She then turned to Yoruichi, who was slowly trying to get away. And you, damn pussycat, you knew about this the whole time and yet you were silent. Do you know how bad I had it when they told me that uncle died during his mission? Yoruichi smiled nervously and tried to calm Kukaku down. Come on Kuka-chan, you know that I'd tell you if it was my decision. Isshin himself didn't want anyone to know. He's aware that he messed up, but if you knew some things about him, you could have faced execution along with him. She reasoned, when she saw that Kukaku was still deciding whether to smack her down or not. He never told even me, his own son, so I know how you must feel. Ichigo tried to calm her down too. He was too, a little bit shaken about this revelation. When I think about it, I should have realized it from the signs, my similar appearance to their dead brother, me butting head with Ganju as soon as we met, crazy temperament of Kukaku, Goat-chin craziness exactly fits this family. Single quote. I know, it's just. Kukaku said, wiping away her tears. She looked at herself and sighed. We should clean ourselves. I want to know more about Isshin and your family. And Yoruichi, don't tell anyone about what happened last night, or else I'll take my fireworks and you'll be shooting them from your precious ass. She threatened Yoruichi, who only laughed nervously. Damn right. To think that the first time I end up practically naked with a woman in a bed would be with my cousin. Ichigo groaned. After they cleaned up and got dressed, Ichigo and Yoruichi joined Kukaku in her lounge and sat down in front of her. She offered them some tea, as she herself wasn't feeling too good and the sight of sake evoked a gag reflex in her. So, tell me everything. I hear that you have 2 little sisters. I'd love to see them someday. Start at the first thing you remember. She smiled uncharacteristically softly at him and motioned him to start. Ichigo sighed. It was the 3rd or 4th time in 2 days that he was going to tell someone his story, but this time, it was going to be even longer. So he started when he was little and when he was already protecting his sisters from bullies or anything else. She saw him smile fondly when he mentioned his mother. It didn't take long, however, when she gasped, as he told her how she died in that rainy evening. She was happy, however, that he managed to forgive himself for that incident. He told her stories about him fighting against the idiots, who considered his orange hair weird. How he had to live through the fact that most of the people considered him to be a delinquent. It took him almost 2 hours till he got to the night when he met Rukia, and from that point, his story took fast pace. He described his fight in Soul Society in more details, as he already mentioned them shortly during his stay after he rescued Rukia. Then Orihime got taken, and not so long after that, he managed to defeat Aizen. She bumped him on the head for trying to save everyone, but deep down, she was incredibly proud of him. He ended his story with how he found out about him not being able to return to his human bod, his goodbyes to family and friends. So young, yet so much weight is already on his shoulders. Kukaku smiled sadly and hugged him again. I'm still angry at you, Yoruichi, but on the other hand I'm very happy that I found my cousin. I understand that if uncle haven't told anyone about him he must have his reasons, but I still don't like it. With him, we could raise Shiba's clan reputation and we could be again one of the noble clans. I won't press him, but I won't wait forever. Tell him that. She turned to Ichigo again and sipped her tea. Now, I'm sure you know nothing about this side of your family, the Shibas. We were once one of noble families. Ichigo shifted himself to comfortable position, as he was sure this would be at least as long as his story. It was almost evening, when Kukaku finally finished talking about the Shibas and Ichigo's head was almost ringing with too much information. As he was on his way out, his newfound cousin convinced him to stay at her household during his forced leave from the world of the living. She wouldn't hear about him staying anywhere else. He wouldn't admit it, but Ichigo was grateful to her. At first he was afraid that he wouldn't have anywhere to stay, but after witnessing the party, his concerns took a 180 degrees turn and made him actually worried about being snatched away by some fan. He left Yoruichi with Kukaku, since they wanted to catch up a little too. While he was walking towards the Sarate and trying to feel the light breeze blowing around him, he remembered that he wanted to talk to Rukia about her confession. She really did surprise me. I never got the feeling that she felt that way. At least with Orihime it was quite obvious, now that I think about it. But Rukia, no. Single quote. To be honest, Ichigo, she did share with you her spiritual powers, and for the short time you were using her Zanpakuto too, however in sealed state. It can easily create a strong bond. Zangetsu surprised him with his insight and made Ichigo stop for a second and sigh. I guess I can understand. Wait. I was using her Sota no Shirayuki. He wondered. Yes, but most of the time she was asleep, as she wasn't a part of your soul and you had no idea how to wake her up. She was quite a beautiful lady. Zangetsu admitted, and Ichigo grinned. What's this, Zangetsu? You're noticing women. Apocalypse must be coming, he thought cheekily. Zangetsu only snorted in amusement. The pot calling the kettle black, Ichigo. Touché. Ichigo shook his head with a small smile. Ever since he merged with Shirosaki and made his promise with Zangetsu, their relationship was getting better every day. After a few minutes of walking, he reached the 13th Division barracks. He stopped a random Shinigami inside and asked him about Rukia. The seated officer gasped when he noticed who was talking to him and immediately bowed. I'm sorry, Kurosaki-sama, but Lieutenant Kuchiki took a free day and is spending her time with Captain Kuchiki in Kuchiki Manor. Ichigo ran a hand through his hair and frowned. It's okay, and you can call me Ichigo, I don't really care for honorifics. Man in front of him gasped and nodded furiously, then quickly disappeared. Really? What am I? A celebrity? He scratched his chin and thought about his next course of action. I could always try and go to the manor and call her out, but something tells me that I don't want to disturb her time with Byakuya. I don't know how close they got after Aizen defected, but if she already told him that she confessed. I'm really in no mood for Senbon Sakura. Suddenly, an image of Toshiro appeared in his mind. Oh right, I promised Toshiro I'd stop by 4th and visit Hinamori-san. He turned in the right direction and prayed that he wouldn't meet the 4th Division captain. Good evening, Kurosaki-san. Kind voice of Unohana Retsu welcomed Ichigo in the 4th Division barracks. And that's why we can't have nice things. Ichigo thought bitterly and tried to stay focused. Ah, hello Unohana-san. Could you tell me where is the room of Hinamori Momo? Ichigo asked her nervously. Unohana frowned and her smile disappeared. Why would you want to know that, Kurosaki-san? She asked seriously. Ichigo shifted his feet. Well, Captain Hitsugaya wanted me to visit her and try talking to her. He's convinced that she needs someone who could understand her, and going by his words, he's not worthy in this moment. Unohana's face lit up a little and warmth filled her eyes. Yes, that's very thoughtful of Captain Hitsugaya. Follow me, Kurosaki-san. She led him through the barracks to the end of the long hallway. Ichigo noticed the sign, intensive care, on the doors that she was pointing at. You can find her inside. She woke up just few hours ago and she's rather depressed after she got the news about the war. Unohana smiled sadly and motioned him to go in. First thing he noticed, when he walked inside the room, was the oppressive atmosphere radiating from the bed, where a small figure lied, curled in the ball, crying silently. He slowly walked to the free chair next to the bed and sat down, waiting for her to notice him. As he sat down, her eyes opened and she turned her head towards her visitor. When she realized who it was, her eyes widened in fear and she crawled back under her blanket. Do you know who I am, Hinamori-san? Ichigo asked quietly, concerned with her initial reaction. She nodded and pointed at him with shaking finger. Are you here to kill me as well? She asked in terrified voice, shocking Ichigo, who jumped from his chair. What? No, why would I want to kill you? He asked in dismay. She blinked. Because you killed Captain Aizen and now you're here to get rid of me too. She whispered. Ichigo clenched his fists in anger, but tried to calm down, when he noticed that she backed from him again. He inhaled deeply and sat down again. I don't know who told you such bullshit, but I didn't kill Aizen. I merely weakened him, and after that, he was sealed. Right now he's in prison, awaiting his punishment. Ichigo watched with a frown as Hinamori's face lit up a little with happiness. But Hinamori-san, I know that we don't know each other very well, but let me say, do you really think you should be happy that he's alive? Aren't you more concerned about your other friends? He widened his eyes when he saw her face showed anger. How dare you say something like that about Captain Aizen? He was only trying to do right thing. He must have had a very good excuse for his actions. She yelled. Ichigo almost instantly replied back in anger, but he managed to stop himself. Calm down, she's lost without Aizen, you can't blame her. He sighed and dropped his head. Hinamori-san, tell me, how long have you known Aizen? She blinked in surprise at his defeated tone and tried to remember. I think I met him along with Abarai-kun and Kira-kun when we were on one mission, just before we graduated from Shino's academy. He, along with Captain Ichimaru and Captain Tusen, saved us from some huge hollows. She replied. I see, you must have been terrified, right? Being only in academy and yet you were being attacked, with no way of defending yourself. He watched her nod a little. You know, the night I first became a Shinigami, I was terrified too. Hollow attacked my home, my dad and my sisters. When I ran downstairs and saw a big monster, holding my little sister in his hands, I was scared to death. Like you, I was saved by someone else. Yes, by Kuchiki-san. He smiled a little at her and nodded. Yes, Rukia, but what saved me wasn't the fact that she gave me her own powers to defend myself and beat that hollow down. She saved me with her encouraging words. It was a long time since someone told me something like that. Do you know that my mom was killed by a hollow when I was a kid? She widened her eyes and put a hand in front of her mouth. Yeah, it's sad. She was the person I loved the most. After I lost her, I started to get protective of my remaining family. I wished that my sisters would never have to cry anymore. I wanted strength to do so. Rukia gave me that, both with her Shinigami powers and her words. Just like Aizen helped you too. Hinamori felt a tear in her eye and mumbled her agreement. Yes, I was so happy, she whispered. He made you feel safe. He protected you from harm and was always there for you, wasn't he? He watched as her lip trembled. It's okay, Hinamori-san. I'm not judging you here, not condemning you. Every single person needs someone like that in their life. I had my mother, you had Aizen. There is nothing wrong with that. He smiled at her encouragingly. Why are you telling me this? Why aren't you trying to tell me to hate him, to spit on his image, like everyone else? She cried and clenched her blanket. Because others don't understand the bond you had with him. It doesn't matter what the others say. He did terrible things after he betrayed the Soul Society openly. He hurt your friends, he hurt you. I know that you already realize that, and I'm not here to enjoy seeing you get drowned in guilt. He shifted his chair closer to the bed. I admit, I hate Aizen for what he did to my friends. Hell, after I heard what he did to you, I hate him even for that. But that's me, you knew him longer than I did. Even if it was only a facade, he took care of you for a long time. She nodded in tears and hugged herself. Do you know that I have something I call a hidden ability? When I cross blades with someone, I can read what's in their hearts. Most of the time, I realize it after the battle is over, but the feeling remains. When I fought Byakuya at the Sokyoku Hill, I felt his inner conflict he had in his heart. He wanted to save Rukia with all his might, but his responsibilities as noble clan leader gripped him too tightly and he was in the middle with nothing he could do. That's why I think I won. Because he desperately wanted for somebody to appear that could do what he couldn't do. To save Rukia, his pride and the only remainder of his dead wife. Ichigo closed his eyes and sighed. Even before that, I met and crossed blades with Ichimaru Jin. I knew right then and there that I could never really like the man. It's not his appearance, it was because I couldn't read his heart. It was as if he fought me, but his heart was already fighting someone else. During my fight with Aizen, I learned that I was right. For past 100 years, he was fighting against his hatred towards Aizen. He was trying to stop himself from trying to kill him every day he was with him. I don't think that after such a long time, his mind is still intact. He's not crazy, but it'll take a long time before he's healed. Hinamori was listening to him carefully, wiping away her tears with a blanket. At my last fight with Aizen, I finally understood what was in his heart. Do you know what it was, Hinamori-san? She shook her head. Solitude. Hinamori widened her eyes in surprise. From his birth he knew he was special. He was stronger than everybody else. Do you know what happens to that kind of people? They are alone for most of their life. Others fear them, can't understand them. I think that he spent all of his life as a Shinigami in a search for someone who was standing on the same level as he was. In short, I think he was searching for a friend. For someone who could understand him, who could be with him without being afraid of him. In the end his intentions became clouded with having too much power from Hogyoku. From what I heard he wanted to do something with the Soul King, and frankly, I have no idea what he meant by that, but for now I'm standing behind what I said. His actions are inexcusable, but in the end, he is only a sad and misunderstood person. Ichigo stopped for a moment and sighed again. I don't want you to hate him for what he did. Rather I want you to have a closure. Having only good memories about him is fine, but you have to come with terms that that's the only thing they are, only memories. You need to look forward, cast away your fears and doubts. Be strong, as there are many people who care about you, love you. They are worried sick about you and they don't want to see you suffer anymore. Toshiro still can't forgive himself for the pain he put you through even if it wasn't his fault. He can't even look at you without feeling guilty. Same as me, he wants to protect people he cares about the most. Hinamori trembled and looked at him. Why are you doing this? Why are you trying to help me? Ichigo grinned a little. Because Toshiro asked me to and because I know that you deserve to be happy. This is not the only time I'll visit you. I'll come by again and again, till you'll feel better. That's what friends are for, right, Hinamori-san? He gave her a thumbs up but quickly panicked when she bursted into tears and cried openly. He reached to pat her a little, but she grabbed him and hugged him fiercely, crying all over his clothes. Thank you, thank you, thank you, she repeated. Ichigo's eyes softened and he hugged her back a little. It's okay, Hinamori-san. Why don't you tell me more about your memories with him? Or anything you want to talk about. I won't leave until I see at least one small smile. Momo. You can call me Momo, she said in quiet voice, making Ichigo smile. Okay, Momo-san, what would you like to talk about? He asked warmly. What do you know? I actually managed to do something well. Ichigo thought and focused when he saw that Momo started to talk. Chapter 6 Protectors Training Point 1 Stinging Bee, Twin Blades, the Arts and the Instinct. Oi, woman, can't you give it a break? Ichigo yelled in irritation at the goddess of Flash, who was once again lying naked beside him. After he settled in the house of Kukaku Shiba, Ichigo quickly found out that her longtime friend Yoruichi Shihoin spent awful lot of time in her house. Whenever Ichigo lied in his bed, he awoke with her next to him. Once again I have to say, such a prude. Yoruichi laughed and covered herself lightly with a blanket. Ichigo sighed and rubbed his eyes. I may be yelling at her, but it seems I'm getting used to this. Say, Yoruichi-san, have you ever been in love? He asked suddenly, making her jump in surprise. What? She looked at him incredulously. It's just, I've never been in love with other girl. I love my family, I love my sisters and I loved my mother. Never have I felt anything towards a woman that could be called romantic love. How do you know if you're in love? Is it something that can even be described? He dived his face into the pillow and waited. Yoruichi was looking at him with wide eyes. Did he really ask me? Why do you ask me, Ichigo? He rolled over and glanced at her. Well, I got no one else. Hell would sooner freeze over than me asking Dad this kind of stuff. Everyone else is out of question. I can't exactly ask Rukia either, since for one, she's the one who's the subject of this question, and secondly, she doesn't look like she would know how to answer. Yoruichi mentally slapped herself. Of course, that was a stupid question. I still seem to forget that he's so young and has no actual experience. Well, I did once love somebody. It was a long time ago. More than 100 years actually. It was a brief love too. Nothing serious. It was him who taught me the Shunpo and made me into Goddess of Flash. Really? Who was it? Ichigo asked in wonder. Yoruichi shook her head apologetically. I can't talk about him. I mean, I can. I hold no longer feelings towards him, but he's a man of a higher rank than a captain, and so he's one of the secrets I must keep. Ichigo nodded in acknowledgement. So how did I know I was in love with him? That's a tough one, Ichigo. She sat and put her chin on her knees. Yeah, I know, it's just. Tatsuki practically confessed to me. Orihime admitted that she feels something too, and now Rukia. Tatsuki and Orihime I could handle, since I was sure how I feel about them. With Rukia, I don't think I'm in love with her either, I just wanted to be sure. Ichigo admitted and scratched his head. Yoruichi raised an eyebrow. Well, to be honest, I'm kind of relieved to hear that. God knows why. To answer your question, if I'd have to think about it, I simply enjoyed his company. Whenever he was around I was feeling happy, as if I was intoxicated. I felt no worries and I could talk to him about anything. I felt no embarrassment in front of him. When he touched me, it gave me a burning sensation. But that's probably right for an impulsive love, the kind that comes and goes in a few weeks. I think that if you truly love someone, you'd do anything for him, you'd want to be with him anytime and anywhere. You'd feel compelled to bring him happiness and you'd want him to be there, next to you, while you're sleeping. I don't know, I'm many times older than you and even I can't give you a proper answer and I'm just mumbling and going around one thing like a repeater. She dropped her head ashamed. To her surprise, she felt a gentle hand on her shoulder. She looked up and saw Ichigo smiling at her. It's okay. I had a feeling that something like that can't be explained by simple words. I only wanted to hear your opinion. You may be a pervert, but I value your input. You're wiser than me, Yoruichi-san. She looked at him breathless. Wow, he's going to be a lady killer. I almost want to. Single quote. Ooh, am I interrupting something? Devilish voice of Kukaku interrupted the moment. Kukaku-san, Ichigo exclaimed in surprise and flushed a little. She flashed to him and whacked him on the head. I told you to call me just Kukaku. We're family, no need for honorifics. I got it, no need for pain. Ichigo rubbed his head. Yoruichi meanwhile turned away and put on her clothes. Maybe I should thank her. If she didn't come, I actually could have kissed him. Ah, I need a man. When you're being attracted even to a young boy, you know that something's wrong. Why can't Kazuki be just a little bit more normal? She sighed and shook her head. It was almost noon, when an irritated Ichigo walked from the 13th Division barracks. Once again, he couldn't find Rukia, as she was training somewhere and no one in the division knew where. He was starting to consider the fact that Rukia herself didn't want to see him or that she was even ashamed for what she said to him during the party. He wasn't watching where he was going, and after a little stroll he found himself in front of the 2nd Division. Having nothing else to do, he walked inside and saw the members of the division under strict training from their captain, Sui Feng. After a few minutes, she noticed him and grinned evilly. What are you doing here, Kurosaki? Finally decided that you want to get your ass kicked in that promised spar. She called out for him, startling him a little. The rest of the squad stopped training and looked at him with curious eyes. No, you know what? Let's do it. I'm a little bit tense. This should get the blood flowing. Sui Feng rubbed her hands. It was time to beat the brat. Ichigo is fighting Captain Sui Feng. An excited voice of Matsumoto interrupted the lieutenant's meeting, who stared at her in shock. What? Why? Renji jumped from his chair. I don't know, but it looks like a friendly spar. She replied and ran a ways to spread the news more. The lieutenants looked at each other and jumped from their chairs and flashed to 2nd Division barracks. Captain Sui Feng wasn't grinning anymore. In fact, she was frowning. She thought that she would beat Ichigo in a few minutes, but he was proving a lot more competent opponent than she thought. So, I thought you were going to show me. Ichigo taunted her. I say that, but if I didn't have my hierro, I'd be probably limping. She's good, really good. He thought and cracked his knuckles. Don't get too cocky, brat. She yelled back and flashed to him, aiming to kick him in the head. Ichigo quickly ducked and then rolled, as he was sure that it was just a feint. He was proved right, as he felt her leg fell on the dust a little on his left. From his crouching position, He tried to swipe her legs, but she saw through his move and quickly jumped, with her fist flying at his face. Whoa! He slapped her hand away just in time and grabbed her at the collar, trying to throw her through his shoulders. He succeeded, but without effect as she rolled in the air and landed as a cat, on all four. She's more agile than me. On the other hand, I have more strength. Once again, she tried to surprise him with a flying kick, and this time he didn't duck. Instead, he decided to find out if his hero could withstand her kick directly. Sui Feng widened her eyes when she saw him extend his hand. She tried to outmaneuver him, but wasn't quick enough and he caught her leg in midair. Wow, it only stings a little bit. This'll get handy, Ichigo thought as he felt only a slight pain in his hand. He threw her in front of him as strong as he could. Ugh, Sui Feng whimpered a little as she landed hard. Shit, she cursed when she noticed that Ichigo was already in mid-jump and she rolled over, trying to avoid him. Let's try this, Ichigo thought and let some of his Reiatsu flow into his hand. He hit the ground with his fist just a few inches from her stomach, creating a small crater in the ground. Ow! Ichigo yelped as the punch proved too much even for his hero to handle and he felt his knuckles scream from pain. Nothing was broken, but he already felt the bruise forming. Okay, no more of this for now. What the? Sui Feng looked at Mark in the ground with wide eyes. That could have done more than just crack a rib. But he looks as surprised as me. She quickly jumped away and returned into defensive position. What did you do? She asked him curiously. Ichigo rubbed his knuckles. I tried to put some of my Reiatsu into my arm to increase the strength of the punch, but it seems I overdid it. It hurts like hell, he admitted. No shit, if I'd try that, my wrist would have been broken. What is he made from? Damn, his bones must be made from stone. Renji commented from the sidelines. He and the other lieutenants have been watching the spar for the last few minutes. Yeah, I don't think even Captain Zaraki would be fine after that. Akaku nodded in wonder. Ooh, do you think that his muscles are that hard too? Matsumoto asked quickly, making others shake their heads. I think that Kurosaki-san tried to find out the limits of his now hardened skin. Renji turned his head in surprise at the voice. Captain Kyoraku-san, wait, the other captains are here too. What do you mean, now hardened skin? Hisagi asked. We think that after he merged with his hollow, he gained something akin to the hollow hero. Komamura answered him. The others nodded in agreement. Lieutenants weren't surprised hearing about his merging, as their captains told them about it after the captain's meeting with Ichigo. Doesn't matter, it was too close. Go, Captain. Omaeda cheered on his captain with enthusiasm. Damn Omaeda, I'm trying to concentrate here. Sui Feng muttered in irritation. Let's try the good old martial arts. She flashed again to Ichigo and aimed her fist to his stomach. He quickly sidestepped and attempted to do the same. She slapped his hand away and changed her aim. With her second attack, she tried to punch him in the jaw and after that she hit him in the chest. Ichigo successfully evaded her strike to the jaw, but felt the second attack dead on. He grimaced from the pain. So she's trying the martial arts, huh? He answered with his own series of punches and kicks, both from karate and his street fighting. Sui Feng jumped away, after she felt his fist on her shoulder. It's time to finish this. She towed and flashed as fast as she could and attempted to hit his leg from behind. Ichigo widened his eyes when he barely had the time to dodge, but he couldn't react to her second flash as she grabbed his arm and twisted it behind his back, with her legs blocking his. He lost his balance and was falling down when an idea hit him. With his one, somewhat free leg, he kicked in the ground and spinned himself during the fall, shaking her off him a moment before they hit the ground. He noticed that she was too surprised and didn't notice him already standing up. Again he tried his drop punch and once again he missed by inches as she barely rolled away. They jumped at each other with renewed vigor and traded blows after blow, neither hitting the spot and neither gaining any ground. In the end, however, Ichigo's superior strength proved to be the winning element as he gripped her from behind, restricting her movements the same way she did before. He almost grinned, but suddenly he lost his footing and fell on the ground, with Sui Feng on top of him. Shit, they both cursed as the dust swirled around them. Sui Feng blinked a little, and after a few seconds, she realized that she was sitting on something that was alive. She looked down and saw Ichigo looking at her with wide eyes. Well, I guess neither of us won. He grinned and nodded in acknowledgement at her. Yeah, not that it doesn't bother me. You're good, Kurosaki, I admit it. You think fast during the fight, and few times you completely surprised me. It's been a long time since I enjoyed a spar, she admitted with a small grin. So if I want another one, you won't protest? He asked sincerely. Sure. Sue, could you get off me now? Ichigo asked in little embarrassment. She widened her eyes and quickly stood up, dusting herself in the process. They shook hands and Ichigo walked with her to her office, listening to her tips on how to further improve his Hakuda. Did he win? Omaeda asked in disbelief. He never saw anyone who could even match his captain in pure Hakuda. No, it ended in a draw, which is surprising enough. He's quite good to keep up with Captain Sui Feng. Hiraku replied deep in thoughts. On the other hand, he's lucky to have his Hiero. I don't think he would be unhurt after those few blows he managed to get from her. Yukitake commented. Either way, I think that the next time I want to spar in Hakuda, I'll call him. Hisagi said with respect, and the other lieutenants nodded in agreement. Damn Ichigo, he's leaving me behind more and more. Renji thought bitterly. So, Ichigo-kun, how does it feel to be equal in Hakuda with a professional? Hiraku asked Ichigo, after the latter one emerged from the office of Captain Sui Feng. Ichigo turned around in surprise to see the lazy captain waiting for him. It would probably feel good, but I'm nowhere close to be her equal. I only managed thanks to my Hiero and the fact that I surprised her with my style. Ichigo admitted. He's keeping level-headed and even admits his faults easily. Impressive for someone so young. Hiraku thought in a little surprise. Say, Hiraku-san, I heard that you're one of the most proficient Zanjutsu experts here in Sarate. Do you think it would be possible for you to teach me a little bit of it in your free time? Ichigo asked him suddenly, surprising the senior captain even more. Oh, I was under the impression that you were already expert yourself, Ichigo-kun. Hiraku replied slyly. Ichigo just shook his head. Nah, I hardly know any Zanjutsu style, I simply listen to my instincts and react accordingly. I was lucky enough to fight only those without any style till now, too. Well, some of them had some techniques, but I pressured them enough for them to have no time to use them. I fought with Byakuya and he was probably the only one who used proper Zanjutsu against me, and it proved quite effective. I'm not saying I have no basics, it's just, you know. Hiraku nodded. Well, he's right. Fighting only with instinct can get you only so far. Still, it's incredible for him to go so far. Single quote. I understand. Why don't you stop by my division barracks in an hour? I have some paperwork to do, and if I'd put it away, my Nanao-chan would, well, I'd be in no condition to help you. He laughed nervously. Ichigo chuckled himself and promised to be there on time. Okay, since we want to fight only with Zanjutsu, we'll only use our swords. No techniques, no reiatsu, no nothing, just pure swordsmanship. Hiraku said in serious voice and saw Ichigo take a stance. Your stance is good enough. You're ready to attack or to defend yourself. Your eyes are on your opponent, good. He put his flower-covered kimono away and took out his own twin Zanpakuto. I wanted to use only one of my swords, but I think it'll be a good opportunity to test your agility with sword and your speed, too. Let's see how can you keep up against someone who's using more blades. Hiraku said and sped up to Ichigo with his Zanpakuto falling down on Ichigo. Said person put up his blade to block the incoming attack and almost forgot about the second blade. He noticed it in the last moment and ducked, or else his head would have been gone. Phew, no kidding, this'll take some time to adjust. He retaliated by swinging his huge cleaver with all of his strength at the lazy captain, who blocked his attack with one blade at first, but quickly added his second blade, as he felt the force behind the strike. Hiraku widened his eyes a little. Strong, he thought, and pushed Ichigo away. Without any time to spare, he flashed behind the teen and swung his blades horizontally, trying to cleave him in two. Ichigo spun around and blocked, but the captain immediately charged another attack, with his left blade aiming at his stomach. The blade of Zangetsu managed to block it, but Ichigo felt a little pain in his left shoulder and widened his eyes. He quickly jumped, trying to put some distance between them. He only managed to notice that he obtained a small cut on that shoulder, when he already had to block another vicious strike. He parried it as quickly as he could, but felt a pain in his other shoulder. Damn, how can he attack with different hand in different speed? Ichigo thought angrily. He spun himself around, holding Zangetsu in front of him and managed to get away from the captain. Not bad, Ichigo-kun, I never thought of the attack like that. Hiraku said appreciatively. Ichigo snorted in disbelief. Yeah, right. That's why I'm the one who's bleeding. Well, to be honest, you should have been more injured. That hierro of yours is really strong. Hiraku commented, making Ichigo widen his eyes. Shit, he cursed mentally. His eyebrows twitched in annoyance. He was aware that this was only a training, but getting cut so quickly was crumbling his pride a little. Hiraku prepared himself and blocked the substitute's oncoming slash, but even he was pushed back a little. Hey, seems like I injured more than only his shoulders. He smirked. His plan to anger the teen was working splendidly. Let's see how can he hold himself when he's angry. And after I fainted, I woke up the next morning in our barracks. Since then I'm so embarrassed, I can't meet him. What should I do, Ni-san? Rukia asked her brother with her head in her hands. Kuchiki Byakuya was a captain of 6th Division, head of the Kuchiki noble clan and by most people considered a strict, cold and uncaring person. But right now, he was having a headache, because he cared too much about his adopted sister, Rukia, who just told him a story, about how she, under the influence of alcohol, confessed her feelings to Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo. Byakuya found the teen irritating from the beginning. He had no manners, which were instilled in the noble Kuchiki from his birth. He was young and brash, sometimes borderline rude and most of all, a rebel. During the course of time and mainly, after their fight at the Sokyoku Hill, however, he found the substitute to be a very caring person and even the aristocratic Kuchiki somehow came to like him on some level. He would never say it out loud, but that rebel side of him was something that the captain couldn't afford, but wanted. To be able to stand for their belief, to stand against the law and fight it for the ones he wished to protect, it was something that was denied to him. First time he heard about his adopted sister living under the same roof, even in the same room as the teen. He almost flipped and lost his composure. No matter what was said about him, he cared about Rukia deeply. She was his pride, at first a simple stone, now a trimmed diamond, his remainder of his lost love, Hisana, and by her, his family. She was the only member of the Kuchiki clan that cared about his well-being on personal and deep level. She wasn't as cold as the elders or the remainder of the clan. She wasn't as aristocratic, and had a nice sense of humor. She was the only person who could penetrate his icy cold demeanor and make him chuckle a bit. So when she told him calmly that she was living in Kurosaki's closet for the whole time, she quickly had to calm him down, and after rethinking it, he had to admit, he jumped to the conclusion too quickly. He got to know the young substitute and learned that he valued women too much to do something as vile as, well, shortly, he knew that his sister was in good hands. But now he was told that she was in love with the boy. Byakuya was in all honesty perplexed. How should he react? What should he say to her? He himself was in love only once, with Hisana. Should he kill the boy for attracting her? Should he deny her access to him? Should he ignore it all? Or should he support her? He rubbed his temples. The headache was already here. Ni-san, Rukia asked timidly. Yes, I was listening, Rukia. I'm just trying to understand the situation. She nodded shortly and waited. Why are you so embarrassed? And is it really embarrassment that you're feeling? Isn't it that you fear the possibility of him rejecting you, that you can't see him? Byakuya asked after a few minutes. He watched as her head snapped up and cursed mentally when he noticed her shock. But she needs to hear it. She needs to know that he may not reciprocate her feelings. He told himself. I don't know, Ni-san. Do you think it's possible? I mean, it is possible. I'm not that pretty, I'm small, I'm not so well endowed. She started to mumble incoherently. No, Rukia, you are a beautiful woman and every man would be happy to have you as wife. I'm just saying that there may be a possibility that he only likes you as a dear friend. You have an exceptionally strong bond between you, akin to the one that the damn cat and the Urahara Kazuki share. However, I do not know if what you have is the kind of the bond you wish to have. You just have to confront him. Byakuya replied quickly. He knew of her low self-esteem and he didn't want to hear it. She smiled gracefully and nodded. Do you think you'd be able to be just his friend, even if he rejects you? Byakuya asked after a moment of silence. I don't know. It would be perfect if he'd accept me. He's one of the few that even Ni-san or the elders would approve of. He's a gentleman, maybe a tad rude, but he always treats women with kindness. He's very strong, caring, handsome. She mumbled the last bit, surprising Byakuya, who got a coughing fit. After he calmed down he saw that Rukia was blushing furiously after her slip. Yes, well, it seems that women find him quite attractive. Byakuya admitted, not noticing Rukia's shocked expression. I think we could still be friends. We've been together through a lot of stuff and that's something that can't be forgotten. We share memories and that's enough for me, but when I see him with another woman I just get so jealous. I hope that when he'll find someone for him and it won't be me, I'll be over him. She said sadly. Byakuya beamed at her. His pride indeed. She's very mature about it. More than I would probably be. I'm proud of you, Rukia. He looked out his window and sighed. Think carefully before you speak to her, Kurosaki. I'd hate to go bankai on your ass if you're insensitive towards her. Damn, no wonder he's an expert. Ichigo thought out of breath. He and Kyoraku were getting at it for almost an hour and both of them were sweating bullets. Ichigo was now spurting cuts all over, bleeding slightly. It was thanks to his hierro that he wasn't already in 4th division. On the other side stood Captain Kyoraku. Surprisingly, he had some injuries himself. He was an expert in Zanjutsu and yet, he let himself get caught in some of the surprising moves of Ichigo, who thought out of the box. After he got his first injuries, Ichigo was angry and fought with a little rage, but it quickly cooled off, after he noticed that it not only didn't help, it made him even more of a target. So he switched tactics and started to not just swing with his huge cleaver around, but he tried to copy some of the moves he saw Kyoraku performing on him. It proved a good thing, when after almost 15 minutes, he finally managed to surprise the captain and nick him a little on his wrist. Since then, he managed to slightly injure him more. He was however, the one who was spending a lot more energy on offense and defense and was quickly losing his stamina. But it seems he's getting tired too. Ichigo was grateful for having enormous Reiatsu capacity, that allowed him to somehow keep up with more experienced captain. He jumped and tried to flash to his opponent, when he noticed that Kyoraku held up his hand. I think it's enough, Ichigo-kun. I don't think I remember having to spar that much with somebody and I'm getting all sweaty. He grimaced when he smelled himself a little. And I start to reek of sweat. I can't have that. He chuckled a little but then got serious. As I said after your spar with Captain Sui Feng, you're really good, Ichigo-kun. Not many people in Sarate could keep up with me for that long and survive. Of course you have much room to improve as well. I'm sure you noticed that even with your limitless stamina, you're getting tired, which means that you use too much energy in fight. He said and saw Ichigo nod. On the other hand, it's incredible that you managed to last that long and you have only so few injuries. It's thanks to your hierro, but even then. More importantly, I noticed that you managed to copy some of my moves perfectly after only seeing them a few times. That's really amazing. Urahara Kazuki was right, your ability to improve is almost scary. I think I can say without thinking, that you're more of a prodigy than even the likes of Captain Hitsugaya or Ichimaru Jin. It took me a lot of centuries to get where I'm now and I think that you could surpass me in a few decades. You probably already surpassed me in terms of Reiatsu but I think I could still surprise you in other areas. He chuckled a little. You can say it Kyoraku-san, if you wanted to, you could kick my ass. Ichigo laughed a little bit bitterly. No, I don't think so. Remember, we were using pure swordsmanship and even with that you managed to injure me. I can outclass you in Kido for now, but there's no way I could simply kick your ass. No, if we would to go full out, I'd be probably quickly pressed to use even my bankai to fight you. Kyoraku praised him. Ichigo looked at him with wide eyes. Really? Kiraku nodded slightly and motioned to follow him to get some refreshments and to talk about some tips on Ichigo's zanjutsu. Ichigo was walking through the halls of 4th Division with a smile on his face. After he trained a little with Kiraku, he visited Aizen's ex-lieutenant in 4th Division again. Since his first visit, Hinamori became a little bit calmer and she didn't have that oppressive aura around her. As Ichigo suspected, talking about her memories helped her release some of the angst she felt, ever since Aizen defected. Today, she told him the story about how she met Toshiro when they were younger. As Unohana later informed him, it was the first time after long weeks that anyone saw Hinamori truly smile. Ichigo was happy for her. He may knew her for only a short time, but during his talks with her, he was convinced that she was a truly nice person, kind-hearted, who deserved to be happy. While he thinking about his visit, he accidentally bumped into someone with pink hair. Oh, sorry Haki. The person he bumped into was one of the wizards, the pink giant, Hakigan. It's fine, Ichigo-san. What are you doing here, if I may ask? The wizard asked him politely. I was just visiting Hinamori Momo. She was Aizen's lieutenant and she wasn't doing very good. Ichigo sighed with small smile. But she's a little bit better now. It'll take more time, but I think she'll get over it. Haki nodded encouragingly. Yes, poor soul. Aizen did horrible things to her as well, I'm sure of it. Where are you headed now? You look a little bit roughed up. Something happened. Ichigo looked at his clothes and chuckled. Nah, I was just training with Kiraku-san in Zanjutsu. I thought, since I'm here I could use the time to improve myself. Long story short, I found out I have a long way to go till I can beat someone of his caliber with pure swordsmanship. He snorted. I was just thinking that maybe I could finally try to learn some Kido, since it's the one thing I know nothing about, but I don't know who could teach me. I was thinking about asking Rukia but, she's kinda out of the question. Haki frowned and stared at Ichigo who raised an eyebrow at him. Well, if you wanted to, I could teach you Kido. You were one of the wizards, after all, so I don't mind. Haki finally said to a surprised Ichigo. Really? Oh, I almost forgot that you were lieutenant of the Kido Corps. That would be great, Ichigo exclaimed with enthusiasm. No problem. Wait for me in the courtyard. I'll go to Unohana-san to get an approval to use her barracks. Haki chuckled lightly and walked away. So, Ichigo-san, tell me, how is your control of your Reiatsu? Haki asked, standing next to a sitting Ichigo. Not that good. Ichigo smiled nervously. Yes, the first step in our training will be learning how to withdraw the Reiatsu you're constantly emitting, back into your soul, so that your output would be minimal. I don't expect you to do it perfectly today. Actually I think that if you'd be able to do that in a week's time would be incredible. So, no worries if you can't do it. Haki smiled and sat in front of him. Now, in order to release your Bankai and your Resurrection, you need to increase your Reiatsu output. I know that when you return back to your Shikai, that output is decreased by your doing, so you know the basics. To further improve that, you have to visualize your Reiatsu. Close your eyes, he said and watched as Ichigo closed his eyes. The best way to do it is to imagine some sort of container. In your case it must be something huge, proportional to your vast amount of Reiatsu. I'd suggest a dam. When you have it, increase your output the same way you'd do before the Bankai release. Hold it there and then slowly withdraw it back, but this time, put it in your dam. You may find out that your dam is a little bit small and in that case don't push more, just do it again from the beginning, this time with a dam of increased size. Easy, right? Ichigo snorted bitterly and focused. He tried to imagine a dam as instructed. When he was sure it was done correctly, he raised his Reiatsu on the level of releasing his Bankai and held it steady. After a moment he slowly started to withdraw it back. I can see my dam but it's not filling up. He thought confused. Haki, why isn't my dam filling up? Am I forgetting something? Ichigo asked with closed eyes. It's a good thing I put up that barrier to prevent Reiatsu from leaking. It's really heavy. Haki was sweating a little and wiped his brow. Yes, I forgot, sorry about that. You have to visualize the flowing Reiatsu and transform it into something that has physical mass. Since you're filling up a dam, I'd say, imagine your Reiatsu as the water flowing in the river and point that river into your dam. Haki replied. Ooh, why didn't I think of that? Ichigo mentally slapped himself. He did exactly as instructed, and when he tried to feel his Reiatsu and visualize it as the river, his mind pictured an image of a wild and raging torrent of water that constantly flowed around him. Wow, is this my Reiatsu? Ichigo thought, amazed. After shaking his head, Ichigo started to withdraw the massive stream back into his dam. It was a slow process, and it seemed that no matter how long he let the dam to be filled, the stream wasn't weakening. Hachi watched Ichigo struggle and smiled. He was already making a progress. The heavy Reiatsu that was pushing him to the ground just seconds ago was slowly but surely disappearing. He expected Ichigo to have more problems with it, but him merging with his hollow probably sped up the process, as he now possessed a little bit better control than before. When Ichigo's Reiatsu dropped to his normal levels while in his constant Shikai, he noticed that Ichigo's frown deepened and a little sweat started to form on his brow. Now was the moment for the true test of his control. If Ichigo could lessen his normal output even just by little, he would do some progress. Damn, it's getting harder to direct the flow into the dam every minute. Ichigo gasped mentally. His dam wasn't completely full, as he made it practically bottomless, but the torrent of water flowing around him was losing its obedience towards his will. What am I doing wrong? I'm no longer conflicted about my hollow, so what is it? It can't be just because I have so much Reiatsu. If Yama-jii can do it, so can I. He cursed and concentrated again. Haki widened his eyes as he felt that Ichigo's Reiatsu did a huge drop and was now on lieutenant level. And it's still dropping, interesting. After 10 more minutes, when Ichigo's output reached the level of 4th seat and was no longer dropping, Haki stopped him. I think that it's enough, Ichigo-san. Now imagine that you close that dam and reinforce its walls, so that the pressure won't destroy it. After you do it, you can drop your concentration. If you did it correctly, the Reiatsu you contained in it should remain there. You're doing great so far. He saw that Ichigo's face showed relief, and after 10 more minutes, he saw him open his eyes and wipe his brow. Ha! So it's working? Ichigo asked tiredly. Yes, it's working splendidly. You now only emit the Reiatsu of the seated officer, what is in my humble opinion incredible progress. I expected you to drop your Reiatsu to a lieutenant level, at best, but you again proved to do better. He gave Ichigo thumbs up. So, now what? Ichigo asked with a happy smile. I did it, not completely, but it's something. Now, we can try to learn some actual Kido. We'll try the basic ones and see how will that go. Haki rubbed his chin in thoughts. Firstly, Kido or demon arts, in other words, are divided into 3 classes. Bakudo or way of binding, which are supplementary spells, Hado or way of destruction, and Kaido or simply healing Kido. Each class is important and can drastically change the direction of fight. Surprise use of Bakudo can trap your opponent, with the Hado you can cause great damage to him all the while you're healing yourself with Kaido. With me so far? Ichigo nodded in enthusiasm. Good. We'll begin with Hado, as I think we'll agree that destruction is something you can do quite well. Its number is 1 and the name is Sho. Hado number 1. Sho. Haki turned and pointed at the practice target, which got blown a small distance. As you can see, this Kido has no incantation. It's a simple spell, where you direct your Reiryoku into your index finger, point it at your target and let the energy flow. It helps if you visualize the effect, which is a simple thrust. Be careful and do not use too much of your Reiryoku. This spell can be used effectively by students in academy and therefore the need for energy is very low. Now you try. Ichigo stood up and walked next to Haki. He pointed his index finger in the direction of the second practice target and concentrated. Focus the energy into your finger, visualize the effect and let it flow. Got it? It's like Getsuga, only with lesser amount of energy. Should be easy enough. He imagined the target to be blown away and let a bit of energy flow into his finger. When he couldn't contain it any longer, he let it out and watched as the target was blown from its place to Haki's barrier like a bullet. Ichigo widened his eyes when he felt a pain in his finger and saw a little smoke emerge from it. Ow, what happened? Haki chuckled and turned to him. You used too much Reiryoku and the redundant energy burned you. But it seems you grasped the context quickly enough. Ichigo nodded. Yeah, It's similar to when I use my Getsuga. I thought I put as little energy as I could, but I guess it was still too much. Yes, if you wanted to use it for example to get your injured comrade out of the combat zone, you'd probably injure him more. Ichigo cringed at the words and got into the stance again. Again, he said and focused once again. This time, the target was blown away with a smaller force and his finger was no longer smoking. Hee, easy as pie. Ichigo grinned cheekily at his success. It is the most basic Kido spell after all. Haki commented, making Ichigo pout a little. Now try the basic Bakudo spell. It's called Sai and its purpose is to bind the arms of your target behind its back. Haki aimed at the practice target with his index and middle finger together. Bakudo number 1. Sai. The target's arms locked behind its back instantly. I know this one. Rukia used it on me when we first met. Ichigo remembered and then grinned evilly. Revenge will be sweet. Haki only chuckled and let him took the stance. The process is the same as with the show. Energy into both of your fingers, visualize, let it out. Bakudo number 1. Sai. This time Ichigo managed to do it correctly on his first try. He already knew how much energy he should use. He turned to Haki with a victory sign and waited for another instructions. Good. You can try to improve the speed in which you perform these Kido in your free time, since both of them aren't that potent and you can't destroy larger areas with them. Now we'll try other 2 Kido that don't require incantation. The first one, a Hado type, is called Byakurai. Watch closely. Haki turned to the practice targets and held up his palm. Hado number 4. Byakurai. He said, and a torrent of blue energy, similar to a lightning bolt, emerged from his hand and destroyed the target. Byakuya used this on me. Hey, another one bites the dust. Ichigo thought mentally. For this Hado, you have to gather a little bit more of your energy and compress it as hard as you can. When it's done, imagine the energy to be the energy of electricity and let it out. Bit of a warning though. This time start with as little Raryoku as you can. Byakurai is a Hado, which when used with too much energy and little control can electrify you and it's not pleasant. Haki warned him. Ichigo held up his hand and concentrated. He gathered as little Raryoku as he could and pushed it into his hand. Now compress it. Quote exclamation mark quote. Ow. Ichigo cursed after a small explosion engulfed him with a smoke. Ah. It seems that you tried to compress the energy without paying attention to the said energy. You can't simply compress something without having it wrapped in something. Just like with your energy being in your dam, the energy in your palm has to be contained, you need to define its borders. Haki said through the smoke and heard Ichigo mumble something. He could have said that before I tried it. Got it. Ichigo replied and tried it again. He compressed the energy successfully on his second try. Okay. Transform it into electricity just as it emerges from your palm. Haki watched him struggle and saw a small blue air flow from Ichigo's hand. Try again with a tiny bit more Raryoku and you didn't transform the energy correctly. Ichigo's mouth twitched in annoyance. Like I wasn't trying. For the next 10 minutes Haki watched Ichigo fail, but on his 9th try, he managed to produce a regular Byakurai. Good. Add more energy and again, till the torrent is the same diameter as your palm. Haki commanded and he waited another 5 minutes for Ichigo to complete it. Ichigo wiped his brow after the practice target in front of him blew up from his successful Hado. Okay, we will learn one more Kido today, Ichigo-san. It's called Seiki and it's a Bakudo. For this I want you to try and kick me when you'll see an orb on my right hand. Haki told him and waited for Ichigo to nod. He raised his right hand. Bakudo number 8. Seiki. Here goes. Ichigo thought and tried to kick him in the hand, but when he made contact with a light blue orb, his foot was blocked and repelled back, sending him few meters back. I trust you understood the effect of this Kido. Haki asked him after he released the Kido. Yeah, it can block and repel physical attacks. Ichigo replied. Yes, but it's not limited on physical attacks only. It can do the same with other Kido but mostly only those, which are of lower level. However, if you can put more Raryoku in it while maintaining it, you could block Hado of even higher level. I think that low-powered Shakuko can be blocked too. Sweet. For this Bakudo, you have to push the Raryoku to the part of your body that you want to protect. It's easiest to use with hands so you should start with that. Gather the energy and flatten it so that it would form an orb, covering that part of your body. Imagine it and let the energy emerge. Haki instructed him and walked a few steps away. When you're sure you have it, announce it and I'll try a regular show to test it. Ichigo nodded and focused on the task. He raised his hand in similar way Haki did and gathered the Raryoku. From his knowledge on Byakurai, he firstly contained the energy and formed borders around it, and only after that he proceeded to flatten it. He let the Raryoku flow from his body and glanced at his hand. He noticed a translucent orb next to his right hand. Got it, he yelled to Haki and braced for the possible failure of his Kido. Haki pointed his finger on the orb. Show, he called, and Ichigo could almost feel the energy stopping on his Seiki and bounce back at Haki, who managed to avoid his own spell. Ichigo grinned at Haki, who only applauded him. Very good, Ichigo-san. You can try to improve yourself in these Kido on your own since you know the basics. For now switch between speed in which you can use them and the level of power put behind them. You could try and use them without calling them out loud, but be careful with it. Kido tends to be harder to control without verbal command. Thank you Haki, I hope we can do this again soon. I kind of like this Kido stuff. It's nice to see the results of your hard work as soon as you get it right. Ichigo grinned and lied on the floor tiredly. Haki smiled and sat on the ground too, assuming meditating pose. Well, I could have told him that what he learned in mere 2 hours takes more than a month in a Shinigami Academy. Ichigo woke up in his inner world facing his Zanpakuto spirit. Oh, Zangetsu, what is it? Ichigo asked, still lying comfortably. I wanted to talk to you Ichigo, but before that I'm curious, how can you lie there? Zangetsu asked in amusement when he saw Ichigo open and widen his eyes. He looked down and saw that he was floating in the air. Instantly, he jumped on the nearby skyscraper and with twitching brow glanced at Zangetsu. You did it on purpose. Ichigo yelled and sighed when he saw his Zanpakuto smirk. I'd never do that. His smirk widened when Ichigo only cursed quietly. But enough fun. Ichigo, I noticed that you finally decided to train and I must say I'm proud of your accomplishments. Ichigo looked at him in surprise. What accomplishments? I got my ass kicked by Sui Feng, Kiraku-san, and it took me long 2 hours till I learned the easiest Kido. He grimaced but had to dodge a surprise swipe from his Zanpakuto. What the? Zangetsu shook his head. You're giving yourself too little credit, Ichigo. Sui Feng is a master assassin, second only to your friend Yoruichi, and to equal her is not something many can do. I don't think that most of the captains are so skilled in Hakuda. Captain Kiraku is at least half a millennia older than you and yet you managed to press him. Those Kido you learned are easiest to learn maybe for academy students, because they don't have much Reiatsu. You, on the other hand, possess so much Reiatsu that learning basic Kido should have taken you a lot more time. That you did it in only few hours' time is very, very good. Remember that even your friend, Renji, who's a lieutenant, can't do some Kido properly, and yet you already learned 4 of them. Zangetsu scolded him with stern voice. Ichigo looked at the ground embarrassed. Well, only Zangetsu could encourage me and scold me at the same time. He chuckled and looked at his Zanpakuto. I guess this isn't the reason you called me here. Zangetsu nodded and turned away. Soon we'll train too, Ichigo. It's time that you learn my secrets. I can't have you swing with me and using only one technique. Ichigo gasped and flashed to him. Cool, what do you have in mind? Zangetsu almost chuckled at the eagerness in Ichigo's voice. You'll see, but I must warn you Ichigo. When I'm training, I'm not very kind. You'll have to show me that you deserve to know what I want you to learn. Zangetsu warned him with serious voice. Ichigo gulped and nodded. He remembered from his training for Bankai, just how unkind his Zanpakuto could be. But now, Shirosaki would want you to learn some of his techniques. You did good using them in your fight with Aizen, but you spent too much energy on them. When you'll wake up, he'll talk to you. Ask your friend Haki to erect a strong barrier around you, since you'll be using your hollow Reiatsu and we don't want anyone to mess with the training. Zangetsu surprised Ichigo again, who only widened his eyes. I guess I'll be sleeping like a baby tonight. He turned around and prepared to go out of his inner world when he heard Zangetsu. Go, Ichigo. If you'll train hard enough in time, I may show you the true form of my Bankai too. Ichigo turned his head in shock, just as he woke up at the training grounds of the 4th Division. True form. What does that even mean? Ichigo jumped in surprise when a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. As Zangetsu said, Kingi, you'll see in time. But you can't be a pussy and have to show Zangetsu who's the boss around here. Shirosaki, you've been quiet these days. Ichigo greeted him. Nah, I've just been asleep. Additionally, I'm proud of you, Kingi. Even someone as gay as you managed to get 2 hotties in bed with himself. Shirosaki laughed when Ichigo flushed a little, after an image of naked Yoruichi and Kukaku entered his mind. Shut you. He stood up and walked to Haki, who was watching him for a moment. Haki, could you do a strong barrier around me? Just like you did in the warehouse, when I was trying to control my hollow. He asked him and watched as Haki looked at him in surprise. Of course, but may I ask why? Ichigo scratched his head nervously. Well, Shirosaki, my hollow, wants me to learn how to use his powers properly so that he won't be ashamed by me. Haki's surprised face morphed into a shocked one and he looked at Ichigo with alarm. Are you sure? I mean, Ichigo held up his hand and stopped him. It's okay. I understand your concern, but trust me, it'll be just a training. Haki nodded and motioned him to stand in the center of the training grounds. He was preparing to build up a barrier when Ichigo called out to him. And make it so that it can mask and endure a lot of hollow Reiatsu. I'm going to go into Resurrection, so, you catch my drift. Haki nodded and prepared the barrier. Inside, Ichigo frowned. You know, I still don't know why I have to go into Bankai and only after that into Resurrection. Ichigo muttered to his hollow. Shirosaki facepalmed. And I thought you're supposed to be the intelligent one. Tell me, can a Shinigami go to a Bankai from his sealed blade? No, he has to go into Shikai first. Arankars can release their Resurrection immediately, but we are different. Our Resurrection works as another release of our power. Only when your Shinigami powers are at your max you can use the hollow ones. It's because the Shinigami side of you is preventing them from releasing too early as it could damage you. Resurrection, mainly ours, is extremely strong and it has to have an opposing force that could balance it accordingly, and that's your Bankai. You can use your hollow powers even when you're in Shikai, but they can only be as strong as is your Shikai. Shirosaki explained to a surprised Ichigo. So basically, my hollow attacks can be only as strong as is my Shinigami level. It's confusing. It means that even when I'm using hollow powers I can't do stronger attacks than with my Shinigami ones. Ichigo asked in confusion. It's like this. You're in Shikai now. If you'd use your Sero, it would be as strong as your Getsuga. In Bankai it would be as strong as Kuroi Getsuga. But if you release your Resurrection, the attacks would be strong as the Sero and Kuroi Get USGA combined. To answer your question, it's good to learn how to use hollow powers even when you're not in Resurrection, because of the diversity of attacks. Additionally, a Sero is a lot faster than Getsuga and Bala is even faster. Imagine how surprised could be your opponent if you'd spam Getsugas on him and suddenly a Bala hit him. Shirosaki replied and could almost see a light bulb lighten above Ichigo's head. Oh, never thought about it in that way. Cool, Ichigo admitted. Of course, that's why I'm the instinct and you're the logic. Shirosaki snorted in amusement and waited for Ichigo to release. On the other side of the barrier, Haki was looking out for any damage in it when he saw Ichigo release his Resurrection. Immediately, the barrier started to crack and he widened his eyes. It was the first time anyone damaged his barrier with pure spiritual pressure. He quickly added more layers to it and wiped his brow. His eyes glanced to Ichigo's new form and he felt another bead of sweat forming on his forehead. He never witnessed Ichigo's Resurrection before. Truly, a frightening sight. He said and had to sit down. So, what is the first thing I'm going to learn? Ichigo asked in wonder. You're going to learn how to use your Sero properly. As Zangetsu said, you used too much energy on it last time and only burned out your reserves. Shirosaki replied. But it was a stronger Sero. Ichigo protested. No, the excessive energy only dispersed, it wasn't used in the Sero because of your lack of control. I expect you to do it properly on your first time right now. Ichigo shook his head in amusement. It's only natural that my hollow would be the most harsh one. So what did I do wrong? I didn't concentrate enough and didn't compress the hollow energy properly. Ichigo asked in thought. Shirosaki blinked in surprise. Exactly. See, you're not as stupid as you look. Idiot, if I look stupid and we look the same, doesn't that mean that you look stupid too? Ichigo asked him while facepalming. Nah, 'cause I'm too handsome for that. Shirosaki laughed and watched Ichigo drop to the ground comically. Fine, let's get it over with. Ichigo concentrated on his hollow energy and pointed into his horns. As he noticed the red ball forming between them, he focused on the said ball and imagined it being compressed, all the while adding more Raryoku. Idiot, enough. We're inside a barrier, do you want blow us up? Shirosaki yelled at him, startling him enough to let the Sero strike the practice target, which exploded on contact with it and the shockwave cracked the barrier and pushed Ichigo backwards. Oops. Ichigo laughed nervously and glanced at Haki, who was already busy repairing the barrier. I swear every time someone praises you, you screw up. Shirosaki sighed, but, you managed to do the Sero correctly. No wasted energy whatsoever. You probably didn't even feel that you used any energy, right? Ichigo nodded. Good. Now, we'll try to improve your use of high-speed regeneration and that would be all for today, as you'll be too wasted to do anything more. Shirosaki said, getting a raised eyebrow from Ichigo. And how are we going to test it? Simply, cut off your left arm. Quote. What? Ichigo yelled loudly. Are you fucking kidding me? You expect me to cut off my own arm? I have a preservation reflex for God's sake. Or you could blow yourself up with your own Sero. Quote. Which arm was it? Ichigo asked in defeated tone and shook his head. This is crazy. Left one. Don't be a pussy kingy. It'll grow back. We're just trying to improve the speed and the amount of used energy. Shirosaki said calmly. If that was supposed to calm me down, you suck at it. Ichigo grimaced and gripped his Zanpakuto in his right arm and looked at his left one. Crazy, crazy, crazy. He thought and sliced his left arm up to his elbow. Gah, he gasped from the pain and looked at his lump. Jesus, what is that kid doing? Haki thought in shock. Now what? Ichigo asked through gritted teeth. It's quite simple. Just redirect the flow of your hollow energy into the wound and imagine your hand. Do it slowly, so that you can learn the proper amount that you should use. Ichigo nodded and with a pained frown focused on his wound. After few seconds he saw a new hand forming and as the pain receded, he exhaled in relief. Okay, do it again. You used a good amount of energy, now I want you to do it faster. You should be able to repair your wound almost instantly. Shirosaki commented without mercy and Ichigo grimaced. Stupid, crazy, insane. He cursed and prepared his sword for the second time. Haki has been watching him cutting his own hand for the past hour and was holding himself back, so that he wouldn't interrupt him. He was aware what was Ichigo's hollow trying to teach him, but he still considered it too cruel. Haki glanced at his right hand, that was previously destroyed in his fight with the Segunda Espada, Baragon, and only thanks to Orihime, it was restored, and sighed. After that fight he realized just how vulnerable he was. Seeing Ichigo learning to use high-speed regeneration gave him an idea. Not once the Vizorids tried to use their hollow powers to heal their wounds as they feared that it would only make them more hollow-like as they already were. But it was probably time to try it. He was interrupted from his musing when an extremely tired Ichigo knocked on his barrier and passed out from exhaustion. Haki smiled and let the barrier down. Yes, it was time for Vizorids to walk in Ichigo's steps and try to learn more about their powers. Chapter 7 Protectors Training Point 2, The Cat, the Healer and the Soul. I'm happy that you're trying to use the time that you have here in a productive way, however, I'd be happier if it didn't mean ending up in medical care, Kurosaki-san. Hana scolded Ichigo, who was putting his clothes back. After his training with Shirosaki, where he finally learned how to use high-speed regeneration efficiently, Ichigo woke up in 4th Division Barracks. Apparently, he passed out from exhaustion after cutting off and then healing his arm and Haki carried him inside for medical checkup. Ichigo was still flushed, since Hana insisted on doing another full-body check on him and once again, she couldn't resist not to touch him more than she would with any other patients. After his dealing with women in Soul Society, Ichigo was slowly realizing what her actions meant, and it scared him a bit. He wasn't sure how he could deal with kind captain, who could turn deadly serious in a heartbeat. I promise you, no, Hana-san, since I learned how to use high-speed regeneration, it would have to be a really grave injury that could send me here. He smiled nervously at her and walked away. Ah, what a shame, he heard while closing the doors, and shuddered from the eerie feeling he got from her voice. I can't deal with her. He shook his head. I have to deal with Rukia first. After a few flash steps, he appeared in front of the 13th Division barracks, hoping that Rukia would finally be here. Inside he noticed another petite Shinigami he remembered to be the sister of the lieutenant of the 4th Division, Azane, Kion Katetsu. Excuse me, Kion-san. He called out for her and watched in mild amusement as the papers she was holding flew in the air from her arms. Ah, Kurosaki-san, you scared me. I almost couldn't feel your reiatsu. What can I do for you? She asked him, breathing heavily from her frightened jump. So my control training finally paid off. Is Rukia here? Ichigo asked calmly. Yes, she was in fact looking for you. She's in the lieutenant's office. Kion replied, pointing at the door on far right. Ichigo widened his eyes. Don't tell me, did she get promoted? The third seat shook her head sadly. No, she just likes spending time there, she said, and excused herself. Ichigo braced himself and flashed to the office. Here goes nothing. I wonder what will he say? Rukia thought sadly, sitting in the comfortable chair inside the office. She has been looking for Ichigo for the whole previous evening, but couldn't find him. Maybe he's angry that I was avoiding him. Her thought was interrupted by a loud knock on the doors. Yes, Rukia, it's Ichigo, we need to talk, Ichigo said, surprising Rukia, who didn't notice his presence till now. So the rumors of him training were actually true. Didn't think he had it in him. But to lower his reiatsu after only a day, the elders would really like him. She blushed when the thought of her and Ichigo together invaded her mind. Snap out of it, Rukia. She mentally slapped herself. Come in, Ichigo. She called out for him and watched him walk inside with his huge cleaver on his back and his kimono revealing a bit of his chest. I'm behaving like a fangirl, she scolded herself, when she felt blood rushing to her cheeks. Hey, he greeted her awkwardly. Hey yourself, sit down, Ichigo. He sat on the offered chair and went silent. Well, this is awkward, Ichigo thought and opened his mouth. I want to. Listen, Ichi. They looked at each other nervously. You first, Rukia said and motioned him to continue. Thanks, Rukia. Did you really mean what you said at the party? That you. Ichigo tried to finish but blushed instead. That I love you, Rukia muttered quietly. Yeah, that. Ichigo nodded nervously. Rukia inhaled deeply and raised her head. She looked him in the eyes. Yes. Ichigo widened his eyes. He expected her to be nervous, to deny that she ever said something like that in the first place. All he could see in that moment was, however, pure resolve, not unlike the one he had when fighting someone. She looks completely sure. Why? She looked at him in confusion. What do you mean why? Ichigo sighed and ran his hand through his hair. Why do you love me? I'm not a great person. I have many faults. I'm not the brightest person either. I'm not even a normal person in the first place. I'm a hybrid. He couldn't finish his sentence when he got slapped across his face. He widened his eyes when he noticed Rukia's trembling lip. Don't you dare call yourself that. You're an incredible person, better than anyone else I know. You care so much about others that you always risk your life for them without any fear for yourself. You are smart and strong, kind and forgiving. I don't care what you are. For me, you are the one I admire the most. She yelled at him and covered her mouth at the end. Ichigo's eyes widened even further. I don't know what to say, Rukia. Thank you. To hear what you think about me is giving me strength to say what I have to say, but Rukia, I have to be sure. I heard about the late lieutenant of the 13th Division and he heard Rukia gasp and sighed. Look, Rukia, my appearance is similar to Kaion Shiba and I heard that he was the one you admired the most. Maybe I'm an asshole for even bringing that up, but are you sure that what you're feeling isn't just because of my similarity with him? Ichigo stopped talking and waited with closed eyes. Rukia meanwhile had a sad smile on her face. Kyan-san. She shook her head and inhaled deeply. No, I admit, I respected Kyan-san deeply. He was the first person after I was adopted by Kuchiki family that took me for who I am, talked to me like I was just another officer and didn't care for my Kuchiki status. However, it has nothing to do with what I feel for you. You look almost identical to him, but you don't at the same time. I know who you are and I'll love the person who's standing in front of me, not the one that has been dead for a long time. She frowned when she noticed that Ichigo's shoulders dropped and he turned sideways. I guess this is it. I can only hope she won't hate me. Rukia, his breath got stuck in his throat when he glanced at her face. Words that he planned before he came here were not coming to him. Yes, she asked with small hope. Ichigo mentally slapped himself. He had to close this. I'm sorry Rukia, I care about you deeply. We've spent a lot of time together and you helped me through very bad situations. Your words encouraged me when I was feeling down, but I don't love you the way you want me to. He bit his lip when a single tear appeared on Rukia's face. She clenched her hands and put them at her heart. Why? She whispered and closed her eyes. Ichigo tried to walk to her but she felt his movement and backed a little from him. With his head down he mumbled. I have no answer to that, Rukia. I'm only listening to what my gut tells me. You have many aspects that would make you a good girlfriend. You're smart, emphatic, pretty, strong, sometimes a little bit stubborn. You can keep most people in check, but I simply don't feel it. I know that if I didn't know you, my life would be worse than it is. But is that love? He smiled sadly and turned to the doors. He was sure that right now she needed space and his face was the last thing she wanted to see. My only hope is that we can still be friends, but I'll understand if it's not possible. He swallowed a lump in his throat and walked away. I'm sorry, Rukia, I hope that you can forgive me. When he exited the office, Rukia's legs buckled under the emotional stress and she fell on the ground. Her tears started to pour in great numbers and she was desperately clutching her chest. I knew that it could happen, but it hurts so much. I can't leave it like that. I need him. She was trying not to break down, but there was nobody that could hold her, that could tell her that it would be okay. It's all right Rukia, let it all out. Sota no Shirayuki appeared in front of her and said in a calm, but sad voice as she tried to console her. Rukia glanced at her Zanpaku. She almost forgot about her. Shirayuki kneeled next to her and quickly wrapped her in tight embrace. Rukia couldn't take it anymore and broke down in sobs, while Shirayuki patted her back. It'll be okay Rukia, just let it all out, it'll be alright. I wonder what's Ichigo doing. Yoruichi thought as she was strolling down the streets of Sarate. She left the Shiba's manor a few moments ago and was considering returning to the world of living to apologize Ishin for revealing his Shiba status to his son. Ah well, I could always take a nice dip in the open bath. She grinned and sped to the training ground she and Kazuki built a long time ago. What she found was however slightly damaged area with explosions surrounding it and a heavy reiatsu in the air. She recognized the spiritual pressure instantly. Ichigo. I guess he talked to Rukia. Yoruichi frowned when she noticed that the reiatsu was giving off an irritated aura. She slowly and stealthily jumped across the open area to the center of explosions. Her eyes widened at the sight of destruction. Deep craters were everywhere, remaining energy slowly ascending from them. The air itself was even heavier with Reitsu, now that she got closer. In the middle of the area was panting Ichigo, covered with sweat. His Shinigami attire was ripped, showing more skin on his chest, that was too, covered with beads of sweat as he spurted a look of concentration on his face. Yoruichi was staring at him and swallowed heavily. In the next moments she felt him build up a reiatsu. Hado number 4, Byakurai. He yelled and wide torrent of blue energy shot from his hand, destroying boulders that stood in its way easily. Yoruichi's eyes widened again, so he started to learn Kido and already can use Byakurai with its full strength. Nice, Ichigo. She raised her reiatsu a bit, to alert him of her presence so that he wouldn't be too surprised. Then she remembered that Ichigo sucked at sensing reiatsu. She was getting up and going to announce her presence in verbal way, when Ichigo's voice interrupted her. What's up, Yoruichi-san? He turned to her with a small frown, but when he noticed her slightly surprised expression, a small smile creeped on his face. You trained sensing Reiatsu too? He chuckled a little. Not much, but even if I didn't, your Reiatsu is so familiar to me that I could feel you as soon as you landed. Oh, Yoruichi mumbled awkwardly. So, what are you doing here, Yoruichi-san? I doubt you knew I was here, so it's not because of me. Yoruichi quickly shook off her surprise. I thought about going in that bath that's behind you, but now that you're here, we could go together, like the old times. She grinned a little when Ichigo's cheeks gained a slight pink color. Nah, I'm too restless right now. I wouldn't be able to relax. His smile slowly diminished as he remembered the reason he came here in the first place. You talked to Rukia. It wasn't a question and Ichigo nodded. Yeah, do you mind if we'd spar a little? Only Hakuda, since I want to improve myself in it too. Ichigo asked her suddenly. Yoruichi wanted to object but she decided not to. I guess, but I heard that you did quite well against my little bee. Ichigo looked at her blankly at first, but he shook his head when it clicked to him that she was talking about Sui Feng. Talk about accurate nickname, she did sting me a little. He mentally slapped himself. Quite good, but not good enough. He faced Yoruichi and got into a defensive stance. Yoruichi smirked and did the same thing. Show me what you got, Ichigo-chan. She taunted him a little and ducked under a swift kick. She grabbed the flying leg and with a quick turn, she smashed him on the ground. Her eyes widened in surprise, when instead of biting the dust, he managed to recover with his hands and ricocheted from the ground, aiming a second kick which she barely dodged. She jumped back from him and smirked again. Not bad, Ichigo-chan, not bad at all. She praised him a little and watched as his mouth twitched in suppressed smirk. My turn, she thought and kicked herself off the ground and instantly flashed above Ichigo's head, trying to drop kick him in the left shoulder. She's even faster than Sui Feng. Ichigo grimaced a little as he couldn't dodge entirely and she grazed his skin a little. Well, I wanted to improve. Who's better to train me than the goddess of Flash? He was on the defensive, as she shot a barrage of kicks at his midsection, which he had to block with his hands and he silently thanked Shirosaki for his hierro. In the millisecond, when Yoruichi was recovering from her surprise at him blocking all of her kicks, he grabbed her knee and sidestepped her, throwing her away in the process. She landed on all 4 few meters away from him. She's faster than me, I have to admit. He didn't have time to think more as she flashed again and he raised his hands to block her kick again, when she suddenly flashed in midair and next thing he knew, he was feeling a little sting on his back. Damn her shunpo. He recovered from the kick and flipped himself on hands and landed in the crouch. You're quite fast, aren't you, Yoruichi-san? Yeah, and you're still quite calm, what gives? She grinned with satisfaction. Because Ichigo flashed in front of her. She was already in the process of throwing a punch at his midsection when he flashed the same way as she did a moment before and reappeared behind her. I'm fast too. He finished cheekily and swiped her legs successfully. With his instinct screaming at him, he reflexively caught her ankle, which was only few inches from his face as she tried to kick him instantly after supporting herself on her hands. Swallowing his pride and reminding himself that this was only a spar, he kicked her in the stomach and sent her flying. Well, she is the ex-captain of 2nd Division. She can take the hits. Yoruichi skidded a little, till she used the momentum and flipped herself. She grimaced and clutched her abdomen. Damn, he got me. I almost can't believe it. But he held back with that kick, I can tell. She coughed a little and stood back up. Her smirk now gone, she flashed to Ichigo, throwing a sharp punch at his jaw, which he dodged. His leg already in the air, she jumped and used that leg as a springboard and kicked him in the jaw, spinning herself and landing in front of him. Ichigo staggered a little and cursed mentally. Both of the combatants cracked their knuckles and got into the stance again. After 10 more minutes, they were both panting a little, sweat rolling off their faces. Ichigo was spurting a little more sweat, as he was blowing off some steam before they even begun their spar. Ichigo's attire was now almost completely torn at his upper body and a few scratches and bruises were left on his shoulders, chest and jaw. Yoruichi, on the other hand, took her top off a little while back. Her hands had some cuts on themselves, she had busted lip but her smirk was back. With a light breeze blowing off the dust around them, they flashed and met on the halfway, with Ichigo throwing a hard punch on her left shoulder and Yoruichi kicking his knee. In the last moment, Yoruichi jerked herself, narrowly evading the punch and spun herself on his shoulders. She landed on his back with her knees, sending them both at the ground, while Yoruichi crouched on him, pinning him down on the ground. Fine, I yield, Ichigo grumbled, making Yoruichi smirk victoriously. She got off him and helped him back on his feet. They shook hands with a grin. Thanks, Yoruichi-san, I needed this. She slapped him on his back, making him wince a little. No problem, you can always use me. She grinned at him but then froze at the not intended double meaning. Fortunately, it didn't seem he noticed and she released the breath she seemed to be holding. Ow, I think I'll use that healing water. I'm beat, Ichigo grumbled and with a sigh he walked to boulders that shadowed the bath. A small grin found its was on Yoruichi's face. I wanted to take a dip in the first place, why not join him? She chuckled and silently followed him. She found him already in the water, enjoying it with closed eyes. She dropped the clothes and slowly walked in the bath, trying not to alert him. You know, Yoruichi-san, I hope you're in your cat form or this will be quite awkward. Ichigo said, startling her a little. Please be a cat, please be a cat. Ichigo mentally prayed and almost jumped when he felt another skin touching his shoulder. Oh, come on Ichigo, loosen up. Yoruichi whispered into his ears, making Ichigo shift his position a little, as her close presence seemed to awaken some parts of his anatomy. And open your eyes, I'm not gonna bite you. She laughed a little. Well, at least not yeet. Kitty, you need to stop now. Yoruichi mentally slapped herself, trying to cool down. Ichigo slowly opened his eyes and gulped, when he noticed a naked Yoruichi, dipped in the water just enough for him to see only the parts she was comfortable with, leaning on his shoulder. You're being awfully brave these days, Yoruichi-san. Ichigo shuddered as she got more comfortable and accidentally showed him more skin. You don't like it? She asked in sultry voice. He sighed and shook his head. To be honest, I think I'm slowly getting used to it. He said with closed eyes and therefore didn't notice Yoruichi's surprised face. She allowed herself a little smile and a content sigh escaped her lips. I talked to Rukia. Her eyes snapped open at his neutral voice and glanced at him. He was keeping his eyes closed, but a little frown appeared on his face, little bit hidden behind his orange hair. I almost thought he didn't want to talk about it. So, how did it go? She asked quietly. She felt him tense a little and so she turned him around, with his back in front of her. Ichigo almost yelped in surprise when he felt her small fingers kneading his shoulders. What are you doing, Yoruichi-san? She put a finger on his mouth from behind him and hushed him. Shish, you're a bit stiff so I'm giving you a massage. Don't get used to it though. Ichigo smiled and relaxed into her touch. A small blush found its way on his face when she let him lean on her and he could feel her breasts pushed against his back. He moaned a little when her hands found an especially sore spot. Yoruichi fought her own small blush at his moan and cleared her throat nervously. Calm down kitten, you've never been embarrassed like this before. What did you tell her? She asked. A deep sigh escaped Ichigo's mouth. I asked her why she loves me. I wanted to find out if she was just confused like Orihime. Turned out, she wasn't. I think she really loves me. When he felt that Yoruichi's hand stopped for a moment he tried to turn his head and glance at her, but she quickly pushed his head back. You know that I'm naked right? No turning head, she whispered into his ear. When she was sure he listened to her, she swallowed a lump in her throat. That's great, right? She's sure about her feelings and you can now be together. Speaking of that, I probably shouldn't be here with you, if she saw us. Ichigo interrupted her with a sharp shake of his head. I don't feel the same way she does, Yoruichi-san. I don't know if I handled it well. I swear I could see tears in her eyes. I'm really trash, aren't I? He dropped his head and clenched his fists underwater. I know how she feels and yet I betrayed her by denying her what she wants. She loves and she's a wonderful person too, probably the best I could hope for. Yet I still cast her away, just like I did with Orihime, Tatsuki. I'm a coward who tried to rationalize something that can't be explained. Maybe I should have tried it with her. I don't know, he muttered in low voice. Yoruichi watched as his hunched back with a frown and a little bit of. Ichigo widened his eyes when he suddenly felt her arms around his waist and her head on his shoulder. Wah, be quiet, he gulped and nodded. Yoruichi gripped him more tightly and leaned her cheek on the back of his neck. Stop with that kind of talk, Ichigo. You're not a trash just because you didn't respond to her feelings. You're simply young and not sure what you're feeling. Everyone is insecure in your age. Hell, even I had my own insecurities when I was your age. Nobody is perfect, but you're one of those people who strive to be exactly that. That's what I admire about you. You always want to be the best you can be. You have a strong sense of responsibility. Do you even realize what does this mean? That you're even cursing yourself for rejecting her. She nudged him with her nose. It means you're already far more than a trash. It means you're more than most of people I know. You want everyone to be happy, but I'm afraid that's something that can't be done. In your life, you'll probably learn that for yourself, so I won't try to talk some sense into you. Ichigo, you are a good person, and that you don't feel the same way as those girls isn't a crime. It's just how life is. They'll get over it. If it's not meant to be, it won't be. It's just that simple. You'll find somebody for yourself in time. Don't rush it, just because of these confessions. Try to ease a bit and you can rely on those around you. You can rely on me as I'm here for you. She noticed that one of his hands was gripping hers and she smiled a little. This wasn't Ichigo she knew. The person in front of her was just a young boy with ordinary problems, someone who wasn't just a machine. Someone who was human. She felt him move and saw him raise his second hand. Since she was hugging him from behind, she didn't know what he did, but she heard him sniffle and her eyes filled itself with warmth. Ichigo. He motioned her to release him and straightened his back a bit. Thank you, Yoruichi-san. It seems that you know me the best. I'm better now, he said without turning, and coughed. But I'm gonna carve this memory of you hugging me with your bosom into my brain, so that I'll never forget it. He turned and grinned at her cheekily, his blush now visible only as a slightly pink cheeks. Yoruichi gaped at him and blushed a little too. She whacked him on the head and ordered him to turn away. Pervert, she muttered and went to put her clothes on with a warm smile. Ichigo just chuckled and inhaled deeply. Thanks, Yoruichi-san. I almost gave Zangetsu another reign. After relaxing in a bath for a few more minutes, Ichigo dressed and left the training grounds with the intention to further train himself. Zangetsu, are you there? He asked mentally. Of course, Ichigo. Zangetsu's deep voice answered him. I promised to train with you, so how do we do it? Zangetsu seemed to ponder about it for a moment and then shook his head, not that Ichigo could have seen it. Right now, we won't train, yet. I want you to go to the 4th Division and visit Unohana. You mentioned that you wanted to learn healing Kido too, and she's the perfect person for that. She'll probably help you further with your control of Reiatsu, and that could help you out in my training. But after that, I promise, we'll train. Zangetsu nodded to himself. Ichigo gulped heavily. Do I have to go to Unohana-san? You know how she is. He laughed a little nervously, which only amused Zangetsu. Oh, don't tell me you're afraid of an innocent healer, Ichigo. Ichigo grimaced and shook his head instantly. Innocent my ass. She's giving me the creeps. Well, just take it as another form of training. Overcome your fear of creepy healers. Ichigo pouted when he heard Zangetsu laughing in his mind. Screw you, Zangetsu. He hmphed and shut his mental link with his Zanpakuto, who was still laughing. He found Unohana quite quickly, since most of the patients were already released, leaving only few heavily wounded in the barracks. When she saw him knock nervously on the door of her office, Unohana allowed herself a small smile. I'm here for the second time today, must be a new record. Ichigo thought bitterly. Yes, Kurosaki-san, how can I help you? Ichigo gulped at her sweet tone and avoided her stare. If it wouldn't be too much to ask, could you teach me some healing Kido, Unohana-san? She widened her eyes in surprise and motioned him to come in. After Ichigo sat down on the chair in front of her, she gazed at him without blinking. Why? She asked simply. Ichigo raised his head and put his hands on the desk. You already know that I've been training for a few days. I was able to learn some Kido yesterday and I'm planning to finally train with Zangetsu, my Zanpakuto. To do that, however, he told me to try to learn more control of my Reiatsu. I think that learning healing Kido requires an amazing control of your Reiatsu, so I thought I'd try that. Besides, I may have high-speed regeneration, but my friends do not, and there were moments when they were left seriously injured and I couldn't do a thing to help them, no more. If I can learn at least the basics, it would still be great. He said and met her gaze, in which Unohana could only see determination, pure determination. She smiled more and put her hand on his. Ichigo resisted the urge to run and raised an eyebrow. I only wanted to hear your reasons, Kurosaki-san, nothing more. That you want to be able to help your friends in need is, well, I don't think a healer needs a different reason. Come with me, I can show you the basics quite quickly, and after that, Azane will help you to improve further. I apologize for that, but being a captain, I don't have that much free time. She smiled apologetically at him and motioned him to follow her. That way she didn't notice the relieved sigh that escaped Ichigo's mouth. He followed her in silence through the corridors of barracks of the 4th Division, and after few minutes, they emerged in a small room, with almost no furniture, with a small statue and a table with incense. She sat down in front of the small statue and nodded to Ichigo to do the same. Where are we, Unohana-san? He asked cautiously. This is something akin to a shrine for us, members of Medical Division. We often come here to relax our minds and bodies. This statue is emitting weak spiritual energy that helps you recover after a hard day, and the incense is filled with medical herbs and relaxing odor, which helps you to relax. She turned and lighted the small accessory. It also serves as a training room, where thanks to the statue and incense we can train and improve our skills in more calming environment. Ichigo looked around in wonder and frowned. But don't you need an injured person to improve your medical skills? Unohana smiled and shook her head. Whatever gave you that idea, Kurosaki-san? No, of course not, that would be highly impractical. Only thing you need is control, precision and being calm. Ichigo laughed embarrassedly and looked at the ground in shame. You didn't know. It's understandable that you'd think that, despite what I'm saying. Now, you need to know what to do if you want to use Kaido. It's actually very simple to understand but harder to do. Unohana said and held her hand, which was glowing with green light, in front of his eyes. I'm guessing that you can feel what's emitting from my hand. She asked Ichigo after a moment and looked at him expectantly. Yes, it's your spiritual energy, but it's somewhat different. It's almost as if I could feel kindness. If it makes any sense. Ichigo replied confused. She gave him a wide smile and nodded. Yes, very good, Kurosaki-san. You almost got it completely right. The process of healing a person is by restoring the patient's Reiatsu at the beginning, so we could use his own Reiatsu to start the healing process and then we mix our own Reiatsu. This is quite easy. You simply focus your energy to the palm of your hand, choose the proper amount of energy you want to restore and you will it into the patient's body. Of course, you have to take into account that every patient is different and not everyone can absorb big amounts of it. You need to be gentle and do it slowly in small doses, so that the body would naturally begin to absorb. She stopped and waited for Ichigo to nod in understatement. We can start with that. Try to restore a bit of my Reiatsu. I managed to deplete my reserves a bit, so I should be able to absorb quite easily. Oh, and before you try, focus on your Shinigami Reiatsu only. I'm positive that you can heal other hollows with your hollow energy, but I don't think it would be possible with Shinigami. Ichigo nodded and raised his hand. His eyes almost jumped out of their sockets, however, when Unohana started to take her robe off. You Unohana-san, what are you doing? He asked, trying to look away. Oh, didn't I tell you? It's best if you try it while touching the actual skin at first. It wouldn't work just with my hand as you need more surface than a simple hand can offer, since you're a beginner. My back should be good enough. She smiled innocently and turned around. Meanwhile, Ichigo's sweat dropped and gaped at her. He quickly shook his head to clear it, when Unohana pulled her robe down a bit so that her back was visible. You can put your hands on my back now, Kurosaki-san. She said, making Ichigo gulp. With a slight hesitation he slowly touched her back, feeling her jerk a bit from the contact. Whoa, her skin is so soft, Single quote. Did I just think that? Ichigo mentally facepalmed and tried to concentrate. Remember, Kurosaki-san, focus on your energy and let it flow to your hands, then slowly will it on my skin in small doses. She reminded him and waited. Okay, easy enough. I've already did something similar while learning Kido with Haki. He slowly reached into his Reiatsu reserves in form of the bottomless dam and let a small amount to flow into his palms. When he was sure he had it right, he pushed and willed it into Unohana. His concentration broke when he heard her gasp and shudder a little. Are you all right, Unohana-san? He asked in alarm. Why yes, you just used too much of your Reiatsu and it surprised me. Try to lessen the amount. Normal officer could get into shock after being exposed to this much. She breathed out and nodded to him. Shit, even this is too much. Ichigo cursed mentally and furiously tried to cut the flow to his hand into pieces. He allowed only a tiny stream of it into his palms and prepared for his second attempt. Again he willed his Reiatsu into the captain in front of him. He almost sighed in relief when he heard no more gasps. Instead he heard a small moan and shook his head exasperatedly. Why do I have the feeling that this is not a normal reaction? To hell with it, this probably isn't even a proper method of training. I can't imagine Hanataro doing this stuff. Yes, Kurosaki-san, that's good. Exactly like this. Unohana mumbled, leaving Ichigo blushing a little. Damn, my imagination is getting more wild every day. It must be Shirosaki's fault. He screamed internally and tried to remain focused. After a few more seconds, he felt Unohana move a bit, so he stopped the flow of his Reiatsu and put his hands down. Okay, Kurosaki-san, this should be enough. You know how much Reiatsu you can use while helping a captain-class fighter. If you want to help somebody weaker, tone down your flow of Reiatsu further. He watched her put her robe back on and frowned when he remembered something. It's strange, though, to help a Shinigami, I have to almost completely cut off the flow of my Reiatsu, but when I was doing the similar thing to those Arankars, Harabelle and her Frashin, I was using a lot more hollow energy yet I didn't hurt them. He rubbed his chin in wonder. It's probably because of the nature of hollows, as they are used to absorb energy from others as they devour them. The Arankars are evolved forms of hollows, but their bodies still remember the sensation. Unohana answered him and turned around to face him again. She was spurting a little blush on her cheeks and her breathing seemed to be elevated, but Ichigo decided to not pay it any attention. The less I know, the happier I am. He convinced himself. Now for the second part, Kurosaki-san. Unohana said and shifted herself to get more comfortable. As you could see, the Reiatsu you were emitting from the palms of your hands didn't have green color. The reason is because you didn't know this most important part. You said it yourself, that you felt something like kindness in my Reiatsu, when I showed you the healing palm. The exact term would be, let me put it this way. To be able to successfully heal somebody, your Reiatsu must be devoid of any ill intents. That's why we, the medics, have to calm ourselves a little before the actual healing, and that we are calm people in general. Your mind must be at total peace, you have to be in total control of your emotions. The only thing that your whole being have to be focused on, is to emit positive emotions, the desire to genuinely help the patient, the need to see the one before you get better. It's not as easy as it sounds, mind you. She explained to Ichigo, expecting him to scoff and say, that's easy. It was after she glanced at him, she remembered, who exactly was there with her. Ichigo's face showed amazement and respect that made her smile again. This sounds easy. Are you serious? Acquiring Bankai was easier than this. I know very well how hard it is to be in complete control of yourself. So is that the reason why there are ranks even in medical division? I mean, it sounds logical to me, that the higher rank you have as a medic, the more proficient you are in controlling your mind, right? I guess it's about the Reiatsu levels too, but this is the main reason, isn't it? Ichigo was thinking loudly. Unohana widened her eyes in light surprise. Yes, how very insightful of you, Kurosaki-san. It's exactly as you say. The more proficient you are in controlling your emotions and your mind, the higher rank you are. It took me a long time to get where I am now. I hope that one day Azane could take my position, as she has been able to improve herself drastically in a short time and she's only slightly worse in controlling herself than I am myself. She has other flaws, but I trust her skills. I'm very interested, however, in how well you can perform, now that you know what to do, Kurosaki-san. She looked at him expectantly. Ichigo grimaced and looked at his own hands. I don't think I'll impress you, Hana-san. Since merging with Shirosaki, I'm discovering that my emotions are harder to control than before. Probably because he's my instinct, as he calls it, and it amplifies the things I feel. He felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up to see Hana looking at him with warm smile. It doesn't matter how well you do, Kurosaki-san. I was just kidding. It would be a great success if you could heal only a small cut. It takes a great amount of practice to do more. She took out her Zanpakuto and made a small cut on her finger that bled lightly. I want you to focus on everything I said so far and try to close this small wound. Ichigo raised his hands and put them around her bleeding finger. He closed his eyes and concentrated. I know the first step and now I have to add positive emotions, right? His mind started to wander around his happy memories with his mother and with his sisters. Not long after that the scene shifted to the one with heavy rain falling down on him and with something heavy pushing him down. It was the memory of the day his mother died. He tried to push it away as he already lived through this painful memory many times ever since it happened. He felt, however, slightly dizzy as his vision blurred a little and darkness threatened to overwhelm him. Always the same, huh? Ichigo thought. Every time this particular memory came out, he always blacked out at this point. He always thought that it was because when it really happened in the past, he simply fainted. This time, however, just a short moment before his vision disappeared, he heard an unfamiliar voice. He couldn't understand what was the voice saying, but at the end the voice laughed just as he finally blacked out. Hana was watching Ichigo's face carefully and felt his Reiatsu shifting. When he put his hands around her finger and started to channel his energy, she was sure that he could do some progress. He even managed to change his Reiatsu around his hands to a shade of green before it flickered and started to darken. Alarms went off in her head when the color settled on black and she noticed that he was sweating profusely and mumbling incoherently. She quickly grabbed him by the collar and shook him a little. Kurosaki-san, wake up. What's going on? She thought in concern and shook him again. When he didn't respond, she slapped him lightly on the cheek. His eyes flickered and she sighed in relief as he slowly noticed his surroundings. What the hell happened? He groaned and held his head in his hands. Hana watched him shook his head and immediately he flinched. What's wrong, Kurosaki-san? She was beginning to worry. Nothing like this ever happened while trying to learn medical Kido. My head hurts like crazy. I think I should go and find some vacant bed. He tried to stand up and staggered a little. Hana quickly helped him by letting him lean on her and walked with him to the main medical room. They found a free bed and Ichigo quickly lied down, groaning again. She quickly raised her hand and examined him with her healing palm, trying to uncover some hidden injury. Her face formed a frown however, when she found nothing. What happened, Kurosaki-san? She asked quietly. Ichigo let his hands fall down on the blanket under him and sighed. I'm not sure. I was trying to concentrate on my happy feeling but then my mind shifted to a memory on its own. What was the memory? Hana asked curiously, for a moment forgetting about courtesy. When my mother died, Ichigo replied evenly, glancing at her. Oh, he rolled on his right and sighed again. If you don't mind, Hana-san, I think I should sleep it off. I'm very thankful for your help, though. I now know what I should do, if I want to help somebody. I'll be back for some more guidance for sure. Hana nodded and before her departure, she turned her head slightly. Take your time, Kurosaki-san, and don't rush it. Learning how to heal takes more time than you'd think. If I'm not available, you can ask Azane as I said before. Sleep well, she said and left the room, leaving Ichigo alone with his thoughts. Who the hell was that person in my memory? Ichigo thought, slightly angry before slowly drifting to a sleep. Wake up, Ichigo. It is time to train, time to release the power that has been sleeping till now. Ichigo woke up at the sound of Zangetsu calling out to him. He was feeling rather refreshed, considering the fact that he had a headache before going to sleep. Now, I just woke up. Ichigo whined and stretched himself on the bed. Now, Ichigo, your Shinigami powers are impatient and they want to be finally used. This got Ichigo's attention. What are you talking about? Finally used. He was met with silence and was already forming another question, when the familiar voice stopped him. Later. Go to the training grounds, where you trained with me for Bankai. Ichigo frowned at the tone but listened nevertheless. He got out of the 4th division in a short time and proceeded to flash to the mentioned place. When he got there, he noticed that nobody was here and he sighed in relief. He was hoping that Yoruichi wouldn't be there, as he was somehow sure that his Zanpakuto will beat the crap out of him during their training. I'm here, Zangetsu. What now? Instead of answering, man in a black cloak appeared suddenly in front of him with a stern look. Zangetsu, what's with that look? Ichigo asked nervously. Ichigo, you asked what I was talking about, when I mentioned you'll be finally using your Shinigami powers. Zangetsu said, keeping his voice as sharp as his look. Ichigo nodded with a small frown. Yeah, he watched as Zangetsu looked away and for a moment nobody spoke. I meant that you'll be finally using the powers of your Zanpakuto. Till now, your only attack was Getsuga Tensho, but Ichigo, that's not originally a technique of Zangetsu. Zangetsu said and watched Ichigo's mouth open in shock. What do you mean? Getsuga Tensho is a simple attack of gathering your reishi into the blade and releasing its condensed form in the form of the crescent-shaped energy, and every Zanpakuto of the Getsu type can use it. Even Aizen would be able to do it, if he knew about it, but I guess Kyoka never mentioned it to him. Ichigo tried to say something but for the second time in this week he couldn't find his voice. You only used your own reishi to fuel the Getsuga. Yes, you borrowed some power from me before, or from your hollow powers, but it's still a generic attack. You don't know the true power of Zangetsu. Since merging with Shirosaki, this power was struggling to get free, so that you would use it. Zangetsu means slaying moon. Tell me Ichigo, what do you picture when you think about the moon? Zangetsu asked the silent Ichigo. When he noticed that no answer was coming out of Ichigo's mouth he sighed. The right answer is darkness, Ichigo. Moon is always surrounded with darkness, as it can only rise in the night. Indeed, the true power of Zangetsu is the darkness, or rather the flames of the darkness. The cloak that Zangetsu wore slowly shifted its form and was looking like a black flame surrounding him. Ichigo was speechless. Not even one thought pierced his stunned mind. It was beyond comprehension for him. Why do you think that the Getsuga in your Bankai was black in color? You thought it was because of Shirosaki. Wrong. In your current Bankai you used to call upon the true form of your Zanpakuto power. It was forceful and thus your Kuroi Getsuga was weaker than the one Shirosaki was able to use. But it was something, even if by small margin, you incorporated your true power into the basic Getsuga, changing it into something new. Of course, you could protest that your Kuroi Getsuga had the hollow feel into it, but it's only because you were using it while also unconsciously using your hollow powers. When Ichigo didn't move, Zangetsu sighed again. I just hope that he can take what I'm saying to him. Damn you Zangetsu, you could have waited a little bit longer. Zangetsu cursed and the only response was a slight grunt from the back of Ichigo's mind. Yes, I know that, but still, I can't say what I am right now. Our agreement must hold a little bit longer. After a few minutes he noticed that Ichigo finally started to show signs of life. What does this mean? Ichigo asked in absolute confusion. It means that you need to release your Zanpakuto to see its true form, Ichigo. Ichigo blinked and looked at him in disbelief. But how? I'm already in Shikai. Zangetsu only looked at him. Amuse me, Ichigo, you should know the phrase by now. What or why? Ichigo protested when he heard a whisper from the back of his mind. His eyes widened and he raised his blade. Set the darkness ablaze, Zangetsu. He yelled and had to squint his eyes, when a wave of Reiatsu phased through him. He blinked and looked at his Zanpakuto. He blinked again. In his hands was the same old huge cleaver he was used to, only with a small but drastic changes. The hilt was now present. The blade has a slight curve at its beginning and its blade was covered in black flames. If he wasn't in such shock, he would have dropped his Zanpakuto in surprise. Instead, he examined it in awe. He looked back at Zangetsu standing in front of him. It's amazing. It feels different and yet the same at the same time. I don't know how to describe it, it just feels right. He swung it lightly around himself and noticed that the flames were heating the air around him, but strangely it didn't bother him. It's your power, of course it can't bother you. Zangetsu voiced Ichigo's thoughts. What it can do? I mean the flames, Ichigo asked in wonder. Well, they can burn. Ichigo fell comically on the ground. I know that, he yelled with red face. The other thing it can do. Every person who's being burned by it feels every horrible thing he did in his lifetime. He feels the pain of his victims, their suffering. Every little crime is used against him and force him to feel the darkness within him. It has its weaknesses as anything else. Enemy with a will strong enough, or with a mind in absolute control, can lessen or almost completely negate its effects, and the darkness can't affect pure beings, the ones who never committed any crime. But in their case, they feel their every dark emotion amplified. And the ones who live in darkness are not affected by it too. Zangetsu said in serious voice. Ichigo shuddered. That's a nasty ability. I can always extinguish the flames on somebody, right? He asked with a frown. He never liked and believed in torturing his enemies. Yes, of course, but how can I release Zangetsu again? I mean, wasn't I in Shikai till now? Zangetsu thought about it for a moment. You can say that what you've been using till now was an incomplete Shikai. You never used a real Asachi before, therefore your blade had to be in that incomplete state. He saw Ichigo opening his mouth and quickly put his hand in front of him. That's nothing you should be concerned about right now. What you should be concerned about is trying to learn its new abilities. Today, you'll learn two techniques, one for attacking and one for defending. The first one is called Anjutsu no Ka, or Fire of the Dark Moon. Its main purpose is to deliver the flames of darkness onto your opponent, dealing injuries and the already mentioned effect of the black flames. To use it, focus your energy into the sword, same as with the Getsuga Tensho, but this time, don't think about your reishi as the simple energy, but as the dark flames, then release it. Zangetsu explained and motioned Ichigo to try it. The said person nodded and, still in awe at his slightly new Zanpakuto, he did as instructed. Anjutsu no Ka, he yelled and released the attack. He almost yelped when a huge wave of black Reiatsu emerged from his blade and shot forward, burning everything in its path, leaving scorched ground and roasted boulders after it. Wow, Ichigo said, impressed. The magnitude of the attack is slightly bigger than my regular Getsuga. Power required is roughly the same, but the area affected is wider. He thought and turned to Zangetsu. Very good. You can control the amount of the energy put into it in the same way as with the Getsuga. The second ability is called Yami no Tsukatate, or Lunar Shield of Darkness. It creates a black shield in front of you, blocking physical and energy attacks and burning anything it comes in contact with. Very useful ability, especially for someone like you, who likes to jump in every dangerous situation without thinking first. Zangetsu explained the second ability and glanced at Ichigo, who looked down in shame. He rubbed his neck and laughed nervously. I think I deserved that one. To use the shield, focus on the energy as the flames, just like with the Anjutsu no Ka, and concentrate it into one small point at the end of the blade and slash down. Ichigo nodded in understatement and focused on his energy. It took him a little bit longer this time, as he had some troubles guiding the flames into the one concentrated spot. When he was sure he got the amount right, he slashed down and exclaimed, Yami no Tsukatate, and before his very eyes a medium-sized shield, just big enough to cover him, erupted from his blade and positioned itself in front of him, shielding him perfectly. As expected from you, Ichigo. Now do it again, this time you have to use it faster. In real battle you don't have that much time to prepare it. You'll train until you can do it in an instant. Zangetsu commanded strictly, and a bead of sweat formed on Ichigo's forehead. I'm starting to think that Shirosaki isn't the only one who's merciless. Shit. I'm betting that he'll be pissed. Yoruichi cursed under her breath as she was flashing towards the Reiatsu of one orange-haired Shinigami. Few minutes ago, as she was relaxing with Urahara in his shop, an unexpected guest showed up, beaten up and in a bad condition with an even worse message. I don't envy those bastards who did it. She shook her head and frowned. When she realized that his Reiatsu signature was originating from the training grounds she and Urahara built. He's training again. As she got closer, she noticed that the air was getting warmer every few meters. What is he doing? She finally dropped in front of Ichigo, as he was just done with putting his clothes back on. He jumped in surprise when he noticed her. Yoruichi-san, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? She asked him with a frown. He almost said that he was training, but he noticed that she was little out of breath. What's wrong, Yoruichi-san? Why were you rushing here? His eyes showed concern and she felt a warm feeling in her chest. She bit her lip and shook her head. It's Nell. She showed up just a few moments ago in Kazuki's shop. Ichigo. She's been beaten quite badly. Yoruichi said and watched as his warm smile turned into angry frown and the air around him got heavy. Take me to her. Chapter 8 Hawako Mundo. 1 Wrath of the Protector. I'm sorry for being a bother. Nell gasped through the shallow breaths. Don't talk, young lady. Tessai hushed her and wiped a sweat from his brow. Ever since the green-haired Arrancar showed up on the doorsteps of the Urahara's shop and fainted just after walking in, Tessai has been trying to heal her most grave injuries, although he was getting nowhere and slightly desperate. Nothing he has done till now worked on the Arrancar. And I am supposed to be the captain of Kido Corps. He cursed himself mentally and concentrated again. Urahara was sitting next to him with a frown on his face, hidden behind his fan. He wasn't worried about the patient as he was sure that she would get better in no time. No, he was worried about the reaction of one young, substitute Shinigami, who was probably on his way right now. Maybe I shouldn't have let Yoruichi get him. We should have solved this without him. From what I heard, this girl is precious to him and if he sees her like this, oh boy. Single quote. The only thing that the shopkeeper was able to get out from Nell was the fact that while they were trying to live in Las Noches, they were attacked last night. After she managed to stutter that out, she fainted again. He turned his head when he heard some loud noise. Where is she? Urahara-san. Where the fuck are you? Angry voice of Ichigo Kurosaki entered the room in which they were trying to heal Nell. Oh boy indeed, Urahara thought and quickly moved from his position in front of the doors. His action probably saved him some bruises, as a moment after that, the doors were kicked down and he noticed orange hair. He immediately moved to calm the team down, but after he noticed Ichigo's stare, he gulped and uncharacteristically didn't say anything. No way, Ichigo thought when he entered the room and got a good look at the childish Arrancar that helped him so much. Nell, he whispered and kneeled next to her. With his jaws clenched, he had to gain control of his own stomach when he took a closer look at her. She was a mess. Her clothes were ripped apart and were only covering her modesty. She was missing half of her left leg to the knee, with deep gashes on the other one and was bleeding profusely. There was a gaping hole, at least few inches in diameter at the center of her stomach and Ichigo could swear that he could see the ground she was lying on through it. As if it wasn't enough, she was spurting bruises all over, her lips were busted, and she was bleeding from a small wound above her eyebrows. The worst were her arms. They were both broken, bones protruding from the wrists, showing their white color to all of them. Jesus fucking. Ichigo bit his lip, keeping himself from bursting from rage. His Reiatsu was already flowing heavily through the air, wildly heating it with its fiery nature. He clenched his fists and turned to Tessai. How is she? He asked the Kido master. Said person shook his head in frustration. She's in bad condition, my Kido isn't working for some reason. I healed Vizards in the past so I thought that I could heal Arrancars too, but it seems I can't. Ichigo closed an eyes and tried to calm down. Move, he said to Tessai and put his hands on Nell's stomach. The ex-captain wanted to protest, but he noticed Yoruichi, who was standing behind Ichigo, shaking her head. So he moved away and watched the teen with curious expression. She can't die. She won't die. Ichigo thought and began to draw upon his hollow energy. After a minute, he had to close his eyes, as seeing Nell so beaten up was disturbing his concentration. When nothing happened for several minutes and the only thing that could be heard were Nell's gasps of breath, Urahara wanted to interrupt, but a sudden surge of Reiatsu flowed into Ichigo's hands so he sit back down. Don't you dare, Nell. Hang in there. Ichigo thought and pushed more of his energy into her. Small bead of sweat was starting to form on his brow. Damn, doesn't she possess high-speed regeneration or what? Ichigo thought, alarmed when nothing happened after 2 more minutes. When he wanted to call out to her, he heard a small gasp, different from the ones she was making till now. He dared to open his eyes, and with a relieved sigh he noticed that the tissue damage and the bones in her arms were slowly repairing itself, and the missing leg was slowly starting to form new bone and muscles around it. After few more moments, Nell tiredly blinked and her eyes darted around herself in confusion. When she noticed Ichigo's concerned face hovering above her, his brow crooked in concentration, a small smile formed on her face. "Hey, Ikki," she said in a weak voice. "Hey yourself," Ichigo replied quietly. "Ikki," Yoruichi thought in irritation. "Ooh, I see something amusing." Urahara grinned after noticing Yoruichi's mouth twitching. Tessai only shook his head and glanced at Ichigo. "Full of surprises as always, Ichigo-san. How are you feeling, Nell?" Ichigo asked her in concern. She just smiled at him, but then her eyes widened as she remembered the reason she came to the world of the living in the first place. She tried to sit down, but a sharp pain halted her actions and she grunted in pain. "Easy there, girl, you're still in bad shape," Yoruichi called to her. Ichigo helped her to lie down again and stared at her. "What's going on, Nell? What happened to you?" He noticed that she clenched her fists and tears formed in her eyes. "Nell," he asked in alarm, "remember when you told us to go back to Las Noches and live there together?" She said suddenly. "Yeah," Ichigo looked at her in confusion. "We did, and we even found Grimmjow lying in a pool of his own blood. We managed to save him though, and for the past few days, we finally had some peace, although we were getting worried about Lilith." She trailed off and looked at the ceiling. Others were patiently waiting for her to continue. She blinked and cleared her throat. "Last night, we were attacked. It was so sudden, we didn't know what was happening. I mean, Harabel should be the strongest person in Hueco Mundo right now, so we thought that no one would dare to go near us. But in the middle of the night a horde of Ijukas showed up in front of Las Noches and were trying to kill us." Ichigo widened his eyes and his hand shook with rage. "How dare they? Normally, it wouldn't be that much of a problem. Me and Harabel are Arankars, one of the top ex-Espada, and before Aizen came, we were Vasto Lord. The others were only Ijukas, but the Hogyoku gave us a little more power in our evolution. So we could have taken probably on 10 Ijukas by ourselves." She coughed and Urahara quickly handed her glass of water. After she refreshed herself, she continued. "But I would have never thought that so many Ijukas could work together. There was maybe 30 of them at the beginning, and I think I saw a Vasto Lord commanding them." She finished and the trio exchanged astonished looks. "How is that even possible?" Yoruichi turned to Urahara, who, for once, looked completely clueless as others did. "I don't think that's all." Nell surprised them further. "What do you mean?" Urahara asked and glanced at Ichigo, who looked like he was keeping himself from running to Hueco Mundo right away. "I didn't have enough time to think about it, but I never saw Vasto Lord in charge of Ijukas before. Not to mention that Ijukas themselves wouldn't blindly obey somebody. I think that someone else is behind it. But that's enough, I need to go back. Only with luck I managed to get here so I could try to call for some help. Others are still in danger. I think that only Harabel was the only one left who could fight. And there was still so many of them." She went silent and wiped her tears. Ichigo looked at her and stood up abruptly. "Is there anything else I should know, Nell?" he asked in a neutral voice. She looked up and shook her head. "Ichigo," Yoruichi asked and tried to move to him when they all felt his heavy reiatsu pushing them down. "I'm going there, alone. I don't want you to see what I'm about to do," he said with his turned head, keeping them from seeing his face. He quickly ripped the air and opened a small garganta, and before anyone could do anything he jumped in with the portal closing on him. Yoruichi was the first one to recover and she tried to grab his leg. "No, Ichigo, wait," she yelled and her heart shook when, in the last moment, she got a good look on at his face. There wasn't any cute frown on it, nor kind, warm smile that he could show her. There was only rage and pure hatred written all over it. His eyes betrayed nothing and she could see that he was prepared to wipe out everybody who hurt his friend. "Ichigo," She closed her eyes and prayed for his safety. Wait, you said your name was Urahara-san, right? We have to go after him. Nell exclaimed and turned to the shopkeeper, who shook his head. No, you can't go. Your body is still recovering, and trust me. I know Kurosaki-san enough to know that he wouldn't want you to see the things he's about to do. Additionally, he can take care of himself. I can't imagine anybody that could defeat him right now. Nell gaped at him and glanced at the place where Ichigo ran into Garganta. Don't lose yourself, Ichigo, not for me, she thought, and with a heavy heart lied down on the futon. Boss, did you feel his Reiatsu too? It's changed, and I don't know if I'm right, but it almost seems like it was heating the very air around him. Tessai said with a concern. Urahara nodded and frowned. So he's starting to develop even further. I don't think his human body will be able to take it after all. Ichigo was seeing red as he was sprinting through the black nothingness of Garganta. Just the memory of seeing tears on Nell's face made him clench his fists so hard, he almost drew blood. How dare they, he thought again and pushed himself to run faster. He almost tripped, however, when he heard Zangetsu talking to him. Calm down, Ichigo. You'll need to be able to think straight in the upcoming fight. You can't just blitz in and kill everybody. Ichigo closed his eyes. I know that, but right now, my emotions are stronger than my reason. He heard something that closely resembled sigh. Well then, get ready, because there is something else you need to know, Ichigo. Right now, you are unable to use your Bankai. Single quote. What? Ichigo mentally yelled. Ichigo, you finally released the true power of your Zanpakuto. The old Bankai is something you won't see again, and therefore you have to earn your Bankai again. It won't be like last time, but you won't get it for free either. There are also some things you need to know first, Zangetsu said, making Ichigo almost stop in his tracks. What are you talking about, Zangetsu? Ichigo asked in frustration. Wait, that means I can't use my Resurrection either. Damn, Zangetsu, I'm going against Ijukas and probably even against Vast Lord. I am fully aware of that, Ichigo. But it is time for you to understand something. In the past you were relying too heavily on your Bankai. It'll be different this time. Do you think that Captain Commander uses his Bankai for small fries like that? Zangetsu asked in calm voice. Ichigo widened his eyes comically. Are you comparing me with freaking Captain Commander? The guy who has been a Shinigami for 1,000 years. Are you fucking kidding me? He yelled in disbelief. Yes, he may have been a Shinigami for 1,000 years if not more, but he isn't you either. Your potential is limitless, Ichigo. You have something that nobody in this world has. Your powers are a combination of every possible power in this universe. You can, and trust me, you will be, the most powerful being in this world. Zangetsu surprised him suddenly. Ichigo shook his head. That's impossible. Nobody has limitless potential. Aizen himself said it, but fine. I don't have time for this. More importantly, are you really serious that I only can use my Shikai? I may be strong and I'm not scared, but the thought of being able to use only that much power worries me a little bit. What if I can't save them in time with only Shikai? Ichigo turned his head and stared at the dark surroundings. To be honest with you, Ichigo, I don't care, Zangetsu said frankly, this time making Ichigo trip in shock. He managed to recover in split second and ran again. What do you mean, Zangetsu? I don't care if you can't save them, Ichigo. Yes, I'd be sad, because it would inevitably bring you despair. But my main reason for aiding you is because I want to protect you, Ichigo. You yourself is the only thing you don't want to protect, that's why someone else has to do it for you. Ichigo's shocked face twisted itself into a small and honest smile. He inhaled deeply and felt a tear in his eye. Thank you, Zangetsu. Even if I disagree with you and even if I'm angry with you right now, it means a lot to me. He shook his head to clear his thoughts as he noticed that he was slowly getting close to the end of his Garganta. With his mind set on the task before him, he sped to the exit. I only hope that you'll feel the same way after you'll learn the truth, Ichigo. Zangetsu thought sadly. I have to applaud you, Cheer Haribel, and your fallen comrades, to be able to defeat so many of my subordinates. You managed to impress me. There was only 6 of you and yet you managed to dispose of nearly 20 or so of my Ijukas. Impressive indeed. But your pointless struggle ends now. Harabel watched in anger as the masked face of the Vasto Lord in front of her twisted itself into evil smirk. I would have never thought that I was this weak. I'm sorry girls, she thought and closed her eyes as she felt the Vasto Lord forming his Sero, pointing it at her head. It's over. He yelled and released his Sero. My master will be surely pleased. He thought with a grin, which faded instantly as the smoke from the explosion cleared itself. In front of the fallen ex-Espada stood a Shinigami with orange hair, holding up his sword in front of him. What? He blocked my Sero. Who are you? Vasto Lord yelled in anger. Kuro. Sake. Halibel gasped in surprise. Ichigo ignored the screaming hollow and turned his head to her. His first reaction after seeing her covered in blood was anger, but when his eyes found hers, he offered her a warm smile. Yo, I thought I stopped by to check how were you guys doing. Seems like I made it just in the right time, huh? He grinned and sent a wink at her. She remained silent and let the consciousness slowly leave her. After she closed her eyes, Ichigo turned his head back to the vast lord in front of him. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm himself. Are you the one who did this to them? He asked and tried to feel the Reiatsu of the others. His eyes widened when he felt Grimmjow's Reiatsu and realized it was flickering. Damn it, I need to finish this quickly. I may not like him but I'd be damned if I let him die. Not on my watch. It was done by my subordinates but never mind that. I ask you again, who are you, Shinigami? I'd ask what's your name, but I don't think I need to hear it. You'll be purified along with others when I'm done with you all. Ichigo retorted and ignored the question when he noticed that the remaining Ijukas started to surround him. 6, 7, 8, 9, so I guess Harabel and the others defeated 21 of them. But there will be none after I'm finished. Ichigo mentally counted the numbers of opponents and readied himself. The Vasto Lord grimaced. You think you can take on us alone? You are way too arrogant, Shinigami. Kill him. The Ijukas quickly listened and closed the distance between them and Ichigo. Too slow, Ichigo thought and flashed next to the closest two and swung his blade at them. The one who resembled a bat managed to jump away in time, only to gain a small gash on his leg, but his comrade wasn't as lucky and his head felt on the ground with his body slowly disintegrating. When the others saw that, they screamed in anger and jumped at him. Ichigo had to flash away to avoid being impaled through his stomach and his head. With a clang, he parried the attack of the Ijukas with the appearance of a mantis and sword-like arms. When he sensed an incoming attack from behind, he jumped backwards and started to gather his hollow energy in midair. Vasto Lord's face showed surprise when he felt it. Sero, Ichigo whispered, and from the tip of his finger a bright red Sero erupted, obliterating the Ijukas below him. 2 down, 7 more to go. What is he? No-name Vasto Lord thought after witnessing Ichigo's Sero. His eyes suddenly widened in recognition. Wait, he must be the one Master mentioned. In that case, I'll probably have to fight him myself. He grinned sadistically and for the time being, watched the fight. Ichigo was slowly getting overwhelmed. Sure, he managed to defeat 2 Ijukas almost right away, but the remaining ones started to work together, after seeing what he was capable of. They were more careful in their approach and they were covering each other's backs. This is really weird, I never thought that they could really work together. Ichigo thought and had to quickly duck under a swipe of a tiger-like Ijukas. He spun himself, trying to cut off its head, but a bear-like Ijukas deflected his sword. He grimaced in frustration and jumped backwards a little, putting some distance between Ijukas and himself. It's time I used Zangetsu true powers in fight. He thought and held up his Zanpakuto in front of him. Set the darkness ablaze, Zangetsu. He yelled and a burst of black Reiatsu exploded around him, creating a small shockwave, pushing the Ijukas back and surprising the Vasto Lord with his heavy Reiatsu and its dark nature. The Ijukas looked at each other and started to back away from him a little. Even they could feel the difference in power. You think I'll let you get away with the things you did to my friends, and Grimmjow? Ichigo muttered darkly and his eyes glowed with Reiatsu. He gathered the needed energy into his blade and flashed to his opponents, closing the distance in an instant. Anjutsu no Ka. he exclaimed and let the flames rush at the surprised bear like Ichigo's who couldn't evade in time. When the dark flames hit him, his eyes almost rolled in his head instantly from the incredible pain. Everybody else watched as his mouth opened and he screamed in agony. After a few seconds, the previously incoherent screams turned into words, as the black flames created visions, only for him to see. No, stop it, stop the voices, Ga. Remaining Ichigo's looked at him in horror as he started to claw his own flesh from his head in desperation as the voices inside of his head and the visions he was experiencing were getting stronger. Why did you do it, mister? A childish humanoid hollow entered his vision, with its limbs broken it slowly crawled to him. Daddy, why me? Wasn't I a good daughter? From his right, a small girl walked to him, blood flowing from under her pink skirt. She had empty eyes and lifeless expression. The Ichigo screamed again and tried to move away when they reached him and started to rip his flesh away. A blood-curdling scream was heard and the Ichigo plucked his own eyes, heavily bleeding but still screaming. Even if he wanted to punish every single one of them, Ichigo had to turn his head away from the sickening scene as the Ichigo, bleeding all over from his Ichigo's attack and from its own hands tried to pounce on his head to stop its visions. With a final blow, it crushed its own skull and stopped screaming, dead at last. Oh man, I think I'm gonna be sick, this is awful. Ichigo thought and tried to hold the contents of his stomach. The power of dark flames isn't something that should be enjoyable. It serves as a harsh punishment for everyone. That you find it disgusting is probably a good thing. If it brought you pleasure, well, I wouldn't be happy. Zangetsu told him quietly. Ichigo shuddered at the very thought of somebody being able to enjoy this kind of scene and focused on the remaining Ichigos, who were frozen from the disgusting scene. His mind was still unsettled when he witnessed the disturbing effects of his own power, but he decided not to dwell on it too much. After all, it was his power and he was sure as hell wasn't going to push them away. If he was the one who could ultimately punish sick bastards, well, he was okay with it. Still, it disturbed him a little. He slowly walked to Ichigo's, which seemed to wake them up from their shock. When they noticed Ichigo slowly approaching them, with dark Reiatsu surrounding him, they tried to crawl away from him, tripping on their own claws. The voice of the Vasto Lord stopped them in their tracks. You worthless trash, you see one weird thing and you are scared shitless. Do you really want me to report this to the master? He yelled, making them gulp heavily and stop their movements. Master. Ichigo thought in confusion. The threat worked and the Ichigos hesitantly readied themselves. Ichigo himself got into stance and as they charged him, he ducked under the first one, sidestepped the second one slashing backwards, where he hit one of them, making a deep gash in the Ichigos' stomach. His senses screaming at him he put his blade in front of him, blocking incoming attack just in time. He threw the gorilla-like Ichigos of him when his widened. Remaining 4 hollows were already finished with charging their joint Sero. As the beam of energy rapidly approached Ichigo, he quickly slashed with his Zanpakuto down. Yami no Sukatate, he yelled and a dark shield emerged in front of him, stopping the Sero in its path, creating a small explosion that engulfed him and the 2 Ichigos still standing behind him. Something tells me he's not finished. Vasto Lord mumbled. He didn't miss the flames that formed a wall in front of Ichigo just as the Sero closed on him. Phew, that was one hell of a Sero. Ichigo thought mentally. When the smoke cleared, the Ichigos that shot the Sero at him, looked at him in horror. There was absolutely no injury on him, but the 2 hollows that were caught in explosion were severely burned and barely breathing. Ichigo turned to them and contemplated about their fate. He could have left them to suffer or he could finish them off. The image of beaten Nell entered his mind and for the first time in his life, Ichigo turned away from someone in pain and let them suffer. They deserve it, he thought and mentally dared Zangetsu to disagree with him. They do. Zangetsu answered him immediately, but his face showed a little concern. Ichigo flashed to the remaining 4 Ichigos and instantly beheaded one of them. Its body disintegrated even before its skull landed on the ground. As the others tried to evade his next swing, the flames around Ichigo started to burn more, slowly creeping their way around him. From the moment the image of Nell settled in his mind, rage started to flow through him again. With his eyes glowing with Reiatsu he charged at and kicked the closest Ichigos with Reiatsu-induced kick, jumping slightly, when he noticed claws entering his vision. As he dodged a kick, he spun himself in the air, surprising the hollow who tried to kick him, bisecting him instantly. Its blood splashed on his clothes, but he paid it no attention. Using his momentum, he kicked from the ground, reaching the last Ichigo's, aiming a punch at his gut. Pumping some of his Reiatsu to his fist, he hit the hollow below its hole, ripping through its flesh. "Now you have a second hole," he commented coldly, and let some of the flames, that run along his arm, reach the hollow, causing him to scream in agony and drop dead in a matter of seconds. He turned his head to look at the Ichigo's he kicked a moment ago and saw it slowly scrambling back at its feet. Without giving him a chance to get ready to defend himself, Ichigo flashed to him and plunged his Zanpakuto through his chest, pinning him to the ground with a sickening squelch and killing him instantly. With blood still on his hand, Ichigo turned his head to the Vasto Lord, who was getting a bit nervous from the eerie feeling he was feeling after witnessing Ichigo killing his subordinated like they were flies. As the black flames started to cover Ichigo's whole body, the Vasto Lord took an unconscious step back. Something was telling him that the person in front of him wasn't someone he would want to underestimate. He drew his own blade he got from some Shinigami his master killed in the Manos forest and waited for a moment, before disappearing in a buzzing sound that signaled Sonido. Ichigo managed to notice him in time and blocked the incoming slash, skidding a few inches back. "So he's strong. Good, someone I can finally test myself." Ichigo grinned and jumped above the hollow, spinning himself and the sword in midair, trying to cut through the Vasto Lord's skull. The humanoid narrowly blocked the surprising attack and pushed Ichigo from him. The substitute Shinigami landed a few meters behind him and immediately pushed himself from the ground, aiming a jab at the hollow. Said person sidestepped him and slashed at him with his second hand with claws on it. Sensing an incoming attack, Ichigo ducked and managed to kick him in the skull, sending the hollow flying but also almost breaking his leg. "Fuck," he cursed mentally and charged the Vasto Lord, who landed after crashing into ground. His eyes widened however when he sensed a huge amount of hollow energy in front of him, and only his reflexes saved him from the incoming Sero. He turned his head in horror however, when he realized where the hollow's attack continued. "No, Harabel." Cursing his own stupidity, he pushed himself, trying to outrun the Sero. "Damn it, I was getting too caught up in the fight." It was only then when he noticed his bloody attire and the blood on his hands. "Oh God, I ripped a hole through that hollow with my own fist." He gulped in realization of his own cruel actions. With the Sero reflecting in his eyes, he tiered his focus back on stopping it and jumped in front of Harabel, having only a moment before the attack collided with him. "Fuck, no time for the shield." He cursed and held up his blade in front of him, desperately trying to block it somehow. The Sero was however on another level in the comparison with the one the Ichigo's shot at him or the one he blocked when he arrived. It was too heavy for him to block it with just his sword, and he again cursed his own stupidity. In a desperate attempt, he pumped as much Reiatsu to his own skin as he could and hoped that he would survive. After few more seconds of trying to hold back the energy, he was engulfed in an explosion for the second time. The Vasto Lord buzzed near the origin of explosion and waited. He still wasn't sure if that ended the Shinigami. He grimaced when the wind blew the smoke away. Ichigo was still standing with his attire burned heavily, showing his bare torso with tribal tattoo. Thanks to his attempt to lessen the effects of the Sero with his own Reiatsu, he managed to escape the worst of the explosion and received only light burns on his hands that were already healing, using his high-speed regeneration. "You impress me, Shinigami. Not many could survive my Sero, not to mention with only this much damage." Hollow admitted not so happily. Ichigo gasped a little. He spent a good amount of his reserves to block the Sero. "Shit," he cursed and gripped the sword tightly. "No more games. I have to finish this. Grimjow is almost dead and the others aren't better." He suddenly flashed away from the Hollow's vision in an impressive show of speed. Vasto Lord widened his eyes in surprise when he felt his arm being severed and quickly jumped away. "Gah," he grunted in pain as the blood sprayed from the wound. He glanced at his arm and grimaced in pain as he felt his high-speed regeneration slowly kick in. What was that speed? He was fast before, but not like this. He thought about his chances when a heavy Reiatsu pressed on his shoulders, widening his eyes further. He turned his head and his eyes landed on Ichigo, who was slowly walking towards him, his remaining clothes floating as the air itself was getting heavy with his Reiatsu. I'm going to end this now, Hollow. I don't have time to play with you anymore, Ichigo said coldly. Play with me? Don't tell me. He was holding back the entire time. Vasto Lord's eyes glowed as the realization fell on him and he gulped. The air was starting to get hotter as Ichigo approached him, and after calculating his chances of survival, the Hollow almost wanted to retreat. But how could he escape with his life intact? Then he blinked, when he remembered something his master told him about his subordinates. Yes, that could work, I just need some diversion. As Ichigo was almost in front of him, he finally formed his plan and got into stance. Ichigo squirmed his eyes, trying to figure out what was Hollow planning. He immediately went to create his shield when he saw Vasto Lord forming a Sero. It's pointless, you can't defeat me with it when I know it's coming. Ichigo yelled at the Hollow, who smirked, making Ichigo suddenly wary. How do you know I'm aiming at you, Shinigami? Flash of realization went through Ichigo's eyes and he cursed again. He saw the Sero being shot in the direction of Grimmjow and he quickly flashed in front of it with his shield prepared. Yami no Sukatate. His shield managed to block the Sero with little difficulty. What was he thinking? He thought in confusion. Looking for someone, Shinigami. Hollow's voice made him turn his head. Vasto Lord was kneeling next to one of the Ajukas Ichigo left to die in pain, touching it slightly with one of his claws. What are you doing? Ichigo asked warily. The Hollow smirked, creating a feeling of dread inside Ichigo's stomach. Do you know why I was bestowed with these subordinates? Why am I even here? Vasto Lord grinned cruelly and jabbed his finger inside the Ajukas' stomach. It's because these Ajukas are special. They were modified a little. I just put an energy equal to more than one of my Sero inside of him. Do you know what happens after a few moments? Boom. The Hollow whispered sadistically. Think of the explosion. I don't think your friend over there will be able to survive alone. He pointed at Harabel, who was lying only a short distance from them. Ichigo looked at him in horror. I don't think you will finish me, Shinigami. But know this, we will meet again, and when we do, you'll be on your knees, begging me to finish you off. Vasto Lord grinned and flashed away, leaving Ichigo frozen for a second. When he noticed the glowing Ajukas, however, Ichigo quickly acted and left the thought of pursuing of the Hollow alone and flashed next to Harabel. He wrapped his arms around her and jumped away just as the Ajukas exploded, creating a shockwave and sending him flying through the air and crashing into the walls of Las Noches painfully. Fortunately, he managed to flip himself while in the air, so that the only one injured would be him and not Harabel. He groaned a little as he pushed himself from the ground. His back hurt and he suspected that the blast managed to burn him a little. How ironic, my power is fire-based and yet I am burned. Sending his Hollow energy to the wound, he sighed in relief as the high-speed regeneration kicked in. He placed Harabel on the ground and grimaced. He wanted to help her first, but he panicked when Grimmjow's Reiatsu flickered from the existence, leaving only a weak pulse. Shit, shit, shit. With an impressive speed, he flashed to the blue-haired Arankar and took a good look at him. Single quote. Single quote. He looks like shit. Grimmjow was missing his entire left arm, from the shoulder down. One of his ears was missing too. A bone was protruding from his leg and deep gashes ran along his chest, similar to the one Ichigo himself gave him not that long ago, but these were way more life-threatening. He could almost see his ribs through one of the wounds. Quickly putting his hands on him, he channeled his Hollow energy and pushed a good amount to him. It took significantly less time for his high-speed regeneration to take effect as it did with Nell. Maybe every Hollow has different speed of regeneration, Ichigo thought in wonder. Ichigo, I'm glad you're back to yourself. Zangetsu sighed in relief. Yeah, me too, Zangetsu, me too. Inside his mind, Zangetsu shook his head. No, you don't understand, Ichigo. It's not as simple as you think it is. You didn't become just too caught up in fight, you were getting caught up in your own darkness. Zangetsu said with a little worry in his voice. Ichigo raised his eyebrow, but continued to focus on giving his energy to Grimmjow. The power of your Zanpakuto is darkness, and as I said before, it can't hurt you, but it can possess you, Ichigo. It's a terrifying power and you must be careful in using it. I know that your emotions are something that you have problem keeping in check, but your rage and hatred fuels the darkness you wield. It helps you strengthen your abilities, but you'll have to find your equilibrium or the darkness will control you. Zangetsu explained sadly. Yeah, it did occur to me that it was strange that the more rage I felt, the more those flames kept surrounding me and they were easier to control. I wanted to kill them, Zangetsu. I wanted to rip them apart with my bare hands. You saw what those bastards did to Nell, Harabel and others. They are animals, Ichigo replied, ashamed of his own feelings. I understand, Ichigo. It's the same thing with me wanting to protect you. You want to protect those around you, and when you're late and they get hurt, you want to punish those who did it. I agree with you. I'm just warning you, do not let yourself get lost in the darkness. Never. Ichigo closed his eyes and mentally nodded. I promise. It was then, when he heard a groan from the one he was giving energy to. He quickly pulled his hands back as he knew Grimmjow's nature. Said Arankar slowly opened his eyes and noticed Ichigo. You, Kuro Arg. Grimmjow almost jumped at Ichigo, but his injuries prevented him from doing it and he yelped in pain instead. Yes, me, Grimmjow. Be still and let your high-speed regeneration work. I gave you just enough of my hollow Reiatsu to patch you up. If you have any problem with it or with me in general, leave it for later. I have to help others. Ichigo said sharply and stood up, but Grimmjow grabbed his leg before he could flash away. Kurosaki, this is the second time you saved my life, but know this, I still hate you and I will try to kill you again. Nothing's changed. I may be grateful that you got rid of Aizen, but that's it. Grimmjow gasped through small spasms of pain. Fine with me, I don't want you to owe me anything. But if we are to fight again, don't drag anyone else into it, and in that case I'll fight you whenever you want. Ichigo glanced at the Arankar and nodded to him. Grimmjow widened his eyes a little and let go of Ichigo's leg. What about that green-haired one? Ichigo turned in surprise. Nell, she's okay and in the world of the living. She'll be back soon. Grimmjow nodded, signaling Ichigo to go. He watched him flash through the sand of Hueco Mundo and scoffed. Fucking sucker. Acting almighty and shit. You're lucky I have some pride and you managed to gain a little respect, or I swear I'd have kicked you in the balls the moment I noticed your ugly face. He turned his head and twitched in pain. Fuck it, I'm beat. Ichigo landed next to Harabel and let his eyes roam, trying to find any heavy injury. Surprisingly, the ex-Espada had mostly only light injuries, aside from the one that was a little bit hard to look at. Ichigo hadn't noticed it before, when he came to Hueco Mundo and saved the blonde, but now that he had time, he almost couldn't hold his stomach, and with a pure willpower he managed not to throw up. Harabel was missing her entire left breast. It was fully cut off, leaving only heavily bleeding wound. The injury itself was hard to understand. It was almost as if the one who did it aimed directly at her assets, trying to mutilate her as much as he could. The rest of the injuries were only shallow gashes, bruises and probably Reiatsu depletion. With his eyes pointing at her legs, trying to avoid the sight of her bloody top, Ichigo put his hands at her stomach and repeated the same process that he did with Grimmjow. Not long after that he heard that disgusting sound of tissue being repaired and dared to lift his eyes a little to see that from the deep wound, her breast started to grow back. He swallowed hard and tiered his focus from the bare lump on her chest to the rest of the injuries. They were too, healing rapidly, and when he was sure he replenished enough of her Reiatsu, he allowed himself a little rest. Repeated donation of his hollow energy was tiring him quite rapidly. I have just enough to heal the other 3 and then I'll need some fine rest. With his eyes closed, he didn't notice that Harabel regained consciousness and was looking at him in confusion. Then she remembered where she was and tried to move. Her movement was the thing that alerted Ichigo. Oh, you're awake, Harabel-san. Rest, your reserves were almost fully depleted and I only gave you enough to start your high-speed regeneration. Now that you're awake I should go to your fraction, as they are the last ones who need my help. Why are you here, Kurosaki Ichigo? What of the attack? She asked him just as he stood up. Nell showed up in the world of the living and from her I found out about this, whatever this was. I wanted to beat up the bastards who injured her, and when I got here, well, you remember that much. I managed to kill the rest of the Ajukas, but the Vasto Lord succeeded in escaping. He gave her a small smile and flashed to the remaining Arankars. But there was still 9 of them left. Harabel mumbled quietly in disbelief when he was already gone. I'll have to find out just how strong he is. She thought and slowly sat, realizing that one of her breasts was showing. She raised an eyebrow when she thought back to the conversation with Ichigo. His eyes never left my face. Is he gay? Not so far away. Ichigo shuddered. I have a sudden feeling that somebody is thinking badly of me. He shook his head to clear his thoughts and concentrated on healing the remaining Arankars. He located them easily and was relieved to discover that while they were all unconscious, their wounds weren't life-threatening. They were most likely suffering from the same thing that Harabel did, Reiatsu depletion. That makes those horrible injuries of Nell, Grimjow and Harabel more questionable. Did they leave Harabel's fraction with only few bruises because they thought they were no threat? He frowned and thought about it. It made no sense. The whole attack makes no sense. Why would they attack the most powerful hollows in Hueco Mundo? Why now, after giving them just enough time to recover from the Winter War? Why they allowed Nell to escape? Those were the questions Ichigo asked himself without having any answer. And who is that master? He sighed and wiped his brow from sweat. Well, I can at least think of reason why Nell was so beaten up. She's too much of a kind person and probably tried to shield the others from injuries, receiving those wounds in the process. Small movement alerted him that 2 of the Arankars he was giving his Reiatsu to were beginning to awaken, so he shifted himself and proceeded to help the last one. As he was finishing, from the corner of his eyes, he noticed that Harabel was already up and coming to check on her fraction, who were too, slowly getting up, slightly disoriented. Stubborn woman. He smiled a bit. She's too caring to be considered a hollow. Ugh, damn I hurt. Mila Rose grunted from the ground behind him. Me too. What, you again? Apache blinked and noticed Ichigo, crouched few steps away from her. He rolled his eyes and sighed. Yeah, not that you sound very happy. Why should I be happy to see a Shinigami? She retorted and grimaced at him. Bekasu, he's the one who saved us, again, and healed us, again. Harabel finally walked to them and sat down next to Ichigo, eyeing him with interest. Ichigo's sweat dropped and unconsciously moved back a little. I don't like her stare. He decided not to mention that out loud. Oh come on. Don't tell us that he magically appeared in front you, Lady Harabel, and saved you from being executed, in the last second. Apache exclaimed jovially. When she didn't hear any response, she glanced at Harabel and widened her eyes. No. Freaking way, she said gobsmacked. Oh my god, my sides, haha. Mila Rose started to laugh uncontrollably at the look on Apache's face, but then she jerked herself in pain. Serves you right, bitch. Apache muttered and turned her head away, her face red from embarrassment. Hey, I didn't just magically appear. Ichigo protested. Nell managed to get to the world of the living and told me about the situation here. I was lucky I got here in time. It's not my fault I arrived exactly at such time. Wait, you mean Lady Harabel was really about to be? Sun Sung joined the conversation. Mila Rose immediately stopped her laugh at that comment. Yes, their numbers proved too much for me to handle and I was about to fall when he blocked the Sero that was meant for me. The thing is, Kurosaki Ichigo, there was still 9 Ijukas alive when I fainted. Not to mention that Vasto Lord. You told me you got the Ijukas, but the Vasto Lord escaped, yet you have almost no injury whatsoever. Ichigo avoided her eyes and looked at the ground. Those Ijukas weren't that much of a problem since I was, quite frankly, pissed off at them for hurting Nell. I could have taken down even that Vasto Lord, but, well. I admit, he made it so I had to let him escape. I don't understand. Harabel looked at him confused. He rigged one of the Ijukas' bodies and made some sort of bomb from it. Have I let it explode, you'd be dead. Ichigo glanced at her and shrugged. She widened her eyes a little and looked closer at his attire. So that's why his clothes are so burned. He must have taken the hit for me. He sacrificed himself for me. For the first time since Aizen's betrayal, Harabel allowed herself an honest smile. When she evolved to an Arankar, her aspect of death became sacrifice. Now she have found someone who was probably same as her. Yes, him I can trust. Kurosaki-san, Sung-sun tried to gain Ichigo's attention. He rolled his eyes again. Please no Kurosaki-san, just Ichigo. She smiled a little and nodded. Ichigo-san, then, you said that he blew the body of Ijukas up, but when Hollow is killed, his body turns into spirit particles quite quickly. Ichigo looked back at the ground, hiding his eyes from their view. I didn't kill every Ijukas right away. I let some of them suffer and die from their injuries, he said with clenched jaw, refusing to look at those around him. Oh, I see. That's kind of nice of you, Sung-sun stated uncertainly. I mean, you did it because they hurt your friend, right? She quickly added when Ichigo looked at her in surprise. Yeah, he nodded and a small, awkward silence fell on them. What about Nell? Actually, what about Grimmjow? I can feel his Reiatsu but... Harabelle broke the silence suddenly. Ichigo scoffed. Kitty boy is fine, he's just angry that I saved his sorry ass again. Nell is with my friend in the world of the living, recuperating from her injuries, but if I'd have to guess, she'll be back here in no time. Harabelle's Frashin had to stifle a laugh at his new name for Grimmjow. Dixon, Kitty boy, he's on the roll with the nicknames. Mila Rosa snickered quietly. Harabelle slowly stood up and looked around. We should get inside. There's no telling if they won't send another attack at us. Her Frashin nodded and made their way inside Las Noches while Ichigo glanced at the location of Grimmjow. Let him be. He'll come inside when he wants to. It's not like I'm keeping him here by force, Harabelle said to Ichigo and followed her Frashin. Ichigo sighed and walked behind her. She raised one eyebrow at his action. I thought you'd be going back to the world of the living. Ichigo chuckled and shook his head. Nah, you're not the only one who thinks that this is not over. We need to come up with a plan how to deal with this. Before you say anything, this is where Nell and you live and I consider at least Nell a friend. They can chew on Grimmjow however. Besides, Nell told me that there is something wrong with that little Arankar. Lillinette was her name. Harabelle stared at him for a moment with a thoughtful expression. After a while she turned around and walked inside Las Noches without any words. Weird, Ichigo thought and entered the massive structure himself. Do you see him? Yeah, are you sure it's a good idea? You heard that he was the one who defeated Aizen. First voice turned in the darkness of Las Noches and stared hard at the second one. We have no other choice, he muttered darkly, and together they followed Ichigo through the shadows. Said Shinigami was walking through the dark corridors, hoping he didn't get lost. Damn, where's Harabelle? She was in front of me just a minute ago, Ichigo thought in irritation. Now, Ichigo widened his eyes when he felt a movement behind him and quickly ducked under two bodies that flew above him and hit the concrete wall with a painful grunt. What the? Ichigo yelled and spun himself to face the attackers. It took him only a second to recognize the duo in that lied with dazed expressions in front of him. He facepalmed and shook his head in slight exasperation. Pesci, Dondonchaka, what are you two dumbasses trying to do? He backed away when Pesci jumped up like nothing happened and grabbed him by the clothes. You remember my name, Uryu? He cried anime tears when Ichigo whacked him on the head. I'm Ichigo, you idiot. Pesci's hands shot in air in surprise. Ichigo rubbed his temples and felt a headache coming. I ask again, what are you guys doing? We wanted to ask you where Nell-sama is. We didn't see her when Lady Harabelle and her Frashin came in, don't tell me she's... Pesci stopped his comic act and gulped in fear. Ichigo quickly shook his head. No, she's okay, she's just recuperating in the world of the living with my friends. She'll be back here in no time. You hear that, Dondonchaka? Pesci jumped at his partner and started dancing with him happily, making Ichigo sigh tiredly. Look guys, not to be party pooper but I'm really tired, can you show me where is the... I don't know how you guys call it, where everybody lives. Pesci instantly stopped his dance and with a salute he motioned Ichigo to follow him. Turns out, Ichigo wasn't that lost and after a few minutes they arrived in a small hall with a table and few chairs. This is where Aizen made his meetings. Harabelle's neutral voice surprised him from behind. He grimaced and had to suppress the urge to demolish the whole room. Pesci, Dondonchaka, you can return to your place and wait for Nell-san to come back. I'll take Kurosaki Ichigo with me. Comical duo bowed to her and with a salute left the room. Come Kurosaki Ichigo, you mentioned that you wanted to see Lilith. I'll take you to her. She glanced at him briefly and walked to the doors on the right. You know, it'd be easier if you'd call me just Ichigo, you know, and far less irritating. Ichigo stated, muttering the last part quietly. Harabelle turned her head for a second. Yes, it would, she replied with a mirth in her eyes, and Ichigo could have sworn he saw a ghost smile on her lips. She's in my quarters right now, girls are keeping a watch on her. She said and opened the doors to a huge white room with little furniture, but a lot of noise. Oh come on Apache, I think it was quite funny, you trying to make fun of him, and yet it was that exact way how he came here. Who would have thought that he was a hero? Ichigo's eyes twitched at the Mila Rose's comment, which he was sure was about him. Fine, but you didn't have to laugh that much. Apache appeared to be pouting at her comrade with a red cheeks. Sung Sun remained quiet and was often glancing at the only unmoving Arrancar in the room. How is she, girls? Harabelle asked them, and Ichigo had to stifle a laugh when the Frashon almost jumped in the air from surprise. Gah, Lady Harabelle, don't scare us like that. Mila Rose exclaimed, but paused when she noticed Ichigo and flushed a little. Ichigo noticed and waved his hand. Yes, I heard what you were talking about and it's fine. It's not like I can do something about it. Quote. Apache chuckled a little and stuck her tongue out at Mila Rose, who was still flushed. So, where is Lilith? Maybe we can figure out together what's wrong with her. Ichigo asked them and frowned when they looked at him in confusion. Ichigo-san, she's right here. Sung Sun pointed at the figure on the bed next to her, and Ichigo widened his eyes in shock. What was in front of him wasn't a small green-haired Arrancar anymore. The Lilith that was lying on the bed was slightly different. Her hair was the same green and her mask was still there, but she was a bit taller, her face showed someone older, and her body was a little more girlish with slight curves. Quote. Ichigo looked at Harabelle with eyes full of questions. We don't know either. It appears she underwent some sort of rapid growth. I'd say she looks maybe 2 years older. I'm thinking that maybe the shock of losing Stark and your Reiatsu, which you gave to her, might have triggered this change. She answered with a slight shrug. Yeah, when I first saw her, she appeared to be as old as my sisters, but now she looked like she's 13 or so, although I'm sure that since she's Arrancar she's actually older. Ichigo paused when his brain registered something in Harabelle's response, and he pointed at himself in shock. Wait, I did this. Chapter 9. Hueco Mundo. Point 2, Green Wolf and the Protector. Harabelle blinked and looked up at Ichigo. I didn't say I'm sure of your role in this change. I'm only guessing. Lilith was a part of Stark, they used to be one soul. They were unique, and that's one of the reasons Aizen recruited them. I don't think even Shielapuro knew much about them. Maybe Lilith can enlighten us when she'll wake up, she said calmingly. Ichigo settled down a bit, but one question still bothered him. There is that, why won't she wake up? She's been like this for quite a few days, shouldn't I call for some medics? I can guarantee you'd be safe. Harabelle shook her head. No, I don't think that any of your Shinigami medics or other ones could help an Arrancar this unique. Maybe your friend that Aizen took hostage and had those amazing powers. You mean Orihime? Well, I could get her. Ichigo replied and immediately turned to the exit, but Harabelle stopped him with a frown. Although we could always use something ourselves. We've been watching Lilith ever since we came here, and from what I know about medicine. She paused and stared at him. What? Ichigo asked with his own frown. She's suffering from withdrawal symptoms, at least that's what it looks like. Maybe, if you would give her more of your Reiatsu she'd respond. Harabelle told him and motioned him to get closer to Lilith. Are you saying she's addicted to my Reiatsu? Ichigo felt a headache that was slowly creeping at him from the moment he met Pesci and Dondonchaka, finally settling in his head. Harabelle shortly nodded. You know, if you're addicted to something, isn't it better to cure the addiction rather than supplying her with the stuff she wants? Harabelle's Frashon were watching them unusually quietly, turning their heads back and forth like they were at some kind of tennis match, not that they knew what tennis was. Yes, it would be the best solution if it was indeed addiction. As I said, right now we're not sure of anything and we're only making assumptions. Should she react badly, we'll take her to that Orihime girl. But if she'll wake up, we might get some answers. Harabel pressed him and Ichigo grudgingly admitted that it was probably the best course of action. Fine. He nodded and put his hands on Lilinette's stomach. Now that she looks older she's actually quite cute. Ichigo thought absent-mindedly and focused once again on his hollow energy. Not wanting to accidentally overdose her, he let his Reiatsu flow into her in small doses, waiting for any kind of reaction. When nothing happened after a few minutes of donating his Reiatsu, Ichigo turned to Harabel. See, she's not. He was interrupted by a small groan. Every head snapped in its direction and they watched as the small Erincar moved a little. You're kidding me. Harabel was right after all. Damn women, they're always right. Ichigo silently fumed. Stark. Lilinette's voice cut through the silence and Ichigo glanced at Harabel and tried to tell her that he probably shouldn't be there, with hand signs. Harabel shook her head making Ichigo sigh. Lilinette blinked and opened her eyes at last. First thing she noticed was the lack of surroundings and the presence of the roof. I'm not on the battlefield. Next thing was the fact that she could no longer feel Stark's presence. Not his Reiatsu anywhere near her, not the connection that the two of them shared on the soul level. That worried her greatly. Instead she felt several Reiatsu signatures in her close proximity. Besides one, she recognized all of them. Harabel and her Frashin and, what the hell is with that other Reiatsu? It's unlike anything I ever felt and, wait, I'm sure I never felt it before yet it feels so familiar. She was getting more confused so she tried to sit down and immediately noticed additional information. First one that surprised her, yet pleased her, was the fact that she was feeling some weight on her chest so she looked down. Her eyes widened in happy surprise. I have boobs. She almost smiled but then she realized what it probably meant. Without turning to anybody in particular, she asked the whole group, who was watching her changing expressions with interest. Stark's dead, isn't he? She asked in a dull voice. Ichigo cringed at her tone. Yes. Harabel replied making Ichigo look at her in horror. She could have shown some solidarity and told her that nicer. He watched as a single tear dropped from Lilinette's eye. Poor girl, Ichigo thought and seeing her grim expression, he remembered his sisters and their sad faces when he told them he'd be leaving them for some time. What about the war? You're alive, but it seems that you're the only one, so I assume we lost. Lilinette asked, still not looking in their direction. We lost, but at the same time won. Aizen was defeated, but thanks to certain someone, we are left alone to live however we like, but shall we try to attack Soul Society again we will be hunted. Harabel noticed that the small Erincar clenched her fists. So I'm supposed to live just like that? After those Shinigami killed Stark. She visibly shook from the mixture of grief and rage. Stark wasn't killed by the Shinigami that we fought, Lilinette. Aizen himself cut him down, as he did with me too. In the end, he betrayed us. Harabel quickly replied. Lilinette snapped her head in Harabel's direction with widened eyes. That bastard. Quote. Then her eyes noticed Ichigo, standing a little bit in the background, trying not to be seen. She jumped from the bed and pointed her finger at him. Why is a stinking Shinigami here with us? She yelled at them but a moment after that she frowned. Wait, he's the one with that weird Reiatsu. What is he? He can't be a Shinigami. Well, whatever he is, he at least looks good. Who is he? She asked Harabel. His name is Kurosaki Ichigo, the one that Aizen stalked and the one who, in the end, defeated the bastard. Lilinette's eyes widened to comic proportions as she fell on her butt. Fought. That broke the tension a little and Harabel's Frashin chuckled a little. Yeah, that was our reaction too, Lilinette. He maybe doesn't look like much but he can't be pretty scary actually. Mila Rosa smirked at the green-haired girl, who was still gaping at him. Oi, I take offense in that comment. Ichigo finally muttered offended. Oh, don't worry, you're still our hero. Mila Rose blew a raspberry at him and added a wink. Lilinette watched their exchange with even more widened eyes and with the jaw on the floor. I must have been out for a long time. She muttered and stood up, dusting herself off. Around a week, Harabel told her, it's only thanks to this guy, that you woke up actually. He gave you his hollow Reiatsu. Apache spoke up and Lilinette hastily turned to Ichigo. You have hollow Reiatsu? She asked in shock. Ichigo rolled his eyes. I'm not a normal Shinigami, that's everything you need to know, he said and snorted when she puffed her cheeks at the incomplete answer. Then her mind registered something. Wait, he gave me his Reiatsu. Harabel nodded with a frown. Yes, twice. When he did it this time, he managed to wake you up. That is connected with what I wanted to ask you. As you probably noticed, your appearance has slightly changed and we were contemplating that it's because of Kurosaki Ichigo giving you his Reiatsu. Just in case, do you know something about it? Lillinette sighed and walked to the bed, where she sat down. Do you know how I knew that Stark was dead? She asked. Nobody in particular. Partly because I can no longer feel our special connection of our souls, and because I noticed that I grew up a bit. Harabel and others raised their eyebrows. I think you are aware of how I came to exist, right? Me and Stark were once one soul, extremely strong soul that caused anyone, who approached us, to die from our Reiatsu alone. That is the reason we decided to split. We split our soul to two pieces and because of that, we lost the ability to grow old. Well, at least I did. I don't know if Stark would grow old in time, but it was clear that I wouldn't. Moreover, I wasn't able to gain more power. Basically I was stuck in this form until I die. When I saw my boobs, I knew that Stark couldn't be alive because in that case I wouldn't be able to mature. Now that I'm alone, I'm the remaining soul and because of my previously stunted growth I was forced to grow rapidly. Well, it still needed a catalyst in form of a Reiatsu more potent than Stark's to make it this fast, but since you said that this guy donated his own Reiatsu to me and he's the same person who defeated Aizen, I guess that answers the question. Lillinette looked at Ichigo with interest. But why would a Shinigami, even one not normal, give his Reiatsu to a hollow? Still confuses me. You're not the only one who's confused right now. Everyone thought. See, it's not your fault Kurosaki Ichigo, as she would grow old in time with or without your intervention. Harabel turned to Ichigo with a light smile. I guess, Ichigo admitted in relief. Fault. You thought that this is something bad. I got boobs, man. Boobs. Lillinette looked at Ichigo as if he was crazy and squeezed her breasts with her own hands experimentally, making Ichigo blush instantly and caused the Mila Rose to laugh at him. Right. Lillinette almost squealed in happiness, when she remembered that Stark was gone and she sobered up instantly. Only if you could see me now, Stark. She thought sadly and turned to others. I think I need to be alone now. I'll be in Stark's room. She muttered and quietly made her way out. You think she'll be all right? Ichigo asked Harabel, after the green-haired Arrancar left the room. Harabel glanced at the door and closed her eyes. She's a strong girl, but I guess we'll have to wait. Not long after Lillinette left, Ichigo himself departed to the long corridors of Las Noches. Since he decided to help the group deal with the attackers, it meant that he'd be spending few days in Hueco Mundo. With that in mind, he asked the ex-Espada for the directions to some vacant room, where he could sleep. Harabel explained to him the route to old room of the ex-Cuatro Espada, Ulquiorra. At first, Ichigo rejected the idea. He was forced to fight the Arrancar and from that time he knew of his nihilistic character and believed his room to be depressing. When he found the room however, the only thing he discovered was that Ulquiorra preferred simplistic style, similar to the one Harabel used to decorate her room. So there was Ichigo, lying in the small bed, trying to relax, although his face showed his eternal frown. Old man, you there? Yes, Ichigo. Just so you know, I'm still angry at you. After everything I've been through I still can't use my Bankai. Now that we have time, I want to know why because it screams bullshit to me. Ichigo asked mentally. I understand, Ichigo. You already know that when you merged with Shirosaki, you gained quite the power boost, since your hollow powers are now in sync with you. What you however don't know, is the fact, that thanks to that, your hollow powers should have been incorporated within your Bankai. Since you weren't using the true Bankai, they manifested as an individual release, the Resurrection. He heard the reply of his inner spirit that made him frown deeper. But Shirosaki said, Shirosaki is just a part of you, Ichigo. Have you ever seen a Shinigami with more releases than Shikai and Bankai? The answer is no, and the fact that you're special doesn't change anything. Even if, for example, I didn't want you to be Shinigami, it is the path you chose for yourself, therefore you are a Shinigami. Your other powers are complementary to the main one and they strengthen it. That's why your resurrection was only a temporary solution for you to use, until the true power of your Zanpakuto, the core of your Shinigami powers, was awakened. Zangetsu interrupted Ichigo with his explanation and Ichigo gulped. That means I'll be even stronger in Bankai. Jesus, well, it's not like I didn't want more power. I need it to protect my precious people, but sometimes I have the feeling that my power will scare people away. That is possible, however, those closest to you know you better than that, Ichigo. They know that you are still Ichigo, and not some scary monster. Gee, thanks for calling me a monster. Ichigo muttered and heard Zangetsu chuckle a bit. Then his eyes widened. Aw man, and I kinda liked the resurrection, it looked so cool. Zangetsu only chuckled more. Well, you have to make sacrifices sometimes. Like I don't know that already. Wait, we wandered a ways from the original question. Why is it that I can't use my Bankai? I remember you saying that this time it won't be like then. So, it won't be that harsh training. Ichigo could almost feel the nervousness radiating from his inner spirit. Something like that. In fact, there is no need for any training at all. What? He almost fell off the bed in surprise. I admit, I lied before. You have already earned the right to use your Bankai. Right now it's just me that's preventing you from using it. Ichigo punched a wall behind him in frustration. Damn it Zangetsu. That's low and you know it. Yes, but I'm doing it for your own good. If you used your Bankai now, you'd have it with your hollow powers within it. And that's the problem. There is still something you don't know about yourself, Ichigo, about your roots. There is still one dormant power within you, that you must awaken and accept, before your Bankai is truly complete. If you were to use your Bankai before that, it would only make things harder for you. Ichigo blinked twice to sort his mind. Say again, another power. What am I a freaking cocktail? What is that power? In his mind, he heard a heavy sigh. You will probably hate me for that, Ichigo, but it isn't something you should hear from me so I won't tell you. When you are finished here, in Hueco Mundo, look for your father and let me talk to him. I will force him to explain everything. When he told you about him being a Shinigami, I was sure that I would have more time to prepare you for it so I told you not to ask him more, but now that you have awakened your true Zanpakuto powers, waiting is no longer an option. Ichigo gritted his teeth and tried to calm down. My dad knows. Oh, his face will bite the dust as soon as I see him, so you won't tell me more huh? Fine, Zangetsu, have it your way. I'll trust you this time, but you're on thin ice now. One more thing, what about my Shikai? I shouldn't use Bankai before awakening and accepting that power or it would cause problem, but I can use my Shikai. It kind of doesn't make sense. Shikai, as you should already know by now, is only initial release. However, Bankai is a final release in which the Zanpakuto gains its truest form. Once the Bankai is achieved it is impossible to change, you being the only exception thanks to your incomplete powers. Shikai can be molded, that's why there is no problem if you use it. Zangetsu replied. Ichigo threw his arms in the air and grimaced. Fine, I give up. He thought and cut off their link. How can I have another dormant power inside of me, without knowing it? I always knew I wasn't normal, but this is way beyond that. I understand that I inherited my Shinigami powers from Dad, and after his explanation, I know where are my hollow powers coming from. What other power there can be? Ichigo bit his lip, thinking hard. Quincy. Yeah, right, Ryu would know if I was one. Bound. That's creepy to even think about it. What more is there? Some kind of hell powers? He grimaced in disgust. God, I hope not. Gah. I don't know. He yelled mentally and scratched his head. I guess there is no point in thinking about it. I'll finish things here and then I'll find out for sure. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. Who is it? Ichigo propped himself on the elbows and watched as Lilith opened the doors and hesitantly looked at him. Can I come in? Ichigo raised his eyebrow but motioned her to come inside. She slowly walked towards him and sat on the floor, next to the bed. What do you need, Lilith-san? She bit her lips, refusing to look him in the eyes. Nothing really. I'm just used to Stark's presence next to me and I hate to be alone. You're the only guy here, so I thought maybe I could relax better if I'll come here. I'm not counting Grimjow, of course. I hate that animal. Ichigo smiled a little and lied back down. Anything I can do to help. They stayed in silence for a moment, with Lillinet glancing at him a few times. Go ahead and ask. I can almost feel that you want to know something, Ichigo said with closed eyes. Lillinet looked at him in surprise. You never answered my question back there. Why did you help us, the Arrancars? We were your enemies. We are still your enemies since you're a Shinigami. Aren't you worried that one of could decide to kill you in your sleep? Do you plan on killing me? He asked after a while. No, of course no. You saved me and for that I'm grateful, she quickly replied. Well, then everything's fine, isn't it? When Ichigo felt some weight on the bed, he opened his eyes and turned his head. Lillinet was kneeling next to the bed with her hands lying on the edge on the bed. Why are you being so nice? Why are you so trusting? I don't get it, she yelled at him, looking at the ground. He sighed and seated himself in front of her. I'm not trusting nor am I nice. I simply chose to believe that you are good. I'm not like other Shinigami simply because I have been a one only for some months and I'm still alive as a human. Why should I think you would do any harm to me? What I see here, in Hueco Mundo, is simply a group of people, trying to survive. Every single one of you lost something. A comrade, trust, all of you carry some burden. Just because you are hollow doesn't mean you are some savages. In the past I believed so, but only because I was told that. Through my experiences I learned otherwise. In Hueco Mundo, there are monsters just like everywhere else. Humans, Shinigami, hollows. We are all just souls in a different costume. I value my humanity more than anything, that's true, but at the same time, I don't consider myself as something more as Shinigami or a hollow. I helped you, Haribel and her Frashion, because you're living beings, nothing more. But at the same time, I decimated those Ijukas that attacked them. Why I didn't spare them? Because I know that by purifying them, I gave them a new chance at life. It was my decision, as is everything I do. I choose what to do. I don't simply follow the rules. If I don't agree with something, I won't do it. He turned to Lillinet with a warm smile. You just lost the most precious person in this world. There was nobody else you could trust, so you're free to not believe anything I just said. You are right. There probably aren't many Shinigami who would treat you like friend. What do you know about losing someone? She snapped at him. Ichigo's smile faltered a bit, but he tried to keep it. He looked up and stared her in the eyes. My mother was killed by a hollow in front of me when I was a kid, he said, and watched as Lillinet's eyes widened in surprise and she jumped away. But that's even more reason for you to hate us, hollows. She pointed a shaky finger at him. It wasn't you who did it. Should I condemn every hollow for action of one? He shook his head. I'm past the anger I felt. Sure, if I'd meet the one who did it, I wouldn't hesitate and kill him instantly, but I'm now mature enough to not blame the rest of the hollows. Lillinet stared at him and dropped to the ground. I miss him, she said suddenly, forcing Ichigo to look at her. Yeah, there isn't a day when I don't miss my mom too, but at least the pain subsided. Give it time, it's exactly as they say. Time heals. He absent-mindedly patted her on the head, making her to look up at him with teary eyes. Her lips trembled as she noticed his gentle smile, and the dam with her feelings broke. Awah, she jumped at him and started to cry heavily, soaking his clothes with her tears. Ichigo was surprised at her actions, but remembering his sisters, he didn't push her away, instead he pulled her into embrace. It's gonna be fine, just let it out, he said gently and patted her back. She clutched his arms, sobbing quietly. Trying to soothe her, he started to rock her back and forth, just like a baby. It seemed to be working, as after a while, her sobs became softer and her grip got a little bit looser. When the waterfall of tears finally stopped, Ichigo wanted to release her, as he was sure that she'd be embarrassed, but she stopped him. Don't, she muttered and buried her head deeper in his chest. Ichigo almost blushed when he felt something small and squishy on his stomach but forced it away. Damn hormones. It's just breasts for God's sake. She needs some support, not a blushing idiot. After a moment he heard her mumble something. Sorry, I couldn't understand. I asked if I could sleep here. It's comfy and I don't want to be alone, she mumbled. The blush was back again, forcing its was onto Ichigo's cheeks. Sure, if you want to, he replied, feeling a bit awkward. Thanks, she mumbled quietly, and after few more minutes, Ichigo heard a peaceful snoring, indicating that the small Arrancar was already asleep. I could use some sleep too, he thought, and closed his eyes, slowly drifting into sleep himself. He awoke at the movements of a small weight on his chest. Groggily, he opened his eyes, lifting his head a little, to see the green-haired Arrancar still lying on the bed, hugging him in her sleep. Those movements were actually caused by her head, trying to shift itself into more comfortable position and burying itself into his chest more. Lillinette's mouth were little bit open, peaceful expression on her face, and her cheek pressed on him, pushing some drool out of her mouth, causing Ichigo to grimace a little. He was considering waking her up as he didn't want to be covered in her saliva, but remembering the difference in her crying face the day before and the expression she had right now, he decided to let her sleep for a bit longer. Observing her steady breathing, he couldn't help but notice more of her features. She is kinda cute, he thought, and almost wondered why wasn't he freaking out, since he slept in the same bed with a girl. Inattentively, he stroked her short green hair, thinking about his sisters and how were they doing back in the world of the living. Being so deep in thoughts, Ichigo haven't noticed that Lillinette opened her eyes and has been studying him intensively ever since he put his hand on her head. You didn't strike me as a guy who would behave so familiarly towards a girl he met only few hours before. She broke the silence and made Ichigo's head snap in her direction with wide eyes and a pink cheeks. He almost instantly retracted his hand from her head. Sorry, I was thinking and paying no attention to what was I doing. She grinned and caught his hand. I didn't say it was bothering me. Actually, it feels kinda nice. Oh, okay, Ichigo said and continued to stroke her head awkwardly. They lied in silence for a while, Ichigo nervously looking around and Lillinette mumbling in delight. You know, I realize that this is weird. I too, hardly know you, yet I'm here, lying on you, and letting you touch me. Maybe it's because you're Reiatsu that you've given me. When I'm near you, I feel relaxed. You are probably freaking out in your mind, aren't you? She muttered loud enough for him to hear her and watched as he nodded shortly. Why aren't you? Ichigo asked back. She shrugged and turned her head on her other cheek. I may look like this, but I'm a lot older than you are. You shouldn't treat me as a little girl, was the only thing she said, and another silence fell on them. So if you know that I'm little bit freaking out, could you move? Ichigo asked her hopefully. No, you're really comfy. She shot back, silencing him again. I don't understand you. Yesterday, when you noticed that me, a Shinigami, is in the same room as you were almost ready to attack me, and now you're telling me that you're miraculously feeling relaxed next to me. Ichigo asked again. This time, she sighed and propped herself on him and stared him in the eyes. I'm asking myself the same thing. It's not like I suddenly like Shinigami or anything. Last night you told me that it was your decision to trust us Arrancars. This is the same thing. I decided to trust you, at least a tiny bit. She grimaced a little and lied back down. Now that Stark's dead, I have no one. Sure, there's Harabelle and her Frashin, and from what I can tell, Nalil's Frashin is here, and that means that she's probably here somewhere too, and all of them are nice and funny, but I need something else. You helped me, gave me your own Reiatsu, you listened to me, and you didn't push me away when I cried. To me, a hollow, it's something that happens once, maybe twice in a lifetime. Ichigo scratched his head nervously. You're welcome. Ah, you work really fast, Lillinette. Only few hours and you're already in bed with him. I'm almost jealous. Mila Rose's voice interrupted their talk. Ichigo jerked himself and turned to the doorway, where Harabelle's Frashin stood chuckling and blushing a little at the slightly intimate position the two of them lied in. Harabelle stood next to them with an unreadable expression on her face. Hey Ikki, Nell showed up suddenly, still a bit bandaged, and when she noticed Ichigo and Lillinette together in bed, she widened her eyes comically and gasped. Oh Ichi, how could you? She's just a little girl, she exclaimed in an accusing voice. It took Ichigo only few seconds to understand what she meant, and he jumped from the bed, shaking Lillinette from himself in the process, with the red face. What are you talking about? It's not like that, I swear. She just didn't want to be alone. Wait, what are you doing here, Nell? Are you okay? He yelled nervously. Nell flashed him a smile, while Harabel Frashen started to openly laugh at him. I'm fine, Icky. But, you're already cheating on me. She wiped a virtual tear from her face and giggled at Ichigo's stunned face. Give it up. Once she starts with it, she won't stop until you admit something. Lilynette told him while brushing herself from the dust. But so you know, Nalil-sama, nothing happened, we just slept. She told the madly giggling Nell, who nodded in response. Oh Lilynette, you look so cute now that you grew up a bit. Nell exclaimed after she finally stopped giggling. Right, aren't I cute? And look at that, I finally have boobs. Lilynette proudly showed her chest with 2 medium-sized lumps on it. They laughed together, and when everybody left the room, Ichigo finally moved. Women. He shook his head in exasperation. He almost bumped into Nell, who was waiting for him outside of the room. Thank you, Icky, she whispered and briefly hugged him. For what? He blinked in surprise. For helping Lilynette. I thought that she'd be depressed after learning that Stark was dead, but it seems that she's fine. You can say whatever you want to, but I'm sure that it is thanks to you. She said with a wide smile. Ichigo opened his mouth to protest, but seeing Nell's happy face, he rather shook his head. Yeah, no problem, and that is all I can say about Kurosaki Ichigo, master. I see. It was the only hours after the group of Ijukas attacked the survivors of the Winter War, living in the Las Noches, that their leader, Masked Vasto Lord, completed his report to his master. So the rumors of your strength are true, Kurosaki Ichigo. You are indeed worthy of being the one who could bring the new era. Humanoid figure, hidden in the shadows that everyone called the master, thought in wonder. You are, however, not yet ready for what's going to come. If you are to be the successor, you have to abandon this ridiculous thought of being a Shinigami, otherwise he will have to force it out of you. He was sitting on his small throne without any sort of movement, making his subordinates nervous. What should we do, master? Vasto Lord on his right, with the thin body but with huge and long arms, ended with claws, asked, bowing his head as low as he could. He gulped when he noticed that his master tilted his head a little and let some light fall onto his face, showing his terrifying grin. Do nothing. He will come here, and when he'll do, we'll have fun. Meanwhile, in the former residence of Aizen Sosuke, Las Noches, the small group of its tenants met up in the main hall. It was the same room the Shinigami mastermind used for his meetings with his own subordinates, the Espada. So, what did you want to talk about, Harabel-san? Ichigo asked the ex-Espada, sitting on his left with a neutral expression. She glanced at him and pointed at the doors. We're still waiting for Nalil-san and Grimmjow. You think he'll come? Ichigo looked at her in disbelief. The blonde sent him an almost invisible wink. Oh, believe me, he will come. He almost wanted to ask her for an explanation, when loud voices interrupted him. Gah, get off me, woman. I said I wanted to be alone. Now, Grimmy, be a good boy, or I'll have to punish you. Ichigo turned his head to Harabel and her Frashen, who were trying to keep their composure, but failing miserably, with a gaping mouth. As that, Nell and Grimmjow, since when are they so friendly with each other? He muttered in surprise. And did she just call him Grimmy? Oh, I'll have to remember that, that's pure gold blackmail material. Nalil-sama seems to like cats very much, and since Grimmjow's resurrection as Pantera, well. Apache answered him with a twitching mouth, trying to contain her chuckles. Well, I'll be damned, Ichigo thought and watched as the dynamic duo finally arrived at the scene. Sorry we're late, but Grimmy was playing Grumpy Cat and didn't want to come. Nell apologized, patting Grimmjow on the head. When the said Arrancar spotted Ichigo sitting next to the Harabel, his face reddened and steam seemed to come out from his ears. He turned to Nell and growled. I told you not to call me that. And I'm a panther, goddammit, not cat. He growled again when he heard a small chuckle escape Ichigo's mouth. Something you want to say, Kurosaki? You're in luck that I'm in no mood for killing. Ichigo held up his hands in defense. Nah, I'm just surprised you're here. Grimmy. He smirked at the blue-haired Arrancar. Grimmjow widened his eyes and a dark look settled on his face. Oh, you will pay for that, Kurosaki. He started to chuckle quietly, but evilly. He stopped, however, when he felt a hand on his shoulder and a chill ran through his spine. Turning his head, he gulped as he came face to face with smiling Nell, who was giving off a dangerous aura. "What did I tell you, Grimmy? Be a good boy and don't make me punish you," she whispered into his ear. Ichigo watched them silently and gulped just like Grimmjow, when he felt the strange vibe coming from the usually childish Arrancar. Damn, she can be scary. It's almost like she isn't Nell. He glanced at Grimmjow. It looks like Tay bastard went through some punishment already. I almost pity the fool. Nalil, Grimmjow, take a seat. We should discuss our course of action towards those who attacked us. Harabel greeted them and motioned them to sit down, what they, in Grimmjow's case, begrudgingly did. You have something in mind? Nell asked her with interest. Yes, since we all think that this attack was orchestrated by somebody else and it's probably only one of many, I think we should find their hideout and take the fight to them. Harabel replied after a moment of silence. Lady Harabel. Her Frashin looked at her in surprise, and they weren't the only one. Ichigo and Grimmjow were too in shock. The blonde former Espada was probably the most peaceful from them, besides Nell, and now she wanted to initiate an attack. The longer we let them gather their forces, the worse it'll probably get. You saw it during the attack too. That Vasto Lord led his subordinated to be killed without batting an eyelash. That means he must have a way to gather more of them. He only interfered when it looked like we were going to win. Something is fishy about all of this, so the sooner we solve this, the better. I agree that something's off about it, but do you really think we should be the one to invade them? What if it's some sort of trap? Ichigo objected. That's why only the strongest of us would go. Harabel replied and sighed when her Frashin started to yell at her, infuriated with the decision. Girls, I'm sorry, but I can't let you go. We may have face-knotted Jukas, but Vasto Lord, and no matter how high I think of you, you wouldn't stand a chance against one. Not to mention if there would be more of them. Even I can take only on one or two at once, she said, trying to calm her Frashin down. I agree, my Frashin will stay here too. It will be tough on us too. Me, Harabel-san, Grimmjow and Ichigo are strong, but even we will be in trouble if they have more Vasto Lord. Nell stated in serious voice. Ichigo sighed and rubbed his temples. What I'm more worried about is their master, that the Vasto Lord, who was with those attacking Jukas, mentioned. If he's strong enough to be commanding Vasto Lord, I have no idea who can that be. He frowned when he heard Grimmjow snort. You're afraid, Kurosaki? Don't worry, if you'll pussy out, I'll kill him myself. Grimmjow said confidently. I'm not afraid, but think about it. The only person that we know of that commanded a group of Vasto Lord was Aizen, and you all know how freakishly strong that guy was. Ichigo shot back, earning grim expressions from the occupants of the room. That's true. Well, you did defeat Aizen after all, so what are we worried about, right? Nell smiled at Ichigo, who smiled back, but in his mind he was concerned. Yeah, I defeated Aizen, but right now I'm without my Bankai. I'm confident that I could take down someone of Aizen's caliber even with only my Shikai. Probably, well, at least the Aizen without Hogyoku, but I don't like it. Right now, we mainly need to find the location of their hideout. Grimmjow, you wander through the Hueco Mundo most from all of us, so I'm leaving this task to you. You're strong enough to defend yourself even if you came up against one Vasto Lord, so you should be able to do it. Harabel glanced at Grimmjow, who smirked confidently. Clever girl, aiming at his pride will make him do it regardless of his opinion. Ichigo thought with his own smirk. You can go out immediately after we finish this meeting. You're smart enough, so I trust you'll be able to find something in 2 days. Even if you can't find anything, report back so that we know you're still alive. Harabel looked back at her Frashin. Meanwhile, the three of us will try to prepare for the attack. I have something I want to try, so if anyone wants to find me, I'll be training with girls. She met everyone's eyes and nodded. That's everything. She stood up and left the room with her Frashin. Ichigo glanced at Nell, who was whispering something into Grimmjow's ear. He couldn't hear anything, but whatever it was, it made Grimmjow turn red, and he ran away with the speed of sound, leaving Nell giggling madly. Nell, since when were you and Grimmjow friends? Ichigo asked her, bewildered. She grinned wildly. Well, since I saw his resurrection. I mean, isn't he cute with those cat ears? She asked him with a smirk, startling Ichigo with the image of Grimmjow with cat ears. When he tried to imagine it, he started to laugh madly. Haha, I bet he wasn't very happy about it. She flashed him a wide smile. Oh, he wasn't, but I persuaded him to do his resurrection for me a few times. Suddenly Ichigo gulped when he remembered the strange aura she gave off before and understood how she did it. Alright, so you're now what? Friends? Nell just whistled. Maybe. She winked at Ichigo and left the room, leaving him alone. Women. He shook his head and departed to his room too. When he opened the doors to his temporary room, he immediately noticed that Lilynette was once again there, sitting in a chair and swinging her legs in boredom. He contemplated about sending her away, but he admitted that even if he still considered her behavior weird, her company kept him from thinking about other things. Sue, what was so freaking important that I couldn't even attend that meeting? She asked him without alerting him that she knew of his presence. Even if you could have been there, you wouldn't go because you'd consider it boring. Ichigo replied, making her snort in amusement. Yeah, don't change the subject. Ichigo put his Zanpakuto near the bed and lied down. We are going to strike those who attacked you yesterday, he said, earning a raised eyebrow from the small Aaronkar. She was told earlier that day about the incident by Nell, with Ichigo's help, who added the information about what happened after Nell escaped to the world of the living. Really? When are we going to do it? She asked in excitement. Ichigo frowned and turned his head to her. First of all, you are not going. He pointed his finger at her and watched as she jumped in anger. What? Who decided that? Why? Seeing that she wouldn't calm down, Ichigo motioned her to sit back down and listen to him. Ultimately, it was Harabelle-san's decision, but I completely agree with her. It will be just me, Nell, Grimmjow and her. Who's going to go? Even Harabelle-san. Frashin won't go. We are even considering the fact that this could eventually result in some sort of trap and the four of us are strong enough to take on even Vastolord by ourselves. Do you think you could handle one alone? She almost instantly retorted back but bit her lip to stop herself and hesitantly shook her head. It's not that we think you are weak. It's just that we think they may be too strong. Everything about the yesterday's attack smells fishy and we can't take enough precautions as it is. Maybe we won't even go, since everything depends on whether Grimmjow can find any clue about their whereabout or not. We're awaiting his return 2 days from now and then we will know more. Eventually, Lilynette calmed down after rethinking the whole situation. She was still angry about being left out of the operation, but considering the threat they may come across, she reluctantly leaned back to the chair and started swinging her legs again. You know, leaving something this important to Grimmjow will only come back and bite you in the ass. She stated and grinned at Ichigo, who, with a small grin himself, agreed with her. Yeah, well, I'm not that familiar with Hueco Mundo. Harabelle-san is apparently too valuable, as she's now considered to be the leader of this place and Nell should be still resting from her injuries. Even Grimmjow shouldn't be moving around too much, but he's crazy enough to ignore everybody. And something tells me that he's burning with revenge for his loss against those Ajukas and wants to settle the score. Lilynette nodded, as it seemed that everyone was aware of Grimmjow's pride. And maybe he wants to avenge Nell's injuries too. They are behaving somewhat differently to each other, or am I just thinking too much? Ichigo thought. I'm bored. What are we going to do? You have 2 days free, we should do something fun. Lilynette whined and kicked her legs up. It shook Ichigo out of his thoughts and he suddenly grinned deviously at her, to which she reacted by backing a little from him. Oh, since you are aware of the fact that you're no match for Vastolord, maybe I should train you a little bit. He started to chuckle and Lilynette widened her eyes as he closed the distance between them. Maybe I should have been quiet. She gulped. During the next 2 days, Ichigo kept his word and worked Lilynette's ass off. Since he still couldn't use his own Bankai, he took the opportunity to train himself too, wanting to get more familiar with the unique abilities of his Shikai and the nature of his Zanpakuto. It resulted in squeezing every bit of energy out of Lilynette and she always dozed off immediately after they returned back to Ichigo's room. That was another thing. Ever since the first time she came to him that evening, after she woke up from her coma, Lilinetter never went back to her old room and stubbornly decided to stay with Ichigo all the time. Against his protest, she even slept with him, using him as a pillow without any shame. Being not even 18 years old teen, Ichigo was disturbed by this kind of behavior and reprimanded her that he was a man and that if he was a scumbag, he could have taken advantage of her in her sleep, to which she simply responded, "But you are not a scumbag and you won't do it," making him feel little bit touched by her trust. After the third night, he grudgingly had to admit that her innocent actions slowly got to him and he was feeling a lot relaxed, even with her, partly lying on him. She was not like Yoruichi or other women he knew, that tried to tease him, and she simply enjoyed his presence. It was new to him and he liked it. He was still worried that it was because of her sudden loss of Stark, but after their first talk, she never brought up the fallen Chimera to any conversation, so he left the topic alone. It was when Ichigo talked to his inner spirit about better use of his darkness element, with Lilinet lying on the bed, sprawled across his stomach, when Harabel barged in. She raised only one eyebrow at the scene in front of her and looked Ichigo in the eyes. "It's time. Grimjow's back and he found out where that Vasto Lord returned to after the attack." Ichigo felt Lilinet tense a bit and nodded. "Good. It's time for counterattack." Chapter 10 Hueco Mundo Point 3 Counterattack. "How reliable is this information, Grimjow?" Ichigo asked the blue-haired Arrancar, as they were speeding through the vast sands of Hueco Mundo along with the two remaining former Espada. Grimjow growled in answer and shot him a dirty look. "Are you questioning my abilities, Kurosaki?" Ichigo snorted in response and focused his eyes on their path. "No, I'm just being cautious. What if we're being lured there on purpose? Isn't it too easy to find out about their hideout after just 2 days of searching? Something doesn't add up and I don't want to see someone get hurt because we were too hasty." Grimjow frowned a little but gave no reply to that. After Harabel informed Ichigo about Grimjow's findings, he rushed to meet them in the tea room, where they briefly discussed about their roles in this counterattack. Wasting no time, they immediately left the Las Noches, with Harabel informing her Frashion about their departure. They have been running towards the location Grimjow provided for almost an hour, yet they met nobody. "We have no other choice but to trust our skills. We already talked about this. The clash between us and those unknown forces would happen sooner or later and I'd prefer to do it when I'm ready," Harabel stated from his left. "I know, but you do realize that the Manos forest could easily be our graveyard," Ichigo replied in a slightly concerned sigh. "Quit your whining already, Kurosaki. Their hideout should be on the outer edge of the Manos forest, that's where only Jillians or maybe few Ajukas live. I doubt we'll come across someone stronger. Well, at least till we'll meet that master." Grimjow yelled at him and licked his mouth hungrily. "Even if we do meet someone strong, I've been wanting to get revenge for that strike at Las Noches." He chuckled darkly and cracked his knuckles. Ichigo begrudgingly admitted that even he was in the mood for a decent fight. Those 2 days that they have been waiting for Grimjow, he began training Lilinet, and while it was a nice workout it wasn't enough for him. He was getting the hang of his flame of darkness and could use it more versatile than before. But using it against an enemy was the only way of learning how to control them perfectly, without giving in to his own darkness. "Easy Grimjow. Don't forget that we're not here for your sadistic pleasure or revenge. We are here simply because it is inevitable. I don't prefer violence, but if they want to hurt my friends, I'll get them before it can happen," Nell said in serious voice, not even using her nickname for Grimjow, showing just how grave the situation was. "Tish," was the only thing that the battle-hungry Arrancar said. They stopped after 5 more minutes, just before they entered the Manos forest. "From now on no more talking, be prepared for anything. They may throw some sneaky attacks at us, so don't lose your concentration." Harabel warned them and waited for each of them to nod. When they did, she nodded herself and they cautiously entered the place in Hueco Mundo, where the most of the screams came from. Deep in the Manos forest, tall bodies of Jillians made their way towards the group of invaders, with a menacing eyes looking at them from behind. Using surge of Reiatsu from the hidden figure forced them to obey its commands and their pace increased. These huge Jillians, that consisted of hundreds of hollows piled together, creating a single entity, had no unique identity nor they had any coherent thoughts. They managed using only their instincts. Most of the time, their instincts were telling them to devour more hollows in order to silence the voices inside their head. Right now, their instincts were screaming fear from the one behind their backs. The one with the menacing eyes and a skull-like mask gave them one more glance and grinned deviously. It was time to start the show. Weird, even if they are scared, there should have been some hollows around us, yet I can't feel anybody. Ichigo thought as they ran deeper into the forest. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed Harabelle raising her hand in front of them, preventing them from going further. What is it, Harabelle? Nell landed next to her with raised eyebrow. Harabelle turned her head to the group and they saw her worried face. I don't know. I can't feel any presence around us, yet I'm sure I can hear some movements some distance in front of. She went silent as all of them widened their eyes after great numbers of glowing eyes pierced the darkness around them, hovering in the air. Jillions. Dozens of them, Nell stated in surprise. Damn it, how could they have surrounded us without us noticing? Harabelle cursed and prepared for fight. Ichigo looked around himself and saw that the huge hollows were decreasing the distance between them and the group. Weird, only when we finally saw them I could sense them at last. Not even a moment before. Ichigo commented and took out his Zanpakuto, measuring the enemy. Doesn't matter, we can finally fight, think about it later. Grimmjow yelled and jumped in the air, landing on the nearest Jillian, kicking it to the head and sending it stumbling to others. That was apparently the signal to start the fight, as the other Jillians opened their mouths, red energy forming at the edge. Sero. Ichigo cursed under his breath and all of them had to jump and separate, otherwise they would have gotten struck by dozens of Sero, which weren't that strong when hit by one. Nevertheless, combined force of a dozen similar Sero could hurt even them. Everyone, take your side and get rid of them. Harabelle exclaimed and turned to the hollows in front of her. Right. Nell nodded and did the same, leaving Ichigo standing before quite a number of enemies. Well, let's get it over with. He muttered and charged forward. With Grimmjow, the Jillian that was sent stumbling created an open space for Grimmjow to release his barrage of destructive kicks, that managed to even tear the Jillian's masks with the sheer force of them, killing them instantly. P.F. I don't even need to use my Zanpakuto for the likes of you. He smirked and reflexively, he dodged an incoming Sero from behind, rotating in midair and ripping another Jillian with his claws in the process. He jumped on the falling enemy, bouncing from him to the next one, throwing a drop kick on his head, making it explode from the impact, splashing his blood on Grimmjow's attire and a few droplets of blood landed on his face. He slowly licked them and hungrily grinned at the remaining Jillians, whose instincts realized the difference in strength and made them back away from him a little. No fucking chance, you all pussies are going down. He flashed to the nearest one, while charging his own Sero in right hand. He plowed it right through the hollow skull and released the Sero on the one standing in the back, killing them at the contact with his attack. His instinct screaming at him, he sidestepped another Sero, but got hit directly with the second one, that was sent his way. Rest of the Jillians froze when the smoke from the explosion cleared, revealing unharmed, but slightly pissed Grimmjow. He was sending off waves of angry Reiatsu, making the tall hollows slowly turn, trying to escape his wrath. Shouldn't have done that. Grimmjow growled and jumped at the last Jillians, biting off a chunk of its head and spitting it on the one on his left, confusing the hollow with the blood. Time to end this. He landed in front of the four remaining Jillians, charging a Sero in his both hands. Sayonara, suckers, he yelled and released his attacks. With Nell, she was speeding off to the other side, graciously dodging any Sero that came into her path, leaving only light footprints on the sands of Hueco Mundo. Her face showed no longer any emotion, as she abandoned them in the moment they were surrounded. Nell was an odd hollow in her own league. Every hollow acted based on instincts of survival and being strong, most of the time it meant the instinct of the killer. Survival of the fittest. There was no place in Hueco Mundo for the weak. That was the exact reason why Nell could have been considered odd. She never enjoyed the killing, always preferring to solve her problems with negotiations, and using the violence was the last resort for her. But even she was realizing that in this moment, there was no way out of this other than fighting. It became clear to her the moment she agreed with the plan to counterattack. The only way to ensure that her companions, her friends, could ever be safe, was to show the attackers who was stronger, and thus, violence. If this was about humans or other races, there may have been other solutions, but most of the hollows responded to a bloodbath, to strength. With this in her mind, her face lost its usual soft expression, becoming neutral. She dodged another Sero and jumped, high enough for her kick to reach the head of the nearest Jillian, tearing its head off, spraying the blood on the others next to it. With a fluent and swift turn, her knee found the another victim of her raw strength. Kicking from the falling body, she jumped into trajectory of the Jillian Sero. Without missing a beat, she swallowed it whole, grimacing at the horrible taste of the energy and adding her own Raryoku to it. Sero Doble. Her special Sero easily dispatched the row of Jillians that were unlucky and couldn't evade it. Landing softly on the sand, she quickly charged her hands with energy and sidestepped the Sero from the remaining Jillians. In a quick motion, she punched the air in front of her, releasing the energy stored in her arms. Bala. The attack blew a huge hole in the belly of her enemies, making them collapse on each other. As their bodies started to disappear, she felt waves of Grimmjow's angry Reiatsu and shook her head in exasperation. Hot-headed animal. Single quote. With Haribel, the strongest of the remaining former Espada, was calmly analyzing the situation she was in, all the while casually dodging or deflecting Jillian's Sero with her sword. 8, 9, no, 10 Jillians in front of me. Threat level, small, but if we are already facing off enemies, I should preserve my energy as much as I can. One Sero should dispose the most of them. Haribel was probably the most analytic member of the counterattack force, and she realized immediately that fighting like Grimmjow, with unnecessary movements and risk, would probably come around and bite her in the ass later, when they'll most likely encounter Vasto Lord. With that thought, she flashed from her previous area and landed behind her opponents, who were too slow to realize her disappearance. Therefore, they couldn't even see the attack that killed most of them. Sero. Haribel calmly said, and from the tip of her sword, a massive torrent of yellow energy emerged, tearing through the enormous bodies of the Jillians, instantly killing 3 of them. Seeing that, she slashed with her sword, making her Sero to cover larger area and catching another Jillian's with it. She raised an eyebrow when she realized that the shape of her attack was somewhat familiar to her. Oh, right, it looked like Kurisaki's Getsuga, or what is it called? Interesting. Feeling a danger, she spun around, deflecting another Sero with her sword. So one of them managed to escape my Sero, she thought in surprise as the last Jillian came into her view. With a burst of speed, she closed the distance between them, and with a quick slash, she cut him to 2 pieces. Satisfied with herself, she turned to the side, where Ichigo should have been. The sight in front of her fascinated her, as the only thing she saw was a mixture of black and red Raryoku erupting all over the place. Such a thick and hard Reiatsu. I'm starting to think that I'm fine leaving him to be an enigma. With Ichigo. Ichigo stood before the slowly moving Jillians, deciding on the course of his actions. With his hand on his Zanpakuto, Shirosaki's voice stopped him. No, don't use the blade. I think it's time for the review of the usage of your hollow powers. Say what? Ichigo thought in surprise. Well, I trained you in how to use your hollow powers in an efficient way, but you haven't tried it against an enemy yet. Since these fuckers are only a lowly Jillians, I think that even you could fuck their asses without Zanpakuto. Look at that blue-haired pussy, he's refusing to use his sword against someone this week, and nor should you. Ichigo let go of his Zanpakuto and shrugged. His hollow was right, again. It was becoming a habit, that his inner spirits were right more often than he was. It was pissing him off a little. Without noticing, he unconsciously raised his Reiatsu a bit, covering himself in black steam, created by his darkness element. He did it just as the Jillians finished charging their Sero and released them at him. Since Ichigo was talking to his hollow, he didn't even notice the attacks coming at him, making them strike him with full force, raising the sand around him, obstructing the Jillians from seeing him for a while. When the sand calmed down, basic instincts in Jillian started to make them back away from the weird Shinigami, in the way they did when the other ones were fighting Grimmjow. Ichigo was still in thoughts and looked like he didn't even notice being attacked. His Reiatsu, that was swirling around him in the shape of black steam, was so thick that even the combined Jillian Sero couldn't penetrate it. Ichigo was unharmed, and it looked like his train of thoughts finally stopped when he looked up at his enemies. Why are they backing off? Ichigo asked himself, confused. Inside him mind, his hollow and old man clad in black facepalmed each other. Oh well, guess I'll try my hollow powers, Ichigo said and flashed through the Jillians, stopping when he was in the center. First lesson, Sero. He focused and pushed his hollow Raryoku into the palm of his right hand. Noticing an incoming Sero, he straightened his back and used his left hand to deflect it. Immediately after that, his right hand shot out. Sero. Red energy that flew out toward the Jillians in front of him, but unlike the Sero of the others, it didn't stop there and continued to the roof of the Manos forest, finally stopping in an explosion. Nice for a shithead, Ichigo scoffed, as he started to translate some of his hollow's insults into compliments. Second lesson, Bala. Jumping high, so that he was on the level other Jillians had their heads, one again he pushed the hollow energy into his arms, letting it enter his palms. He spun himself while punching the air in front of him with a quick thrusts. Bala. Jillians didn't stand a chance as their heads were being blown off by the violent red energy coming at them in rapid rate. When he was certain that all of his opponents were down, Ichigo landed on the sand with the air around him full of his black Reiatsu, now mixed with his potent red hollow energy. Fuck yeah, well, we didn't get to the last lesson with high-speed regeneration, but I think I'd be insulted if a mere Jillian managed to injure you. So, good job, my Padawan. Shirosaki laughed and went silent after a moment. Yeah, I'd be insulted myself, Ichigo muttered. Looking around, he saw that his companions finished their fights too, with none of them injured. He joined them after dusting himself. With everyone. Took you long enough, Kurosaki. Grimmjow said immediately after Ichigo flashed to them. What's the matter, Grimmy? Didn't get your share of blood? Ichigo replied mockingly. A single vein bulged on Grimmjow's forehead and he growled angrily. Enough, you two. Don't drop your guard yet. Since we encountered Jillians, it means we're about to face somebody stronger soon enough. Harabel scolded them. You thought about that too, huh? Nell asked as they started to move again, towards their goal. What do you mean? Grimmjow asked in a little calmer voice. Think about it. Ever since you became an Espada, one of the strongest beings in Hueco Mundo, have you been attacked by a mere Jillian? Harabel asked him. Grimmjow frowned and thought about it, shaking his head after a minute. Exactly. Jillians are maybe not bright, but even they can feel the difference in power. They would never attack us willingly. It was the equivalent of a suicide. No matter in what numbers they would attack us, they would end up dead. Harabel muttered. Grimmjow's face showed enlightenment. You're saying that somebody, a lot stronger than them, somehow threatened them into attacking us. Probably the same person who made those Ajukas attack us at Las Noches, that unknown master. Harabel just nodded. I get the feeling that he's testing and the next enemies we'll face will be Ajukas. Nothing we can't handle, but it'll just tire us. Nell frowned. And I get the feeling that he wants us tired. Ichigo finished darkly. Well, he can go fuck himself. This time I'm prepared and I'm not about to let some lowly Ajukas defeat me. They were lucky last time as they surprised us. I'm the king, and I shall prove it to them. Grimmjow growled again in anger. Ichigo almost wanted to say something, but Harabel's face stopped him with an expression that was almost saying, don't even bother. So he held his tongue and together. They entered the deeper into Manos forest, not even realizing that they should have already been at the enemy camp. Soul Society, Central Great Underground Prison. So this is where it all ends. The traitor of the Soul Society, a man, whose betrayal affected many, whose action cost lives of even more, a Shinigami with unclear intentions, a former captain of the 5th Division. Sosuke Aizen. His punishment being imprisonment for 20,000 years, without contact with any person, began the day of his defeat at the hands of Kurosaki Ichigo. His residence is of today, the deepest level of the Central Great Underground Prison. In other name, Mukan. The level, reserved for the greatest criminals of Soul Society, which actions were so severe, they caused unprecedented disturbance in the whole dimension. This was where Aizen Sosuke contemplated his fate. Where did I go wrong? Did I underestimate Kurosaki Ichigo? I can't believe that he could surpass the power of the Hogyoku, which is basically. I see, so that's it, huh? Under the heavy bandage he was strapped with, Aizen Sosuke wanted to laugh at his own stupidity. I was under the impression that it haven't manifested, but it must have been somehow influencing his soul. Yes, that is the only logical explanation, as I, myself, regretfully don't possess it. I refuse to believe that it could be something else. Father, I failed you. Aizen's head fell on his shoulders in sadness. It was in that moment when he felt a pain in his limbs and felt some sticky fluid running on his skin. With surprise, he noticed that the bandages, that were restricting his face, fell off. I don't know who you are, but I'll let you know that I cannot be killed as I'm immortal, was the first sentence that Aizen Sosuke muttered after a few days of involuntary silence. At first, he saw nothing. He could only hear footsteps from afar and feel a light powerful enough that it resonated with his soul, but so weak, it couldn't penetrate the eternal and endless darkness of the Mukan. Show yourself, Aizen said calmly. He wasn't afraid. With Hogyoku inside of him, there was nothing that could kill him. Even Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't do it himself. Who said anything about killing you, Aizen Sosuke? Aizen's eyes widened and threatened to fall off. You, how? There should have been another year before. He was interrupted when the man in front of him raised his hand. Feel it for yourself. I'm not the man you think I am. We were just hoping that seeing this face would make you remember your roots. With a frown, Aizen tried to feel the man's reiatsu, realizing his mistake. I see, so what is it that you want? How the hell did you even manage to get here? The man came closer. You were behaving differently from your usual calm demeanor. Is it from seeing this face? Aizen sneered at him. Just answer. Man grinned smugly. Let's just say this darkness, the eternal shadow, is our domain. You should know what happened. So this, the Mukan is. Man nodded. Yes, and you were right, there is still 1 year left, but with your help, we can speed up the process greatly. What do you say, Aizen Sosuke, will you help us? He walked to Aizen, stopping just a few inches before him, letting him see the outline of his black robe and his long black hair. Aizen shuddered at the small distance between them and his thoughts aimed at one person. I will not fail again. Yes, take me to him. Seoul Society Captain's Meeting 1st Division Barracks. What? Captain Commander of the Gote 13, Yamamoto Genryusai gaped at the rude messenger, who interrupted the captain's meeting in the 1st Division Barracks. It was only the 3rd time in his life that he gaped at someone. But he wasn't the only one. Every captain present was staring at the messenger in shock. Even the indifferent captains, like Kuretsuchi Mayuri and Kenpachi Zaraki, were in utter surprise at the news. Mon, what did I deserve for this? The messenger thought in panic as the different reiatsu from every captain flared wildly around the room, enough for him to be lying completely on the floor, unable to move. From his eyes, he could see that even the building itself looked like its walls were being pushed back with reiatsu. Yamamoto realized that the messenger couldn't speak, and with few deep breaths, he withdrew his reiatsu from the room, allowing the messenger to at least kneel before him and talk. Repeat what you just said, and are you positive about it? Absolutely, 100% positive. The messenger gulped and nodded. Yes, it was checked personally immediately after the alarms went off. Aizen Sosuke has escaped. Haweko Mundo, Maino's forest. We've been running for quite some time without anyone showing up, it's unsettling. Nell commented as they were dashing through the forest. Yeah, it is. Ichigo agreed and shuddered. What is it? Harabel asked him. I don't know. I get the feeling that something happened in Seoul Society. Ichigo replied with a frown. Heads up, I can feel reiatsu signatures ahead of us. Grimmjow yelled at them from the front. I told him to be quiet. Harabel shook her head with a sigh. Yeah, well, it is Grimmjow we're talking about. Ichigo replied and sped up to catch up with the blue-haired Arankar. He found him standing still, already in a fight stance. How many? Ichigo asked him. I'm not sure. Around 20, maybe more. Seems like it. Harabel agreed next to him. That master must be someone very powerful or very important. I don't remember that many Ijukas being under someone's rule aside from Baragon, and even he didn't rule that many Ijukas, only normal hollows. Nell showed up last. Got that right, bitch. Large Ijukas that resembled a polar bear yelled as he came from behind a tree. Grimmjow stared at him and turned to others. Okay, that one's definitely mine. Said Ijukas growled in response, but didn't attack and waited as his allies slowly surrounded Ichigo, Nell, Harabel and Grimmjow. Always trying to surround you, boring. Grimmjow said and released some of his Reiatsu as a warning. Impressive Reiatsu, but you are outnumbered. Another Ijukas stated, licking his mouth. That doesn't mean we're outgunned. Harabel replied and took out her sword, along with Ichigo and Nell. I see you're getting serious. Oi, Ursu, I'm taking the orange-haired cutie. Female cat L-like Ijukas yelled at the polar bear-like Ijukas, called Ursu and readied her claws. Ursu grunted in response. Attack, he exclaimed and the fight began. What is the point of stating who you're taking if there will be at least 5 others that'll do the same? Ichigo's sweat dropped and sidestepped the claws of the female Ijukas, while kicking the tiger one in the face, sending him crashing into the lizard one, who couldn't evade him in time. Ichigo spun around and blocked the incoming Sero with his sword. So that's the difference in Jillian's Sero and the one from Ijukas. Interesting, he thought while trying to analyze the result. He stabbed behind him, catching the ostrich-like Ijukas in surprise and drawing first blood. It seems that the difference between a normal hollow and a Jillian, and between a Jillian and Ijukas increases exponentially. If that's the case, then Toshiro was right. Fighting capability of Vasto Lord can be above the captain of Gote 13, not that it should surprise me, I already fought almost half of the Espada, but still, it's interesting. The fact that Ichigo looked like he was thinking about something else and still able to fight off multiple Ijukas effectively, already killing the second one seemed to enrage the other ones as they started to attack more viciously, gaining his attention back to the fight. Meanwhile Grimmjow was in his element as he was releasing barrage of brutal Reiatsu-empowered kicks and punches all around him, tearing through the Ijukas, wounding or even killing them. In his battle-intoxicated state, he didn't notice a Sero coming at his back. In the last moment his instincts overrode his delirium and made him widen his eyes as he realized the strength of the Sero. He was in the process of turning when a green-haired person flashed in front of him and swallowed the whole Sero and sending back a strengthened one, getting rid of 2 Ijukas in an instant. Don't lower your guard, this was a combined Sero and even you could have been injured. Nell scolded Grimmjow with a frown. He grunted and sent his own Sero backwards, beheading a small Ijukas behind him. Peef, it'd be only a small burn at most. And it's none of your business, Nalil. I'd fine without your interference. Nell smirked at him. I know, but right now we're fighting together and we need to be in our best possible condition if we are to fight multiple Vasto Lord, no matter how unlikely that is. Besides, I wanted to piss you off a little. She shot her tongue at him childishly and flashed away. He widened his eyes and a vein bulged on his forehead, the second time in a same day. Damn woman, he turned and released his anger at the nearest Ijukas. What are those idiots doing? Harabel thought, mildly irritated as she bifurcated a dolphin-like Ijukas with her blade. Time to speed thing up, she thought and started to charge her Sero, when she had to dodge an unexpectedly fast strike. What shocked her more was the fact that she received a shallow cut above her elbow. It's just like the fight at Las Noches. It should be impossible for a mere Ijukas to penetrate our Hierro, yet they can somehow do it. I wonder, is it because of their master? Did he do something to them? She threw a cold gaze at the mantis-like Ijukas who cut her in too fast for him to notice. She flashed in front of him and let her Sero blew its upper body off. Back with Ichigo, he already dispatched 2 more Ijukas, making the number of Ijukas that were attacking him drop to 3. And I haven't even used my full Shikai. Am I still getting stronger? He wondered. Set the darkness ablaze, Zangetsu. But I have to fight in it to be able to control my darkness even further. What is this? Ursu, what is with this one's Reiatsu? The cat Ijukas yelled as dark energy surrounded Ichigo. At her scream, other Ijukas stopped attacking and looked at Ichigo with a fear evident in their eyes. You idiot, I thought you listened to the report, he's the one with the strange ability. Don't let those flames touch you, or else. His speech was interrupted when Grimmjow's fist made contact with his jaw, sending him flying. Kurosaki, I don't know what that is, but it's giving me goosebumps. We'll definitely have to have a rematch. Grimmjow called out to him with a slightly excited voice. Ichigo looked at him incredulously and nodded. Yeah. Crazy bastard, he finished quietly, his eyes landing on the cat Ijukas. He readied his Zanpakuto. You were the one who said you'll take on me. Where's your bravado now, Ijukas? Ichigo tried to tempt her into attacking, and when he noticed her angry sneer, he knew he succeeded. What did you say? Die, she flashed to him, aiming a jab at his head. Ichigo slowly and carefully dodged, while silently forcing the dark flames to catch her hand. The cat Ijukas widened her eyes when she felt something grab her, and with a stinging sensation she fell unconscious. What is that? Harabelle wondered when black energy erupted around Ichigo. She tried to get a feel of it, but when her senses came into contact with it, she recoiled and a cold sweat appeared on her skin. Okay, I don't want to know what that is, I'm just sure I don't to come into contact with it. She dodged a slash aimed at her leg by jumping over the Ijuka's claws. With a quick jab, she made a hole in his head, killing the hollow. She looked around herself. Seemed like without a Vasto Lord commanding them, they don't have the necessary ability to remain focused. That's why that group that attacked us at Las Noches was so dangerous. That Vasto Lord was pushing them past their limits, and he even attacked us when we tried to focus completely on Ijukas. She tilted backwards, avoiding being impaled with a thin claw, and kicked the hand up, creating an opening for an attack. Seeing as the remaining Ijukas that fought her were in one line, she readied her sword. Ola Azul, she exclaimed as her yellow spiritual energy within the hollow portion of the blade launched towards her opponents in the form of an energy blade projectile, tearing them in half. Ikki, was that always your spiritual energy? It feels terrifying, Nell thought, and shivered when she felt the nature of Ichigo's Shikai. Almost forgetting about her own fight, she cursed silently when she felt one cut on her leg and one on her arm. Yeah, your blood tastes good. Let me have some more, bitch. Bat Ijukas licked his bloody claw, grinning widely. Nell gritted her teeth and flashed to the rude hollow, kicking him in head so hard, she tore it off, spraying the blood all over the place. She flashed back to her original position, trying to avoid his blood. Small drop of it landed on her cheek and she wiped it off with her finger. Gross, she muttered, and kicking the ground she jumped high, avoiding Acero and landing on the remaining Ijukas' shoulders, stamping him to the ground. Not giving him a chance to recover, she plunged her sword into his skull, stopping his existence. It took only few seconds for Cat Ijukas to return from being unconscious, but when she did, every hollow on the scene froze from her sudden screaming. Even Nell, Grimmjow and Harabelle stopped in their tracks and stared at the hollow in pain. It was their first time witnessing true power of Ichigo's Zanpakuto, of his darkness element. He never told them about it, as he completely forgot to inform them since they all had more important things on their minds. Gah, stop it, the Ijukas screamed, trashing violently on the ground. Fucking idiot, I told her not to. Ursu cursed at her fate, but when he got a closer look, he paled from the sight. This is worse than reports, he thought when another blood-curdling scream cut through the forest. The Ijukas affected with the dark flame was already scratching her head with her claws, creating deep wound all around her face. Grimmjow was the only one who had no problem looking at the scene, but when a spasm went through the victim's body and her arms lowered, even his face showed disgust and small amount of horror at her next actions. Ichigo was already considering withdrawing his flames. He was sure that the hollow wouldn't be able to fight anymore, but in the next second he had to turn away and emptied the contents of his stomach. She must have seen horrible visions when she suddenly aimed her claws at her lower body and plunged her hand into her genitals, violently ripping them out of her body with a sick sound. She held them up in her hand for an instant and laughed crazily. See, now I can't do it anymore, ha ha, she whispered in deranged voice and fell on the ground, dead. ... That was sick, Kurosaki. I don't know what you did to her, but it was sick. Grimmjow stated with an obvious disgust in his voice and finished off the hollow in front of him that just stood there, unmoving. I didn't do anything, it was her own darkness that did that to her, Ichigo said after wiping his mouth from the vomit, holding his stomach as another wave came to him. Darkness, Harabelle thought in surprise. She too was rather stupefied and had to look away from the slowly disappearing body. Nell didn't make a sound, but as a pacifist, she wanted to vomit herself. Why you monster, Ursu shouted and jumped at Ichigo, who winced at that and with a sad face dodged the incoming attack, letting the Ijukas crash into the tree behind him. With that, the remaining Ijukas renewed their attacks, this time solely focusing on Ichigo, which proved to be their mistake, as they haven't noticed that the other 3 survivors from Las Noches flashed to him for help. Now that the Hollows were in a small shock from the events that took place just a moments ago, they became an easy prey for the vastly superior opponents. Their attacks being chaotic and slowed down, they proved to be no match against the brute power of Grimmjow's punches, Nell's kicks or Haribel's slashes. It, however, provided Ichigo with enough time to get his stomach under control. The more I use this power, the more sick I become of myself. They say that the Zanpakuto comes from within your soul. Is my soul like that? Ichigo wondered. Of course not, Ichigo, it's exactly the opposite. That's why you are the best candidate to bear this power. Only you can use it responsibly. As I told you before, this is still just a small price to pay for being able to protect. Although fear not, when your power will become complete, you will see not just the darkness but also the light. Deep voice in his mind answered him, calming him down a little. In that case, I cannot wait for my power to become complete, thought, and shot a quick ball at his opponents. The chaotic fight was at the end soon enough, with only the Ursu remaining alive, although badly wounded. Ichigo cautiously came closer to him. Tell me, who is your so-called master? The Hollow laughed raspily. You'll see soon enough, but only for a short time, as you're no match for him, no matter how strong you are. His laughter died as he blew his final breath. Well, that was fucking helpful. Grimmjow commented sarcastically and cracked his knuckles. Yeah, is anyone injured? I think we should rest for a minute, there's no point in rushing too much. Ichigo stated and looked at his companions. They were mostly unharmed, but he didn't miss a few scratches on their legs, arms and faces. Good idea. Haribel nodded and sat down, leaning backwards to the nearest tree. Right here? Ichigo asked in surprise. Sure, since we just proved our strength, there shouldn't be anyone who'd try to disrupt our rest. Nell answered and sat next to Haribel, further from Ichigo than she used to, what he noticed instantly. I guess my ability scared you, he muttered sadly. Nell looked at Haribel tentatively and sighed. Well, not scared per se, just, well, it wasn't a pleasant sight. What did you do exactly to her? She asked quietly. Haribel also glanced at him with a small amount of interest and caution. Well, that was the ability of my Zanpakuto, the darkness element. Specifically, the dark flames that makes you relive your inner darkness and shows you your darkest desires and sins. Inter-fucking-esting, but why did she, did that? Grimmjow asked with disgust. Well, those visions are supposed to be quite vivid and real. I don't and can't know what she saw, but it must have been something really bad. When I used it last time, at the Las Noches, the guy plucked out his own eyes and crushed his own skull with his bare hands. Ichigo replied, covering his mouth when he remembered that particular scene. Nell wasn't faring better and swallowed heavily. I can control the flames somewhat, so I won't let them touch you, but even if they did, I don't think the effects would be so severe. It works mostly on bad guys whose souls are extremely tainted with darkness. Pure beings shouldn't be affected. Ichigo glanced at Grimmjow. But on some of you it could actually be quite bad. He finished. Oi. Grimmjow looked at him, deciding if he should have taken that last comment as an insult or a compliment. But you didn't have that power previously? Haribel asked, confused. Ichigo grimaced and scratched his head. Yeah, well, it was like this. Soul Society Captain's meeting, 1st Division Barracks. What is your report, Captain Kuretsuchi? Captain Commander asked tiredly. After the shocking news that Aizen Sosuke managed to escape, captain of all squads were on high alert, trying to find some clue about the traitor's new whereabouts, but without any luck. Captain of the 12th Division came forward with a grim expression. I have little to none new information about this matter. As we all know, Mukan serves as a sub-dimension of the Soul Society and was created even before your birth, Captain Commander, so there are almost no data concerning it. Until this day, we, the Gote 13, used this place for punishing the worst criminals in history of Soul Society. Not one of them ever saw the light of the day after they got sentenced into that place. There is also almost no way of monitoring the area, we can only monitor the criminals. That way we found out about Aizen Sosuke's getaway, since the device just stopped working all of a sudden. It's almost as if that person vanished into thin air. We cannot be even sure if he's alive at this point. Yamamoto listened to him warily. Is that all? Mayuri looked insulted for a moment but managed to mask it with a cough. Of course not. We determined that moments before his disappearance, Aizen Sosuke came into contact with another person. After that statement, a shocked murmur appeared among captains. What are you talking about, Captain Mayuri? It should be impossible for anyone to enter Mukan other was than through the 1st Division compound. Kiraku objected. Yes, I am aware of that, Captain Kiraku. Mayuri sneered at him and looked at his papers. That unknown person is also peculiar in a sense that he, or she, somehow possessed more than one Reiatsu signature. One signature was completely unfamiliar to us but the second one. He turned to Yamamoto and stared at him with a strange expression, as if trying to accuse him of something mixed with a bit of fear. The second one is very much similar to the Reiatsu signature that could have been felt all across the Serite almost 1,000 years ago. Most of the captains looked at each other in confusion, but their eyes widened when a weak sound of something hitting the floor was heard. The cane that Captain Commander of the Gote 13 always had with him, the cane that masked his Zanpakuto, fell on the floor and the commander itself visibly shook. Yama-ji. Kiraku momentarily forgot about honorifics and looked at his teacher in surprise. Impossible. Yamamoto gasped and clenched his fist. What's going on? Sui Feng asked with her eyes firmly set on the Captain Commander. Said Shinigami gulped and grabbed his cane back. From now on, the escape of Aizen Sosuke and the existence of that unknown person shall be treated as a top-secret information. All captains, not even your lieutenants, can know about this for now. Captain Sui Feng, what are the whereabouts of Kurosaki Ichigo? What? Most of the captain looked at him in a shock. Well, I wouldn't tell the Tomomo either way. Toshiro thought immediately, but he was too baffled with the sudden interest about the whereabouts of Ichigo. I heard that the group of Arankars that he helped after Aizen's defeat were being attacked by someone, so he rushed to Hueco Mundo to help them. That was few days ago and he's yet to come back. Sui Feng quickly replied. Goddamn it, that foolish boy, Yamamoto cursed, surprising the rest of the captains further. What's with the interest with the Ichi-chan? Jin asked quietly, for once not sneering or smiling. In fact, the news about Aizen's escape hit him hard and he was trying to hold himself from going berserk. Captain Sui Feng, how far have you come with the research about Kurosaki Ichigo's roots? I assume not very far. Captain Commander ignored the question and focused on the captain of the second squad, who started to sweat as she felt the intense pressure on her shoulders. Yes, I managed to find out that his two sisters are both spiritually aware. One posse's weak Reiatsu while the other one's Reiatsu is quite strong for a human. Not on Kurosaki Ichigo's level, but it's still very interesting. I couldn't find out anything about his father, it's almost as if he's been hiding. I only found out two things. First one is his name, Kurosaki Isshin, and the second one is that he shares some connection or friendship with the last known Quincy, Ishida Ryukin. Yamamoto's eyes widened further. Isshin? Can it be Ishida Ryukin? No. This can't be all a coincidence, can it? If Kurosaki Ichigo is his son and... His eyes almost bulged out. Goddamn it, that foolish boy twice. He cursed loudly again. What is it? Yukitake asked nervously. He never saw his old mentor curse. That must have meant things were extremely serious. I have a theory concerning the Kurosaki boy, and if I'm right, the boy is even more important person that we thought he is, on a whole another scale. All captains, make preparation. We need to retrieve the boy as soon as we can. He gripped his cane and gritted his teeth. I'll notify the Zero Squad. Hueco Mundo, deep in the Manos forest. So you managed to come this far, huh? A creepy voice taunted them. Fuck this. Nell, Grimjow, Haribel and Ichigo cursed mentally when they looked around. After their little rest, they further followed the path, trying to finally reach the enemy camp. They have reached it all right. But the enemy was prepared and was awaiting them. I told you something was fishy about this. Ichigo muttered to Haribel. Who knew that he would have a small army prepared for us? She replied with a hint of fear in her voice. At the moment, things weren't looking good for the quartet. They were being surrounded again. But this time, their opponents were 10 Vasto Lord, which combined Reiatsu made Haribel sweat quite a lot. What do? We didn't consider the possibility of them having this much vasto lord. Nell asked worriedly. We fight, we have no other choice. Grimmjow stated with a small bead of sweat falling from his forehead. Ichigo gritted his teeth. I was right, Grimmjow obtained that information too easily. It was a trap all along, but what the question is why? I hate to agree with him, but Grimmjow is right. We have no other choice but fight them. If you three can take on 6 of them, I can try to fight the remaining 4 myself. Ichigo whispered. What, are you insane? Even Aizen would have trouble with 4 of them, and as you said, you can't even use your Bankai. Nell protested vigorously. I agree with Nell, that's a suicide. Take 3, if we all release our Resurrection from the beginning, maybe we can take them by surprise and somehow take 7 of them. Haribel nodded at Nell. Fine, we won't know until we'll try, right? Ichigo snapped and stood straight. Oh, not scared? A tall Vasto Lord asked. They only frowned and raised their swords. Set the darkness ablaze, Zangetsu. Grind, Pantera. Declare, Gamuza. Destroy, Tiburon. As the 4 of them released their power, the sudden surge of Reiatsu cleared the area from the sand, surprising the Vasto Lord with the amount of it. But the quartet widened their eyes, when another person suddenly appeared behind the Vasto Lord, releasing even bigger amount of Reiatsu than all of them combined, forcing all of them, save for Ichigo, who however had to lower himself a bit too, on their knees from the sheer raw power. The fuck is that? It feels like Aizen after few of his transformations, but yet it's different, chaotic, almost as if the Reiatsu alone emitted an emotion, pain. Ichigo thought in shock. Ah, you have quite the nice Reiatsu, especially you. Kurosaki Ichigo, I have been expecting you. Ichigo widened his eyes at the sudden realization. You are the master, aren't you? Said person came forward, further shocking them with his appearance. It's just like Kurosaki's mask. Haribel thought alarmed. What is going on? Ichigo gripped his Zanpakuto. Who are you? He yelled. The master came even closer, further showing his shockingly similar appearance to Ichigo's Resurrection. He chuckled. Who am I? That's an interesting question, young one. I don't have a name. Even if I did in my past, after so many millennia I don't remember it. Quote, he leveled his gaze with Ichigo. But since I am the first hollow that came into existence, you can call me the Ancient. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment and subscribe, as well as checking out the author on fanfiction.net.